greetings. Yeah. Demonac dressed as Demonac. You're not hearing anything yet? That is a bad sign. Why are you not hearing anything yet? Greetings. Please somebody tell me when you do hear something. Shut up, phone. It is 9 o'clock. Okay, you did hear something. Excellent. So yeah, greetings, I'm Demonac. I am dressed as Demonac, and I am starting the episode now because it's 9 o'clock. Yeah, there's always like. I'm not wearing this for very long, but I thought I'd put on my hat and mask combo.
If he's going down, he must be heading for the core. I don't know, but if there aren't any more bodies around him, we'll have to lock him down with the dimensional anchor so we can finish him. The entity has
just gotten through
withdrawal unit. Activating the portal.
The epic episode 40.
The portal? God damn it! It'll split the world in two.
That was a huge boss episode, so obviously nothing's going to happen for a while, right?
Missed the volcanic maximum by a couple days. There should still be enough energy to irradiate most of the continent, at least the northern half. Around the shoulder area, a pair of hemispheres emerge and power up. Twin shield generators? The artillery beam hits Rainbow Dash 98 damage. As you're shredding it,
thanks for showing up, everyone who's showing up.
From some of the wounds. We don't have to kill it.
Keep
We
doing
just have
this
to kill him. He's trying to hang on, but he's too far gone.
I find it kind of funny that the first two sort of major boss episodes that I think of, like 26 and 40, each represent the end of like the same chunk of time, like about roughly 7.5 hours.
For what purpose do you require access to that weaponry? At some point, we're going to have to fight the Vampire Kings. We're going to have to fight the Vampire Kings.
We wonder where the end point is for
on the wall. There are
this
5 bolts
the first 7.5 hours
today,
today,
in the middle,
we'll see.
with a plaque underneath written in Ataran. Okay, let me get.
This is a very long previously. Apparently, they did a bunch of shit.
At Joe's. No, hold on. Just as you're starting to translate it, the Raj's holograms appear. What the hell?
Ah, that's convenient.
Sorry to interrupt you. According to our fate matrix, you are about to uncover an item. Already did that. An item which I would pay 10,000 gold for. For sentimental reasons. Are these blessed bolts? So which one of these shoved up your
not
ass
long for this
would kill
world.
you? Dude! We're not terribly concerned with that. But Kinokoro, the brother with the sword, is glancing down at the plaque below them. Well, give us a minute. With the image of the Raj peering over his shoulder, unsure whether Kinokoro has
That's not obnoxious
read
at all.
Draven
Kinokoro.
translates the plaque quickly. Our enemy's might cannot be matched, but where there is deep computational and divinatorial analysis, there will always be hope. That probably rhymes in Ataran.
Very, very
'Cause
poetic,
before they
ancient
showed up,
Atarans.
I was going to joke about taking a plaque. Very well. If you are interested in selling that, I will arrange for 10,000 gold or equivalent value in trade items. to
Randomly
arrive at your
sentimental
house at an
Kinokoro.
appropriate time. I can totally see how they would want that. Is it magical? It is not magical. You could swear the other Raj's expressions are about as close to grinning, maybe smirking, as you've ever seen. If you don't feel like trading it, I'm sure it will save Lord Kinokoro a tiny modicum of embarrassment. You can decide at your leisure after you've had time to put out some fires.
Wait, you guys believe in
You don't
embarrassment?
need to explain every little thing to them.
Well, their language is so imprecise.
Their language also has concepts like condescension, overbearing.
Whatever. Pardon us. We will leave you be. And they disappear. What if they want something? What if there's something to the plaque? There is something
It's
to
such
it.
a random,
It's worth
funny
10,000
thing.
gold. I kind of don't want to sell them the plaque. So do we want to sell it to them? Yes. F it. I like these guys. I know it's possible they've been lying to us and messing with us all this time, but they seem to be trying to find tips that help both us and them, and so far it's worked out. But the point, which all this horribly distracted from, is the 5 crossbow bolts. Each of them has some writing on it, but in Draconic, not Ancient Ataran. That's weird. Do there happen to be, like, 5 vampire lords? Tobin did mention there being 5 vampire kings. So
What
you
a
check out
coincidence.
these +4 seeking undead bane mithril bolts. Don't miss. The first says Hastings the South King. The second, Vladimir of the Mountains. Oh, particular to each king. Third says Swain of Old House.
I'm told the Google
Says
Translate
Lockhart the
Draconic
Foal,
here
and
is
the fifth
impressively
says
terrible, but that's
Alicia
fine.
the Crone. That is really badass. I'm gonna start doing that shit in the future. The weird thing, though, is you know there are 5 Vampire Kings. Tobin doesn't know everything about them, but he knew and told you their names. And one of them is wrong. You've never heard of a Vladimir. And they're missing Cornello, the one responsible for the thousands of
that's
people
so
taken in
me
Good Place. The
that
other
I would
names all
put
match
in the
Tobin's list.
5
The entire
bolts,
set was super long ago.
and one of them
Maybe
is named
Vlad got
for, like,
replaced?
a
Could
different
be.
one, so that
Everyone's
it's just
paranoid about undead. We're probably going to the Shadowfell soon. For me, that would be
again,
like
it's
a
one of those
dream
stupid
come true.
things that I
wanna go.
feel like it
Each
makes
bolt is
it makes it
unique
feel
to
more
Raven
real that, like,
hypothesizes to be tied to an individual
it doesn't
target,
work
but
out
he
so
can't determine
perfectly
what they
neatly.
would actually
You know,
do
5
without
bolts, 5
significant
Vampire Kings.
research. In fact, it's not
But
even
one's
certain that
wrong.
he
Why?
can decipher the complex
History
weave
is the
of
reason.
this magic without a lot of solid information on the targets themselves.
Matthew
But you're
McAfee
pretty
in
sure
chat
if you hit
is
the right vampire
posing
king with one of
Kinikoro
these,
as
it'll do
his favorite
something.
Raj.
So who's going to use the
Forrestria's
crossbow?
favorite is
How do we
Hazamura
split
for
it
some
4
reason.
ways? Draven had assumed Angel would get the artifact, which can resize itself, because it would let her sneak attack undead. But that ability was actually part of the weapon crystal, which is easily transferable. She relies mainly on her deadly spike chain, and her crossbow, though not crazy powerful, is enchanted to deal force damage, making it an insanely reliable backup weapon. So Angel gets the greater True Death crystal, and Draven takes the photon accelerator.
Reverse engineering Vladimir's artifact bolt is very cool in theory. I don't know how exactly I would implement that it would not be
the fact that it
weird
holds
and
5 bolts and there are
annoying
5
or just
seeking death bolts
quick
is
and pointless
mostly
in game.
thematic. There should be no circumstance where one individual would fight each of the 5 Vampire
What to do at the
Kings
table.
over any span of time. Because you'd be...
Greetings, Zealous. Anyone else just joining?
What order do you put them in? It doesn't matter. The free action loads whichever bolt you want from the compartment. Thought activate. Oh, I'm f***ing Hawkeye.
The thought-activated 5-bolt compartment is actually super useful, because even just without these crazy things, you could load it with, you know, just Bane bolts or whatever. Keep one blessed crossbow bolt for
Its
Rakshasas.
primary directives are research and protecting the mainland from extraplanar dangers, which appear to include the misuse of its own portal's astral energy. The controller gives them a rundown of
Morning,
its
Quill.
remaining units and defenses,
18,
which,
everybody.
other than the secondary armory, have taken quite a beating. Draven, assisted by Mora and Angel, sets to work repairing the power source which had become damaged. Somehow. Little One and Liz broke down the wall of stone Draven had used to block the death laser guarding the upper entrance. That generator had been shut off without real damage, so the workers got it running again by themselves, ready to defend that entrance. Can you fix the subway?
The death laser's on our side now.
Excavation unit. We've seen 2 of them at the maintenance station, but they're not in good shape. Without an excavation unit, reopening the lower entrance would be an extremely slow process, and may not be good strategy, given the defenses were destroyed by the lava breach. No
Good
more
morning,
lower death
Jack.
laser. So while the arcane members of the party repair junk, and Draven spends his spare time tinkering with the tectonic translator salvaged from Delta's excavation unit, Black's player finds a spell he'd like to use in the spell compendium. Hey, I was wondering if we could slightly modify this Zealot Pact. Zealot Pact is a level 6 divine spell which takes 10 minutes to cast and costs 500 XP. It remains dormant indefinitely, like a contingency, but it triggers and gives you a massive buff the next time you hit a foe whose alignment is the exact opposite of your deity's
Lord
alignment.
Manxay's
For
is
example,
the,
Sirius is lawful
the
good,
shorter,
so for Black,
wider
it would trigger off
Raj
chaotic
net.
evil foes. I was wondering if, instead of chaotic evil creatures, we could change it to trigger off Kuatoa, because in this world, in this setting, Kuatoa are pretty much the opposite of the
Theoretically, this
protection.
change is fine. I think the
Also,
problem
I'm worried
with this
monitors may be wrong.
is mostly
As
the
much
Zealot
as
Pact
it's
itself
good that
is
some
not
monitors are.
a great
It
addition
makes
to the
sense
system.
RP-wise if that's how you want it, and that's a much narrower group than a whole alignment. Plus, they have a racial connection to a chaotic evil god. If that's what you want, we can try that out. Cool. It's pretty awesome. Once triggered, I'll get double damage against KT for 1 round per level. Wow. Nice. In character, Black is used to solemnly protecting Draven while he tinkers with bizarre magitech, but Little One quickly ran out of stuff to do and found himself wandering around Polaron.
We're wondering
He was
if
checking out the
Kintamazu
polar
is the
area of the core
researcher,
again, where the hardened lava
and
around the
Kinokoro is
pole
the
still
fighter,
marked
what
the area in which they
Hazamura
had
and
weathered
Lord
Epsilon's
Manxay's are,
self-destruct. Then he
what their
thought he saw some
point in the
movement his
organization
peripheral
is.
vision. Looking towards the
I
source,
don't know that it's
the empty
as
back
clear,
half
but I
of
mean,
the lava wall
Hazamura is
core chamber
clearly
behind the elevator column. He saw
she's
nothing.
she's
Controller.
she's
do you
very
have any
powerful.
units
She's
down
like
here? There
she's
are currently no units in that
just a
vicinity.
very strong
Can you get Angel
all-rounder,
down
I would
here?
say.
Angel
Lord
sneaks
Mangsay,
down,
she and Lord
invisible,
Mangsay's
the little
are
one whispers
kind of
his
the senior
concerns.
members,
So she casts
so
silence
they're a little
and
bit
ninjas
more
her way
in
past the
charge
wide central
as
column.
far as hierarchy
Spot
goes.
check. 30? You don't
Although
see anything.
they clearly
But
discuss
remembering
everything.
that one moment from earlier, when in
Because
the
they
midst
just want to
of
make right
chasing
decisions.
Epsilon
They're
around
not
the
as
atrium,
interested
she
in
had spotted some
fighting over
inconsistent
power
movement
between
near the
themselves.
lava. Angel takes her time now.
But apparently
and
they're not
searches the
above
molten
busting
waterfall
each
near
other's
the spot where the
balls
one
in
indicated.
very rare
And
circumstances where
after
they
a moment, she does see something. Tiny,
weird attachment
stealthy,
to things.
and apparently unconcerned by the
start of the
savage
episode.
heat of the molten curtain. It likely wouldn't be moving, but
yes.
of course, it
Find the
can't
source
see
of
you
that little
standing there.
movement.
It's an orange-red salamander. A salamander?
Good morning, Hannah.
Not a D&D salamander, a much more literal salamander. A small lizard with lava-colored camouflage. Just a regular lizard? Well, no,
Yeah, it's just a
nature,
regular
in
lizard.
your experience, most lizards are
In lava.
combustible, so that part doesn't add up. Well, I keep talking to the controller while she's over there, so as not to draw suspicion. This portal only links to other portals, so right now it can't go anywhere, right? There are currently no valid destinations for this portal. So there's no way something can come in through this portal. Theoretically, that is correct. But there was one piece of anomalous data generated by the portal approximately 11 months ago, an externally triggered spike in energy. When we were in Ginneron? Yes. That's when. Of course. I'll watch this thing as I switch to my fire-resistant suit. You're just putting on a suit in the middle of the room? You can't see me. Actually, he can. Gah! Once equipped with her new Itaran Aberration Handler's gear, which has 12 fire resistance, Angel grapples the lizard, easily winning the check thanks to her larger
Hazamura
size.
has clearly
Not something
paid
Angel
more
doesn't do
attention
every day.
to
Eat!
how to
Angel
actually
has silence
relate
on.
to,
Okay,
or
you
at
think
least
it was
deal
trying
with
to make a noise. You
humans
also think
and
it would be
stuff.
burning you without the suit. I'll take it. Okay, but you take 3 fire
She apparently
damage.
deemed it to be
Really?
a
It's probably
relatively
1d6
useful
per round
skill.
or something. He hands it back to Angel, and it squirms vigorously for 3 rounds. Then the lizard goes limp.
Apparently I'm
possibly
being
trying to
lava
play
tinted by
dead,
the screen.
but nobody is fooled as the party convenes. Mora's best guess is that it's some kind of fire spirit. Ah.
I like
the
that.
seed?
It's
Maybe
got
it
the
can
like
protect us
the
too.
X's
I
so
don't
shows like
think
dead
they
eyes,
all
but then
work
it like
that way.
it would like
Why
open
were you
one
spying
eye.
on me? So
to
you
see-
understand me. The lizard nods slowly. If we let you go, are you going to run away? It shakes its head slowly no, but it has a terrible poker face. It is scared shitless.
Little tiny
Okay, how
cute
about
lizard
this
has a
then?
terrible poker
I
face
let you
somehow.
go. You don't run away. I won't crush you. Sound like a deal? It visibly shrinks away. It may have literally shrunk an inch, but it slowly
Dylan,
nods.
if Draven
Yes.
ever found
Can you
7
read
again,
his
his
spirit's
familiar,
mind? You should
and
read
it
his
would have
mind.
been
I cast
after the
detect
end of
thoughts.
episode
The
66.
soul mostly does surface thoughts, and right now, that's mostly wishing it hadn't stuck its
No,
head in
Isaac,
and
I don't think they ever
really
named
wanting
the
to get
lizard.
away. Takes a little work to get past that. Does anybody control you? Its thoughts are alien enough that you're having to interpret emotions and generalities, but it doesn't seem like it. Why was he watching? Curiosity. For a couple weeks, there's been a whole lot of activity, and just recently a whole lot of weird energy. Then that big dark thing arrived. That seemed bad. What do you think of this? The salamander peers up curiously at the seed. There's a lot of curiosity and a sense of, you'd almost call it protectiveness. Is there any danger to this thing? It may have some fire-based attacks, but Angel clearly wasn't burned by touching it, so it was concerned that attacking, just to get away, would do nothing except make you all mad. Okay, we'll
it looks
let
so
you
cute
go.
when it's wiggling.
We're not gonna hurt you. But if you see any other big dark thing,
I forget about this
thing
thing all the time, but it is definitely one of the cuter things in the
That
series.
makes sense to the salamander. You did get rid of the last one. I like this a lot better than all those spirits in the Feywild. Satisfied that it's not a danger, and may even be helpful down the road, they release the lizard spirit and wrap up the last of the critical repairs. With both repair bays powered, the controller estimates it can have about 30% of
Back
the
to the
downed
lab.
golems back up within 2 weeks. The ones with parts more fully destroyed are going to take a lot more time. It can convert spare materials into parts, but that kind of fabrication, nearly from scratch, is a lot more difficult for Polaron's automatons. Can it build more like that escape pod? That thing was crafted over centuries. It was the pet project, basically the hobby, of a senior engineer who thought the controllers should have an escape pod for whatever reason. Then kind of just never stopped improving it. Went a wee bit overboard.
The closer the spirit is to just like an animal or something, the less it probably reacts to like being damaged and stuff like that.
Or do you know where one is?
I'm sure that little guy does not want to get crushed.
One was stolen by a dragon when the Ataran Empire was weak. A dragon has a creation matrix?
Oh yeah, the dragon has a creation matrix.
The second was ordered destroyed to prevent a similar fate from befalling it. The third was buried with the last Prime Minister, Isolas Turi, in the capital. Unfortunately,
oh man, I said his name without showing the giant list of titles that he accumulated by being the last person to whom all the titles passed.
Which lay somewhere near the present-day dwarven capital of Tarkashan, or the original Ataran capital on what used to be a peninsula,
the original Ataran capital, which my head is blocking,
is now the large island landmass controlled by the Elude. We need to get GE7 here.
Can GE7 make more armor like mine?
Similar to the strategic withdrawal unit, that armor
yeah,
was
GE7 can make more of that armor black. It'll only take hundreds of years.
Now that he's done it before. Last time you saw him, he had already begun working on a new suit for himself. We need to bring back Daggerface too. Dwarf Daggerface. Yeah, definitely. Through several sending spells, they established that Dwarf Daggerface is alive and well in Bankton, and GE7 has done a lot of travel.
Alive and well back in Bankton.
Settlement near Elven lands. The old Warforged priest had been worried about signs of dark ancient activities, but he'd seen no sign of them for months now.
Dwarf Daggerface is alive and well back there, and we're not going to ask him about any of the stuff that he's been doing in between. He'll just sort of gloss over it and not mention if he interacted with the other Daggerface a whole bunch, like a whole mini-series that I haven't made yet.
We should pick that up. There's still one Dark Ancient out there that they know of, so Draven doesn't reveal anything about Polaron through this magical communication, even though GE7's answers seem pretty convincing. Delta faked out many orcs for
we don't know if Paragos, the dragon who made the Death Knights, is the one who took the creation matrix.
Knowing where their friends are now, the party arranges
Paragos has already got a lot of things going on, though.
Dwarf Daggerface and the safe deposit box, which GE7 had left.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was someone else, another dragon.
From there,
there
they'll ride
are a
to
whole bunch of
Corso's
dragons,
castle
and
meet
they've
up
got
with their
stuff to do.
Warforged friend who is coming from the other direction. The tough part was figuring out who would go. Teleport can bring along one passenger per 3 caster levels, and Draven can teleport a fair number of people at this point, but not the whole party, including Mora and Rainbow Dash, plus Liz. As a huge character, Rainbow Dash alone counts as 4 regular-sized passengers. Plus, they're hoping to teleport back with 2
I'm a little
NPCs.
mad. Like I feel like Little One was getting ripped off with this. I really should have just decided.
But I have the bigger praise skill.
Well, if he goes,
Rainbow Dash is your cohort. She counts as one person for teleports.
She should go. It's nowhere near as
even
good
then,
as
the teleport
so
limitations, it's more annoying than anything else. Like it shouldn't when it's interfering with them just like doing the campaign and
oh yeah, he said only Draven, not even himself. So I have to go. Or I could stay.
Yeah, Viator Eagle. I have lots of stuff planned for the Daggerface and crew. There's not much of it that currently exists. There's like one mini episode of the mini series that's supposed to set it up.
I do want to search that library more thoroughly. There must be some more books about the Vampire Kings or something. Are we going to look for Zahir? We know
also did one short with Daggerface and crew, but the shorts are non-canon if I do any more shorts.
Get crafting supplies and hopefully secure our other friends.
The mini-series episodes
are
canon.
GE7 here, if possible.
It'd be really hard for me to stay if Draven goes.
Me and Angel then? You sure you want to leave me alone for 2 months here? I can just imagine you leave me here, you come back and there's like one construct left. I got bored.
In the end, this whole last discussion though, I should have just said, whatever, if you guys spend a thing to teleport, you can just teleport the whole crew. You're not teleporting like an entire town. It's just like your team. Just go.
There was no realistic
would have been much better.
And bring the huge mount without using a second pair of Eldritch Eyes. With only one player character here, it felt risky, but those were 2 leadership followers, a pretty decent combat NPC, plus Polaron itself, which, despite having so many units out of commission,
Well, they
could
do have a
still
pretty good team
easily
here.
fend off an army of ordinary soldiers. Draven set up the Linked Eyes ritual, allowing him to bring along one Eldritch Eye, usable only for the return trip, and he teleported himself, Black, and Little One to a spot a little ways outside of Bankton, the capital of Larrick. They quickly make their way from the halfling suburbs, shallow underground neighborhoods covered in gardens,
that's
to the
not a
wide
terrible
streets and dense
picture for
housing
Bankton.
of the most populous city in the southern half.
I feel
of
like
the
I need to
continent.
do better somehow.
Daggerface, you're
I mean,
okay.
it was clearly
I
like
got
just
your
all
message
copy
when
and
you
paste,
disappeared
but it
off
looked
to
okay.
wherever, but I've been worried. And I felt a little lost for a while. Their disfigured dwarf companion hadn't known what to do after they unexpectedly.
Problem is,
teleported
Bankton's
to
a big
Vistria
city,
sooner
and
than
like it
planned.
takes. I didn't want to
Without
take
him,
like huge
for a
amounts of
while
time
after,
drawing
he'd
this
come
big
across a
city that
mugging,
you're not
and
like going
using
through
some
too
of the
much. So I
skills
just
he'd learned in his
reused
time
everything
with them,
possible.
He kicked the thug's ass and rescued a person. An
Go
acquaintance of that
Daggerface,
person
beat
got
up some
into
thugs.
trouble and offered to hire Daggerface to help, and he ended up protecting them from an attack. And pretty soon, despite looking like a zombie ate his face, he had become something of a neighborhood hero. So
And he
as they all
became
walked
heroes
toward
to the
district
Bankton.
near the city center, a few people recoiled and quickly looked away from the mangled dwarf. But every once in a while, someone would recognize him and give a cheerful or thankful shout out.
Hey, it's Daggerface.
Hi, Daggerface!
You the man.
Ah, you're a cute
You-
guy.
you the
Before
man,
leaving for the
Daggerface.
Peace Bond, Raven has stored a spare Eldritch Eye in one of the prestigious banks here, since you can't bring Eldritch Eyes with you when you teleport without losing their magic. The exception being a single extra eye linked via the round-trip ritual. GE7 had chosen that same bank to store this
Isaac,
package,
I-
and it becomes apparent
I
why.
doubt they would
A
have
serial
found the
threat
whole
comes out,
facility
uses a
wrecked.
psionic power to confirm Draven's
But yeah,
identity,
things would have gone
which they're
differently, 'cause
able
I'm-
to do because he
pretty
was
sure I
already
still
an
would have
account
had
holder. That's convenient.
those guys
not
attack
creepy at all.
Polaron
What's in the box?
because they were coming.
They take
There
you
would
into
have been
the
less
back,
to stop
hand you
them,
a
so it
key,
would have been
and
interesting.
escort you into the vault. But you're only allowed to bring one person with you. And once you're in, they close the vault. A vault manager is staying inside, along with one guard of their own. Oh good, I was starting to worry we'd be sealed in here. They show him the fairly large safe deposit box, then back off to the
No, that's
vault
still
door for
coming,
privacy.
Pringles.
Within the
That's still
lockbox
coming.
is a plain wooden crate, which they open to find
like
a worker
an hour and a half or 2
much
hours.
smaller
Like,
than
goddamn,
Polaron
it takes
ones they've
forever.
gotten used to. Really, just a torso in this case.
Series
and
is so long.
damaged at that. The controller? Indeed. What? In Ginneron, after we fought Epsilon in the controller room, outside the chamber, we found a worker which was making odd noises, actually breaking itself in order to make the sounds.
Again, I practiced to do that at the table.
Yeah.
And then everyone
Why
was
didn't we
like,
get this before
"Duh, we
teleporting
already
Vistria?"
knew what
I
it's telling
know,
us, but
right?
thanks."
Is the controller still
You
in
know
there?
it was cool.
Well, GE7 went to the trouble to bring it back out of there long after the incident and leave it in a safe deposit box for you. Can we reinstall it?
Or take it back to Polaron, put them together.
Or maybe with Polaron's help we can make a new controller or fix it, put this in.
There's so many
bring it back to
possibilities with this
Ginneron
thing
or
that we
something.
never
Didn't
look at
Ginneron
again.
collapse? You guys had to bring down the cube at the core to contain the portal, but while that only partially contained the burst of astral energy, physically, structurally, it kept the place pretty much intact. Underneath the controller fragment was also a note from GE7. It hinted at another facility far north, and that this thing may contain more information about that and about the Dark Ancients. Stuff that would have been intriguing or
Thanks for the
revelatory
outdated
at the
plot
time,
hooks, buddy.
But the part which seemed all too relevant now was that GE7 had stored this with instructions to release the contents only to Draven Row, and not even to
Not even to
himself.
himself.
Because as he had been researching the after
that seems
effects of the
dramatic.
Ginneron incident, and looking for elves who might tell him about the events of the 1,000 years he had been underground, he had caught hints, evidence that Dark Ancients were around, and he was very concerned that he could be taken over, his information and his connection to the party used against them. And that's what weighed on their minds as they set out eastward from Bankton to meet GE7 himself at the chasm. With the vast underground fortress of Polaron mostly to herself, Angel spends some time exploring around the abandoned laboratories of the upper levels, and now that they aren't worried about golems lurking in every corner, she's able to properly examine the lava processing facility they had previously skipped. There she found a pair of enchanted leather suits, much simpler,
there was more
less
stuff.
armored than her Itaran Abomination Handler gear. Not really player-character quality armor at her level, but which provide fire resistance 24, which is the maximum continuous energy resistance.
If it wasn't enough like an
Fine.
MMO already,
One of her first
they have
nights
the
after they
resistance
left,
gear
she
in
wakes
there.
up with
Like,
a
it's not
feeling
as good, like,
uneasiness
overall
and
equipment-wise, but if you
finds her
needed it for a
weird
specific
new
fight,
armored suit
resistance
missing.
gear.
What?
Wait. Yes, it's been absorbed by the vest. The weird, self-repairing vest she'd acquired from Mortival had once again consumed a, mostly, non-metallic item of magical clothing.
That's so messed up.
And useful. The vest, itself a shirt slot plus 2 resistance item, seemed able to absorb all manner of magical clothing, and, once absorbed, the wearer could shuffle its inventory swiftly at will. Any item which is active occupies the same slot it normally does, so if she turned on the travel cloak previously added to it, that would use up her cloak slot, preventing another magic cloak from being used. But she could switch it to another magic cloak with a thought. Similarly, she can turn the Abomination Handler's gear on, and it would take up her armor slot, as it previously did. But she could also swap it out for any other armor
Yeah,
that
it's
had
a
been
cool item.
absorbed by the vest.
I'm surprised they didn't.
The
I'm
only
surprised they
apparent
didn't go
drawbacks were
further
that
in like
the items
looking
could no longer
for
be
making more
separated
things to
trade
store
or
in
give
there
away,
for situations.
and that the
but
outfit must always maintain its
Again, they do have
half-round,
limited money for crafting,
half-checkered color scheme,
not unlimited.
though the user could will those colors to rearrange themselves. As the rest of the party crossed
Yeah,
the
let's
border
keep the
into
checkers
Tark,
on the
passing
midsection
Ugly
because
Mug Inn on
that's
the way
easier to hide
Corso's
with, like,
Chasm, Angel
cloak and
tried
stuff.
searching the magma-flooded library again, though without much luck.
Considering
Looking
her
for
original
Institute,
outfit
she checked around
was,
the portal again,
like,
catching
shown as
another glimpse
red
of
in
the
the in
salamander,
the series.
still pretty stealthy around lava, but
It's actually
does
an
not seem to be
improvement
hiding
stealth-wise.
as deliberately as it used to. But you spot something. A faint marking scratched into the floor near the ramp. You're lucky it didn't get covered by the lava that hardened after the self-destruct. The marking is shallow, but once she found it, it was clearly an intentional symbol. Unfortunately,
Ooh.
she couldn't identify it. It was not magical, and Angel and Mora were pretty sure it wasn't magic related, nor was it a symbol of any race or language they knew, or any of the codes or thieves'
Oh yeah,
cants
Draven
Angel
was definitely
familiar
not
with.
going to
I'm
try
sure
and
this is some group's internal code,
sacrifice
but
a couple
they don't know it.
souls to
Mora
make
even
more,
failed her
like,
bardic knowledge
Angel's
roll,
vest.
So they've got nothing. Might have to wait till they come back. You have another uncomfortable
There's 4
night.
science,
What
and
could I
then
have
there's,
the vest
like,
could eat?
just
It's
pure
not the vest.
turning evil.
Make a fortitude save.
What?
Because I've been away from the thing. 13?
Oh, because of. Oh shit.
Astral plague? Correct. The cumulative
Yeah.
buildup, and then days out of the spirit seed's protection, and some of the effects have finally caught up with you. Angel takes a point of con damage.
Ow.
Okay. What? Shit. I didn't think it would come in so soon. Angel is very sanguine about it, while everyone else is freaking out around the table. Stat damage from a disease is not permanent, but it cannot be healed until the disease has been removed. And the one thing they really know about the astral plague is that even the Itarans, who built all this fantastical, incredible Magitech stuff, were unable to cure themselves of it before it was too
Is
late. And losing
somewhat
1 point
concerning.
of Constitution reduced Angel's max hit points by like a dozen.
Odd-numbered stats.
indefinitely. We've got to get back there with the
No.
seed before the saving throw comes up again. It was a really bad roll. The chance of her failing 2 in a row seems low. How often does the disease take? That you don't know. You've only been gone, what, 4 days? But
Yeah,
you
that's-
don't know
that's
how
pretty
far it
concerning.
had advanced during all that time it's been restrained. The others reach Corso's chasm and slide right into their old lab space, which Don DiCorso had reserved for them back when they were working out of here. And they finally got to sit down with GE7 and discuss things. And try to sort out whether he was possessed by Beta, or maybe by another Dark Ancient they hadn't heard of.
Good to see you all again. Yeah, I know.
Meet
I only
Beta's
knew you
brother,
for,
Theta.
what, a few months, but it feels like you've been gone for years.
Or
So
Iota.
what all have you been up to? GE7 has been many places in Tark and has spent weeks in Talaris, the Elven lands, trying to learn the history of the 1,000 years he'd missed from the clinically immortal fairfolk. It's notoriously difficult to get elves
What's
to
this
talk
about
that kind
Twitter,
of thing,
you
but
say?
he was able to convince a few very
That's
old
where all
elves
the
that
information
he was
is now?
just as old,
Oh.
and that gave him a bit of an in with them.
Better than the Dwarven histories. Their perspective is long enough, but they focus so much on trade and on the accomplishments of their clans that you have to digest volumes to extract the important parts.
One of the main things he'd done, though, and of particular
Oh,
interest to them,
Dwarven
was
histories.
to return to Ginneron and to study the site and the effects
Big
of
Book
the
of
portal
Grudges,
failure
Volume
on the dwarves who lived
27.
nearby, particularly in Don Horatio's Estado.
We all did what we could, and your little friend's sacrifice reduced the scope of the disaster tremendously. But
Oh,
the
yeah, this
effects
is where
on
they
the
found out
dwarves
about all
who
the people that
lived nearby
died.
were terrible.
After roughly a year, nearly every dwarf who had been in the environs, except Dwarf Daggerface, was dead.
Hey,
And
Terrestria.
those still alive are very sick and probably won't last long. What about the
Unfortunately, she's
archaeologist?
gonna miss
Keratin
Ride the
Greypike?
Lightning.
He left town on some other quest not too long after you guys moved on, but reportedly he was showing the first signs of illness, so unknown. Don DeCorso's steward, who you rescued from Ginneron, just recently died. Don Horatio, ruler of the lands where Ginneron was found, has also died. His estado inherited by a cousin who had been visiting another Don's lands during the incident.
That's kind of fun,
Pretty
Matt.
much every dwarf in the area has been
Matthew.
slowly wiped out.
Well,
But again, my research shows
much
no
less likely to
evidence
have a
of
mechanic for stuff like that,
non-instantaneous
more
effects of
likely
the
to
pulse.
figure
Those
out
who
what's
moved
happening
into the
behind the
area
scenes
afterward
on
have
my
shown
own
no
pace.
ill effects, and even the Ginneron complex itself appears
They can find out the hard
relatively
way.
safe, though I wouldn't risk exposing non-Warforged to the lowest level, touching the core.
Then why is Daggerface okay?
Don't look at me.
We try not to. He's been away from the seed for months. Is he showing any signs
You're
of
gonna keep
illness?
asking why
looks fine
Dwarf
to you.
Daggerface
Well, I
didn't
mean,
die
he
from the
looks-
astral plague,
but
and I'm gonna
seems
keep telling
healthy
you that
otherwise.
the answer
Sure
is in
is.
another castle.
What about the Kuatoa?
Yeah, what happened to those guards?
I assumed they're
We'll find
dead or
out if I
dying,
ever
too.
make an
I see no
absolutely
reason the astral
insane
energy
amount
would
of progress
affect them
on the
differently,
Daggerface
but
series.
I have less information because all the Illud posted in the area have since been transferred away, including the envoy.
Apparently, the Illud Council only assigns personnel to surface stations for a limited period of time, usually about 2 years. Hard to say if the KT consider it like being posted to Siberia, which sounds like the situation with the Illud ambassador they once met, or how much is just to prevent them from going native. When they found out about the hundreds of deaths, the Council of Dwarven Mages sent a minor expedition, with GE7 advising and Don Horatio's new KT liaison, Envoy Lacoon, providing some soldiers and a bunch of laborers. Slaves. They didn't venture very deep, but the Illud blocked off the tunnel which Kua Commander's Deluvians had
Alright, so
used
the
to
players
get
don't
in.
know anything
They
about
collapsed the
stuff that
tunnel
happens in
starting
the
from
Daggerface
near the
series.
ocean end, so it's thoroughly blocked off now. Well, that's good.
Except the
Dwarf
slave
Daggerface?
part.
Except the
Randomly
slave
doesn't
part.
talk
While
about
they
it.
were selling junk and crafting magic items and hanging out with their old friends, trying to figure out how to know whether or not GE7 had actually been possessed by a dark ancient that could access all his memories. Detecting anomalous energy readings from the tram passage. Some event is occurring simultaneously at each of the sequential force walls. Uh-oh.
Can you give me a visual?
It doesn't have that quality of sensors down the tunnel.
So, do you have more to message us?
Yeah, we can teleport there in like a minute.
Might be a little premature.
Laura can't actually cast sending.
What?
What?
Laura was high enough level to cast their unlimited distance communication spell of choice, but as a bard, she doesn't automatically know all of her
3.5
potential
edition
spell
bards.
lists like a cleric does, but
Just
rather
why?
has to learn spells like a wizard, and Mora didn't actually know that specific spell.
So she has no way to let us know of an attack?
We really should have coordinated this part. I thought she had sending.
She does have teleport.
Angel sprints into action, streaking
Oh,
up
no.
towards the surface entrance, since the lower entrance connecting to the tunnel is still blocked by crusted over magma. As you run, the controller starts listing off all units that are operational and available to defend the facility. 2 conducting golems guarding the upper entrance. 3 standard Detronium golems, plus 4 autonomous Detronium golems in the secondary armory. No standard shield units are currently operational, but 2 autonomous stealth shield units are available in the secondary armory. 2 Magnus. The controller was unwilling to spare the single remaining fire suppression unit, because it has an imperative to keep an FSS on hand for fire suppression. But a slicing golem and 2 artillery units are available.
Send those up while I scout the tunnel.
Angel Spider climbs right up the walls of the destroyed temple to the surface, her
okay.
vest morphing into her traveler's cloak to protect against the cold as she crossed the Arctic ice sheets to the sideline of the tram tunnel the party had used before. As Angel approaches the first of those force gates, she can see the damage to the wall near the portal. As though
We're just like,
something were
let's break into
smashing
the
away
ancient
from
facility
within
and
the
find
stone
some,
wall.
like,
Then you notice flickering
cool
lights
ancient
far down
artifact
the tunnel.
stuff,
As they
and they
move
run into,
closer,
like,
they resolve
artillery
themselves into
golems.
multiple
Like,
sources,
oh,
like some
that's
kind
no
of
good.
men made of fire.
Oh no.
Although the-
Possibly familiar
Again,
men
the fact
made
that I
of fire.
designed them as, like,
Things are just getting warmed up.
the fact that I designed them as being,
Tales from my
as only having, like, fire damage for the rocket, something of a failure. Wow, sometimes the subtitles really jumped the gun. I think I wasn't spending a lot of time like putting in the timings for them because I had the sort of automated process. Wow, Pericles, Tyranno M, Tyranno McG, Sarosh, Surf USA, Warsaw, Lord A1, Zombie, Sildari, Gander,
Still really
and
wanna upgrade my
Kurt.
spirit
So
to
many
a
members of the
brilliant
organization.
weapon. Though
It just
it's
keeps
gonna be
building.
pretty expensive. It's a +3 mod.
So you'll need an item of power.
A brilliant weapon passes through any non-living matter, so it ignores all armor. Just imagine when I full attack with Searing Blade. It's practically touch attacks all the time. And I can extend the spear to large size and stab somebody through the wall.
Of course, it would have been useless like the last 10 adventures.
Elementals, golems, more golems.
Robot
So many
ghosts.
golems.
It also doesn't work on undead.
It'd be cool to make, like, monk's wraps, so you could put your hand right through a door and open the lock from the other side. Though that's
Good
a
morning,
really
Isaac.
expensive set of lockpicks.
But if your hand goes through
And
all
Martin
inanimate
Sala, and
matter,
everybody else.
you can't interact with the lock. And if you
Saying
go
good
through
morning
up
to
to your
specific
arm,
people is like just a
it
bad
must
idea because then I keep
stop
having
at
to
a
do
certain
it.
point.
I
That's
don't
gotta
want
be
people
an
to feel left
uncomfortable
out.
feeling.
I should get my entire armor made out of brilliant so I can pass through walls.
That's right, Black.
Brilliant armor. Then all weapons pass through
through
it. Best armor ever.
Look, it works against claws, okay? No, I said it to lots of people, Isaac. I usually didn't end up using the demobilizer rounds. There's like the single target slow. I should have just turned that into like a projectile or something. Physical damage. It would be
Tales
fine.
from my D&D
They'd have to choose
campaign.
between the fire AoEs, the blinding AoEs, and then the single
We need
target
to get
like slowing
TE7
damage.
here. Bring back Daggerface, too. Dwarf Daggerface. Yeah.
I probably had a different solution in an
The
extras
party
video.
arranges to teleport to Bagdon, pick up Dwarf Daggerface and the safe deposit box. From there, they'll ride to Corso's Chasm to meet up with their Warforged friend. The tough part was figuring out who would go. In the end, Angel and Mora stay to hold the fort. Detecting anomalous energy readings from the tram passage. Some event is occurring simultaneously at each of the sequential force walls.
Uh-oh. She has no way to let us know of an attack?
We really should have coordinated this part. I thought she had sending. Then you notice flickering lights far down the tunnel. Possibly familiar men made of fire.
Have we fought fire elementals?
Fire
Yeah,
dudes.
way down the tunnel with the goo men.
The goo people did have a note on them that someone wanted to capture one
No,
of the
no,
trams
and
to go
brilliant armor I
north.
don't think would make
I
you
can't
fall
believe
through the
can't cast
ground.
Sending. I would have left you a
I think you'd just be
scroll.
standing
The
on
bad
the
stuff always
ground.
happens to you guys when Angel's
It
not
might not
around,
protect
right?
your feet
Well,
from, like,
Angel's around. She should
rocks.
be fine.
I cast improved invisibility.
The force
The
field
worst
fizzles
boots
and
ever.
goes down, and the elemental rock guys earth glide into the tunnel, heading north towards Polaron. As a rock guy moves into range, Angel attacks, able to stay invisible while doing so because she's using the improved version of the spell. The first one is blown apart by the cold damage from her weapon crystal, leaving behind one of those dangerous puddles of lava, dealing continuous damage, which she could ignore thanks to the fire resistance of her aberration handler's gear.
So far, so good.
Despite these things being minions at this level, in my 3.5 adaptation, have a handful of hit points, and these particular ones are both immune to fire and sneak attack, and have a small measure of damage reduction against physical attacks. This means the assassin needs to roll above average on her 1d6 cold, or near max on her physical damage, in order to one-shot them. And as they come to her, able to target her with their tremor sense, she hits but fails to kill several times. They get some good attack rolls and smack her around, 3 hits between them for 10 damage each. Ow! They actually hit pretty hard when they get to full attack. But after another round where both sides accomplish nothing, Angel regains her footing and explodes the remaining ones, and then sees the flickering firelight down the hall stop approaching and start moving away.
Controller, is there any way they can circumvent this tunnel? These things move through stone.
Theoretically, Polaron's perimeter is protected against Earthglide. However, those wards have never been tested outside of a laboratory setting. The controller sounds very confident that the wards would protect against Earth elementals, but Mora sensed a duality. It believes the creator's calculations would have been correct, and yet simultaneously harbors misgivings about the lack of empirical data.
Certainty
Angel
would
meets
be
back
too
up
easy.
with Mora, Liz, and Rainbow Dash outside the main security room to plan a defense. The temple entrance is still being protected by the death laser, and the pair of conducting golems to angle the beam, knock people into it, and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
But the same magma breach
Bring it
that
on.
blocked the lower entrance weeks ago had destroyed its laser. So the two main threats seem to be the enemy gliding through the crusted over lava flow in the tunnel itself,
or the much worse prospect that Polaron's perimeter wards don't actually work, and Earth Elementals could be attacking through any wall or ceiling of the stone-cut tunnels around the complex. Did you send up those artillery golems and the slicing golem? The optimal strategy for employing artillery units requires pairing them with melee screening elements. If you want, Liz can use the wand, then if I'm too beat up, she can switch in. Liz might get resentful about that. She wants to fight things. Let her fight. This shouldn't be as rough as that other battle. She is a warblade. Alright, Aura can use the rod. Liz can help smash things.
Well, that's how it should have been last time.
So with
Giving
two
the bard
missile
the wand
launching
wasn't your
artillery
first
golems and
thought.
A pair of standard Atronium golems to protect them. Angel positions the sphere and Rainbow Dash in reserve behind them. There's some tense waiting, and the controller is moving other units around down below, patrolling for possible perimeter breaches. But after an hour and a bit, there are signs of, "Aura and I cast invisibility on me and Liz." Okay. It's some Earth guys moving out of the lava flow. They don't advance, though. They turn back towards the obstruction. While the others hold back, Angel creeps up to observe, hoping to stay beyond the range of their tremor sense. It soon becomes apparent that they are attempting to widen their narrow passage enough to let through something that is not immune to lava. Working with the fire guys, they're starting to
very
think
true,
they're
Cole.
manipulating and hardening where they have dug through. What they're doing might be
This
able to
is less
reduce
likely
the
to die
heat
in
damage
melee
from
if
lava
she's healing.
proximity down
And
to
that was
10d6,
not bad logic
or
against the
even
boss,
near
but like this is
5d6.
regular
As
stuff,
the
right?
fire guys begin to emerge
If you
from
can't
the
handle
tunnel,
this, then
Angel
what's she
backs
doing?
off. Pretty soon, there are about 24 of them, and it's impossible to get a decent count
these
of the
guys are
stone
starting to add
minions
up.
as they move in and out of the walls. Partly because they're running out of space in their beachhead. It does seem like only the perimeter is warded against Earthglide, because they are moving in and out of the stone. Well, if there's so many guys all bottled up in the tunnel, all yours.
Yeah, Devin. Only Angel's player was running. We didn't. I didn't hand out
Probably should.
different characters
But
to everyone
its
for
thing
this.
is that in ball form, it has +8 AC versus attacks of opportunity. So it should be able to roll through with impunity.
She wasn't
As soon
doing
as it
anything when they
stops,
were in
the blades come
Corso's
out.
Chasm. They were
Even with
they
no
were just
Polaron
watching when
charges
she was
out,
here.
the slicing golem
was
deals
still pretty
30
interesting for
damage
everyone,
with a
I am
DC
told.
22 reflex save, and any of them who fails will be destroyed. 5 survive, which is above average for them, but all these here are all toast. A few of the remaining fire minions begin to advance, and without tremor sense, they make the mistake of passing right by Angel and Liz. Angel rolls poorly on her cold and physical damage, failing to kill one, but Liz finishes it off, and now they're both visible. 2 more charge them. Angel doesn't make it into melee range, while Liz is hit for 13, making her save to avoid being lit on fire. The sphere is getting mobbed with rock minions. They're hitting it about half the time, doing solid enough damage through its DR, but it's standing up fairly well, and it finishes off the minions left in range, while Mora kills a farther one with her crossbow, leaving only 9 fire guys. 8. Careful, there are more of them. They'll come through the walls.
Right.
Liz moves up and readies an action. The controller is letting Angel direct the Polaron units for now, though it could override her at any time. She has the artillery golems both designate her for 3 charges, so Mora could convert them to healing later with the rod. Now in position to full attack, the many stone fists
get that
reaching out of the
charge
sides
cheese
of the
going.
tunnel pounded the sphere down below half HP. More of the Earth minions were advancing within the stone walls, still able to attack once, and, as usual, staying mainly in cover as they did so. They missed their attacks on Angel, and Liz kills the one coming for her with her readied action. That's when something else emerged from the
That
breach.
wasn't the worst
A
attack animation.
dragonborn?
I always wanted to know what it'd be like to kill little one. It totally looks like a humanoid dragon, but isn't. It's kind of the opposite. He casts Chilling Fog. It's like solid fog.
Yeah,
minus 2 to
this,
hit and damage
these
while in the
I did
cloud.
reuse the
It
image.
takes
They are
a
not the
move
same
action
as
to
the
go 5
dispelling
feet,
fire
but
elementals.
this also deals
that don't-
2d6 cold damage per round.
no, they're
no save.
different.
Don't we have something against fogs? That's part of the artifact
Spelling ones
crossbow,
were just a boss
which
fight phase.
I have. Vision is blocked by any more than 5 feet of the magical fog, so the artillery golems can't do anything at all except feed charges to units on their side of the cloud. They could blind fire a maelstrom of incendiary rounds or glitter dust, but none of that seemed particularly useful against these elemental foes, all of whom were immune to fire,
fire
and
damage?
most of which didn't need eyes to see. Angel is hindered as well, the penalties making her reach less useful and making a good roll on her cold damage the only way to one-shot the fireproof crit-immune minions. Mora tries and fails to dispel the cloud, and the heavily damaged sphere retreats as far as it can, its rolling AC bonus stopping all but one of the opportunity attacks. It then takes some electrical damage, hit by some attack from outside the cloud. Another bolt of blind-fired electricity does hit Angel square, but she laughs off the easy reflex save. The cloud rolls a mere 4 cold damage for the second turn in a row, but that would have been enough to kill the rock guys, who had apparently backed off into the walls, not attacking to avoid exposing themselves. As Angel reaches the forward edge, she drops a lower-level fog cloud spell on the enemy caster.
What is this, the Fog Wars?
The Cloud Wars, trying to make this as long and boring as
Hey,
possible
Star Wars
for the
font.
players not involved. This place is such a pain in the ass.
I know.
There's a fiery, windy sound, and Angel's fog spell is dissipated.
You know, your cloud's in the way, too.
Did you see all the big machines back there?
We're almost out of firelings.
I know. I'll be summoning for
They
days.
have a
You,
name.
whoever up there isn't a machine. We don't have to do this so adversarially.
Does
We
that
can
make
cut
the
some
rock
kind of
guys
deal.
Earthlings?
All we want is access. Access to what? What do you think? The ley line. Let me think about this. No. We really have a lot of these guys. We'll get through eventually. It's just wasting everybody's time. You can even keep the place when we're done.
They have a lot of those guys. You have a lot of these guys.
Mora tries again and successfully dispels the freezing fog, and the whole battle changes. The second, much bulkier Dragonborn spins around and sends out a fire blast with a maneuver, burning a hole in the slicing golem, finally causing it to break down.
There,
Aw.
that's one thing done with.
Earth elementals start attacking out of the wall again, and the remaining fire ones charge up the hall with the stronger of the two Dragonborn right behind them. But with the sightlines clear and targets actually worth prioritizing, the artillery golems and their melee screen finally get into the fray. Each artillery unit designates one of the Dragonborn for 3 Polaron charges, though the spellcaster manages to dodge, and a massive incendiary barrage shows that though the warrior is very resistant to fire, he's not immune, taking a tiny amount of damage. Do not be concerned. You have been designated as a non-target.
Right.
As the rock guys attack the constructs, they have very little success thanks to the 30 temp HP shield being generated by the invisible hemisphere crawling
Oh,
along
yeah.
the ceiling. Liz isn't so lucky. Unfortunately, the shield doesn't protect Polaron's biological allies. In fact, even the Warforged back in the day needed modifications, a special Warforged feat, in order to benefit from the energy shield.
You bastards! I'm gonna find out where in the wall your crotch is!
Such a pain. Your minions are going up in flames. Like your career. They have a self-destruct. How valuable to us do you think they are? Rather than charging past the choke point where she'd be all exposed, Angel held position amongst the wall of blue metal and green muscle. The Dragonborn warrior runs up and struggles with Liz, managing to hurl her towards Angel using a lesser martial throw maneuver, allowing the caster to hit them both with a cone of not lightning.
that was
What?
kind of an
Looks
animated
kind of
throw.
like purple lightning, but instead of damage, everyone in a 30-foot cone must make a fortitude save. Angel and Liz each suffer -6 strength for 4 rounds, or 2 rounds if you
that's
save.
it.
She saves and still gets -6 strength?
For 2 rounds. Can she still even stand? Angel only has 10 strength, so -6 is literally crippling. But her equipment is so lightweight and
Common
minimalist
house
that
cat,
we
strength
do the
3.
math, and she's right on the line, but not actually encumbered, as long as she drops her crossbow. Liz, on the other hand, while massively strong, is encumbered with her medium armor and multiple two-handed backup weapons. Is she really? I don't want to do the math, so yes. I dropped my crossbow, but I'm getting out a vial and poisoning my weapon. The poison made from Kuatoa livers? No, Scorpion. 1d8 con damage. Let's see what the wizard's fort save is like. At the start of their turn, the missile-armed golem that had hit the warrior fires its artillery beam, blasting the warrior for 59 damage.
Yeah, how do you like it?
Unleash a full volley of glitter dust and demobilizer rounds. The caster laughed off the will saves, but the other one was utterly disabled, both blinded and slowed. Liz does get to her feet, but misses due to the brutal strength penalty. Yet the regular golems do some serious smashing, and of course, at the end of their turn, the artillery units designate both Dragonborn this time. Hey, are you awake?
I can't see you. I can barely move.
Look, I'll make this very simple. We don't want to kill your people. Your machine attacked us first. We don't even want to take over your facility. We'll just leave when we're done.
Luckily, they don't understand how those charges work, because one of them's about to die.
He can see that Angel is uninterested in his arguments, though, and changes tact. Fine. From what little I've heard, your group see
Angel,
yourselves as heroes.
not really
I assume
negotiating.
you want to avoid civilian casualties. I don't want to do anything unpleasant, but we really need access to the ley line, and technically, we have a hostage. 2 rock minions emerge from the hardened lava passage, holding a statuesque but tired-looking human woman. Oh god, is he appealing to the wrong party member?
Oh, my heart bleeds.
It's no one you've ever seen before. She's a fairly attractive human woman, though pretty disheveled, which makes sense if they were marching the tunnel. She was a member of that archaeological expedition, and very helpful in learning how to get here, but now that we're here, we don't really need her anymore. We just need access to the ley line for maybe 2 weeks. It's nothing that should affect you. You can watch if you want, and when we're done, we'll leave, and we'll release her to you.
I don't know what they want, but I've been with them so long I don't care. Just let them have it so I can go.
I'll give you my answer now.
Just
A
let
couple
them
more
have it.
rock guys come out of the walls to physically shield the Dragonborn, but Angel still slashes him for a small amount of damage, and...
Colossal scorpion poison. Fortitude 25?
No, he did not save. 1d8 con?
5.
What's that? 50 hit points?
Depends on his
Ow.
level.
The constitution damage cost him 3 hit points per level. That's a lot of damage. The battle rages on, with the elemental minions breaking through the energy shields to inflict some damage on some of the golems, but the Dragonborn warrior does f*** all because he's slowed and blinded, and rock guys out in the open are pretty easy pickings.
I'm just really curious what they were gonna do with the ley line.
Never gonna find out now.
I wouldn't have dealt with them based on their tactics, but I'm pretty interested. I want to find out more for when we go after dragons. Angel tries to call Rainbow Dash up to attack, but she has to move up a lot to get in position. A shot from Mora bloodies the caster, then an artillery beam blasts him for 43. He's very badly
Ow.
hurt now.
He can't run away because it's Angel.
That being the case, casting on the defensive, he drops Chilling Fog right on top of all of you.
So he's damaging them too?
These things happen. Rainbow Dash stops at the cloud, though. With Angel on a 15-foot high ceiling and the caster down on one knee, there's easily 5 feet of solid fog between them, preventing her from attacking. Get me the hostage.
I'm going to attack the woman.
She's helping them. It's morally ambiguous, but it's a good tactical move.
You want her? I'm gonna take her away from you.
Take your attack. Awesome, Angel. This is an Angel move.
This is an Angel move.
Yeah,
Hey,
we all agree this
she
is an Angel
screams and
move.
falls. Hard to tell if it was an "I'm dying" scream or just a getting slashed scream.
I doubt they'll try and use her for leverage against you again.
Next thing, they hear a spell being cast down below. The blind, slowed guy is like,
I've got this.
Attack of opportunity?
you can't see him, but he does have to make his concentration check. Blah.
He's just having a bad day.
You're not sure what happens, but you think the stone guys are moving away. Angel drops down, basically just falls 5 feet, close enough to attack as she sinks. The strength debuff
solid
is
fog
worn
physics.
off, and she slashes down at the Dragonborn, and on his turn, the cloud dissipates. The green Dragonborn, bleeding on the ground, shivering, poisoned, in negative HP. The woman doesn't look so great, but she's also alive.
That was the plan. Just take the human out. Maybe she has -5 or -6 HP, but Mora will come in afterwards and heal her.
You gotta be careful. Not all NPCs survive down to negative hit points.
Well, we were hoping.
That's a chance Angel's willing to take.
Oh boy.
Damn it. The remaining Dragonborn can tell the cloud is gone, and though he can't see, he can guess why. He uses a Shadow Hand maneuver to teleport. Aren't they in Polaron's anti-teleportation field? Teleportation detected.
I pull out my sword for style. Coup de grace.
He dies. With the cloud down and the major enemies gone, Rainbow Dash doesn't attack so much as run up to Angel and nuzzle her.
I'm just wondering if this guy stored his reserve hit points in the girl like a Horcrux, and he just calls her over and bam.
That'd be hilarious. Mora heals the woman. She doesn't wake up right away, but she seems fine.
Right.
Okay, now I give him my offer. You have 2 options. Kneel, surrender your weapons and armor, you're our prisoner, or we kill you right here.
Damn it. This sucks.
And he knows you're not bluffing because you already attacked his hostage.
What did the Dragonborn want with the ley line?
Yeah.
Next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
Yay, Team Polaron. It's just... Well, that was interesting because that fight was so much different than what we usually see with the party involved. Way different
The
stuff
issue
going on.
still remained. The party couldn't risk teleporting back to Polaron with Dwarf Daggerface and GE7 until they could find a way to assure themselves the Warforged had not been possessed by a Dark Ancient. I'm sure he's fine. Yeah, let's go.
Oh yeah, this. That shot was a bit of a pain, but it is cool. Not sinister at all. Like must reuse that pan zoom as often as possible. Yeah. It's sniper time.
Tales from my
I've been forgetting to put on the
campaign.
the captions are staying on today for no reason.
Previously,
All right.
The issue still
That makes it
remained.
easier.
The party couldn't risk teleporting back to Polaron with Dwarf Daggerface and GE7 until they could find a way to assure themselves the Warforged had not been possessed by a Dark Ancient. I'm sure he's fine. Yeah, let's go. I don't want to do anything unpleasant, but we really need access to the ley line, and technically, we have a hostage.
Oh god, is he appealing to the wrong party member?
She screams and falls.
Coup de grace.
He dies.
You have two options. You're our prisoner, or we kill you right here.
Damn it.
And he knows you're not bluffing because you already attacked his hostage.
Meanwhile, the rest of the party, having met their old friends in Corso's Chasm, decide to teleport back for no reason. Now, actually, in character, they don't know what's going on with Angel. So, the Orc Slayer and friends attend a big feast with Don de Corso, meeting his wife, Maria, for the first time. She spends a lot of time traveling around Targ. Maria seems to be the steady hand,
Nice hat,
the
Maria.
businesswoman and diplomat who runs most
They
of
got
the
a match,
actual
right?
business of their estado, while the Don dreams up and invests in various high-risk, high-reward ventures. The kind which fail more often than not, but where his successes, including the 3 artifact spoons, make enough that he comes out ahead overall, and Maria turns those windfalls into more stable holdings. De Corso does tactfully bring up that when they leave this time, he'd like to reclaim that lab space he had set aside for the party before they left for Vistria.
sounds fair.
I was surprised he kept it for us so long. They sell a few ancient Tataran masterwork
using that
crossbows
zoom
and
animation.
various
Yeah,
other
use that
loot,
zoom
while
animation
living
as
loads
often
up
as
on rare
possible in
metals
this
and other
episode.
materials for item crafting. When do we get the 10,000 for that plaque? It was supposed to be the next time Draven returns home. Being the Rajas, it's probably like a triggered event. So it's actually several days after Angel fought off an invasion at Polaron that Black is pushing aside the tables to make room for the teleport room. Time to get the gang all back together.
There'll be a few new faces. I don't want you to freak out when we get there, but we've got a huge 6-legged horse. Also an orc.
What? How did you find it? But you... he's actually stuck. He can't decide which to ask about first.
Alright, let's teleport while he's still confused.
I got De Corso Chef to make Angel a doggy bag. GE7 did not originally intend to leave with them, but when they finally reveal that they've found a functioning Ataran facility, he obviously has to go. So he spent a little time
Actually, I
magically
gotta run
messaging
up
various
and,
people.
do
Don
bio quickly.
Stormsmith,
Here.
some dwarven wizards,
Doodle
couple
time.
elves. Obviously not telling him anything specific, but letting him know that something has come up and he won't be visiting them as planned. Finally, each of them loaded down with gear and supplies, they form a circle to teleport back using the Eldritch Eye linked to the one they'd used to teleport out of Polaron. Alright, Draven, you are going to have to make a concentration check to keep your teleport spell. What? Because of the defenses? Nope, you know how the defenses work. You accounted for that in choosing your departure spot, etc. My concentration check is not that strong. It's not really what I do.
Can I help him? If I roll, can I say I'm massaging his shoulders?
You're already trying to maintain physical contact with another person in a circle while carrying a bunch of loot.
Also, I don't think massaging would help. Probably distracts more than anything.
I got a 27. I had to look up the DC for spellcasting while taking damage. Is there, like, a ring of fire where we're going?
Well, no, because the spell would already have succeeded to get there.
So, for taking 31 damage while casting, 31, the concentration DC is 10 plus spell level plus damage taken. It's like 40 something. I take the damage? Nobody else does? Yes. You were actually just hit by a very large crossbow bolt. In here? In the lab? The glass shattered out of one of the high slit windows. The poison is DC... Where's the poison DC? Did I not write down it? It's just like, and he has poison. What poison?
I'm so pissed off right now.
I have a good fort DC. You know what? You saved against the poison, because I fumbled my writing a character check. Anyway, you don't see where somebody would be to fire down through that slit. The windows are like 12 feet up. Flying, invisible.
He could have spider climb.
Wait, is that a teleport room? Who are these guys? That idiot is going to be too late.
With their teleport spell interrupted, GE7 takes cover, and the rest, including Dwarf Daggerface, prepare for... As the double doors are blown off by some kind of alchemical explosion, Little One sees a Kuatoa in black robes charge in.
Crossbow?
He doesn't have one.
Is he invisible?
No, well, he is for a second, but it breaks when he attacks. Little One, you take 9 physical, 27 electric, plus Sensor Chaotic, 16 untyped damage from his Lawbearer charge maneuver. Then make a Fortitude save against Stunning Fist.
Don't you get countercharge bonus from your boots?
No, I have to have it ready to action for that. 20 on the save. Rolled a 20 or 20 total? Total. Then you are stunned for 1 round, and will be nauseated the following round. 20 fails? What's the DC based on? Multiple feats, high wisdom. Stunning Fist is one of his signature moves. Oh, also, you gain some strange electrical-based charge buff, but it goes away at the end of the turn. You also drop your weapon. I have a locked gauntlet. Then you don't drop your weapon. Just all those other things. Orb of Force for 31. I hit 27 touch? 27 touch AC? So annoying. That barely hits, though a good chunk of that touch AC is due to a temporary bonus from his charge maneuver.
I want to flank him, but I don't think it'll work.
Black uses Knight's move to appear behind the monitor, which is indeed immune to flanking bonuses, but Black hits him for 16 damage, triggering the Zealot Pact spell the priest had cast a week ago, giving him +4 to hit and double damage on his melee attacks against
Alright, so did I miss anything cool?
1 round per caster level. As an immediate action, he counters with a touch attack maneuver for 14 cold damage.
Well, I counter.
There's just so much animation in
Cold
like
maneuver?
this half of the
he has a
series.
discipline which is essentially like your Desert Wind, but all cold based instead of fire. Call it Deep Currents. Unfortunately, after triggering the Pact, Black misses with the rest of his attacks this round, because currently the monitor's AC is like 35.
Mountain Hammer!
As much as he's improved, though, DDF
Monitor's like
just does
blocking and dodging
not
is pretty
have
fun.
the to hit to go toe-to-toe with a monitor. But any ally under half health heals 1 hit point per round from his weird Dragon Shaman aura. Meanwhile, GE7 walks up and heals Draven for 22 with a cure spell. Oh right, he's a cleric. Monitor's turn. He can hit lots of people where he is, but the squishies over there, they are squishy. The monitor tumbles past.
This monitor's
all the warriors
weird
with
custom
acrobatic
stance didn't
ease,
prove as
shoving his
interesting
face
as I
up
hoped.
Close to GE7.
Don't worry.
Happens sometimes.
Blue One. I'm taking you alive.
Then he hits Draven with Deathmark, or rather, the cold version of Deathmark. It's a level 3 Desert Wind maneuver.
It's only level 3. Can't be that bad.
It has words in it I really don't like. He makes the reflex save for half against Deathmark's 21 damage. Energy which builds through his body and explodes out to hit GE7 as well, but with Incarnum abilities adding plus 5d6 electrical damage to
the
the
description of that
monitor's first
maneuver
attack each
is
round,
kinda
plus
crazy.
1d6 more from a weapon crystal. The monitor piles on plenty of damage even without the maneuver. Also, Stunning Fist. Fortitude 24? Nope. You're close, though. Diamond Fin Hazov. How many feats does he have? A lot.
All
of
the
feats.
he just has all the
Does
feats.
have to fight an entire party on his own. At the end of Hazov's turn, Draven's Thunder Charge dissipates harmlessly. Whatever triggers them didn't happen.
Don't
He has to hit
attack
like
Draven.
3 enemies in
Black
the same,
casts
3 or
Knight's
more
move
enemies
a
in the
second
same
time,
round,
so he can
and
still
then they all
full
take
attack the
damage based on
monitor.
how many
And
enemies he
without the
hit.
plus 5 AC
But
from
it's
Hazov's
like a pain in the
powerful
rear.
charge maneuver last round, Black's double damage and plus 4 to hit allows him to beat the Diamond Fin monitor for like 90 damage. Draven gets no action thanks to the Stunning Fist. Little One's stun wore off last round, but due to one of
Zealot
Hazov's
Pact.
feats,
Not great for
victims
game
who fail
balance
their
overall.
save are nauseated by pain in the following round, unable to do anything but move actions. And despite being severely shaken by Black's assault, the monitor still dodges the dwarf's attacks effortlessly.
Successfully
Freezing blade.
stunning Little One
Piling
for the
on extra
entire
cold
fight
damage
was
for
fairly
one
rude.
round. Diamond Fin has full attacks, lashing out at everyone around him. He hits Black and attempts to stun him, but Black has literally about plus 20 to his fortitude, and he doesn't roll low enough to flub the difficulty 26 save. The monitor also hits Dagger Face for a large chunk of his health, but though he can do 2 Stunning Fist attempts per round, he doesn't waste it. Instead,
not
hitting
even
and
worth it.
re-stunning Little One, who is about to actually take an action. Each target hit gets a Thunder Charge, but this time he actually hit enough enough different people to trigger his custom martial stance, Relentless Tides. If he hits 3 or more enemies in the same round, the thunder charges go off, each dealing 1d6 electrical damage per target hit. So 3d6 this time. Through all this, Draven's nauseated from the previous round's stunning fist, and Little One has been re-stunned, but Black still has his insane Zealot Pact buff going. He attacks and
Stupid
misses,
Zealot Pact.
strikes again, and Hazov uses a maneuver as an immediate action to gain +4 AC against that attack only, causing it to miss as well. I am a monitor! You can't!
Then I hit again.
Well, he can't use that maneuver again right away, so you get him.
Take 16 times 2,
Yeah, that's-
32 damage.
You did it! You killed a damn monitor!
Not a super
I
fun
really
fight for
did
Little One.
fortitude save. I
Kind
just
of
rolled
unfortunate.
like crap. I think we're gonna have to reinvestigate that Zealot Pact going forward.
Is it over? What about that crossbow bolt?
What? Unfortunately, whoever fired that shot, Black and Dwarf Daggerface had no luck finding them. There was no sign of a shooter on the roof across the street, and if not there, the angle was such it would have had to have come
Oh,
from
those
the
are
top of the
chimneys. I
rocky
was thinking
hill
I
of
had some of
Corso's
the
Bowl,
windows
which
poorly,
was well
like,
over 1,000 feet away. You can
layered or
technically
something,
shoot
but
that far with a
I
long
just
bow
realized
heavy
those are
crossbow,
chimneys.
but
Now
the
I'm
range
less angry
penalty
with the
would be
shot,
close
although
to
they still don't look
minus
great.
20. And how would even a Kuatoa spot an indoor target at that distance? We can't find him? Oh, that's great news.
Fun
You say
setup.
they were after GE7?
That's what he said while death marking me.
I had no idea I was
You're
being
still
followed.
alive. What are you complaining
Really?
about?
Not us? Either this thing was following GE7, or he was following us. He talked like he was following GE7, then only moved when we showed up, but that seems kind of dumb.
Unless he was following GE7 and acted only when we were about to teleport him away.
But what if he mentioned GE7 to try and throw us off? Fake you out? He's a monitor. He thought he was gonna kill you all.
He was wrong.
But they do level up, as does Angel for her solo defense of Polaron, and the Monitor did leave a bunch of loot. A +4 Amulet of Wisdom for Black, though they'll have to spend a bunch of cash adding his Retributive Amulet ability to it. His foot wraps count as magic boots with +2 Stunning Fist DC, with an added ability to increase reach for 1 round 3 times a day. Plus, he had the obligatory Weapon Crystal of +1d6 electrical damage. Even his elite Kolos cloak was enchanted. Beyond the alchemical invisibility powers, which were essentially useless to non-KTs, it had a +2 enhancement bonus to dexterity and a once per day ability to
Oh,
make
yeah, I
a
have to
free
remember, I put
attack of opportunity
reheating
when
my
an enemy
pizza. I've
misses an
gotta
attack. It's too bad we can't use their
remember
invis
to,
worth a damn. Compared to the other cloaks we've seen, this
go
has
get it
more
in a few
charge-efficient invisibility options. Plus, it can spend 10 of the 15 charges to do a swift action invis for up to 2 rounds, which makes an invisible blinding flash.
An invisible flash?
It only affects creatures which can see the invisible, but they have to save or be dazzled and lose the ability to see invisible
remember
and
if Black
ethereal for 2
switched to the
rounds.
+4
runaway
Wisdom
move?
Amulet. I
He
don't
should have
think he
used it.
did.
Life comes at you fast. We're gonna have to go see the dawn again.
I
Is
want to
it-
parade this thing through
The
the
mask,
streets.
mask was
Following the
+2
rogue
Wisdom, but
KT
also had
corpse around
natural
town
armor.
Gets mixed crowd reactions. Everyone's impressed, obviously, but some people are scared, even
Just
to the point of
drag
weeping,
that body
scared
through the
that
streets.
There was a monitor here, wondering why, whether they might be
an
retribution, and there are a few who don't believe it's really a monitor, almost by definition. I mean, it died. It's just something that doesn't happen. The guards
Yeah,
at
I
the
mean,
door are
can't
like,
really,
"Is that
can't be
a
a real
monitor?"
monitor because
It
it's dead.
was.
They are mortal. They can die.
DeCorso has a similar reaction.
Is that really a monitor?
It was. How is this going to affect your relations with the KT?
They don't have any relations with the Diluvians. If that's an Illud monitor, that wouldn't be good. The impression you got from the Diluvian peace envoy, and from what you've heard of the Illud, is that Kuatoa seem to assume that in any treaty, both sides are spying on each other, and probably taking other covert actions. But if they have a peace treaty, as the Illud do, anything beyond information should be limited, like no assassinations. So if this was an Illud monitor,
No
that would be pretty
disintegrations.
weird.
What do you want to do with the body?
I don't think we want it here.
Maybe we should do something with the body. Publicly.
Here it comes. DeCorso isn't actually against that in general. He has no love for the Diluvians. He just doesn't want you making that kind of statement within like 50 miles of here. He's responsible for a lot of people.
Right. We don't want some other KT showing up saying,
Don't decorate your bar with my friend.
we'll just spread the word that a monitor died at the hands of... We never did come up with a name for our group, did we?
At one point, a
Oh,
while
yeah.
back, I could swear you guys semi came to the Liberators. But then I brought it up a short while later, and everyone was like, no, that's shitty. Who came up with that?
I thought we were the Hand of Liberty.
We could be the little, the bad, and the angel.
The littler?
The little, the littler.
The good, the bad, and the Rainbow Dash. The Hand of Liberation is okay.
The Liberator sounds like a comic book, like the Avengers.
You guys should call yourselves the Avengers. The Dravengers? What if they try to scry the monitor after it doesn't report in?
What the?
They'll want to know what happened. We can't take this thing to Polaron. We have to leave it with the Corso.
Just don't leave him in the
I
shadow.
hope the stream's still
Don't
going.
want
It
him
just
coming back as a
warned me
zombie.
that my
We need to
recording
keep
has
his hands,
ceased
though,
because it ran
as
out
an
of
item of power.
space.
For crafting major items. Right.
I think that's just the
protect it from
recording
divination
part. Though.
somehow?
I should.
Can we get a lead coffin?
Does that even work?
Oh yeah.
I'm not
It's
too
not
worried about the local
universal,
recordings
but
of this.
many
but, like, damn.
divinations, including scrying, state that they are blocked by a thin sheet of lead. It's not like they can just scrounge up a lead coffin at the market, but the craftsmen of the chasm can certainly make one. DeCorso puts a rush on it, and the next day they have a wooden coffin lined with quarter-inch thick lead plates welded shut around the handless corpse of Diamond Fin Hasov, ready for transport.
He's got a partner with a crossbow.
I'm still stuck on the name. I could be totally conceited, like the Black Tower.
The Formidable Few.
That's not bad. Just formidable.
Whoever they are, they arranged to spread the word that they killed a monitor outside of town, then disappeared into the desert. And after boarding up the windows, they attempt to teleport again, this time with no nasty surprises.
Yeah,
Unless
anyway,
you count Angel's news.
as long as the stream's still going.
Actually happened a couple days before the others returned from Corso's Chasm. Angel had placed her prisoner, the Blue Dragonborn, sitting in the middle of the secondary armory, surrounded by robots, and he just sat there cross-legged, not offering any resistance. The hostage, who Angel had struck down to throw off the attackers and who Mora had later healed, did regain consciousness after an hour or so.
I'm sticking by her side the whole time, just in case.
I'm so glad to be free of. They didn't even know what humans eat. I had to convince them that.
Why
we
is
could
Angel
only
so
eat other
suspicious of
mammals
this
because
person?
Otherwise, they tried to bring me scorpions. How am I supposed to eat that?
Scorpions are poisonous, but they're not venomous, so you could eat them.
She doesn't know that. She's an archaeologist.
I cast detect thoughts.
Well, she rolled a 19, so she's saved. What's she hiding? Kill her. She's hiding good die rolls, apparently.
Is this some kind of woman-only base or something?
It was convenient that she
All
rolled a
here,
19,
Angel,
so I
Liz,
could use
Mora,
that
and
excuse.
robots.
Actually, Rainbow Dash is female too.
Anyway, fast forward a bit, and the rest of the party teleports back to the room Draven had left in the portal room, completing the round-trip ritual. Angel hadn't known when to expect them, but she's very glad when they show up. It's a little strange that they brought a coffin.
It's not that strange.
Well, yeah, but it's strange that you brought it with you. We killed a monitor. Nah, 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 nah. So, Angel, how much do you tell
thank
them
you,
about
Draven.
what happened? Do you mention attacking the hostage?
A couple of Dragonborn attacked, wanting to get to the ley line. I said no. One's dead, one's tied up in the secondary armory, and I saved the damsel.
Yeah, saved.
Nobody saw it due to the chilling fog cloud. The guy was like, pass me the hostage. And you were like, interception!
She was a member of that group of
The quarterback
archaeologists.
is
Also, I
toast.
found some symbol I couldn't identify down in the basement.
Really? So Angel, Draven, and GE7 start to head back down to examine the symbol, bringing the archaeologist with them.
Wait, why are you bringing her down there? Wherever I go, I'm keeping my eyes on her.
You know, she is an archaeologist. Maybe she could help. Though, after seeing it, we may not be able to let her leave.
The more she finds out, the more she stays here. At this point, with what she knows, can we let her leave? How secret do you want to keep this place? Would you kill for it? You might need to.
She's human and everything, right?
That's my question.
My character's gotten better on the racial stuff, but still.
I think we should ask her. Do whatever she wants to do.
Yeah, I don't think we should hold her prisoner, but maybe remand her, encourage her to stay with the Hand of Sirius.
And the Hand would love to have someone with her experience.
And for her own safety. She's already been kidnapped once. I want to bring her
Yeah,
down to the
she's-
scene.
she's
While
very
back in Little
vulnerable
One,
to
check on the
kidnapping,
prisoner.
apparently.
The rest of you head down to the core, and she's unsurprisingly impressed by the huge room, walls of lava.
That's-
the portal's
That's
pretty
actually, it
impressive,
reminds me
even though
of,
it's shut down.
oddly
You
enough,
should have seen
the
when we were
old,
fighting.
the really old
Ah,
Decipher,
what's that?
like,
That's our pet fire spirit.
Star Wars card game.
Angel shows them the symbol.
If a
she
character
found,
showed
faintly
up
scratched
in,
near the
like,
bottom of the ramp,
a second of the
fortunately not
movie,
covered by the hardened
whatever
lava
they were
splashed up by
doing,
the
that was like what their
explosive.
card ability
But
would be.
Draven doesn't need a
There's
check
like the
to
Imperial
identify it.
officer in
Someone's
Cloud
been here
City who
before
was
us?
like dragging
Son of
Leia,
a-
So he's just like some crap, like some crap Imperial
scooped.
officer. Like
The
he's
symbol
not
was
good
a
for
marker
anything,
used
but
by
he has like a
members of the Hand
bonus
of
to like
Sirius.
human
The kind of thing
shields.
you might leave if you were lost to let anyone
So you'd
from
have
the
a
Order
bonus to being
know that
kidnapped.
you've been there. And it's engraved in the stone? It was cut by something sharp. It's not very deep at all.
Can the archaeologist date that carving? Can Mora help?
I can take a look.
She examines it for a bit, but concludes this isn't ancient. She has no way to date something with precision, but she assures them it can't be centuries old.
Wasn't there an adventuring Indiana Jones type guy from the Hand?
Are you confusing him with Greypike, the dwarf archaeologist?
No, he's talking about Brother Fields. Not sure he does archaeology, but he went on missions and fought stuff.
Nobody told us anything about finding Polaron, though our mission wasn't expected to take us this way. Hanley and Matsomi can be ridiculously secretive, but I would think I'd be one of the first experts they'd bring in on something like this.
Shouldn't the controller know all about this?
They head back up to the controller room, where they also wanted to get its thoughts on what's left of Ginneron controller, and to introduce it to GE7, a slightly thorny issue which momentarily
pizza back up
distracts them.
early oven.
We introduced GE7 to the controller while having out all our weapons behind his back.
I'll be right
just
back.
in case.
No, GE7 doesn't make a Dark Ancient reveal and try to possess the controller.
All this time, I had no idea where the portal hub was, or that any other controllers were still active.
Graven pulls out the worker torso containing what's left of Ginneron. What can you salvage from this?
Before your counterpart from Ginneron was destroyed, it downloaded what it could into this shell.
Lesser controller, please grant access to all knowledge. This is Polaron controller, Defense Ministry access.
Okay.
This appears to be an incomplete fragment of Ginneron controller from the Science Ministry. As they had suspected, in the few seconds it took for Epsilon's attack to possess the controller, it had not managed to preserve much of itself. It had transferred essentially without its operating system. Not a transfer of consciousness, so much as a copy of as much data as it could salvage, plus the instructions to communicate the message about the impending portal disaster via the speechless worker body. Ginneron's data cross-references with the energy spike we previously discussed approximately 1 year ago. However, the dataset stops minutes prior to the transit which preceded the final spike. What? A small entity was transferred through the portal.
You're homunculus!
Oh man, we had a turtle fall.
Came through to here. A primitive construct, heavily damaged, emerged from the portal.
So where's 7 now? Next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
I think it's important that you all know the turtle literally fell on his back. It was stuck. Wow. I missed whatever was happening there, and I don't remember what it was. Did she reveal anything yet?
Leroy Jenkins. No.
Oh, yeah, that...
Kaioken
That
2.
was a pretty good animation.
I'm Pickle Rick.
Pretty successfully captures that scene from Kill La Kill. So, makes me happy. Yeah, yes, it's a live turtle Viator. That's why I just put it on the back of my chair whenever I get up. And then it, like, fell down. And nobody cares. Breakfast pizza. It's just like regular pizza, but earlier.
Tales from My D&D Campaign.
Previously,
You have two options. You're our prisoner, or we kill you right here.
damn it.
And he knows you're not bluffing because you already attacked his hostage.
The double doors are blown off by some kind of alchemical explosion. Then he hits Draven with Deathmark, or rather, the cold version of Deathmark.
Don't attack Draven.
You did it! You killed a damn monitor!
The rest of the party teleports back.
I found some symbol I couldn't identify down in the basement.
Someone's been here before us? Son of a marker used by members of the Hand of Sirius. Ginneron's data cross-references with the energy spike we previously discussed approximately 1 year ago. What? A small
Oh, yeah,
entity
the energy
transferred
spike.
through the portal.
You're homunculus!
7 came through to here. A primitive construct, heavily damaged, emerged from the portal.
Oh,
it was placed in a
7.
repair bay.
Not in
Once
great
physically
shape.
restored, it left the facility.
What? Down the tunnel? Or into the Arctic?
The Arctic. Graven's connection had been broken as 7 entered Ginneron's failing portal, but it seemed 7 had survived, though possibly changed by the incident.
Yeah, that-
Suddenly, that basic Hand of Sirius symbol made a lot more sense. I'm casting Sending, and
They
don't
really,
get anything.
they really needed to run into a monitor
Probably
earlier
not
than
even
that.
on this plane anymore. If
Seven's still alive.
I've got to look up scrying. Oh, but it needs an expensive material focus. Fancy mirror. 1,000 gold piece mirror? Yes. For scrying? Yeah. They have one up in the labs.
Bonus.
Unlike sending,
Yeah,
you
Cole's
can
like, and then we
scry
never
someone on
talked
another
about
plane.
Seven
Let me
again.
look up the scrying modifiers. I am definitely familiar with the subject. It was your familiar.
Seven's made with your blood, right?
Exactly. Soon enough, they're gathered around the scrying mirror, and Draven's concentrating on the powerful divination. Scrying attempts to look and listen in on a creature, and the space around that creature for 1 minute per caster level.
Where-
no
for
matter
some reason,
where
wherever
the
you go,
target
stuff
is.
keeps happening
Give or
to
take
you.
a thin sheet of
It makes
lead.
it hard for you
The
to
target gets a saving
deal
throw
with every
against
little
the
tiny
scrying,
thing.
with +5 to defend against it
Could
if they're
sacrifice
on
yourself
another
for you.
plane, and more bonuses if you've never met the individual. But if you are very familiar with the individual, they get -5 to the save. And who could be more familiar than Draven's arcane familiar? You see Seven. It does look a little bit different. A bunch of its parts have been replaced with similarly shaped bits of blue metal. And based on that, it almost looks like part of it was disintegrated before Polaron repaired it. Seven appears to be flying down some kind of natural tunnel. It passes through an extremely narrow space, which it can do being tiny, but then the tunnel widens into a room with a number of angular rock cuts. There Seven stops, watching. Then you see several ant-like humanoids pass by. Seven doesn't greet them or anything. It appears to be
This little
spying on
scrying
them.
sequence actually does not look too bad.
20 on her bardic knowledge check.
20 or no, I'm afraid this isn't a very bardic knowledge-y situation. There's no way she can learn much about the location from what Draven describes of his vision. But she does have a good idea of where in the Feywild the Formians are occupying, at least as of a couple years ago.
The
Formian
Formian map.
occupation was why the elves were heading back to their lands, a lot of them going through to support the Eladrin there. The Feywild?
Feywild.
What's it doing in the Feywild? I was just going to teleport to it.
Not in the Feywild, you aren't.
Wait, caverns? You can't go down in the Feywild. There are some weird exceptions. Certain places where caverns already exist in the Feylands might be diggable, or if you piled up a bunch of dirt or rock, it should take centuries for the planar bottom to adjust.
But it's still weird.
Very. Draven watches the homunculus for the rest of the spell's duration, enough to be quite certain that Seven wasn't working
Look at all those
with
copy and
the
paste Formians.
but little else was certain. Plane shift plus another Eldritch Eye or two leading to the middle of Formian territory with no understanding of what Seven was doing or why. It was just too much for
Yeah,
right now,
it's
especially when they were supposed
Obviously,
to be planning
nobody
to
knows
rescue
anything
Zahir
much
from the
about what was
vampire
happening with the
king.
Formians
Yes,
at the end
I
of
can
66.
try it again later. So for the present,
Unclear.
they move on to interrogating the surviving Dragonborn.
What's your moral compass on torturing people?
We'll see.
I'm not in favor of freaky, disfiguring, or long-term tortures. Slapping someone around a little bit? Whatever. The blue-scaled Dragonborn, whose name is Imasa, the one with some martial maneuvers, was pretty secure, surrounded by golems.
Are they keeping charges on him all the time?
No. Technically, I haven't made any game rule against them doing that. They don't have limited uses, particularly in the facility. But there are non-tangible, common sense, unquantified energy usage limitations. So even though they can certainly march around 24/7, they aren't going to be using all of their abilities all the time like that. They'll have ready actions though, in case he tries something. Definitely.
Yeah.
I know why I'm here, but why are you here?
We came for the ley line.
What did you want with it?
Wasn't really my department. You could ask Fadir if your friend hadn't killed him.
We can still ask him.
He seems slightly
Yeah,
disconcerted.
no, Sean,
by
they
that.
Why
haven't
did he
they haven't
want
learned
the
anything
ley
about
I
what the
don't
head of
understand
Sirius
these
wanted to do
things,
with
but Fadir planned
the
to
Kalana
use it somehow
Dialia.
to help counter
Yet.
the power of the Red Dragon Lords.
Probably not
Why
important.
didn't you say that? That's interesting.
Maybe if you hadn't attacked us.
This place was supposed to be uninhabited. Nothing but dangerous machines.
You can't come in attacking everyone in sight. Sometimes you lose.
Yes.
Seems like we let everyone in. Nobody can get in. We show up. In half a day, everyone can get in.
It's unfortunate that you tried to get in when everyone's on high alert. I'd like to think that Angel wouldn't have killed your friend otherwise, but Angel. You know that your Angel attacked our hostage. What did she do? I'm sure you saw the woman, the human that we brought here. It was your friend that nearly killed her.
Did you threaten to kill her?
Probably.
I would have done the same thing. Probably. Well, I probably would have just attacked the enemy. Risked her life, but not actually attack her.
I don't think Angel is that concerned.
No moral code is a big advantage.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
Would you have killed the hostage?
Not a chance.
What about the other members of her expedition?
She was alone when we found her.
It seems that she was actually from a previous expedition, not the one that was captured by the orcs.
Boy, it
and
looks
killed
really
by
weird
Hag
when
and her
she's
boys.
chibi and the other
Ever
guys are
since
not,
orcs
even in
destroyed
shadows.
Zahir's village, there had been a rise in groups searching for the kind of lost treasures Zahir's people used to recover and sell. A detect alignment spell shows Imasa to be lawful neutral, which tells them little about his side's motivations. So they move on to his dead partner, Fadir. While Little One stays in the secondary armory to keep watch over Imasa, the others gather around Fadir's body in one of the empty labs, and Black casts Speak with Dead, which could answer quite a few questions now, between his increased caster level and not suffering the 50% penalty I applied when using the spell on a Warforged. As usual, Black has to actually ask the questions, but the other characters vigorously debate and crowdsource them, bearing in mind that they have a live prisoner to compare answers with afterward.
How were you going to draw power from the ley lines?
The Master was going to use her amulet.
Master? Who's the Master?
We could ask the live one that. Is the Master a dragon?
That's a yes or no question. There must be
Really
a
in the
better way
Speak
to
with
ask
Dead
that.
section
There's
of
a lot
the
of discussion of what
series,
to
aren't
ask,
we?
but they settle on
I don't think
What
they do
is
it
the
again after
name
this.
of your master?
Lady Myolana.
Bardic knowledge?
Mora hasn't really heard anything about this person, but given the context, it does sound like a dragon name. I wonder what color she is. I should remind you that in this world, the alignment only follows the color about 50% of the time for dragons. So a metallic dragon's not necessarily good, and a chromatic dragon is not necessarily evil. It's correlation, but not causation.
Where is the amulet?
Fadir's spirit, or body, or however this thing works, he saves this time. No answer to that one.
Could the Lady Explorer be the
me.
dragon?
As soon as you started asking that, I was like, that would
Pizza
be
and
the
Diet Coke,
twist.
apparently.
Is the
makes
lady
sense.
archaeologist the dragon?
I'm afraid he saves again. Did Angel detect thoughts, her?
Saving
She
throws.
saved. Damn it, where is she? Well, somebody is with her. Angel was clear that she's always being watched. You're not
Yeah,
leaving her alone.
I'm not
So,
trying to
who's
screw you
with her?
randomly on
Who's
that.
with the Speak with Dead? Are you moving back and forth?
More is with the lady. We've cast detect magic. The amulet would send out like a sore thumb. Polymorph might hide that.
I'll cast True Seeing
might hide
and
that.
walk over there.
I've been itching to fight a dragon. Arrgh.
Okay, Black's got to stay with the body. We'll say you have her chilling in another lab nearby while you do the creepy divine necromancy stuff. I'm gonna True Seeing her, see what happens. This would have to be the most ridiculous Xanatos gambit for her to be the dragon, but I'm still gonna check. Okay, huge fucking blue dragon. Are you serious? Yes. So I peek in the door, calmly lean back out, then try to get the others' attention. If Black leaves the area, the Speak with Dead will end. You still have minutes and questions left.
I don't think that's important, no.
She's a fucking dragon!
I'm so screwed.
Any second of calm I had, like the poker face at that moment, is gone. She's a dragon!
Jim said alignment doesn't necessarily match.
Since you were using True Seeing, you could see that even though her human form has no equipment beyond crappy clothes, polymorphed into her, she does in fact have an amulet, which she apparently just wears around her finger, as well as 2 rings, and some kind of metal guards on her claws, which probably occupy a glove.
Supposed to wear the amulet around her
Dragon.
finger, but when I was drawing it, it was a
The
lot
lady is a dragon.
easier to show
Get
it as
everybody
around
together, but keep it
just the whole
very
foot.
quiet because dragons have very good hearing. Angel runs down to catch Little One up on the situation.
So, your lady wants to use the amulet to displace the red dragons, to end their tyranny, you said.
Yes.
Does she want to replace it with her own tyranny? What's her motivation?
Her motivations are her own. We merely serve.
Of your own free will?
Yes.
Why?
Because she's our master.
He's not in a trance or anything. He answers firmly, but he does look like he's still thinking about that question a bit afterward.
If the Dragonborn did not have to serve dragons, would they?
The decent ones.
Are there decent dragons?
The decent dragonborn.
Oh, the decent Dragonborn
Dragonborn
would
would
serve.
I see. It tells me
Tells us
nothing. She
nothing.
could be either evil or good. Only one way to find out.
Kill her and analyze her brain?
I was gonna say ask her. I'll talk to her.
When you get there, these 3 are standing outside the room. Mass resist, electricity. A Dragonborn's scale
Hey,
color
there's the
might not
mass
match his
resist.
breath weapon.
All right.
And dragon alignments
Go, guys.
aren't guaranteed.
Of course,
here,
this time
but
we
a
don't
true dragon's
fight.
color definitely still determines its stats and its breath weapon. And
Still
blue
good move, though.
dragons breathe lightning. So I walk into the room. Here's a question. Who, if any, among the NPCs did you share this message with?
I used a message spell to tell Mora to back off and not act suspicious.
You can generally expect Mora to be subtle.
I'll follow him in.
Draven's lurking in the doorway.
No, I'll come into the room, but definitely not entering melee range. That could be tricky. Ugh.
I think we need to start from scratch. I never introduced myself properly when we arrived. My name is Little One, son of the Bronze Death, a bronze dragon. Your turn?
I am Lady Myelana.
She has an eyebrow arched, though she doesn't seem very surprised that you seem to have guessed that she's a dragon. Lady who? She just ignores him.
Where do we go from here? Are we going to
Her,
fight to the
instantly,
death?
her like her
Or are
eyes
we gonna be
change.
able
She
to
gains
speak with each
makeup or
other
whatever.
first?
I don't want to die, but I want to loot. Also, dragons are made of rare spell components.
As long as we're dropping the pretext, I want to know, where is that man? Is he just waiting to teleport in as you were?
You're going to have to be more specific. Yeah.
His scent is all over this place. All over you and you. Ever since I entered this place, it's been obvious.
Again, going to have to be more specific.
Who the hell?
Where is Darius?
It doesn't particularly ring a bell.
Mora gets a 30 on her bardic knowledge.
She looks perplexed for a moment, mentally stretching. Darius of the Frozen Wastes?
This
He
is just
wasn't
not on the
of
same page here at
anyone.
all.
He goes where he pleases, as I do.
Wait, did we come across another f***ing dragon?
I'm sure we would have noticed if we killed a dragon. Shapeshifters revert upon death.
Is Darius a
Yep.
dragon?
No.
This Darius, his scent is especially strong on me and Angel?
Yes,
We're
we've covered
trying
the
our
fact
best
that
here,
his scent
but
on
Nobody
Angel
we
thing
know
is
of
just
is
like
going to be
that was
teleporting
just
in.
dumb on my
Back
part.
to the matter
Should be
at
the
hand,
same on
though.
the rest
Are
of the
we going to have
party.
to kill each other?
I don't care
So,
about that
mostly
right
just
now.
little
I just
one.
want to know why his scent is all over you.
Rainbow Dash? Wait, is there some chance he could be my father? I never knew him. And you probably smell like him.
Who did you say was your mother?
The Bronze Death, Lady Viserys.
You never even met him?
Never met him. Don't know his name.
Like the
Don't give
the
two
true
shits about him.
seeing
What was your
dragon
intention
version of
if you
the
found him?
expressions
Rip out
combined
his
with the human
spleen,
expressions
or-
tell you what's going
I
on.
don't know. We'll see if I kill him on sight. And we'll go from there.
She's looking at you funny now.
That's a pretty up situation.
And you know nothing of where he is?
My dad? I don't even know if he's still alive.
Making love to a dragon can't be too safe.
Or two dragons.
Whoa! Whoa! know what she's gonna do with it.
The really stupid sounding laughter is me.
Oh wow! Whoa!
He likes the lightning ladies.
Ride the lightning.
Ride the lightning. Wow.
Okay. I suddenly feel the need to stab something. I don't know why. We've got to get back to, why do you want the ley line? It's the whole reason why you're here.
I don't even care about that anymore. It was probably a foolish notion anyway. It's
I love
so
she just goes to
consequential.
like, I don't even care about that anymore.
I have an amulet in my possession. Historically, it is said to have played a part in the downfall of Lord Archithrax.
The Great Red Dragon slain in the Freeborn Rebellion? Yeah, that one. Some of them knew bits and pieces about those events, but Mora later explained that Lord Archithrax was one of the foremost dragon lords ruling Novendil, and
By
was
ancient
slain
stock
by the
dragon
when they
silhouettes.
rebelled, and killing him shook the others. It was a major factor leading the surviving dragons to abandon the continent. For a time.
Well, the state of the amulet when I got it was
Alright.
significantly less impressive than in the tales. It should have far more potential. According to my research, when Ashur crafted it from his own eye, he did so using the volcanic ley lines. I was hoping that Fadir and I could recharge it in some fashion, returning it to its former power, so I could use it to assert myself and return to my lands.
Reassert herself.
Wow.
So, help or hinder, what do we do?
Next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
Like, that's it. We're also apparently exhausted with this stuff, so we just end the episode here while they figure it out. We've got the sliding organization patrons now. Already behind reading them. So there just got to be too many of them to show all at once and still have credits going on and stuff.
Mylana or two dragons. Insert real audio. Real audio. No wonder she doesn't know what to do with him. He was.
This is
playing
the
a
filler
field
that goes in when I'm
goal.
recording.
He likes the lightning ladies.
Why so Darius?
Yeah, good old robot voice filler for when I have to replace stuff. Unfortunately, the audio quality, the vast majority of the time, is not good enough to slip it in, even if they were that on point or funny. So, very little of that. Although, if you haven't seen them, I have a little playlist called Precious Moments from my D&D campaign that has a few other very brief samples of real audio that are funny.
They're gathered around the scrying mirror. Seven appears to be flying down some kind of natural tunnel. Then you see several ant-like humanoids pass by. It appears to be spying on them. What's it doing in the Feywild? I was just going to teleport to it.
Not in the Feywild, you aren't.
I'm gonna true seeing her, see what happens. Huge f***ing blue dragon.
She's a f***ing dragon!
And you know nothing of where he is?
My dad? I don't even know if he's still alive.
I have an amulet in my possession. I was hoping that Fadir and I could recharge it in some fashion, returning it to its former power, so I could use it to assert myself and return to my lands.
So, help or hinder, what do we do? Is there any potential for her to destroy or damage the ley line?
Seems unlikely to me. And frankly, at this point, my curiosity has peaked.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe we help her on the condition that she lets us examine the amulet.
Yeah,
And she may be able to reward us.
Dragons do tend to have treasure hoards.
I think we can work something out.
But he needs to study the amulet. Make sure it won't damage the ley line.
Damage the ley
She does have a
line?
treasure
I've
hoard
never
if they'd
heard
gone
of such a thing.
just a little bit
Just
further from
last
when they
week.
turned back
Dead
from
guy.
that cavern in the
Almost back
south
out the
end of the
continent.
tunnel.
If you don't believe us,
They could have gone just a little bit further and they would have
You
found
still
her
have
in
an
her treasure
implant
hoard.
controller? I suppose that makes sense with all those things you have running around.
my friend here is really knowledgeable. He may know more than you on some things.
I'm
Yeah,
fully
Bringwell.
aware that I
Sometimes
don't
the
know
smoothly
everything,
blends
especially
in.
Vietnam.
The previously
I'm not
blends
sure
in
I'm comfortable
very
letting
well,
anyone
and
touch
sometimes
it, but
not at all.
You can
It
examine
varies.
The amulet features a star shape with a human-sized metal eye in the middle. There's no flesh visible, making it hard to prove if there's an actual eye inside. She said Ashur crafted it after he lost his eye. This has a very strong astral energy signature. It's not like the plague at all. You might call the plague's signature unstable, changing over time. This seems extremely stable, more stable than any other astral energy source you've scanned. Whatever process was used to create a stable astral energy source, if
the
we could apply those
Dragonborn
principles,
is really
perhaps we could stabilize
unclear
the astral energy within us.
what the
This
relationship
thing
is, because like the
definitely an
Dragonborn that
artifact of some
served
nature.
Lady
We even don't
Maiolana
have the
seem to be
portable
pretty
version of this
devoted
device yet to
and
study
not
the Colonna Dialia.
not
But this
exactly
item has
enslaved,
much
although
more pure astral energy
it
than
gets
any other
weird when you
magic
think that
items
the
he's
race
examined.
was
In his
created
assessment,
to be
it
a slave
is less
race, so
powerful
like
than that
how
artifact,
indoctrinated are they?
especially as
Probably pretty
is,
indoctrinated.
But it may have the potential to be
It's-
close.
A
Who's
little
this
bit more
Ashur guy
confusing than that.
anyway?
Mora? Ashur is another legendary figure. Not as famous as the Smith, but from only a little while later than his era. Back in that age where some heroes were harder to typecast
Oh, yeah,
as a
another one of
warrior
those,
or a
like,
wizard.
I actually
He was
photoshopped
just a
this to make it
powerful
look
guy who did incredible
interesting.
and dangerous things.
Like it's
who had
embossed.
slain at least a couple dragons and adventured in both the true Underdark of the Shadowfell and the lesser underground spaces of this plane. He's often associated with the god of heroism, Marduk. There's definitely an old story about him losing an eye, but I don't recall the specifics. I'll have to look into it.
He was human?
According to her stories.
So, is this amulet good for us? They managed to stabilize the energy into this amulet. Maybe we can copy that process. Well, it depends. Maybe
I don't
they made
remember if
out
it
of
got
energy
revealed
which
in the
was
show
stable
at
to
all. It was
begin
in.
with.
Even
I'm
though
sure
the
I mentioned in the
amulet's primarily
extras.
made from astral
The-
energy, it does
if
look
you
like
actually
it
knew about the
used
legends
fire
from
elemental
Ashur
energies of
in
the ley
this
line
in
as
the
well.
world
What
of
you're seeing
TDDC,
is consistent with Mylana's
He did-
story that it was
there is a
forged
story
there.
where
I
he
think we
loses
can let
an
her
eye,
use the ley line,
but
as long as
he
we
made
want.
the
I'm fine
amulet
with it. Whatever you guys want.
after
I'm
that.
okay, because I
As
don't
in,
know
like,
anything
he
about it.
used his
So they lead
remaining
Lady
eye
Mylana,
to
who
make
sees
the
no need to
amulet.
shift into her true form, down towards Polaron's core. She glances towards the controller room as they pass.
So at some point he was wandering around with
If
zero
she makes the
eyes.
slightest move towards the controller, it's Elder Mountain Hammer.
That's why the
No,
amulet
she
was
just seemed mildly
the
intrigued, but
eye
keeps going.
of
You
Ashur.
have an ancient
It was
too?
his eye at that point.
There's something going on?
We met a dragon who wants to recharge an amulet to kill another dragon.
A dragon.
GE7's eyes are a fixed size. They don't physically adjust or anything, but something in the way he tilts his head gives the impression of arching an eyebrow.
You're saying she's a dragon?
Yes, Daggerface, she's a dragon.
Well, nobody came right out and said it.
How did you know about controllers? As they approach the secondary armory, Mylana explains that she'd been researching the ley lines and Itaran facilities for some time. The information is out there, if you look hard enough.
Masa, we'll be back for you after we conduct some business.
Yes, my lady.
If we're allies now, or at least not enemies, we can untie him.
Mylana seems to have accepted that Fadir's death was a consequence of taking a bad approach to the whole situation. But the impression that they get is that she doesn't want to dwell on her own mistakes. Not that the PCs have much chance of winning a sense motive roll against the dragon. In hindsight, she must have been extremely thrown off to tunnel through the hardened lava only to encounter the clear, to her powerful senses,
I do a lot of
scent her ex-lover
I do a lot of
Darius,
screwing around with
as she
Warforged
had tried
faces if
sort
I
out
want them to
her
show
emotions
emotion.
and figure
When
out how this could be.
canonically,
She'd simply told her
many of
minions
them
to
have
handle the
faces that are
situation,
almost
letting
like
Fadir
fixed
take
position.
charge, and even when called upon to pretend to be a hostage, a role
artistic
she had
license.
performed flawlessly despite distraction, thanks to her ludicrous charisma skills, right down to playing dead when struck. Even then, she had lacked the situational awareness to realize when she should have transformed, either to force a proper negotiation, or to blast the hallway into a smoldering cauldron of ozone with her breath weapon. When she realized Fadir was going to die, it was already too late. Lying on the ground, she saw the coup de grace with her blind sight, and at that point, continuing the hostage masquerade was less of a Xanatos gambit than just rolling with an incompetently bungled situation. As you reach the portal room,
Unfortunate situation.
which she had already seen in her archaeologist guise, she takes in the surroundings again, then looks down at her amulet.
This would be a lot easier with Fadir.
You want him?
That's the dead one.
Yeah. You want him? We can speak with dead. Speak with? We can raise dead. You're strong enough.
I can.
Well, not today.
Yeah, this
You'd
gets
have
really
to
weird.
memorize it. And the component...
As I've been
You can
answering in
raise the
comments
dead.
a whole
You're
lot
able to
since the
raise
finale
dead.
posted.
If you can
I'm
do
like,
such a thing, it would definitely be worth my while.
Just
after this,
have
I
him not
kind of decided that
attack
like
Angel, because
the fact that there are just
bad idea.
spells to
It
bring people
does
back from the
take a
dead,
diamond worth
I
at
don't like.
least 5,000 gold.
So going forward,
First
there's not
things
going to be
first,
any of
though,
this crap
as
going
they start
forward.
trying to
Is
work
like,
out the details of restoring
Can
the
people
full
be brought
power
back
of
from the dead?
Eye of Ashur, it
Definitely.
becomes apparent
It's a
that
high
Lady
fantasy setting.
Mylana
It's
has
a-
very
it's a
broad
possible thing,
but fairly
but
shallow
it should be
knowledge
a
of Arcana.
quest
She
every
does
time.
have much deeper
Probably
knowledge
a
of
fairly
one or two
unique-ish
specific
quest.
topics, which
So-
aren't this. She only knows roughly the process.
Add this
Fadir
to a
had
list of,
planned,
like,
but
random
at
ass
least she has
miracles.
the terminology, the right technobabble, to discuss it with Draven and the others. The amulet is going to have to be attuned to the energy. You can imagine this confluence of ley lines as containing a broad spectrum of magic, mostly fire elemental magic, flowing in from different parts of the globe. You'll need to narrow that down to get the right part of the spectrum, the same frequency used in its forging. The resonance frequency. I can use my gizmo to help filter that and find the sweet spot in the ley line.
Is this going to shut down the power?
Draven, Angel, and Mora plan out a procedure for the ritual. Trying to sift out all the needed energy from the noise would be very difficult and probably dangerous if done rapidly. It's both less complicated and less dangerous to filter the energy slowly.
I like
over the
how
course of
everyone is
about
just totally
48
bored
hours.
by
And at
the
same
immense
time,
room
drawing
with
it in a
walls
slow,
of, like,
controlled
lava
fashion
at
should
this point.
definitely have no impact on
like,
polarized
yeah, I've been
power
there.
generation, according to the controller. As Draven
You just keep
constructs
that
some
down in the
temporary
basement,
apparatus
like,
for the
whatever.
project, using his prismatronic device to take frequent measurements of the energies and of the amulet, he finds that the Eye of Ashur needed a mix of frequencies from multiple ley lines, confirming that it could only have been forged here. Perhaps this legendary Ashur had stood in a cavern near this very
I like that
spot
shot.
before
That
the
is a good
Atarans
shot.
ever discovered this place. Obviously, by this
happy with
point,
it.
she's let you handle
Kinda
the
low
amulet.
detail, it's
She's
just kinda
watching you
subtle.
work and helps you out a bit because she does have a lot of knowledge about the arcane properties of this specific artifact. However, she does sleep, and over the course of a 2-day procedure, she does get bored. And
You mean
wander
the
off
problem
at
is that
times.
it makes
And
it
since
really
Amos is
questionable every time
released,
they
he
don't
just
bring
sticks
back
by her
someone
side.
from the
That
dead.
means you can probably sneak in a proper identify spell.
Like a certain
I'm
person
totally
in
doing
episode
that.
66.
Its most basic powers include +4 con, +2 resist to all saves, all
I
wearers'
like it better
natural
if
weapons
it's
gain
just something
Bane red
incredibly
dragons.
rare, like
Wow,
basically something
very
legendary
specific.
when it
Yes,
happens.
normally Bane would apply to all dragons, so it didn't have to be made
shouldn't-
this narrow. But it seems that
Raised
this was
dead and that
originally
should just literally
twice
not
as
be
powerful
on
as normal
spell
Bane.
lists.
It was like double
It's
Bane
on a
red
spell list
dragon,
and it's too
but it has
normalized.
faded with time. It also has a power that when you cast a level 1 spell, you can cast a different level 1 spell on the same target as a free action. The first time in a day is completely free. Each additional time you use it costs +3 hit points of unpreventable damage. So 0, 3, 6 hit points, etc. Also, once per day, you can do that with second level spells. You're sure it has other, less obvious powers, but you'd need a lot more
It has
time
to have
study
some
and
other less
research
obvious
it
powers to
after
be a
it has
really
been
powerful
empowered.
artifact.
At the Basilica,
Although,
a whole bunch of people are
just
researching the
compared to
Colonna
other
Dialia,
items you
and
might have
last
lying
we heard,
around
they
for that
didn't know
slot,
much
it's
more
pretty
than
impressive
your
already.
Identify spell had given. Should we give it back? Maybe Draven can copy it. Probably not. It's an artifact. At absolute minimum, you'd probably have to find someone more powerful than you and use one of their eyes. Did you make a fake? I knew you were going to ask that, and I don't think that's a risk I want to take. Based on your interactions, she seems to know this thing very well. You say there's virtually no chance you could create a convincing fake? Definitely not on short notice. I guess it's too late to fight her now, eh? It wouldn't be very gentlemanly. Though, if she picks a fight with me, that's fine. During this time, despite his long ingrained attitude, his self-narrative that he doesn't care about his absent father, Little One nevertheless finds himself
this is why
probing Lady
the title we
Mylana
ended up
about her
picking for the
connection with Darius,
well, I
and
ended up picking for
frequently
the
risks
suggestions for this
crossing
episode
the
was
line,
poking the
despite
dragon.
the fact that he's the son of an ex-lover
Like,
talking to
well,
a
if she
dragon
attacks me,
who
then
is
we get to kill her and
overly
keep her
sensitive
stuff,
about the
right?
Situation, and you
Win-win.
smell like him all the time. It's a bit of a raw nerve.
What did Darius look like?
Well, he was more attractive than you.
Oh! He kind of hit it and quit it, did he?
I suppose the amount of time we spent together was not inconsequential for a human. Nevertheless,
So then, when was the last time you saw him?
68 years ago, we parted ways as we often did. He made no mention of any intention to disappear.
68 years? Are we sure he was human?
She keeps describing him as such. She mentioned once that he liked to call her Blue, so she would call him Human, which was equivalently racist. That was kind of their sense of humor.
Wait, you're a teenager. If he was in a relationship 70
70 years ago.
and met your mother after that, he would have been like,
Really old. Wouldn't it suck if your dad was like Rygax or something?
who?
Hero who fights vampires in the Shadowfell.
That'd be cool. Would explain
Not
why he
important.
wasn't around. What would it be to you?
It'd be cool
I
if my
did
dad was
find Darius?
Rygax.
I haven't really been looking for lack of a reason, to be honest. He doesn't answer, though, just lost in thought. As planned, the amulet ritual takes almost 2 full days, but near the end, Draven notices a shift in the energy signature of the amulet, like crossing a threshold. He gives it a couple of more hours to complete
Not
the
not
plan
gonna.
procedure,
I'm not gonna
just for
tell you a
good
lot
measure,
about
but it appears
Little
that
One's
the
dad
Eye
in
of
case
Ashura
that
has
comes
been
up
restored
later.
to its former
'Cause
glory.
I certainly
You
I had
didn't
some
detect any
plans for it
fire
technically,
resistance
but
earlier, but you suspect
as
it
as
does
far
have
as
some now,
impressive
as well as
accomplishments
some
of
kind of
Darius,
harder to measure, less stat-based
sleeping with
power
dragons
against
are
red dragons.
probably about
Well,
top
yeah,
of the
a
list. He
combat
really
buff, significant though
not
it would be
necessarily
in
the most
one-on-one
influential
dragon
figure in
combat,
history
still not
other
quite
than
the
that.
game changer this was sold as.
Finally. I mean, thank you.
It's an ass-kicking amulet now.
I suppose I owe you some kind of repayment, though I'm certainly deducting something for Fadir. I am intrigued by the idea that you could resurrect him.
I like the way Rakshasas do things. Having a dragon on our side for the war would be quite a boon.
Not sure how interested she'd be. Also, lightning? Not great against Kuatoa. It would be a lot less lethal than usual.
Copper
They do
Hamster
have a lot
and
of resist,
Viator.
but even they can't laugh off
Darius
a serious
was not a
dragon
bard,
breath weapon.
because
She
I
says
still
open is the
think
favorite thing.
bards
She
should
seems
just be a
open to
background,
treasure. I want
not a
treasure. We have
class.
enough weird allies.
And
Cha-ching.
there's
Okay,
nothing
treasure it
about
is.
like being a
Despite not
bard
having
that
any
requires that
agreement
you're like sleep
beforehand,
around
the
guy or
dragon
vice
offers
versa.
to pay them 5,000 gold for their assistance so far, taking into account the costs she had incurred at their hands. But if they really could bring back her faithful servant, Lady Mylana would provide the critical component, she would reward them with another 5,000 gold, and, given Draven's pretty clear interest in crafting, she would give them, from her hoard, the preserved heart of an Urogarai.
What?
The northern tribes deal a lot with dire animals, and worse, when Dialia is on the wax, as they call it. Urogarai means something like dragon bear. No actual connection to dragons, as far as Mora knows, but an Urogarai is like a bear that could eat dire bears. Mylana has this heart of a particularly large one.
I like
which
my
can serve as an item
I like
of
my
power if
hybrid,
you
like
extract its essence.
slightly anatomical
Item of
looking,
power
but
and
still
10
basically
grand.
like the heart
Sounds
symbol
good.
heart.
That's 2,500 each.
I call dibs on the item of power.
I want to get +6 wisdom.
Based on the book price, any +6 stat item requires an item of power. Lady Myelana doesn't have much cash with her, but is able to produce 2,000 gold worth of gems as a down payment. In order to get the rest of the money, the Bear's Heart, and
I don't know if that's weird to anyone.
pure and large
Produce
diamond
is
for
a
resurrection spell, she'll need to fly
is
back
actually
to
a
the
word that
treasure
could be
hoard in
used
her
to
lair,
mean,
the
like,
cavern a little past where they
pulls
fought
out
the
of some
Uman and
place on their
elementals
person,
alongside
which
the
is the sense I
tram
meant.
tunnel
Not
beneath
that she
the
just,
Euro
like,
Desert.
creates
She
gems.
could just run off with the amulet.
And she knows how to find Polaron now.
She is leaving Imasa with them.
I suppose it's
and,
kind of an
course,
archaic
Fadir's
language
body.
thing. It's not
If
used
it's
as
true
commonly
that
for
she
that
cares
anymore.
about her servants at all, then of course she'll be back. But if all she cares about is the amulet, she
If you're
could
describing like
just
a
fly off
magician,
and be
though,
done
that's
with them.
often
at
like
this stage.
a magician
they've trusted
produces
and
a
helped her enough
produces a
that
buddy
they
from their
pretty much
past.
have to trust her in this as well, or ruin whatever relationship they've been building with her. So they let her go. Reverting to her true form, she flies up from the broken temple entrance and soars across the pole over the ocean towards Uruk, giving him about 2 weeks.
Crappy,
to work
like
on some
half-assing,
long overdue
make it look
gear
like
crafting
flying
while
just by
awaiting
like
her return.
stretching her
Dragons
occasionally
aren't the
as she
most graceful
soars
or
up.
maneuverable flyers, but their speed over long distances is legendary. Fast forward a few days, Draven finishes crafting his portable hole and the +4 intelligence helm for Rainbow Dash. Thank you. And you actually don't get attacked for once. Yay! You are in a distant underground secret base.
We've seen a lot of action here.
Yeah, but people don't find this place by accident. And so Lady Myelana returns and enters Polaron in dragon form, and it quickly becomes evident why. There's no way she could actually carry that heart in human form.
Wait, it can't be that big. A dire bear is a huge creature, but
These are the bears who eat dire bears, and this was a particularly powerful specimen.
so it's probably gargantuan. Regular bears are large. That's 2 categories. Each category is double dimensions, 8 times the mass.
4
That's a
by 4
big
math
heart.
squares. Square cube rule.
So yeah, that's a big bear.
It's under some kind of long-term preservation, like a specialized version of gentle repose for body parts, which lasts longer. I'll have to learn that. She also has a small, extremely high-quality sack. I want the sack. It's not actually magical, but it has precious metal inlays and filigrees, very fancy. Someone must have spent like 2 months crafting this thing.
Probably Darius.
Once she drops off the heart, she changes back to her human form and pays you with gems from the sack. You appraise them at about 8,200 gold. With the down payment, that makes over 10,000. And she pulls out the diamond required as a component for the resurrection, which definitely looks
Drawing
like
the
it's
fancy
worth
bag was not
several
on my
thousand
priority
gold.
list, okay?
Now, I don't know how long it's supposed
was it ever gonna
to
come
take,
up again?
but I say it takes
Probably
a week
not.
to resurrect someone. Because
Do I know,
it should take
do
a
I know
week
or
to
care what a
resurrect
fashionable
someone. I
bag
think it
looks
should.
like, and does
You're
it have
right.
any bearing
I
on
think
what a
that
fancy bag
might
would
be
look like in my D&D world?
instantaneous.
Who knows?
Yeah, no. I'm fine with it taking a long time. Black sets up in one of the empty labs, preparing the green dragonborn's body and the large diamond for the powerful resurrection ritual. And as he does so, he begins making odd requests.
If I had
whether
like hundreds of
special,
thousands of
non-valuable
followers and there was a
components,
point,
like
more
water
point to
from the
making
ocean
like
and
merch,
a
especially
pair of
silly
copper
niche
coins.
merch,
I'll run out for
I
the
could
bottle.
literally
Don't
sell
send it too
bags
far.
that just
Or
say
send
fancy
a
bags
dragon
like
that can
that.
fly. She flew for 10 days, and boy, are her wings tired.
I'm kind of nervous. I'm worried about turning him undead and stuff.
Your nervousness is understandable. Like, you've never done this before, but between your training and your faith in Sirius, you do know what you're doing.
Or you could bring him back as undead and pocket the 5,000 gold diamond.
But after a week of prayer, ritual, and meditation, interrupted only by sleep and simple meals, culminating in a 4-hour magical invocation, Black sacrificed the large, pure diamond to pull back the departed soul of Fadir into his lifeless body. The miracle of resurrection, reversing a death caused by an unnecessary and tragic conflict.
But dear,
My lady.
we came to an arrangement with these people. They raised you, the eye has been restored. Time to go.
Yes, my lady.
So, are you going to go retake your lands now?
I'm not heading straight to Novendel at this point. There's still much to do. But now that I have this, I can begin to rally allies, persuade certain dragons and other creatures who would otherwise never dare to oppose Azarathrax, or the old lords backing her.
They watched Lady Myelana fly off for the second time, this time carrying her 2 servants. And then they moved on to the next order of business. Business which had been put off and delayed
All right,
and
guys.
prolonged far too long.
Got to get rid of the space aids.
Okay, based on Draven's research into the astral plague and the rest of the magical energy spectrum, you've got 2 main theories, 2 action plans of how to proceed.
Vodka.
3 theories. We'll put a pin in that last one, but the other 2 theories, Draven hasn't worked these out completely yet, but you believe one of these paths should be able to finally get rid of the plague. Theory
Vodka.
A,
Also a theory
first
on
concept you have
one
is
of
a
the
little
possible ways
fuzzy.
that Darius
So
seduced
there
all
may
these
be
lightning
significant
dragons.
risks. It has the advantage that you could try it now. Based on all the readings and experience you got from repowering the amulet, the Eye of Assure, you think that you could attempt to transfer the ley line energy into the seed in a similar way. You already have most of the equipment. I had considered that. Yeah, now you aren't sure exactly what would happen, and there are risks. If something went wrong and the seed could no longer protect you as it does now, well, your situation would suddenly become vastly more urgent. But it feels to you like you could do it in a way that is safe for it, matching the wavelength, and you think it could have a dramatic effect towards making the seed more powerful. So this plan's a bit of a wild card, but it also doesn't require you to go anywhere. Hopefully the change would not be permanent.
I don't remember all the
It's-
details, but one of the
it may be
options here
permanent. In
would have
fact,
resulted in
it's
the
probably permanent.
seed
Would we still be able to carry
becoming
it with us?
kind of
That
like
depends.
growing out of the
You
ley,
are sure you
planting
would make
itself,
it more
growing out of the
powerful,
ley line,
but
and
you
becoming
really
just kind of like
don't know what
a
form it would
magma
actually
tree
take, what you would be
down
turning
there in the
into.
basement.
Well, frankly, we don't know.
Which
what
would have
it
been
will turn into at any
inconvenienced
point
in a number of
whatsoever.
ways, because they would have had to
The
keep
seed is
returning.
starting to fade again.
They would have had to
Based on
keep
the last
returning to
time, you figure
Polaron
you should
to
have
get
at
like
least a month and maybe longer.
to
You
get
don't
the
know
astral
because you
plague
never
kind of
did
like
reach the
siphoned off
failure
of
point
them
before
so that they
the
could go
Rajah
out for
boosted
another
it.
2
We
weeks
really
or
need to
whatever.
get rid of
Would have
this
been very
plague.
annoying.
What's the other theory then?
Theory B involves capturing an incorporeal undead of some kind. Preferably a powerful one, but you're pretty sure you could make it work with just about any
Well, they would have had
incorporeal undead.
a
This will
spirit
require
magma
finding
tree
or
thing
building a device
with, like, the
which could
salamander
capture
living
a
in it.
weakened creature of that type. Basically a Ghostbusters style trap. Maybe. You fought one in the Shadowfell before, and your theory is that those beings are very close in composition to an immortal spirit in many ways, but the undead are far easier to manipulate. As long as you aren't too squeamish about what you would do to this remnant
Yeah,
of a
that's what the
once-living
Week of Hell
creature, you
needed,
have
was
some
to be
ideas on
even
how you could
scarier.
use this spirit-like nature as part of some ritual or device to form a bridge between the astral energy and some physical vessel, allowing you to siphon the plague out of yourselves. That one dovetails nicely with our plan to go to the Shadowfell and to rescue a priest who happens
Hey, yeah.
to be an expert.
This plan sounds
in
super
handling, releasing,
convenient.
and exterminating
You can do everything
spirits
in
of
one
the dead.
place, just
That
like
seems
there
like
and
the
back,
right person
boom,
to
bing,
ask for
bam,
help
done.
in finding or crafting a trap. Not to mention in finding a spirit. It sounds like A is the most achievable, but I really like B for a variety of reasons.
So your plan B, is to take a creature
no
that
monster
through
hidden
evil
from the
and
sun.
horrible
It'd be a
magic has
magma
been
tree
enslaved in
that
death by
absorbs
another
space
creature.
aids.
The
The
hero will
opposite
tell
of
you that
radiates.
there are many ways spirits
What
can
the
become
crap?
lost that don't all involve some deliberate evil act.
And take this thing and use it to funnel our death energies into who knows where.
It's not death energy. It's related to the energy used by immortal spirits and gods.
It's killing us.
Yeah,
Call it whatever you want.
report.
Dangerous energy. But however it happens, these things are created against their will. Like that undead dragonborn we fought at Mum's
report.
place. I don't see how it's any different from other slavery.
I think many of them are probably murderers and other bad people. Plus, either way, I'm hoping it would be destroyed in the process,
Ooh,
therefore
political
setting things right in the
achievement.
universe.
Ooh.
I'm sure our buddy would agree.
That's a bit of a long stretch in a justification.
No, I've got all the math right here. I'm way more sure about this than rolling the dice on the seed sprouting plan.
Do all the math you want. It's still enslaving something for our own purposes. I'm up for it. Yeah. We all know Angel's moral compunctions.
It's like slaughtering livestock for food. This is slaughtering livestock for medicine.
Is it going to be
Hey,
a
don't say
painful
that alt name.
experience for the ghost?
I have
You're
reliable
not sure
data
if
from
ghosts
YouTube that
experience pain.
almost
I'm going with
2%
We're
of the
planning
people
to
who
head
watch
to
my
Shadowfell
channel
anyway.
are
Step one
identify
is
as
to rescue
female.
Zahir, and then I'll discuss the ethics and
That's-
methods of this whole thing with him.
It,
You have all the stuff
it is
prepared
really
anyway.
sad from a
Why don't we just
percentage
try
point of
that as
view.
step one before we go all the way to the Shadowfell?
If it was
Oh yeah, no,
an emergency,
I think
Raven
there are a
could
couple of you,
probably try
here
that
based on the
within
names.
2
You
days.
mean there's
In reality, you'd probably want to spend more time planning.
There was
for
at least another
contingencies,
one earlier.
double-checking and testing
plus
theories and
Arestria.
equipment, but
I
yes,
wonder
you
what
could start
percentage
working on
of the
that
2%
immediately if
Arestria
you want.
How
represents.
are we going to capture something incorporeal?
Don't know yet, but
Oh,
it'll
man.
be easier to figure out with Zahir's help.
Did you see what happened to Angel? We don't want any more of that. How long do we have?
Probably minimum of 1 month. Probably. Can we power up the seed just a little? Based on your math, you won't get much of a
But yeah,
return. It won't
if
make a
anyone tells you
significant difference
differently,
until you
just
cross
remember,
a critical threshold where the
spending
seed will
10
actually
years making a
transform,
D&D
probably becoming
YouTube
something
channel
more tied to the
is
element
not
of
the best
fire
way to
energy.
meet girls.
And that's the point where the real uncertainty comes in. So
Still waiting.
It is a risk. The worst problem would be if we try A and the spirit seed stops helping us. Then we're I know. Yeah, if we mutate the seed and it doesn't help us anymore, we're screwed. Whereas if B doesn't work, if it's looking dubious...
I mean,
nothing
the
is
magma
stopping us
tree
from
was
going
kind
back
of
here
my
and trying
default
A
plan.
anyway. Once
If I
everyone
had
else is
taken
vote,
more
yeah,
time to
we
work
got
on it,
some
I
spirit.
think I was
Torture,
probably going to make it
enhanced
act
research.
like
I
come up
think
with
we should
some
get
other
whatever
options and
Draven
make it
thinks is
and actually
best.
roll
So your character just
on it like
advocates his vote.
a
Okay.
short table
Actually,
of possibilities.
I don't think
But
there's an ethical problem. Undead are bad.
You
my
destroy
default
undead.
for
You don't
planting a
use
seed in
them.
the ley line
Necromancers use
was magma tree
undead,
because it's
and
cool.
It'll probably be destroyed in the process. Possibly. If not, we can destroy it after. I see. Just electrocute it for a while, then when you're done with it...
What are you
don't
complaining
electrocute
about?
it.
Nobody
The
likes
process won't
ghosts.
involve electricity. It's not alive. It's like an echo of a soul. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Like, it's fine. I'll concede to do it
Well,
the way
son,
you want.
not
but
by
little
the
one's
end
not
there,
so sold on
although
it in character.
I
You guys are having a
believe
serious argument.
Draven took
Want to
the
settle
seed with
diplomacy
him,
checks?
so
Oh, God,
who
no.
knows at
Not a
that
chance.
point?
Though, if I used Intimidate, I've got a 21.
I've got a 27.
I wouldn't actually intimidate you about this. That Dragonborn Death Knight.
Yeah.
Holy
Also,
God,
you
he
can't
did not seem
you
like
can't
an
really
echo.
like
He was pretty all
use
there.
intimidate
Yeah, but he was a
and
full-on
diplomacy on
intelligent
other
undead,
players. It
soul
just doesn't
bound to
work
the
like
body,
that.
like a lich, but unwilling.
Those
You
are
wouldn't
NPC
take one of
handling
those.
skills.
You don't give a shit. You grab the first one that came along. I'm sure I
You
would
can't
have,
mind
but
control
you
the
made your
players just
points,
because
and
you're a
now,
diplomancer.
If after rescuing Zahir we go ahead with the plan, I agree that we should make sure we're not using an innocent incorporeal undead. So basically we're doing B because we don't have the balls to do A.
No, we're not doing A because it's random.
It takes courage. The courage of randomness. And risk. There's a risk to this other one as well. We're going to the Shadowfell. That's a risk. But the
I am
other one
so
is just
with
throwing
Draven
dice
on,
and
like,
hoping it works.
How about we
La, la,
don't
la,
do
la.
the
It's
random
based on all
one? We
these
do the one that
unknowns.
we
It's
have more
random.
control
That's not
over.
Bravery. It's just stupid.
I-
One
I am
risks our
not a big
physical
fan of
bodies,
random
the
if
other
I have a
risks our moral
choice.
code. It doesn't yet.
Even
But
though
no
I've
one
come
would rather
around to the
risk his
fact
body
that,
than his moral code.
you know,
He doesn't understand this
games
stuff, does he?
require
All right, let's
more
go risk your
randomness
physical
than
body
my
in the Shadowfell.
inclination
They've
is to
dealt with
include.
every kind of weird
It
thing
just
that's
worked
come their
better.
way, but it's finally time to get back to some old school adventuring. Next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
Old school adventuring? That never happens. What are they gonna do? Go to a dungeon or something? Well, they did just handle a dragon, so it can happen. Occasionally, they do things in the name of the game. Oh yeah, Pericles, Lord Aben, Aether Mordu, Tyrone McGee, Duskmar. I'm sure Surf USA was there at the start. Oh yeah. Yeah. I can't decide if that's like I really want to insult that sequence for some reason, even though there's a perfectly funny sequence handled okay. Reused my like knockoff Final Fantasy music for Pokemon. Yeah, Daggerface does not get Dwarf Daggerface does not get a lot of respect there.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
Previously,
I have an amulet in my possession. I was hoping that Fadir and I could recharge it in some fashion, returning it to its former power.
dragons do tend to have treasure hoards.
I think we can work something out.
You can raise the dead.
Now, I don't know how long it's supposed to take, but I say it takes a week to resurrect someone. Because it should take a week to resurrect someone.
Fadir,
My lady. So, are you going to go retake your lands
He's
now?
there's
back.
still much to do. But now that I have this, I can begin to rally allies.
Got to get rid of the space aids. Theory A, you think that you could attempt to transfer the ley line energy into the seed. Theory B involves capturing an incorporeal undead of some kind. As long as you aren't too squeamish about what you would do to this remnant of a once living creature. How are we going to capture something incorporeal? Don't know yet, but it'll be easier to figure out.
It's so
with Zahir's
simple,
help.
but the
One
like the
would rather risk
Ghostbusters
his body
trap
than his
like
moral
shaking.
code. All right, let's go risk
Just,
your physical
like,
body
feels
in the
really good
Shadowfell.
there for some
Based
reason.
on the information attained by the Rakshasas after the party's last Shadowfell incursion, Zahir was being transferred from a huge fortress with thousands of undead troops to a mountain stronghold deeper in Swain's territory with far fewer and yet somehow more dangerous guards. And for better or for worse, they had other priorities at the time, so they have definitely lost the chance to recover him during the transfer. Right. We have to fight the doorman at the mountain. Well, the objective is not to fight it. One of
They
the possibilities,
very specifically
according to the
told you
Mirages,
don't fight
was
the
that
doorman
you meet
at
the
the
Guardian
mountain.
and don't fight it, because according to their divinations, you cannot beat it in direct physical confrontation, and will end up being chased by it if you try. So we're doing that instead of just empowering a spirit seed. Sahir has needed to be rescued for some time now. True. The information they gave you is getting to be over a month old, but you know he was.
It's not that
moved
this
to a
is better
secure
necessarily,
location.
it's that this is a
Vistria
true
calls
form.
it Grand Mount, but the Shadowfell version is Mount Pillar. You're on a different continent now. The travel time from here would be pretty significant.
Pillar,
so
'cause
you
it's-
would probably
it looks like it
either
holds up the
teleport there
world.
and then plane shift,
It holds
or
up the
plane
ceiling
shift from
when
here or
there's a
somewhere else
ceiling.
friendly, and then teleport into Shadowfell. Could we find a natural portal like in the Dwarven Mines?
Oh no,
Natural
Zealous,
portals are
that's a
great
good point.
because they
That
wouldn't
is
cost
100%
black
just a
spell slot,
coincidence
which
that
doesn't
between
recover when you
Creation
come back,
Matrix and Fate Matrix,
avoids
they're
the
not
drawbacks that
connected in
happen
any
if you
way.
plane shift and don't return within a
Just that
week,
Matrix
but they tend
is
to be
just-
hard
Matrix
to
is a
find,
word you often
especially
use for
since
something
most are contingent
complex.
on time of day or weather conditions.
That's what
junk like
they're
that.
both
I don't think
complex.
we plan to be there so long.
And our plans go so well. I can handle the teleport. You handle the plane shift?
Okay.
This is where they start running into those limits on teleport. Not to mention
Stupid
issues
limits
of
on
which
teleport.
NPCs to drag
Should've
along
skipped
in
the limits on
Shadowfell.
teleport.
More obviously. But Rainbow Dash, despite also being a leadership cohort and from the Shadowfell, runs into the same problem that she takes as many teleport slots as like 4 other characters. She's really effective against mobs of weak things.
Should have
we
counted
don't
her as
need so
one
much
because
help
she
with
is
weak
a
things.
How many
leadership
eyes do we have?
cohort. Otherwise,
We
he's
don't
getting
have
screwed out of
access
his
to the
leadership
one that is
feats.
banked down
Bad,
south,
bad
so
GMing call.
6? It's rough, but they more or less conclude that they don't want to spend an extra pair of eyes for a round trip just to bring everyone. GE7 is clearly staying in Polaron, so the real question is Liz or Dwarf Daggerface? Daggerface has been left out of a lot of stuff, but I'd be crushed if he died.
You're going there to crush monsters. That's what I'm here for.
Want a duel for it?
I ain't afraid of ya.
You should be.
That actually seems kind of reasonable, as long as it's non-lethal, no crippling sort of duel.
Okay.
She has no problem with that request, doesn't argue it, but you do get the idea that non-lethal was not her default dual option. I think Liz would crush him. Well, we may bow to Draven's expertise on arcane problems, but Little One's more the authority on the military needs of a mission.
I could have called
We'll
the
take whoever
Raj's
you
thing
want.
the like
Liz
fate
is a
algorithm
pretty
or
good
something.
glass cannon,
That's-
but Daggerface can heal with
Because
his
it's
aura.
obviously
He
like
can heal
it's not
everyone
it's not
badly hurt
quite as
back up
like
to
it's
half
not like a
health
physical
within minutes
thing.
for free. In the end,
Whereas the Creation
neither one of
Matrix
them might be effective in combat where we're
is
going,
definitely a
and
physical
whoever
thing.
we leave will basically be responsible
It is
for
an
defending
object
Polaron.
that enables
They will have
craziness. It
GE7
is a
and the
MacGuffin.
controller to organize the defense. Raven, do I talk to you or to the controller about converting one of the workers into a pooper scooper?
Yeah, no, Limbox said
They
there's
seem to
there's
have been
no
taking
chance of me
care
doing a
that.
dagger face
Angel's
face
actually
reveal.
seen a
That's
worker
not
picking up
happening. He
one
gets
of
to be
those.
he gets to be the
That's
censor bar
pretty
forever
significant, and that's like a normal
because
horse.
it would really
Yes,
lose
Rainbow
something
Dash
to
is
draw it.
literally taking
There
elephant
at some
trail
point in
notes.
the development
The obvious
process, I
choice
was
is to
tempted
teleport
to
the
do an
mountain
angel
here,
face
get a relative
reveal
safe
like
from
Kenny
Vistria,
at the end of the
then
South Park
plane
movie.
shift, getting as close as they can to the objective
But,
to minimize travel.
I
in the
just I didn't
dangerous,
think it was
undead-filled Shadowfell.
worth it.
Draven communicates with his son Tobin
Also, I'd have to
at
draw
Basilica
Angel's
via
face, and it would have to
series
be
of
really
sending
good.
spells.
So
They
I was
want
like,
to be
yeah,
able to
that's not
make the
happening.
round trip,
Same
teleporting
reason
back
she
to
originally
Polaron
got
when
that
they're done.
face.
So
'Cause
rather
if
than
I drew her
haul
face, it would
Link's
have to look
Eldritch Eye
good.
with them to another plane and back. Through Tobin, they get Jonathan to arrange for a hand agent and a small squad of soldiers to meet them at their teleport site and guard their return eye.
We're
for
important.
the few
We're
days
doing
of
some
their
weird
mission.
shit. Guard
David
our
also
magic shit.
asks Tobin about Vladimir,
Okay.
the fifth vampire king from the Ataran artifact bolts, taking the place of Cornello. The archivist had heard rumors of this Vladimir, but never reliably
Yeah,
confirmed.
that's the thing going.
Draven had a
The
hard
gnomes
time
being in Hood's
dodging the
thing.
subject of
Kinda works.
where he had
Actually,
found
that was an
info.
issue in
Between
the last
information
episode
from the
with
Raj
Tula.
and bits and
I
pieces
really
Tobin
wanted
had
to
read
keep
about
Tula's
this Mount
face
Pillar,
shadowed,
he knew to
and
expect
I
some
just
kind of maze,
couldn't make it work
but
in a way that I
something
was
jogged
satisfied
Moira's
with.
memory. She's heard rumors of a tale, a
Just wasn't-
lost
it-
tale of a
I
witch
I
being
tried several
enslaved by
different
a
ways.
vampire king,
It just
but
didn't
she's
like
never
it.
heard the tale itself.
I
All
had to
she
give up
knows
and
is
show
the
Tula's
rumor of
face,
it,
even though
and that it's tied to
it's
this
unfortunate
mountain
because it sort
somehow.
of breaks the
I'll
gnome
roll
thing.
knowledge religion.
Not a great roll,
a
but you're very
compromise.
certain that you should use bludgeoning weapons against a lich. If it's just damage reduction, I can overcome that.
I'm built to kill undead.
You get me and Black close to a lich, we'll take it down. We're both built for ass kicking. I'm honestly not
We'll
scared
kill
of a
whatever,
lich
it'll be
if we can
fine.
get close. It's the defenses of a lich that I'm a little scared of. Anyway, let's go fight undead. So with Daggerface in tow, they teleport to the Vistrian province of Grandmount
Everybody hold
and meet
hands.
up with Westshire Wes, an agent of the Hand of Sirius who is sent there with a handful of soldiers. Planar travel is a little out of his league, but Wes has been briefed on what he needs to know.
Westshire
Regulars
Wes.
think it's all
He
really
really
weird.
sounds
They
like
guard some creepy
he should be
eye.
like a
What the hell even
level
is that?
5
Oh, and don't touch it,
warrior
'cause it can
trainer
melt
in
your
World
face.
of Warcraft
Wes
or
grunts
something.
agreement and nods, even though you're pretty sure he knows better. Okay, so you guys casting any buffs before you plane shift?
Buffs before even going over.
Yeah, I have my full suite of buffs. I'm putting Holy on my crossbow and casting Mass Fly. They didn't get all that many specifics from the Rajas, but they know roughly what side the dungeon entrance is on, and that they'll have to climb. The entrance is not conveniently at ground level. But most importantly, they've been warned
Only
that
2
there
hours
is a
in
spirit
for
shackle
today,
within the mountain,
after
which of
15
course
hours
bars
yesterday.
teleportation in its vicinity. If they
The
want to
sitting in one
teleport
place
out
gets a
of
little
the
bit
mountain,
rough.
even just Dimension Door, they will need to disrupt the shackle using their sentinel.
Don't have a
scope.
standing
The
desk,
spirit
though,
shackle also means they can't
I'd have
plane
to-
shift in the immediate
camera wouldn't be
vicinity.
pointed
but
at my
based
face
on
if
their
I stood up.
previous experience, Draven figures 100 yards from the mountain is a sufficient safety margin.
All right, I'll open a portal.
Okay, you pass through together and find yourselves in a massive field of zombies all over the place. It's like you made a really wrong move in The Walking Dead. We're surrounded, but we can just
Yeah,
fly
in The
over
Walking
them.
Dead, this
Yes,
would be a
it's
problem.
little tight.
Here, not
5
so
to
much.
6 foot zombie can attack targets up to 10 feet high, which leaves a maximum 7 feet of clearance between them and the plane's ceiling, of which the top 1 to 2 feet is actually hard to push into. The last foot grows exponentially
Stretch the
harder
neck,
until
stretch
the energy
everything.
required is essentially infinite.
17-foot ceiling.
Can't we fly Superman style? If you want.
construct list.
Regardless, there's nowhere
You,
you,
you
can
ran
go
the
to avoid
monster
large
monster hidden
monsters,
from
but
the sun.
You can fly out of reach of medium
Use the
creatures,
construct
as
lich
long as
idea.
they don't have
TPK'd
weapons.
3 out of
Though
4 tables.
These guys get a couple crappy swings.
The way
to
you
take
say
off.
that, I'm not
Are
sure
you
if you're
whispering
taking that as a good
radius
thing or a
and
bad thing. I
hit
don't
us
know.
Too.
It's 2d6 fire
You
damage.
seem
Who
proud, though.
cares?
It would easily clear all zombies from a 50-foot radius.
50-foot radius. Jesus.
It is a little demoralizing as you think about it, though. Plotting it out, you could drop 4 castings of that spell and kill fewer than half the zombies on this side of the mountain. Instead, Draven casts Hide from Undead, so they don't get a horde following them. The level 1 spell makes the entire party invisible.
inspiration to have a
specifically
ceiling
undead,
and a bottom for the
including
Shadowfell of the
senses other than
Feywilds.
sight. But intelligent undead, like vampires or liches, would get a saving throw.
I
which
don't
they
know
would
if I can
probably
pinpoint what
succeed
the
since it's
inspiration
only
was.
level 1
It
spell.
just,
But
at some
shrouded,
point
they
it came to
fly
me.
up to the mountain, then
I
begin
mean,
to
they're
ascend.
both
One of the few places
different.
you
They're
can go
both kind
higher
of
than
based
17
on
feet, and even then,
like there was an
only by
original
sticking
world,
close
which is
to
now
the
which we call the
slopes. Soon
Fadelands.
Angel and Draven spot a
And
narrow
they're
path
both,
leading
like,
up the side. It's quite steep, but it's
different
enough that it would be
versions
more
based on it, and
walking
one's
than
dark and
climbing.
one's
It's
light,
enough to
or
prove
one's
that they're
like
in the right place,
sort of
guiding them to the entrance.
deceptive
this
and
guardian,
parasitic, and the other
Rakshasa
one's
said, was
open
guaranteed
and
to kill us if we
energetic.
fight
and-
it.
They never said it was guaranteed to kill you.
But
They just
at
said
some
you
point,
can't
I was thinking
defeat it.
they have
Okay,
these two
but
sides.
guaranteed, it's not taller than 20 feet.
Well, in
I
fact,
think what happened
as
was I
you
just
rise
thought of
up,
like,
a wide
well,
ledge
I should
comes
put the
into view.
Underdark
On
somewhere.
one
Is the
side
Underdark
it's
in the
sheer,
main world?
like,
I like
straight
kind of like the
down.
idea that
On
the
other side,
Underdark is
it's
a
accessible by
Shadowfell
the steep
thing, and it
path.
just goes
Over
way
here,
down.
You see a small
And that sort
opening,
of breeds the idea
more
that, well, what if
crack
the other
than a
side
door,
just goes way
and
up?
There's a guy.
I was gonna say.
And if one goes
But
way
it's just a
down, one
dude.
goes way up.
Well,
What
he
if they?
looks pretty human, pretty normal
The others
proportions.
don't
In fact,
do those
He's so
directions.
normally proportioned that for a second your brain didn't clue in that he's actually a little
Oh,
over 8
ball
feet
on.
tall. So he is fairly sizable. So what do we do? Do we just start blowing him away from a distance, or do we parley?
We can't beat him. Yeah, I know, but... Or he can't be destroyed.
What do the Rakshasas know?
I don't know.
I say we do what we do best. Just beat the shit out of things.
I don't know. We could try talking to him. You never know. There might be something. They said that one of the possibilities, that was not wholly unlikely, was that you pass by him without any real conflict. The other main
I did use
possibility
some
was that you
Native
try to fight
American
him,
reference
realize
for-
you can't win,
for
and end up
Balpog's
being pursued
head.
by him through the mountain.
'Cause I
You
figured,
have to
like, I mean,
reach
he's
and
been
defeat
here
the entity guarding Zahir
since,
and the
like, the
treasure
beginning,
before the
right?
Guardian catches up, because
just kinda
if you're
feels
sandwiched
right.
between them, you're screwed. Let's try to talk to him.
Maybe we can bribe him. Bribe our way in.
Also, he
I
gets
have
screwed
high
by a lot of
diplomacy,
things, so
and I figured
that also fits,
worst case,
unfortunately.
I can drop a wall of force or something. Maybe that's what we need to buy us time to get into the labyrinth.
I have a horrible need to prove the Rakshasas wrong and destroy this thing.
Yep, they saw that possibility.
Does he have any weapons?
No weapons. There is a heavy gravestone leaning on the wall beside him, not planted in the ground or anything. It looks like a gravestone that is a little weathered, but has never been used. He's
design's
going to
not
whack
fancy,
people with
but
the
it's-
gravestone.
I got a
He
30
looks
on my
pretty good.
martial lore check. Does it look like it's been used like a weapon?
No. There's no sign of that. Though its shape is a little off. It's about 3 feet by 2 feet.
It's a shield.
Maybe. You can't see any straps
Yes,
or
it's a
anything,
shield.
but they could be on the other side. Does it say anything on it? It's engraved in memory of our beloved Alice. She was taken from us far too soon.
Who's Alice?
That's confused a lot of people with that
All right,
symbol there,
talk.
because that's
I
supposed to
have
be the
pretty
symbol
good
of
diplomacy.
Pelor,
How good?
a sun.
I have plus 27.
But because I kind
We're
of,
looking
because of
for
the
a
way I
friend of
drew
ours.
them,
May we pass?
the Pelor
Unfortunately,
symbol and
I
the
have
Blabal
pledged to
symbol
protect this
are
place.
basically the
My
same
word
exact
cannot be
shape.
broken. Who have you pledged
So-
this to? Swain,
In
master of
in
these lands. Why?
in black
You
and
would
white with
not
like no
understand.
colors.
Perhaps not.
Yeah.
Who are you? They call me Balvan, the Millstone.
Who's Alice?
She was my daughter.
Why do they call you the millstone? He grinds people into the ground.
Yeah. He just shrugs. Very tough.
Yeah, I think
But
I think
then,
I said in the
oddly,
show
he
somewhere
perks
that the
up.
Grizzgull
What?
was.
Have you brought
where
that
it is.
back to me?
Me?
You follow his eyes and finger and realize he's looking at the Ring of Sloth.
Where did we
Black
get
dude's
that?
like Alice,
From one
Alice.
of the
Who the
three
f is
riders.
Alice?
Last time we were in the Shadowfell.
You
Did it belong to him?
if you haven't
But
got if you haven't watched my like
it was
Saga of
taken
Balvan
from me long
videos,
ago. I
you should
thought it
definitely
was
watch
lost.
those. If you're just
Did he
joking, then
ask
like
for
yeah, I get it.
Where did you find it?
Like almost
But if
everything
you haven't
we
watched the
got,
Saga of
Lord
Balvan,
attacked
you
us,
find out
so we
why this
killed him.
dude is
I'll
here.
just tell him. Some
Learn a
of
whole bunch of
Swain's
stuff.
guardians at another spirit shackle further east.
One's not as social as you.
I owe my loyalty to Swain, but since it appears it was his men who were keeping it from me, I could give you 24 hours.
In the maze?
Yes, if that is what you seek. I don't suppose you have a map to the maze. No such map exists. If you enter, I must pursue you, but on this day, I will not hurry. You should have 24 hours to attempt to do whatever you came for. That is the most I can offer, for I must keep my word. Do not let me catch you after that.
The thing is, this thing gives me some considerably good DR. If we give it to him, then end up fighting after 24 hours, we've just empowered an enemy.
I don't know if we want to give it up, but I'm not worried about him having it.
Are you okay with it?
I have an idea to distract him that won't give us a whole day, but may
Thanks,
give us
bro.
some time.
I think you
Plus a
did a good
headstone
job
down
of
the
capturing
mountain.
his
That's
vibe.
just going to aggro the hell out of him.
Rude?
Well, yeah.
You seem like a reasonable fellow, and I feel bad for your situation. Is there anything we could do to free you from your oath? I appreciate the thought, and I can see that you are honorable folk, but I'm afraid this matter is beyond your power. Does Swain have Alice? It is more complicated than that. We do have a bolt with his name on it.
Would you kill
More
Swain?
complicated than that.
No,
I'm not going
that
to
would
give you
be
clear
quite
answers.
dishonorable, considering my position. I will see him die, one way or another, though. Even vampire kings are not truly immortal.
All right, I'll give him the ring.
When you hand it to him, he takes it, and it phases into his hand. I'm going to eject the bolt, the one with Swain's name, and hold it up to show it to him as we walk past into the cave. Which is stupid. It's just a moronic thing to do, but I have to for coolness. He
Yeah,
may
for
or may
coolness.
not understand that the bolt is a crazy artifact.
Balvan snatches the bolt.
not,
Roll
but
initiative.
He nods, acknowledging what it means all the same. As Little One passes, you sense that this guy has some kind of very powerful connection to chi energy.
So he's a monk?
Or a powerful warblade. Chi is how I do fire attacks and stuff like that.
So an indestructible warblade probably does mountain hammers all day long?
More like crushing vice of the mountain. They call him the millstone.
What's crushing vice of the mountain?
That. Stuff that I can't do. Hold on. On the off chance that he's a 20th level warblade, what's the most powerful stone dragon strike?
Like he
Oh
looks
yeah,
this up.
look at this. Mountain Tombstone Strike. That's an appropriate name. 2d6 con damage.
Yeah, I wonder if there's any connection
He
there.
is a level 18 plus warblade. He could do that every second round. Yeah.
While full attacking in the round in between.
Just f*** someone up.
Even a 13th level one could do Colossus Strike, which is plus 6d6 damage and save or be knocked back 1d4 squares. He is
I'm sure it's
within
just a
1d4 squares of the
coincidence.
cliff.
Alright, these things are bad.
So we don't have any chance of defeating him?
According to the Rakshasas. Oh, I think we have a chance.
If he's just a level 15 Warblade and not some kind of freak monster, you guys would win. He'd just hurt a bit first.
So, they say it's a maze.
You might want to cast Find
Oh
the
yeah,
Path.
I had
The
to do all
entrance
the
was a
maps for
low,
this place.
narrow crevice, but once through, it's big enough that nobody needs to duck down. After a short natural passage, you emerge into some ruins. The walls here may
This is
once
one of
have
the,
been
this is the kind of
polished
dungeon where
smooth,
most
but
of
that
it
polish
I had
has
sort
been
of written
worn
out
and
what is
faded
where.
by
I had
time.
not
It
really
is dark in here,
drawn
so you will
it
need
as
light
proper
for Black
maps.
and Mora.
So I was just
Unlike
kind
so
of
many
like,
first-person
get a piece of
shooters,
paper,
my crossbow has a
scribble some
flashlight
stuff, and like
built in.
that's
Don't
what
you
this
have
part of
dark
it
vision
looks
from your
like.
goggles?
Yeah,
But flashlight is still good for Mora and I.
Of course, for
Unless
the video
Mora
is then I
was
have to
secretly a
draw it
drow.
better.
All this time, she takes off her makeup. Actually, it'd be more of a twist if Black was a drow. The name kind of gives it away.
Black casts the powerful Find the Path divination. It can't target a
Drow
creature
Black
like
AU.
Zahir, but he asks for divine guidance to find the spirit shackle within the mountain. They'd need to find and break it to teleport out anyway, even Dimension Door. And it seems like there's a good bet it'll be in the heart of the dungeon, hopefully with the prisoner held nearby.
Yeah, Jade Spider,
powerful
I
spell doesn't give
100%
you a
knew Find the
map in
Path
your
would be
head,
coming
it
before
just
I
gives
designed
you
the mountain. The
next
mountain was
direction for
designed
the most direct path
so
to your
that Find the
objective,
Path
updating as you
would
go.
be very
Like a
helpful,
car's GPS.
but would not
Looks like we go straight
remove
ahead.
the challenge. So I had all kinds of challenges that were designed to take it into account.
Which
is why the maze is the way it is, too.
Running water. The correct path down a spiral stair leads through an 80-foot.
But it's important that it's important
every
to still
4
let
feet,
Find the
each
Path
burning with a
be
green
very
flame.
useful. Like,
I
this
wave
place
my
would have
hand
been
through one of the
absurdly
flames.
hard without
Like
Find the
continual
Path.
flame
It
spells,
assumed
it
that they were
appears to
going to
be
have their
heedless,
superpowers.
harmless light.
They cost 50 gold piece to cast.
Find the Path indicates you should go down the one route available.
I thought this was supposed to be a maze. Doesn't seem like much of a maze.
We'll see.
What if it's not a literal
I thought
maze?
this was supposed to be a maze.
Psychological or
Doesn't seem
something?
like much of a
Possible.
maze.
This passage opened into
keep that in
natural
mind.
tunnels which split 3 ways. One curving up, one level, one curving down. Do you want to go for the full clear? Just
Hey,
use Find the
Gandalf, which
Path
way
to
should we go?
Avoid the direct route and explore every passage?
No, let's go the right way. Which is the left way, by the way.
We're on the clock.
Their path is bisected by flowing water. Upstream it narrows, too tight for even Angel to pass. Downstream it widens, but Black leads them across it, turning right at the fork, right into a solid wall.
This flat part has got to be a door. Not sure how to open.
According to Find the Path, this door will open when we present one of the green flames. which
Find the
would've
Path
been good to
literally
know
tells
when
you
we
shit
were
like
up
this. It's
there.
insane.
Find the Path is so powerful that it actually tells you how to circumvent obstacles.
Yeah,
But
listen to
my
Video Me, he
interpretation
knows the
is,
deal.
It's not so good about telling you in advance.
God damn it.
Angel moves fast.
A couple poor wisdom checks slow her down as she runs back, retracing their steps through the confusing, winding tunnels. But even then, the swift assassin is back within 5 minutes, with one of the green torches, and once
I
it
don't
is held
remember
near
every
the
one of these
wall, the
paths.
heavy slab
I mean,
of stone slides out
there's-
of the way.
The
As
area
you move
between
forward,
the torches and
tunnel
this
opens
door
even
is
wider.
mostly just some
The slope
winding
is less
crap
steep,
that goes
but
nowhere.
Then the light begins to falter, which is pretty odd. The green flame, all light in the area. It's actually more like a haze of darkness encroaching, and it encroaches more and more, the island of light around you dimming and shrinking.
Dark vision?
Yeah.
Your dark vision
And they
doesn't help at all.
They never
so it's
clued
clearly
in.
magical
I'm not sure.
darkness,
I'm
closing
not
in
sure
with
that you
every
can
step
blame
you
them.
take
It's
forward. And forward
it's
is
closer
still
to
the direction,
Gygaxian.
according
Like
to
there's not like
Find
a
the Path.
strong
Also
hint or
stands to
anything.
hearing the air.
But I don't
Gives
think
you
they
more
ever
sense
clued
30
in that the
feet. Hearing
green torch
air,
was giving them a
aka
big
smashing
penalty
darkness,
to their
30 feet
to their
is
will
far enough
saves
that even
against
as the darkness
this.
swells around you, little one can still feel
The thing
the
is, you needed it to
presence of
open the
walls
door,
from
but
the
you could have just
reflection of your
left the torch
footsteps and
behind.
armor
And
sounds.
of course, the natural
You know how I
inclination
used to
is,
like
well,
the
this opened one
Shadowfell
door,
better
we should
than the
bring it with
Feywild?
us, even though it's actually bad.
Everything was fine until this. Looking around, you can no longer see.
I
where
told you that at
came.
some point,
Yeah,
Quill,
see,
but
this
I
is the
understand
bullshit
totally if
right
you've
here.
forgotten in
Little
the
one
like
can tell the walls are only
7
25
years
feet
or whatever
apart, so
since
not
then.
even that far, but you can't see them. The radius around each of your light sources, Black's mace, Moore's green
Yeah,
torch,
the
are all
green
around
the green
3
flame
feet
torch
now,
is just
so
all bad
giving
news. There's
illumination
no
out
reason to keep
6
it
feet,
after you
only a
open that
little more
door.
for the cone from Draven's crossbow. I cast Daylight. Okay, your spell illuminates the entire space, as though pushing the darkness away. You can see the walls and everything, like, Then slowly it starts closing back in.
God damn it!
Yeah, see, I don't want to be here anymore. Oh, suck it up. Jesus Christ. Oh, man. Actually, within the power of the daylight spell, and because you haven't been moving forward, it hasn't encroached quite as far. You can still see the walls, faintly. But as soon as they try to advance again, after only 10 feet, the walls disappear into the blackness once more.
They know the path lies ahead, but they don't know how far. A moment later, the widening walls have spread far enough. The little one can no longer sense them, though the floor and ceiling show his senses are not failing him. Listen, we're going to sidestep 10 feet to the right.
Yeah, see if I can find the wall again.
Okay, you shuffle that way, but quickly lose sight of everything, including each other. What?
Darren.
Then a village fades in around you. For a moment, you feel a faint summer breeze, but when it dies down, everything is oppressive, muggy, humid heat. You
And
can feel
blurry.
your
Everything is
sweats
very,
and clothes
very
sticking to
blurry.
your
Because
skin,
I didn't
and your
want to
muscles
draw it
ache, and
better.
your belly growls and squirms, slowly devouring itself in the absence of food. You can make a will save. I believe it's mind affecting.
You can make a will save
26.
at minus 10.
21. So
'Cause of the green flame.
Black passed. Just black?
I'll use a diamond mind maneuver to re-roll. No. Angel rolled 30.
The subtitles
and
gone
26.
again? What?
30
They were
does
on
it.
for a while.
30 succeeds.
I'm gonna yell
Several
out to
videos they
Draven.
stayed on.
Can I do that?
Annoying.
You yelp in pain as Ralph's whip cracks.
Capital
against your
Y
bare
yelp
shoulder.
in pain.
The pain
It's like,
searing as though it
"One
were a
star,
blaze,
one
but
star!"
you know it's nothing but a strip of poorly
Thank you,
tanned
subtitles.
leather. I saw you pause there, worm, lollygagger, pipsqueak. You're starting to look like my laggard of the day. One child every day is punished, supposedly the one who worked the slowest, though Ralph would pick whoever irked him instead. He's leaning down as though to whisper in your ear, but his voice is loud enough for all to hear and stinks of rye. With the suddenness that shocks yourself, the self you are being and the self you really are, you spin and hack at his head once with the side of your shovel blade. He falls to his knees, and you know you've done it now. There's no other way but to
You know you've
bash
done it
him a
now. He
second
looks like
time
he's
right in
some
the
kind of
face.
South Park
You
character.
drop the shovel, your little mud-slimed, sweat-slippery fingers scrabbling at Ralph's belt to get the keys.
Beat
You hear him
Randy's,
breathing,
I mean Ralph's face in.
grasping as you fumble, trying the different keys until you find the one that opens your bonds, and you run. Your legs ache, torn between the sting
Me talking
of
over it is
overwork and
really
the
ruining
drive
the
of
drama
adrenaline.
of the sequence.
You have to get as far as you can. The two of you who passed your saves, deep down your mind whispers that what you are experiencing is not real, that you are a different person, that you aren't
Yeah, Sean,
here,
Ed,
you're elsewhere.
When I made
in a
Ralph,
hurry,
like
in
when I drew
danger.
him, there was no
It's
intention
so
of making him look like
difficult to
Randy from
fight
South
the
Park,
power,
but
the reality
like,
of the sensations you're
after it's
experiencing.
done, is like,
Cannot
yeah,
shake
he seems
yourself
a lot
out of
like
it,
Randy.
nor can you control your
Ralph,
actions.
whatever.
But those of you who passed your save are able to detach yourself slightly, like a partially loosened dream. You still feel every drop of sweat and the fatigue of every shovel stroke, but you keep a sense that you are black, you are Angel, and you are only an observer.
So we're good.
The rest of you are feeling everything without any awareness of your true self or memories. I really hate Ralph.
Next time on Tales from My D&D
Damn you, Ralph.
Campaign.
Fun fact, Ralph's laggard of the day was the inspiration for the fact that the whoever is doing worse in prison in Andor gets punished. That was totally based on me. Very true fact, I'm sure. Creative thing that no one had ever thought of before. Hey, Sarosh and Big
So
Red
we
have
don't
joined
have
the
any
organization.
chance of defeating him?
According to the Rakshasas. Oh, I think we have a chance.
I'd ballista throw
Oh
him
yeah, just
off
because
the
I never
cliff.
got to do this scene.
Nice.
Well, okay then.
This shield weighs like 250 pounds. That's rough on my carrying capacity.
It's definitely magical. Let me identify it.
Boing.
Shit.
He can fly? No.
Run.
No. Jump good. For doing Samurai Jack references. Oh yeah, I like the shield sphere dragging across the merch thing. Although Spreadshirt, those assholes changed what your links are. Like, you idiots, you realize that there are contexts where we can't go back and change it. Why wouldn't you just have the old links redirect to the new ones, you morons? No, they have like
Zahir has
the
needed to be
domain's like
rescued for
my
some
spread
time now.
shop or
Zahir
something
was
now
being
for the new
transferred
unit.
to a mountain stronghold
It sounds
deeper
like
in
a
Swain's
fake domain.
territory. One of the possibilities, according to the Rajas, was that you meet the Guardian and don't fight it. Have you brought that back to me? The Ring of Sloth. Can we ask for it? I could give you 24 hours. Black casts Find the Path. What if it's not a literal maze? It's psychological or something.
See, little one predicts so many things. Not everything, but so many
Hit
things.
this guy in the head with your shovel.
Doesn't
Get the
necessarily
keys
trust
in your
those
sweaty,
predictions that are
grimy little
correct,
fingers.
because they're often
Run for
very
your
weird.
life. And the room fades back in around you. Oh, that's it? I was kind of expecting worse. Those
Yeah,
who
no,
failed
mental
their
thing was
saves
totally
take
pointless. It has no
1d6
effect on you. You're
damage
fine.
as you run into the wall. And you're disoriented for a minute from the power of this experience that was forced on you. The darkness is gone. Dark vision and all your light sources
Well,
are
the
working
ones who
fine.
failed their
Mora's
saves are
green flame
disoriented
torch,
for a minute.
Straven's
It would be
crossbow,
bad to
flashlight,
run into a
etc.
fight right
you
then.
Can't tell how long
This was the
you were
trainer
trapped
one,
in
though,
that
so nothing
vision,
happens.
But you aren't hungry or thirsty, so it doesn't seem like much time passed. Angel searches the area while they get their bearings, but she, Mora, and Draven can find no obvious source or mechanism that can explain this experience. Is Find the Path still going on? Black still has Find the Path.
Natural 20.
Black, you notice some kind of debuff affecting everyone who failed their save. They each have 5 points of positive energy resist.
Oh yeah, that's the other
Positive
thing it was doing. It did have an
resist
effect.
Healing?
I forgot,
Yes,
'cause we
and
mostly-
Black's best guess is
The
it
Doom
would
charges
last
didn't
for
come up
hours.
much.
You believe you could clear one charge with a remove curse
They
or
seemed
break
like a good
enchantment
idea.
spell. One charge per person if the spell has multiple targets.
Wait, charges?
Yeah, it's actually one charge per person. I like your charges system. Getting 5 hit points less for each healing effect.
He likes the
wasn't
charges
enough
system
to
in
be
theory.
worth
He never
those
likes the
spells.
actual
Not right
charges.
now.
They're always
Especially
bad.
since they aren't hurt. Mostly. Before we go any further, if we're going to be hallucinating, we should probably tie ourselves together. No, I like that. Tie ourselves together so we don't physically get separated. They use Little One's rope to tie themselves in a human chain, with 10 feet of slack between each of them. Reasoning
It's a
that
human
if they
chain,
needed to separate,
because some of
they
them
could
are still a
easily
little
cut the rope.
racist.
Angel in particular was on a hair trigger for cutting herself loose. Or slip out, with Escape Artist. Rounding a bend, they follow a steep downward tunnel until one wall drops away, revealing a wide open area. A great natural fissure which narrows into a crevice
Oh,
some
yeah, this
distance
was a
above
fun
them,
room.
but stretches down far below the reach of the green flame torches at the corners of the 70-foot stone bridge. They can see one more bridge 100 feet further down, with some thick white cables stretching haphazardly across the chasm. However, Find the Path directs Black to cross the bridge straight ahead.
But the spell doesn't actually warn about traps.
If you fell down a pit, it would tell you how to get out after we fall down the pit.
Yes.
Angel, go underneath. Thanks to your rope, you actually need to go a fair ways onto the bridge if you want her to get down around the arch supports while staying within your 10-foot slack. I'm just assuming the bridge is rigged to fall. Nothing bad happens, though, as they cross about a third of the way, allowing Angel to spider climb around to the bottom. You find a band of glowing purple runes deeply engraved across the
That's
bottom
never
of the
good.
bridge from end to end. You cast Read Magic, find out they say, these are explosive runes. Who cast Spider Climb on Mora? Get her down here. Mora can't quite decipher the purple runes, but she does find that there's a greater glyph of warding mixed in there, which would trigger a cloud kill spell
Ooh, good
if
catch.
the other runes are tampered with. Wait, those runes aren't the cloud kill. The cloud kill is if the runes are messed with? Yes,
Yeah,
that
cloud kill
wasn't
goes
too
down,
hard to
doesn't go on
discern with
top of the bridge.
spellcraft. The purple
think.
runes being protected by the greater glyph of warding are a little more advanced, or more rare anyway.
I could just go first.
I thought we had a mass fly going on. You still do. So we could just fly over or around it. Mora only got 22 on her Arcana check. Maybe you could do better? Almost certainly. Okay, just hanging out under the bridge hasn't had any ill effects. I'll go down there and take a look. You're just going to fly around there and see the runes for yourself? Yes.
Get that
staying
tone
as
of voice.
close as
The
possible
GM
to the
tone of
bridge.
voice.
Okay,
It's subtle.
you don't actually need your check. Because what the rune does is nullify all forms of flight magic. You're like, ah! As you swing closer to the runes, because you don't want to trigger the cloud kill. But then you swing back the other way, and now you're just a pendulum, so you know you can't swing any higher.
I'll pull you up.
Once back
Pendulum
on the bridge,
physics.
your flight starts working again. With a little experimentation, they determined that the runes project a wide cone outward and downward, which suppresses any flight or levitation magic. So we have to go over the bridge. We can fly over the bridge? Can we fly beside the bridge? That's not what is preventing. Okay, so what's the purpose of this? Preventing people from flying below the bridge? Preventing people from flying up? Out of the chasm.
Well, this
Yeah, the room's
is
not meant for
blade
you.
that has the Underdark. This thing could go down, like,
Infinitely, in theory.
So there could be drow coming up. They do cast levitate.
Drow
After
do
a
cast
lot of paranoid
levitate.
planning, they fly across the bridge. It's fine. Still keeping off the ground,
Yep.
they follow the ledge around to a tunnel which goes about 15 feet, then stops dead. Another stone door. Find the path is like, right this way. Then you get here and it's like, oh, you want to go through the door. You need to go down that way to activate a rune near the lower bridge.
Okay, Elder Mountain hammer the door.
The rest of us untie from him.
I don't think you have time.
I back up as far as I can without stepping onto the bridge.
29 damage, ignoring hardness.
You make some cracks. You are definitely causing damage, but it's not only a huge heavy slab of stone, but you suspect it's magically toughened to some degree. Little one can Elder Mountain hammer every second round, but it looks like this will take a number of hits. So Angel slips out of the ropes, casts invisibility, and scouts down with spider climb.
They
since the
can
runes
just
don't
break
seem to
almost
affect
anything
that.
given time.
50 feet down, you're like, whoa, hey. Because your dark vision stops about 20 feet below that bridge. There's some kind of magical darkness down there. But we don't have to go below that bridge, do we?
Don't think so.
After several more Elder Mountain Hammer strikes, water sprays out from the extremely tough stone door. But after the 5th strike, a torrent of water blows Little One out, briefly dangling from the party's rope, before settling down to a steady flow down a 5x5 vertical shaft.
What's behind that?
Another door.
Find the path still say the same thing?
Says to go through the door that's straight ahead.
How does it say to open that door?
Same thing, a rune near the lower bridge.
Whatever, I'm heading down.
Tired of this brute force approach, Angel heads down to explore the hint provided by Black's Find the Path spell. This time, as she descends, she passes near one of the thick white cables that span the chasm.
White
That's
cables?
not a cable. It's a strand of webbing. Not like the trap part, just the structural part for walking on.
How big is this web?
It's about 6 inches thick. The hell?
That gives you a spider of what, like 100 yards wide? Good luck, Angel. On the plus side, it probably won't see you as food. Hopefully it doesn't see me at all, because I'm invisible.
As you reach the level of the lower bridge, there's a 5-foot archway on either side of the chasm. The near one, on your side, just leads to a 15 by 60 room.
Does it smell strongly of spider?
Not really. The spider scent is definitely much stronger behind you. The room, almost more of a hallway, is basically empty, save for a small alcove on the left. Inscribed in that recessed wall, she finds some kind of rune with 5-fold symmetry.
How do you trigger the rune to open the door?
I don't know. Black would know, if he was there. He's got to be near it or see it or something, though. God damn it.
I don't want to go down there.
So broken. That's fine. Do we have climbing pitons, or...
There's a giant spider down here. How much falling damage is it?
1d6 per 10 feet.
So, only 10d6?
If you're dropping down intentionally instead of falling, that knocks off a die. And if you tumble, you can shave off another, so you'd only take 8d6.
3-point landing.
Is there anywhere to tie a rope?
It is
the
bad
bridge
for your
supports would work, but you would need 100 feet
So
of
it's being
rope to
40.
descend, plus enough slack to secure it. That's for the end that's closer to the upper bridge. It would take a lot more to go down to the same end of the bridge as Angel.
I wish I could just drop down.
He doesn't want to climb. He wants to take 8d6 damage. But it's cool.
It would be cool. That's the thing. Okay, wait, sample roll, right? 32 damage. That would leave me with
Find the path sounds
138
impractical. I don't
HP.
know
Sorry,
what you mean. It's
132
amazing.
from running into the wall.
That wall kicked your ass. Max damage, man.
Just happens to be
We're
annoying,
so
especially
powerful.
in this dungeon.
Falling damage is inconsequential. I can just drop down 100 feet and be fine. I've taken more combat damage in a round from a single creature.
Well, I don't know if it's inconsequential. If you miss the bridge, it won't be inconsequential. I don't like the idea of going down a rope and not having a flight spell.
Raven doesn't even have to climb. We can just lower him down.
Then you'll have both hands for crossbow.
I like it. Sold! You guys do have rope, right? Adventurers of your level?
I have 100 feet of rope, so if anybody else has rope, we're good.
I have a hat, a monocle, sun rods.
Angel has rope, but she's already down there. Who needs rope to climb things?
Whatever. I will make a ton of rope. Minor creation lasts for 12 hours. I make like 12 cubic feet of rope.
Get annoyed at
they
people
tie
and just
rope
they're like
however the heck they want and make their
giant
way down.
massive
Though even the
women.
powerful light from Draven's photon accelerator stops dead at the supernatural darkness below them. Once in the room,
That rune is activated by a magic missile spell. You just hit
There's
each of the 5 quadrants with a magic missile.
alright, I craft a temporary magic missile scroll. Has to be level 9 to do 5
they could have just gone across the bridge. The other side of the bridge had a wand of magic missile. They would have done this.
You can hear the distant flow of water changing. The water sounds like it's coming out lower down now. Find the path tells you, oh yeah, you need to go back up there. So that's all good news. And then you're all engulfed in darkness. I grab the closest person.
We're not all tied together right now, are we?
Nope, used that rope.
Damn it.
Braven grabs the closest person, but very quickly loses track of them.
They had as
You're
much
brought
rope as
back
they
to
wanted, but they had
consciousness by
untied
jarring
it first.
pain in your left arm. Make a new will save, but
No.
with +4 if you previously saved. Looking down, you can't help but feel a certain grim pride.
My
It
attempts to
cost
gamify
you
this
an
were
arm,
not very
But
successful.
you managed to kill most of the drow slavers
It's
and
cool,
drove off the human
but
collaborators,
not like
rescuing your childhood village
a
and
good form of
avenging all your
interactive.
childhood friends.
I'm feeling good now. I don't care if I lost my arm.
Am I the same guy who beat up Ralph that time? Yes, but obviously older now. Standing up, you flex your new bony fist. You've known enough to perform this ritual for some time now, known how much power you'd gain, but you'd been unwilling to make the sacrifice.
Oh no,
You should probably
I think
thank
they
that
liked it,
drow
but
in
I
the
wanted to
scimitar.
make it more
Walking
interactive,
out
and
of
my
the hut,
attempts
you
to
take
do
in
so
your
were
surroundings.
pretty meh.
The dim sun
Didn't
of
really
the
add anything.
Shadowfell like a mere moon glowing through the world's misty ceiling. The townspeople move around furtively, as though afraid the drow could return at any time, which seems unlikely, given what you did to them. That one you reanimated is still burying the others outside of town, though the shaman will have to perform the rite on them soon, so they don't come back in a less helpful capacity. Oh, there he is now, hobbling over with some of the others. Your expression turns grim as you realize they are still terrified. You're each alone, each in your own reality. What do you say to them? And roll another saving throw. What concerns you? Do you question what I have done? At least we now know for sure they won't be back. Do I know who I am? How much do I remember? Having failed your save, you don't have your own memories. It's up to you how much of the core of your personality shines through. Mostly, all you remember is your escape as a child and the necromantic battle you just won against the evil Dark Elves. Though all these things are familiar. You feel like you know everything you need to, even though I couldn't describe that knowledge to you. I say nothing. Wait, did I lose the flesh from my arm? Or did the scimitar cut it off and I reanimated? Yeah, these aren't your original bones.
We've come a long way from shoveling.
They know that what they say in their vision affects their saving throw, but they don't know whether they should be true to themselves or try to emulate this life they are inhabiting or try to correct the mistakes of the past.
Thank you once more for freeing
I
us.
think the
but we have
I think
to
the
find
actual
a new place
objective was to
live as soon
emulate,
as
was to
possible. The drow
come up with as
won't
close a
stand for
response
this.
as possible
You
to
almost
the
argue.
original
The
guy.
way you cleared them out, right now you feel
That
like
was
you
the way
could
you got a
accomplish
bonus.
anything. But no. You know that if the Spider Empire put its legs down, you aren't powerful enough to resist them.
We are going to head west, where they fear to tread, and then try to lose them by skirting the border of the vampire's kingdom until we can find safer lands.
I'll try to slow them down.
Yeah, that
I
would
think
work out.
that would be a very good idea. Fine, you go. I will stay and wait for them. Kill them all. You're all starting to break free, becoming more aware of yourselves, even though you're still trapped in the five senses of this vision or whatever it is. Perhaps because of this, you're all seeing the same thing now. If this is in fact someone's memory, the memory itself continues the way that person remembers it. The Vampire Lands. A dangerous gamble, but I may be able to hide us all from Swain's notice.
We think it would be better if you and we head our separate ways. The drow will surely use their magic to hunt you down. The rest of us are surely beneath their notice.
And suddenly you realize the villagers are trembling. They're as afraid of you as they are of the drow or even the evil undead. After all you've done for them, after all you've sacrificed, they don't even see you as one of them who escaped all those years ago. You aren't their triumphant hero. You're like some monster that lumbered out of the brush and stepped on their oppressors. And they'll be relieved when you are gone. You're filled with anger. Anger at them, but more at the injustice. And you do nothing. You mumble brief goodbyes, gather your gear and spell components from the shack and shamble out into the woods. You don't know where to go. You spent a decade focused on the goal of rescuing these people, and now A scimitar comes down at you from behind. Your new fleshless hand whips out and seizes the attacker's wrist, causing him to yelp hoarsely, dropping the stolen drow weapon. You turn to find the old, wary, and frankly ugly face of a man you knew, a man who already owes some of his scars to you. Ralph, the collaborator, the former slave driver,
Oh,
the
he has an
nightmare
ugly
face
scalp.
of your youth. You see the cowardly, impotent hatred in his eyes, and your rage flares. I spared you and the others to show you, to show the village, to show myself that I am a better person. But mercy has limits. He coughs and grunts in shock and pain as your tight skeletal grip tightens further like a clamp. You feel the life force begin to drain from him, then change your mind. You don't want anything he has. Channeling negative energy through your bony fingers, his body writhes, sputters, screams as blood vessels burst, organs
this is a
splatter,
messy shot.
and in seconds, the flesh explodes from his body in a neat 270-degree arc, the
Damn.
gore cleanly missing you. You grasp tighter, focusing even more energy for a moment, then you release the bones of his forearm, turn, and continue walking away. With a creaking sound, the skeleton slowly rises and lurches into step, following you.
That splat,
Of course,
man.
before the rest of you wake up, thanks to making all her saves, Angel woke up around earlier, when she was hit by a glob of web, entangling her and dragging her back towards the chasm. I get a 20. Escape artist. I'm hoping the spider is chaotic evil. Can I see a spider? Yes. Well, no, not really. All you see is a big spider head. The spider is not evil, so no extra damage from his currently holy crossbow, but Draven hits it for 17 damage, then again for 16. The second one was a crit, but with damage rolls so terrible it came out like a normal hit. As a
Stupid
swift
bad
action,
crits.
I summoned a mini fire elemental with distracting ember to give me flanking. 24? 24 will hit. It's quite
They're
large
so
and
spider.
not super armored, and not immune to crits. Take 25. As it becomes bloodied, it makes a terrible, squealing shriek, but it releases the wall or whatever it was holding and drops down into the darkness.
More spiders?
Probably more. Mora can dimension door us up. Teleportation not working because of the spirit shackle. Me and Black will stay down here while Angel and Mora's spider climb up, covering Draven as he uses the rope. Do we want to stay grouped down here and fight for a while? Just putting it out there.
We don't know what we're defending against.
No, we don't know how long this will take, and we don't want to wait around. I'm inclined to agree. I just wanted to put that out there. Once you're up top, they can all cover us. How close are the webs to the bridge? The strands are pretty far apart. A 20-foot
They're
gap
just
is a
they're
small
just
step for a
bargain
gargantuan
brand
spider.
spawn
If I
of
get stuck in a
ungold,
web,
right?
it's blistering radiance.
If they aren't flat webs, they aren't necessarily sticky. Spiders have buttloads of different types of web. Literally.
Like Drow
Most-
President's
most
Choice.
of them aren't sticky, actually. I just want to draw their attention. The fact that they have tremor sense means they can probably feel the vibrations. A head rises up with red glowing eyes. Which is interesting, because the previous spider had spider eyes. Bring it on, mama b****.
It's a half fiendish spider.
And you're pretty 1,000,000% sure this one's evil.
Well, I kind of want to kill it now.
It casts Horrid Wilting. That's like an 8th level spell. The spell deals 71 desiccation damage in a huge
Ow.
area, hitting all but Daggerface. Yet it's only DC 19, so everyone saves for half. You're lucky its casting stats are terrible. I don't like that it's casting spells at all. The wounded
That's
spider
casting
rises
8th level
out of the
assault
darkness,
spells?
but fails to bite little one. Angel crossbow crits for 22. and
Yeah, the
hits a
spiders are pretty
second time,
creepy.
but somehow only for 5. It's much more happy with the 5s. Stick with the 5s. Draven, you're hit by a glob of web shooting up from the darkness directly below you, and you're entangled. So you're pretty sure there's a third spider down there. Dwarf Daggerface runs out, and he thinks twice. He was going to climb up behind Draven, but now that looks bad. Daggerface, run back in the room.
Okay.
He runs back in the room, but gets himself an angle here and tosses a throwing axe at the half-fiendish spider. He hits, but he does no damage. This thing has the crappiest, most worthless damage reduction there is. Meaningless to you guys, but these are his backup weapons, and they're obviously not magical.
I can't get to the big one over there, can I?
It can cast spells. It's not coming over to you. You can cast back.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, Sound Lance.
Roll spell resistance?
Spell resistance 2. Of course there is.
Half Fiendish is the strong template. Full-on Fiendish is weakest, but half Fiendish is pretty dangerous if the creature has a lot of hit dice. It saves for half, but still takes 21 damage.
That still shows it that it isn't
You
safe
can beat the
over
spell
there.
resistance.
Yeah, but probably hasn't taken that much damage in centuries. At least it'll remember us.
I'm gonna shout at it because I'm pretty sure it can understand me. Come and fight me.
Or you'll keep prying his face.
For all it knows, I can just keep casting that. I wish I had some way to taunt it. It has me taunted because it's fiendish. I wonder if I can tell it that I'm like the opposite.
Well,
Da-
it's suggested in
Daggerface's
places
primary
in the books
weapon
that
is
clerics
magical.
of a certain level
He
have
has
a sort
cheapo
of
magical
aura.
armor and
Certainly,
stuff.
after casting a spell at it,
Not like a
it
player
can
character, though.
probably tell that you're an unfriendly, high-level cleric of some type.
Come at me, Arachne. Yeah.
Should I attack the big one or the small one? The one on the bridge is pretty hurt.
I'm gonna tell you to shoot the small one. In fact, I yell it out. Attack the baby.
If it's her baby, though, wouldn't that piss her off, too?
No, it'll be my order. I've got the big one aggroed on me.
Shoot the big one, because I can't attack the big one.
Well, you can, just not in a way that doesn't involve suicidally leaping at it into the darkness.
Don't tempt me with suicidal bomber run, because I'll f***ing do it.
Actually, does falling damage cap at 20d6?
Yep.
I can fall any distance, really. It hurt like a son of a bitch, but I can do it.
That's what I'm saying. As long as there is a bottom, as long as I land somewhere eventually, I can take this mother down. Then I take 20d6, I'd probably survive.
I Orb of Force. There's no SR against it, so 31 force damage.
Way to piss her off. If it has no save, you're gonna be pissed off.
You may have generated a negative opinion.
Should have attacked the baby.
-1 reputation with Fiendish Spider.
Not getting a Christmas card anymore.
Webs are very susceptible to burning, right? If I lay down a blistering radiance, their webs would burn, they would fall.
They could climb up the wall. Yeah, but they couldn't use their web to...
Removing the webs would drastically reduce their maneuverability. Right now, as far as you can tell, they have pretty much all the three-dimensional maneuverability they want. And you guys don't, because you can't fly
Sophisticated
down
way
there.
that I
wouldn't
show
be funny.
that.
Find out
The spider
that just
climbing
below
all
that
three-dimensionally.
flatness,
Nope,
we
I
think
just
it's a long
rotated
ass
in a
way
circle.
down. Find out it's just like 10 feet down. It's just ground.
Gotta be more than 10 feet to hide these f***ers.
I'll run over and slash the web off Draven.
The webbing is so tough that it actually DRs her physical damage, but it takes the elemental damage and lights on fire. The strand has a couple HP left, which may burn off on its own. Will certainly be easier for Draven to break out now, though he may get burned a bit.
I'm next. You've got the one that's still alive. Barely. I use my new maneuver, Avalanche of Blades.
You won't get much of an avalanche.
I won't roll damage yet, but just gonna keep attacking till I miss with -4 each time. What's its AC?
Not good.
The move
AC
sounds
is
cooler than it
19.
is. He's
Okay,
better off with his other
hit,
stuff.
Hit. Next one is at -12. Okay, I missed.
Yeah,
Even though
you
it can
overkilled
theoretically
very
do
satisfying.
ridiculous damage.
You're next. Rah! Also, Moracast taste.
Can I summon my fist on top of them?
I don't think we can set that precedent. The item is supposed to summon an elephant. I think balance requires that any summoned or conjured creature appear in appropriate terrain. In the air, only if it flies. In water, only if it can swim. Otherwise, on the ground. Of course, once you summon it on ground that can support it, you can't just order it to jump off. It's a summon. Who cares?
Summon it on a ledge 100 feet up, have it drop down.
Now, the thing the mistress is most concerned about is that spell she couldn't resist. Oh, for
It's got a
fuck's sake.
name.
Maybe you should have went with baby.
Draven, you need to make a DC 18 Fortitude save, and you really want to make it? It's casting Destruction on you. You
There's
fail,
no evidence
just
that those
die.
guys, that the
It's like
Feywild
Divine
elephants fly.
Disintegrate, but does a lot more damage if you survive. And it's DC 18? So I only fail on a 1, but I feel that now that I've said that... Whew, that's good, because that's one of those ones where they'd have to true res you.
I'd be heartbroken.
Only DC 18?
Yes, garbage casting stats. It's getting spell-like abilities from its template. It's nowhere near clever enough to cast these spells through a class. So take 37 points of damage. I'm going to trigger my Ring of Mystic Defiance, which I forgot last time, and take 10 damage less. Then it's going to dip back down into the darkness. The other spider, the one you can't see, is going to entangle Mora.
Burn them all!
I'm gonna burn that shit. Is it safe yet?
No!
Damn it, I want to do something.
You can do something after if Draven's below half health.
Oh yeah, I'm bloodied. I'm so bloodied.
I cast blistering radiance below the bridge.
Does that do anything about the darkness? The massive eruption of divine light and fire is 50-foot radius, more than enough to fill the chasm wall
looks
to
creepy
wall,
too.
but not all the way lengthwise. and stretches 100 feet down from the lower bridge. They can either burn or come out of there.
And it should destroy all the webs.
Roll spell resistance?
Oh, 28.
Nope. Its SR is based on hit dice, and it has a lot of hit dice. It is hurting any non-fiendish spiders down there, giving everything -1 to hit. The webs are smoldering, but they're so tough and thick, they seem to be holding up.
But we can see them now.
Yes, because Blistering Radiance, especially the Priest version, is a light spell which is higher level than the Darkness, and you can see that there was, in fact, sheet web further down, the catching, trapping kind, which burns away. Though it was tough enough that it took a whole round of the fire. Oh yeah, the half-fiendish spider has huge armored talons on his front legs, unlike the others, and it should be noted it has huge bat wings.
Really?
Angel convinces Draven that
Wasn't
Mora
creepy
can
enough
do
yet.
the healing he needs, so he Force Wands instead, only to roll an abysmal 23 damage. On Angel's turn, her clothing morphs into the Ataran hazmat suit with 12 fire resist, making her immune to the blistering radiance, and she spider climb tumbles down the wall to strike at the normal spider.
As far as I know, Mama can keep casting disintegrates all day long. I jump onto her back.
Okay, it's directly underneath you. It's big. It's not that hard for you to drop down and do something to it, but you'll have to make a reflex save afterwards to stay on it. If you fail, you might get another chance or two from the smoldering cable webs down there.
With Inferno Blade as a boost, a revitalizing strike.
He hits it pretty
Problem,
hard.
problem
managing
with burning the
35
sheet web
damage,
is they no
even
longer
though
have
the
a net.
mistress
They used to have a
resists
net
10
so they
lightning
couldn't
and
actually
10 of
fall
his fire
forever.
damage.
And I heal 22, -5 from that healing resist, so 17 hit points. And booyah! 30
Epsilon,
reflex.
it's
So you
basically
land
just,
easily.
I took a big
And
spider
good job
and I
remembering
gave it the
the
half
stupid heal
fiendish
resistance,
template, and
but
that's
I'm afraid you got
basically
another one of
it.
those doom charges
I may have
from
tweaked
the
your
last
stats a little
Dark
bit,
Visions,
but
so you heal
yeah.
5 less again. Do we all have another charge? Nope. It resulted from
No,
a failed
Mame,
save.
it's not colossal
Laura wriggles
either.
free
It
of
just
the
has a
web,
lot of
but that
hit
took her
dice.
action, so she'll have
You
to heal
can just
Draven on her
add more
next
hit
turn.
dice to
As for
monsters
the mistress,
a
you're
challenge
on
rating
her
cost without
back.
actually
Yep,
changing what
try
they are
casting
usually.
now.
She's going to try to shake you off, which I'm going to call a move action for her. Reflex 30 if you want to hang on and have a free hand to attack. If you get at least 25, you can stay on, but
played
it'll take
Dungeons and
both
Dragons,
hands, so
and
you'll
it
have
was
to
advanced.
either spend your action pulling yourself up, or make an attack and fall off.
Nope, didn't quite get the 30.
But logically, she can't actually attack you. And the spells she has left aren't worth risking an attack of opportunity. She makes a shrieking noise, trying to call the other one to get him off, but it refuses. She doesn't care about the fire, but the other spider is trying to get the hell out of it, even though Angel is able to hit it for another 13 as an attack of opportunity. Have I been healed yet?
No, but Mora's putting herself in the way. Is that thing flying?
Not currently.
I hope it tries to fly.
Dwarf Daggerface comes out, trying to
James,
figure out how to
this
attack
chasm goes
the
down a
nearest
really,
spider,
really
who is
long
looking
distance.
away right now and whose leg is just out of reach. He grabs the bottom of the rope, wraps his arm around it, like a lot, like possibly too much, to the point that it might be hard to get out, and he swings over to attack. Hit! He can't really use a maneuver like this. He's not a boss like Little One, but he hacks at the spider leg for relevant damage. Take that, you bug-eyed bastard! Black casts Holy Transformation,
take that.
which we agreed should actually let him fly, because the spell normally gives you physical wings for the duration. We just weren't picturing them because of his particular theme.
Then Belt of Battle and full attack. Is he 24 with charging bonus?
-1 from Blistering Radiance, you miss.
Man,
From his own spell.
Did you count the +1 from haste?
no.
Then you hit. And he hits again and again. He does 24, 22, then 24 more points of damage.
We're
Ow.
hasted. Take another
look at her
26.
face.
The eyes are getting crushed down one side of its head, but it has a lot of spares, and it didn't get a proper attack during its turn, so with its dying breath, it's going to bite you. Smite good. Black can actually feel the evil force of its charged mandibles, but it fails to penetrate his armor, and as the fangs slide off, the half-fiendish spider begins to fall away, with Little One still clinging to it.
Can Little One jump to me?
No, there's a lot of spider between the two of you. He's going to have to make a reflex save to determine how far he falls before he can catch
That looks
a
really
strand,
good with the
which is
different,
actually more
like,
dangerous now that the sheet
the
web is
different
burned
cables
away.
going
You're working
in
without a
front
net.
of it like that.
Reflex.
That was a good call, me.
14, 20 feet for every 2 points by which he fails.
No, wait. Immediate action maneuver. I get 29 instead.
So, what's Find the Path say? You activated the room, so it says back up to the door.
Have they found the treasure room? And will they find Zahir near the treasure as they hoped? Next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
Neither of those things are next time. that was just a lie. Well, it wasn't a lie. It was like, will any of those things happen next time? It's just the answer is no. Is there more to Desmar? Big Rin.
Now that the spiders are gone, the darkness washed away by the light, and the sheet webs burned away, you can see a cave some distance below. There are no ledges or bridges down there. Could be treasure.
Black doesn't care about treasure, but I'm thinking there could be more. Like eggs and shit.
You'll take damage from the blistering radiance.
Black casts
unless
detect
you
eggs and
dismiss it.
shit.
2 rounds of 2d6 fire, easy fortitude for half.
We'll take it.
The light of the radiance reveals that the cave does in fact contain a number of egg sacs towards the back.
And
Eggs and
any
shit
of them
detected.
could be fiendish.
There's not a lot of treasure. They find the drained body of some unrecognizable humanoid, a set of black studded leather armor, some studs from other studded leather, which is decayed away.
Some
towards
unrecognizable
nothing, and
humanoid, which is
75
definitely
gold
drow based
worth
on the
of
equipment.
currency scattered around from various bodies. If the black leather's magical, might be an upgrade for Daggerface.
Whatever. Nuke the site from orbit.
Is there like a use for spider eggs?
No. No. No.
For
No, no,
magic
no.
or alchemy, not like to train them. Well, maybe? Orcs mounted on spiders.
No. We're not bringing the hell spiders back to our dimension.
No,
There's no way
it's-
you're confusing
that achievement was
Black
no
to any
Wayland
of that.
Jose
Must take a
because
long time for them to grow so
Wayland
big anyway.
Wayland
Yeah, fine.
Yutani is the
Okay.
corporation
I
from
breath weapon
Alien.
it. 5 damage. One of the egg sacs seems a
In case anyone
more
missed that.
resistant, but that's too much for the larvae, or whatever they are. Oh, I nuked them a few more times. Those were hell spiders. I kind of want to see what the baby hell spiders look like. Like, baby animals are cute. Are these cute?
GM ruling, they are not cute.
No, it's official. The baby hell spiders, not cute.
Tales from My D&D Campaign.
Previously,
What if it's not a literal maze? It's psychological or something.
Get the keys in your sweaty, grimy little fingers. Run for your life. And the room fades back in around you. They each have 5 points of positive energy resist.
Look at that green
Positive.
torch center of the image.
Resist healing? Oh, you want to go through the door. You need to go down that way to activate a room near the lower bridge. All you see is a big spider head. The half-fiendish spider begins to fall away, with little ones still clinging to it.
Reflex 29. So,
Yeah, no, I
what's
like
Find the
that
Path say?
shot with the
You
parallax
activated
on
room,
the
so
spider
it
webs.
says back up to the door. Black and Little One fly down to investigate a lower cave they spot, where they incinerate some spider eggs, possibly half-fiendish spider eggs, and return with a set of black studded leather armor from an old desiccated corpse, hoping it might be an upgrade for Daggerface. Everyone groups up in the Rune Room, and Draven identifies the clearly magical studded leather, while Dwarf Daggerface's aura heals everyone who is below half hit points. Because his Dragon Shaman aura is granting fast heal rather than directly healing with positive energy, it actually gets around the healing resistance from the Doom charges, which is good, because their other main source of out-of-combat healing, a Wand of Cure Light Wounds, is made pretty much worthless by the residual effects of the
Oh yeah,
disturbing
Doom charges,
visions.
thwarting your wand.
So, as was suspected, this studded leather is drow armor. It's +5 drow studded leather of memory. What? +5 drow studded leather, and every time you fail a save against a hostile spell, it gives you a +2 competence bonus against further spells from the same caster. Bonus stacks up to 3 times, lasts 1 day or until you rest.
what? That's awesome.
Well, it only kicks in after you get affected by stuff from the same caster. It's more of a catch-up mechanic. But it's drow. Yes. Based on your massive arcana and spellcraft, you figure that in daytime, or a daylight spell, blistering radiance, etc., its enhancement bonus drops to +1, and the spell memory save bonus is halved. It works fine at night, in darkness. In fact, it should work even in the feeble daylight of the Shadowfell, but it is a drawback. What's everyone's armor?
Forget Daggerface. That's good for Angel.
I have a +4 chain shirt. That's the same AC as +5 studded leather.
So it does little for her, but it's a big upgrade for Daggerface. It takes some effort to convince DDF that this black elfy armor is an upgrade, or will fit him. But
Even though I drew it clearly to look like his armor,
with
but
unknown
black.
magic involved, there's no way to be certain how long they've been down here. But unless the dark visions suppress bodily functions, they can't have been in the mountain more than an hour or two. So they elect to hole up in the rune room and try to rest and regain
I need to
spells,
stop saying
including
rune
a break
room. It
enchantment
feels
from
weird
Black,
to say.
so Raven can
Rune
save his
room.
expensive scroll for an emergency. And nothing bothers them.
Really?
I wouldn't think anybody would realize yet that the fiendish hell spider protecting this place is gone.
They had cast some healing spells first, through the positive energy resist. And now, after resting for 8 hours, Black's break enchantment clears 1 doom charge from each of them.
I have none, right?
Correct, since Angel passed every single save against the visions. With no more than 1 charge each now, 5 heal resistance, they finished topping up everyone's health at a much more reasonable spell cost, between Mora and Black's healing spells, and Draven's Wand of Cure Light.
I recast
Yay.
Find the Path.
There is a cave on the other side of the lower bridge, but Find the Path just says to head back up to the door you opened with this rune. As a player, I want to explore everything, but as a character, Draven just wants to get the frack out of here. You're going to lose that desire to explore everything in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes? God damn it. Is it going to be another... No.
It's 5
You know
shadowing.
what I
It's
mean
more obvious
when
than
you know what I mean.
foreshadowing.
Let's
It's
go.
like in your
When they get
face.
back up to the door Little One had broken on the upper level,
Did they really not
the
check the
matching
other?
door on
There
the
was a
far
wand
side
of
the
magic
shaft
missile
is
in
now
there.
open, and
I
water
don't
has
think it
been
had many
diverted elsewhere,
charges, but
cut
it
off
did
from
5
above,
missiles.
leaving
Because
a
that's what you
metal
needed
grate
for the
across
room.
the shaft. Across the grate is a 60-foot-long carved tunnel, and beyond that an intersection where the passage continues forward, but also branches 90 degrees left and right. Before we get too far, what's our plan for fighting a lich? The Raj has made clear that the entity has much bigger spells than you guys, but can't keep them up forever, so if you could survive the initial assault, you should have a good chance.
I was thinking of hitting him with Moonbolt. Against undead, it cripples them.
Okay,
I was thinking of hitting him repeatedly until he stops moving.
what if you can't reach him? Could be flying, incorporeal.
Then I'm gonna die.
Flying,
It's
teleporting
okay,
every round.
use your ranged attacks.
I can't fly. I
Around
could
a circle of
teleport
tentacles.
counter if the spirit shackle didn't stop teleports.
You can fly?
Very briefly.
Right.
Angel's gonna try to
Sending
get within 15
wave
feet of
upon
him.
wave
Cast
of
silence on
NPCs.
herself.
That's a good idea. If you cast centered on yourself, there's no save.
Which is
Good
predefined
damn
kill of it.
plan. Can he see invis? Probably.
Well, I'm gonna try. He's a spellcaster. Silence.
The tunnels in this area are very regular. 8 feet high, 8 feet wide. Though we're going to treat that as
Now
one
we're in
square
like an
wide
old
for rules
SSI
purposes. Like the area near the entrance, it may once have been magically perfect, but if so, it has decayed over time to just
You're like,
very smooth. For light
turn left,
sources, you're
turn
still
right,
running
go straight ahead.
green flame, a continual flame torch, and 120-foot cone of bright light from the photon accelerator. I can give each of you Bane Undead. Well, you can have Bane Undead or Holy if you prefer. Bane gives +2 to hit, Holy doesn't. But Holy gives +2d6 damage against anything evil, not just undead. You waiting for combat buffs, or... It lasts a long time. 10 minutes per caster level.
Holy is probably better. I don't need the +2. Though, I say that now.
I'll get Bane Undead.
Taking a left at the intersection, the next turn should be right, but they also see a vertical shaft going down, and Angel scouts it quickly with Spider Climb. The shaft, same 8x8 dimensions as the other tunnels, goes down about 50 feet, with the tunnel heading one way. in the
looking
middle
down the
and
shaft
one
looks
heading
like the
another
same as looking
direction
down
from
the hall.
bottom.
Oh
It's-
boy.
You guys are welcome to try and map it. It's okay. We're just going to teleport out when we're done. We don't need to retrace our steps. Following Black's spell takes them right, but the tunnel splits off multiple directions almost immediately.
Mapping this would be pretty difficult. It tells us where to go. Just take the direct route.
Here, your spell says to go up. A good and proper maze. Excellent.
3-dimensional maze.
Yeah,
You've
so
seen at
annoying.
least 4 floors so far. I'm not drawing all these tunnels if you're just using Find the Path. There are no ladders or climbing handholds here. To ascend the vertical shafts, Angel uses Spider Climb, Draven flies, Little One uses Searing Charge, and Mona helps Black and Daggerface up with her Amulet of the Disc. Around here, though, you get to this point, and Find the Path stops telling you anything. Anything? It
just stops telling you where to go. Back up a little bit.
Tells you to keep going forward.
Not up, not down.
You're in a straight tunnel with no shafts or branches within 20 feet.
We could actually be where we asked to be.
That's a valid theory, but you see no evidence of anything which seems like it could be the Spirit Shackle, or Treasure, or Zahir.
Could it be an
what
anti-magic
that is.
field?
But Draven moves up next to him, and the photon accelerator's light is still working. Angel searches at a 39 and casts Detect Secret Doors, but
I just wanted to
they
see
don't
if I
find
had
any
like the
sign
papers
such
of the map.
shenanigans, nor do Detect Magic, or their attempts to test it by throwing stones across the invisible boundary. Yet,
Oh, yeah, here's the
continue
earlier
forward,
level of. Oh, you're not
Black's
gonna be able to
internal
see
compass is
anything. Just
just
pencil
not
it.
working in this area.
The stone
This
has
is-
changed.
Is the stone
Yeah,
moving?
Balvon,
No, it's
Balvon's
just
ledge is right
different.
over here.
Somewhere in this area, there's a change in the composition.
Yeah,
Stone is very similar, and the best he can describe the change is in dwarven geological terms, which don't mean much to
Balvon's
even those party
ledge
members
over
who speak
here.
the language. But
And
with
there's,
this
like, there's
hint,
an entry
their skill
hall.
checks finally suggest an
It's
explanation.
really hard to point
You
at this
think
stuff.
about it,
And there's that
you're
place
not
where they
sure
just
that
bypassed
find
all the
path
swirls with Find the
works
Path.
across
They get down.
planes.
There's the river.
Oh my god, we're back in
The
the
room
prime
where the
material
darkness
plane.
first took over.
Don't gnomes in this setting have a sense of what plane they're on?
For gnomes, it's specific to the Feywild, so Angel would probably know if you were crossing into the Fey, though she does need to see some traces of vegetation or wildlife.
But natural portals don't usually stay open all day long. Maybe if we wait.
It's possible.
I have at least a
Already
couple
seems
levels
like an
of the
abnormal one. Normally they appear in
of the map
locations
here.
of special
There's
natural
in
features.
Shadowfell.
This maze is clearly not natural.
Can you
Like
cast
maze
Find
and
the
stuff
Path
like that,
again
but it's
in
got all
this
the
plane?
up down arrows,
Don't
and then
have another one memorized.
Is
they
there
head
an
over
object
into
that
the
Zahir has
Fadelands
that we could
briefly.
cast locate on?
Actually, we could try locate creature. I'll
drawing
try that.
whatever was,
What's the range on
whatever
that?
they were coming up
More
on.
than 800 feet. You don't sense
I know that.
Zahir's
I think I'm missing a
presence,
page.
But you know that it also doesn't work across planes. I'm sure it doesn't. Because
Yeah, I'm
Find
not-
the Path was working
I'm not seeing the
before,
map of the
you're
other plane
pretty
yet.
sure your objective was on that plane. Right, so if the spell was telling us to go this way, there must not be another path that stays purely in the Shadowfell. And if we find a place where the maze transitions back, I bet Find the Path will start working again. Right hand rule?
Can you try one more thing first? Let's go
Yeah,
back
go
to
go
where the
right hand
path
rule. See
worked
how that
and try
works out in
locate
this
creature
dump.
there.
The directions through one plane might not have any bearing on the path in another.
We don't need the
His
maze.
right hand
We need
rule might
direction.
get him through
He
here
might
better
just be
if he
10
was
feet
immortal.
below us, for all we
If-
know.
if
We
he
can
might
burrow
need the
right
time.
through 'em. Smash.
Going through the maze is exactly what they want us to do.
You must be unpredictable, or your enemies will anticipate and ambush you.
When you back up into the Shadowfell, you sense that Zahir is within range in this direction. The vector is downward somewhat, but not sharply downward.
So we want to go left and down.
Alright, left hand rule. I'm not messing around with that.
Does Daggerface have a good direction sense in here?
Dwarves don't have a psychic map sense, but he does have a natural underground compass. So
Yeah,
he
Black Dude,
always
I
knows
don't
you're
think right
facing,
hand work.
and he can
Right
sense
hand rule
changes in
works in
depth.
3D
He'd
mazes.
notice something like a sneaky
I think you could end up in
0.5 degree
circles.
slope. So they continue on into the Fadelands portion of the maze. Without Find the Path's instructions, Draven marks their way with chalk as they snake around some passages until they reach a down shaft.
We do want to go down.
Does the left-hand rule apply to three-dimensional mazes?
No, that's the question.
That's the problem, isn't it? I'm okay with down. But the down shaft plops them right in the middle of a four-way intersection.
Usually mazes have you turn around and go the opposite direction.
This maze is insane. The left-hand rule is getting harder to adjudicate, and there's a bigger
What does it
problem.
even
While
mean?
the rule is effective in two-dimensional mazes, it does often result in a very inefficient path. Here, with 4 floors that they know of, the distance they might have to travel to follow an inefficient left-hand route may be too extreme, so they just pick a direction.
Yeah, what a
the
shock. We
Zahir
did actually
direction, which
deal
we
with this issue
arbitrarily
in the
call
video.
forth, and try to head that way and down, with the idea that at some point they will probably end up smashing some walls. The next down shaft opens onto 2 lower levels. Let's just go down 1 level.
Actually, we should check the bottom too. See if that gets us back to the Shadowfell. Maybe depth has something to do with it.
When that doesn't pan out, there's no sign of crossing back to the Shadowfell. They instead take the mid-level of the shaft, which seems closer to the
Yes.
level where they expect to find Zahir, and they continue trying to go northward, including when they hit a corner that goes in the wrong directions.
Alright, mountain hammer time.
By the third hit, his blade punches through to a space on the other side. By the fifth hit, after a minute, there's a hole big enough for even Black to crawl through.
This way, we're still going in the right general direction.
You know, there is some logic in that.
North, east. That's where I want to go.
Achievement
Speaking
is
of,
rock, paper,
as soon as
scissors,
you
bulldozer.
start heading north, Angel notices some lichen.
Uh-oh.
We're the fucking Fae.
A System of a Shadow. If you have your own D&D
how
game,
far
that is
down are
a
we?
perfectly legitimate
How far
reason to
down
leave the
can we
stream.
go in
Also,
this
any
thing?
other reason
See,
because
that's
it's a
the
15-hour
interesting
stream.
thing.
Who's
Because
sitting
these
around
tunnels
for the whole
exist
thing
in
other
the
than me?
Feylands and in the Shadowfell, it makes it possible for them to be cut out in the Fey as well. It's also quite possible that some of the rock above you, between here and the surface of the mountain, is effectively indestructible in this plane.
Keep moving north.
They ignore a couple branches, including an up shaft and a down shaft, but then the tunnel they're following bends south, so they backtrack a few feet and go down. Because Angel can sense the Feywild and DDF can tell the difference between the stone in the Feylands and the Shadowfell, together they can quickly determine what plane they're on, and they have now
Teamwork.
traversed back to the Feylands. But there too, they find they can't go any farther northeast, again hitting a corner where none of the branches near them head in either of those directions.
Okay then.
Little ones start smashing into the walls, causing damage at the same rate as before. Sluggish, it feels, but having an impact that would be impossible for most beings. Few creatures which could fit in an 8x8 tunnel could so much as scratch the surface of the magically reinforced stone within this mountain. Still, unlike the other places where the walls were 4 feet thick, here he smashes and does not encounter that
The tunnels
open
are 8
space
foot
on
by
the
8
other
foot
side,
because
which
Balfon's
makes
like
his
8 feet
digging a
tall. It
lot
just seemed like the
slower
natural
and less
size
satisfying.
for him.
And after 10 minutes, though he has created a narrow tunnel well over 10 feet long, there's no sense of making progress. We may have hit the edge of the maze,
So we can't go any more north than this.
though if we find anything that leads further north, that's probably the exit.
I think now it's time to work our way down. So I smash the floor.
Okay, you start trying to dig yourself a hole, but you do know from the shafts that it's 20 feet between floors.
How long will that take?
A while. But also, your technique is great, but you're going to have to start making constitution checks if you're going to keep mining with it.
Mining. Can we summon an earth elemental?
They last in rounds per level, so long run, it wouldn't help much.
So, who makes a maze that shifts you between the planes?
Who does
without
make
even
a maze
casting
like
spell?
this?
I'm thinking Mountain Man made these tunnels.
36 knowledge the planes? To just create this many portals willy-nilly is probably god-level power. But in geology, there are areas where stone is softer, or maybe layers of stone are more prone to splitting apart or to erosion. You think that similarly, the planar boundaries may be more porous in this mountain, or maybe just this area where the maze is. If most places are planar bedrock, this may be more like planar sandstone. Interesting, but I don't think that information helps us. No,
that
but
information
you've come up with a
doesn't help you at
theoretical
all.
framework that is consistent with your observations, so intellectually, you feel more satisfied.
Thanks, Renaissance
How
Fair.
the hell are we going to get out of this place?
Well, we've gone as far as we can north.
Okay, new plan. I want to map one whole level. If there are no threats, we can just keep muddling through, but there's a lot of ground to cover.
I'll scout ahead.
When you enter this section of hallway, all kinds of bolts spring out of the walls from all over the place. 8 damage and a DC 20 fortitude save?
Fail.
It
You
feels
leap back,
like I
avoiding
just
most
pulled
of the
traps
bolts,
out of my
but none of
ass
them got
because
you.
they
You
said
take-
there were no threats.
Ow. 4
But they
points of
literally were
dex
just
damage
avoiding them all
poison.
this time
Angel
because they
searches
kept,
now,
mostly
finding
because
a
they kept
series
trying
of
to follow,
pressure
find the
points.
path,
The trap
and
doesn't
if
have a
they're
magical
following the right
component, so
path,
she
they
just
would not be
triggers it a half
traps.
dozen times till it runs out of ammunition. Unfortunately, she fails the secondary save
right
against
path
the
or
poison,
close to it.
taking another 5 points of dexterity damage. Black, you have lesser restorations. You're high enough level to memorize a few every day.
What am I, support?
Mapping the whole level is going to take quite a while. Were you guys thinking of splitting up? Hell no.
Split up in a maze.
Even with her dex cut in half.
Splitting up in
Angel
this maze
still has
would be an
excellent
impressively
surge,
bad
but surging
plan.
means moving along at half speed. She finds another trap, like the one which hit her, and she disarms it, but decides that in the future it's actually easier, once you find it, to just trigger them safely a few times and run them out of ammunition. Then she missed a bolt trap. She has a solid roll. She knows her check is high enough to have found those other ones,
Oh, yeah.
but a couple bolts shoot out at her. what's your AC with your new temporarily shitty
I did make
decks?
2
I'm
different
being
difficulties of
defensive,
both
so 25.
bolt traps.
You
They both
can't
work differently.
Fight defensively while searching for traps. Your main action is searching, but fighting defensively is also a standard action.
Okay, then 21. Ouch.
Actually, it missed.
What?
This trap was much better hidden, but it's only a few concealed crossbows, not like the shower of arrows that got you the other time. So it was harder to find, but with only a couple bolts anywhere near you, you managed to dodge out of the way. I wonder if the traps are everywhere, or if
Yes,
we're
Draven
getting
is all the
closer.
support.
Oh, we're getting closer.
In half an hour or so, they figure they've mapped about a third of the level, including 7 vertical shafts,
Yes.
but that's it. There is nowhere
It's
else to
so
go without changing
gigantic.
floors. It's cut off from the rest of the maze.
All right, smash this wall. We're staying on this floor.
After another minute or two, he's made a big enough hole in an interior wall for them to squeeze through, and they continue on. They find and defuse another saturation bolt trap very near the dead end from which they just emerged. And then suddenly,
Find the path. It's working again.
Aye, this is definitely Shadowfell stone again.
It says to go back where we just came from.
locate creature lasts 10 minutes per level. It should still be going. What's it say?
Further down?
It suggests slightly up.
Up 1 floor.
So let's go back, then up 1 floor.
They backtrack into the Fadelands, and heading up, they find themselves in an L-shaped area where there is literally no place to go except.
Can you imagine if you were like a kid,
Angel
you
scouts
just
up
had like an
this
old
shaft,
Nintendo,
crosses
and
a magical
you were just
tripwire
trying to
of
get
some
through
kind.
this stupid
Reflex save?
SSI game
Even with my
with
crippled
this
dex,
map,
I get
this
25.
maze.
Well, that barely makes it. You hear a sound of shifting stone, and just manage to swing yourself up into the hallway at the top of the shaft as an 8x8 cube drops down from above, crashing all the way to the bottom. It's the size of the whole shaft? Yes, so, of course, it is now blocking the shaft. Though we all know Little One could smash through a corner to get around it.
I'm guessing, based on my
I like
experience
that
as a
here's
rogue,
Johnny
the
Little
8-foot
One
stone
face.
cube trap probably doesn't reload.
Not an insurmountable problem, but it is kind of a pain to reach the top corner to attack.
I can stand on Black's shoulders.
Or I can hold you up, and as you swing at the rock, I swing you at the rock, so we hit it twice as hard.
Or not.
Fine.
I kind of like it. We'll have to try it with Angel at some point.
It does not, in fact, have additional ammunition, though that would be a great trap. It's the old
Ooh,
cube
cube
sandwich. Based on their best non-find-the-path navigation, they seem to be on the far side of the floor from where they want to be, but they keep trying to head north, bypassing a few traps until they hit another dead end.
You, north.
Passing through the gap, find the path tells you to go up.
Shadowfell again. Yay!
They begin to realize that as long as they're in the Shadowfell and able to follow the spell's guidance, the correct path, they don't find any traps. I guess that makes sense. So the further you are from the path, the more likely you are to find traps. The opposite of what I guessed before. At this point, you guys have effectively defeated the maze as a problem.
Yet another problem that smashing can solve.
When a big rocky fist comes out of the wall and smacks randomly determined Mora for 20.
An earth elemental?
Mora is stuck in the middle of its 15-foot reach,
these are big
making
elementals.
spellcasting difficult, so she tries to tumble away. Unfortunately, multiple squares of tumbling means multiple rolls, and one of them comes up bad. That sucks. So, attack of opportunity.
Wait,
You have a reaction to an attack of opportunity.
Yes.
shield block. Plus 9 AC.
You get your shield in the way, but it's like a freight train, plowing through your defense and into Mora, who takes another 22.
Ouch. She's getting out of combat. But since all she's done is move, and it used its attack of opportunity, she casts haste.
Black is close enough to full attack, but he misses once, and since Draven's holy buff on his weapon doesn't affect neutral elementals, its 10-point damage reduction means it only takes a little damage from each hit. Little One tries to shut down its actions with Disrupting Blow, but it rolls well and succeeds at the will save despite its poor bonus, so he has to settle for just 18 damage after DR.
Damn. Well, I switched to Iron Guard stance, so it has -4 to hit anyone else but me.
Point blank, in the face with my Wand of Force, then I'm going to saunter away, because it's used as attack of opportunity. Woo, take 41 force. Then I saunter.
Boom!
That was a lot of damage and not reduced at all, but I will note that it's not bloodied. Ah! Dwarf Daggerface hits with a natural 20, and
Fool
though it's
hates
immune to
these
crits,
filthy
his
neutrals.
Mountain Hammer maneuver ignores the
And with
damage
good
reduction,
cause.
dealing 20 true damage. Then his aura heals Mora for 1, since she's below half.
Yay.
It's really
Go
good out of
Daggerface.
combat. The elemental manages to miss Black with both attacks, and Angel hits it, dealing solid damage from her chain's fire and cold damage crystal, even though her physical damage is too small to get through. Alright, top of the round again. No, see, going on a 2 is the second elemental. Coming up from below, it's now occupying this space. And so there's minus 4 to hit against anyone but me. Oh, Mora. They aren't just attacking anything in the hall. They don't seem to be being controlled. It's randomly going for Mora. Rolls a 1 on the first attack. Yay! Second hits for near max damage. 29. She's dead. Minus 25 is more than a quarter of her max HP in the negative.
Wait, immediate action? I close wounds.
Okay, you drop an instant heal before it hits her. Is it enough for her to not be squished?
12.
Minus 5 because she only has 1 doom charge, so 7. Then she survives. She's way out of this fight, though. But she gets another 1 from Daggerface? Actually, that's fast heal, so it doesn't work well in the negatives. But if you can get her up to 0 HP, he can heal her all the way back up to half for free in a few minutes. For now, he attacks. It's a miss. Second attack? No.
But I'm going to move over here, provoking an attack of opportunity from each of them.
So that everyone else is safe to move.
They don't have combat reflexes.
Very tanky. They need 35 to hit you. First one is barely a hit. Take 24.
I do 19 back to him.
So it's bloodied.
That's a good ratio on counter damage. Damn.
Elder Earth Elementals have improved crit. So the fresh one crits you.
Okay.
Have like 80%
Great.
thorns damage.
It crits
Like,
you
geez.
for 66 damage. It rolled high on both sets of dice.
Okay. So he's taking 22 plus half his damage, which is 33, so total 55.
Rallying strike on the first one, take 25, and everybody heals 22. Mora's included in this? Yep, everybody's in range. Well, that makes her conscious again, so they might decide to target her again.
She needs to get out of their tremor sense.
You know what then? I'll pick her up. Get her off the ground.
Oh,
She
yeah.
meets your eyes, gives you a passionate gaze.
He has pretty eyes, but such tiny gills.
Draven force orbs again for 40 damage, but then the elemental 5-foot steps out of the wall.
For like 5
Daggerface
seconds that launched
would be
1,000
in its way,
ships.
But it's so large that it's allowed to occupy the space as though he weren't even there. And apparently just smart enough to know who dealt 80 damage, so it beats on Draven for 28 and 17.
Angel likes this, he is flanked.
Yes, for those of you with a special item that allows them to crit or sneak attack elementals, so you can walk up and hit the elemental right in the stones, and it's too far out of the wall now to get the cover bonus. Activating her gauntlets, Angel sneak attacks, missing her first swing, but she gets through the DR for 20 damage, then another 17, exactly finishing it. As it starts to lose integrity, Daggerface climbs out from under it and attacks the rocky corpse. Take that! And the whole thing crumbles and dissipates. Ha-ha! Dissipates. So they were sunk.
That looked pretty
The
funny,
remaining
actually.
elemental only hits Black for 16,
not remember that.
taking 7 counter damage in return. Slung over Black's shoulder, Mora holds her action, playing dead, but this time Daggerface moves up and takes the attack of opportunity. With the worst damage roll ever, deals only 14 to the dwarf, who, having recovered maneuvers in the previous round, mountain hammers again for 18 true damage. With the elemental thus
Yeah, see,
distracted,
Daggerface
Black
actually
puts
had a
Mora
good
down
fight
so
for
she can
once.
heal herself for 20 and move to a safer distance, while the cleric turns and hits the earth elemental for 6 after damage reduction.
Well, if they haven't been resisting Angel's fire damage, nope.
Inferno Blade! I hit 3 out of 4 times, so take
Cracked his knuckles.
46,
You couldn't tell what that was.
47, and 51 damage. It does resist 10 physical
episode is
damage
this?
from
Is
each hit,
48
but that
or
still leaves
49?
a total of 114 damage. And it's bloodied now. And I kill seal it. Well, we're technically acting on the same initiative, so we could say we killed it together. But I kill seal it. They pause a couple minutes for Daggerface's Dragon Shaman fast healing aura to bring everyone back up to half health before spending any more healing spells. Especially since there are still some doom charges out there.
I didn't take a single point of damage that battle.
They weren't positioned how I wanted. I was hoping to use their awesome blow ability to knock somebody down the shaft. Once they're ready, they get moving again, following Find the Path through the Shadowfell version of the maze until it guides them to a tunnel which is not 8 by 8 feet.
Get out the True Death crystals.
This tunnel opens into a stone staircase over a chasm. Deep, but not
that's a scary
seemingly endless like the
staircase.
last one. And at the bottom of the stairs lies a large space which holds the front of a cathedral trapped in stone. You guys are pretty sure that
that's-
teleportation is possible.
I'm sure that's
within
not
this
important.
area. You suspect that it's a void within the protection of the spirit shackle, but you aren't 100% sure whether you might be able to dimension door all the way out of the mountain or only teleport within this space. If I were an all-powerful lich, I would want to be able to teleport.
Knowledge religion?
Bardic knowledge?
At first glance, this isn't one of the religions you know, but working together, the two of you think this may be a temple to the dead god, Palor. Find the Path is pretty sure you should continue down these stairs, and Locate Creature indicates that Zahir is in the direction of that temple.
You know, if we weren't here to rescue somebody, I
Yawning
would just
some more.
blistering radiance right off the bat.
That might not be good for rescuing, but as you're discussing this, everything goes black again.
Angel casts mirror image.
Oh, everything goes
Usual
black when you're
black
on the
save,
like
everyone
the no
else
railing
failed,
staircase
even
over a
with Little One's
chasm.
reroll maneuver.
So we're eating popcorn, watching TV, and they're living it.
You immediately feel extremely cold.
Oh yeah,
It's
this
very
one.
unpleasant, but not actually painful. It's a situation you were used to.
Water, the
A
boat
familiar cold
bobbing.
having nothing to do with the frigid wind blowing across your small boat. Surrounded by the coastal arches of stone, you watch what passes for a sunset here. It looks very much like one moon going down and another rising behind the murky sky. You finish the last of the protective wards on a small box you were holding. From within
playing-
your robes,
it's
you
like
pull a
Overlord all of a
small,
sudden.
plain iron key on a chain, and you seal it inside the box as you feel it coming. You rise up into the air, and after a long moment, a storm of teeth erupt from below, shattering the small wooden boat. Concentric round jaws gnash.
rare
at the
aquatic
planks.
Shaivalud.
Tentacles shoot up from within the inner mouth, trying to grab you. You lazily dodge the first couple until you find one you like, and then grab it out of the air. The beast makes a rasping wail, but cuts short as it becomes paralyzed, bobbing in the mild waves. You note that this creature must adjust its own buoyancy somehow as it approaches the surface. Interesting. But in its dark insides, you spot what you were looking for. A third inner mouth. And into it, you toss the small box. There, it will be safe. Hovering back a little further, you wait a minute or so until the creature shudders and begins to move again. Moaning, it plunges back beneath the waves, and you cast your traveling spell, becoming one with Shadow. Then the cavern and cathedral fade back in.
Was that the key he used to free himself as a child?
The same key, paralyzing touch, and hiding its phylactery.
Casey Blues, that's not
we
like an
can't
official
kill it,
monster. That's
because
just
a lich
yet
can just
another
reform from
weird
its
sea
phylactery.
monster.
Well, I'm hoping it to free our friend and get the gold and drop the teleportation barriers and all that. That we just have to kill this form and don't actually have to track down its phylactery in the middle of the fell ocean of doom and find that razor maw.
What lies within the Cathedral of the Forgotten? Next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
Cathedral of the Forgotten sounds cool. I don't think I ever say that again. Yeah, Mindhunters are homebrew. There. Lots of stuff is homebrew. I make up what I need. Now, that is an interesting question, Will Evie. Unclear. Oh yeah, this. Would also work perfectly well with Benny Hill music, obviously. Oh wait, actually, Will, your question is answered in a video at some point. There's a post-credit scene. I forgot.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
Previously, so we can't kill it because a lich can just reform from its phylactery.
Well, I'm hoping it to free our friend and get the gold and drop the teleportation barriers and all that. that we just have to kill this form, and don't actually have to track down its phylactery in the middle of the fell ocean of doom and find that razor maw.
Seems like a bit of a pain in the ass, frankly.
That's right. I did actually name that thing Razor Maw. Again, it does. I don't even have a stat block for it. It's not important.
Anyway, it's what makes a lich truly immortal. They bind their soul to an object.
Truly immortal. That's a Gem in the Holograms reference.
If you kill them within X days, their body just reforms from the phylactery. Oh, that's fine. We'll have days. So, do we knock on the door? Do we go in the window? How do we enter the building? Most of the building, including all the side windows, is surrounded by stone. Not much more than the front facade is exposed.
We can kick in the door.
The doors open outward, so kicking them is probably harder. We should just try the door. It's probably not even locked. If you have reached this point, I'm pretty sure you aren't
correctly
going to be
deduce that the
defeated by
door
a
is not
lock.
locked.
At this point, locking the doors would just be gauche. No traps. And I'm pretty sure it's unlocked. So, how we doing this? We all rushing in as a group? The plan they settle on is for Black to barge in through the door. Little One will searing charge through the large window, breaking it open so Draven can fire through it and use the walls for cover, while Dwarf Daggerface sits this one out, guarding the rear.
What?
It might start summoning skeletons or something, and you'll have to cover us. Out of character. It totally won't. Angel's gonna do whatever she wants, because she always does. I'm gonna wait till the enemy exposes themselves.
All the times they
Turns out
lie
we're
to
not
the
gonna fight him. We're
NPCs
just
to
gonna
convince them to
sympathize
just
over his
do
trauma,
something that
his
won't get them
father
killed.
issues. Draven creates
I love that
temporary
Moira's
bursts of
still got
undead
the
slime.
green torch
Casts
there,
his
'cause she
signature
did.
Spell, Legion's Shield
Giving
of
them
Faith,
minus
to
10
grant
on those will saves.
deflection bonus to everyone.
I think it was only
Moira
specifically
casts
against
haste,
mind affecting
then
will
uses
saves.
Bard's
I don't
Song
think
to
it was
inspire
all will
greatness in
saves.
Black, cancels that into the same thing on Little One, and since it's her level, her song bonuses persist for 5 rounds after she stops that particular song. She cancels that into the traditional +2 morale to hit and damage chant, and the damage dealers still have Draven's Holy and Undead Bane buffs on their weapons.
Cancel one
Let's
song
do
into
this.
another. That's some
Black pulls open one of
advanced
the
bard
great
tech.
bronze doors. It doesn't creak, but there's a grating sound as it scrapes lightly against the stone floor, having sagged slightly with age.
Why do you linger here, in a temple of a dead god?
That's pretty badass. The cathedral is 50 feet
like,
wide
"Good job,
and
Black."
100 feet long. The sides are lined with pillars
said a
that support
thing
the
that
buttresses
sounded cool.
that hold up the roof. We're going to call the room 40 feet tall. It actually goes up to 50 feet at the peak, but that's just in the middle, and there are a lot of arches up there, so you could potentially take cover up there if flying, but for simplicity, we'll call it 40 feet of vertical space. There's a 10-foot wide central aisle flanked by row upon row of uncomfortable
Yeah, Handbag. I
stone
didn't
benches with
really
backs.
give the campaign a
At the
name
end of the
other
aisle
than
is a wide
TDDC.
podium decked out with bronze
Tales from my D&D
statues
campaign.
which have been bent
But as
or knocked
Danwar
over.
noted,
The altar was once
I
a
did eventually
large
name the
golden
setting
statue
Death
that
Fit.
is
Like, if you're
largely
looking at
gone, snapped
setting
off
books,
around
and there's
the
like
angles.
Sandstorm and
It wasn't solid
Frostburn
gold.
and Death Fit.
Beside its
Except that
shining
the book doesn't
sandal
exist
stumps
because it would take a long
are
time.
two
And I'm
humanoids.
busy making
As far as
more
you can
content.
see, they don't appear bound or injured, but are both sitting in a slumped forward position.
Yeah, that door took a
clothed
fair
in
amount of
rags.
work.
Can we
I don't
recognize
remember
either?
it.
You
I don't
can't see
remember
their
it
faces
bothering
from
me,
here.
so it probably
In the
wasn't
middle
too
of the
bad.
building, 25 feet up on either side, are raised seating boxes with a low railing. And it should be noted that in each of the 4 corners of the cathedral are heaps of silver coins, with various weapons and other bits and baubles strewn throughout. Oh ho ho ho! Each pile is roughly 5 to 10 feet across and maybe 2 to 3 feet deep. Though nearly
So
all
much
the coins are
treasure.
silver, the value must be many thousands of gold pieces.
Yeah.
Not counting
The KT
any
killers.
other items in there. Whoa!
Even
How much
though we
time
don't
do
do
have
enough of
before
that.
Buddy shows? You have a
To
portable
get it
hole,
off
right?
hiatus and
Oh,
go kill more
yes.
Kuatar.
And finally, the whole room shimmers in a green glow emanating from the stained glass windows high up on both sides, as well as the large round one over the dais, which presents quite a contrast as everything shifts to black one last time.
What?
Make your saves. My character hates this so much. Be nice to pass this one time. I have plus 17. You'll all be nice and healing resistant. Ahead of you lie almost a square mile of decaying corpses, shambling forward virtually shoulder to shoulder. Hovering a dozen feet up, you feel the ever-present chill of undeath. You're long accustomed to that lonely coldness in your bones, but you never stop feeling it. As though the gods want you to bear the weight of the unsleeping, immortal eons that lie ahead of you. You shake away those oft-repeated thoughts, concentrating on what lies ahead of you right now. Your army and before them the menacing silhouette of Heidelag Castle, poking through the ceiling of the world. The front line of giants you recruited hurl boulders underhand, trying to shatter the massive foundations of the castle walls. This eastern mountain tribe are dwarf giants. Like all the fell tribes, they top out around 16 feet tall, but they're built broadly, and they bowl or throw underhand because there's no space above them to throw overhand, unless they were so close to the fortress that they'd be hurling almost straight up. Technically, if you win, you'll owe the giants a sizable territory, but in the cold calculus of war, there's little chance that any will survive
Like that
on
little-
the front lines. Tough though they may be. For now, your ungodly horrors are keeping the enemy horrors locked down, allowing the
Nobody
giants to
expects
jackhammer
these
the
giants to
fortification.
survive,
They
except
need
probably the
another
giants.
10 or 20 minutes to break through, but then you see it. What you've been waiting for. One giant falls, then another.
Fountains
The
of
torrents
blood misting up the
spraying
ceiling,
upwards,
which was
stopping
really hard to
misting
do, and it
down
was
from the world's ceiling.
plus I've got the
From
blur
there,
thing
the
going
disruption
on, so they
moves
don't look
rapidly
great,
through
but
the mass of
they're there.
walkers, an invisible force cleaving the hapless bodies, almost like the wings of a great bird. From the side,
All
to
those
side
like
motion,
half,
you
like
pinpoint
bottom
the
half of
rapidly approaching
zombies,
center,
like a
and you
forest
start
that's being
gathering
clear cut.
energy. The luminance escaping between your fingers is so bright that you must look like a black shape against the
Solar
sun,
bomb.
like eclipse. But your target already knew exactly where you were. Hiding from a vampire king at this range would be all but impossible. And as he slices his way ever closer to you, your traps spring. From some of the zombies' severed
I like
torsos,
that
a
shot.
viscous brown substance oozes out, attaching itself to the vampire, trying to devour him. Of course, the slimes can't actually digest a being of such power, but they hinder him, slowing him enough that you can see his movements. And as you complete casting of your attack spell, you lead your fire and unleash a ball of solar brilliance to meet
When
him.
your whole
The
army's
blinding
job
yellow whiteness
is just to
streaks out
delay your
meet the
enemy
Vampire
about
King's
6
trajectory
seconds.
and expands instantly to a roiling ball of searing sunlight plasma 60 feet across. Hundreds of undead crammed into that area are disintegrated instantly, but a dark fleck alerts you that something survived. The ominous shape, with only a faint hint that the light is breaking down its edges, streaks around the
I like
outside
that sort of
and unfurls its
film
wings
burning
as you
up.
summon a mithril javelin into
Like
hand.
movie film
Your death guard rise out of
effect
the
on the
ground
wings.
beneath you, seeking to impose their massive forms, but he uses his own magic, blasting them apart without even pausing.
Hey, Curse of
With quick and
Netherin!
true strike, you hurl your enchanted
I know
weapon
that
straight
move.
for the king's evil heart. But your fleshless back arches in pain instantly.
Whoops.
In the blink of an eye, he bridged the 30 feet between you, snatching the javelin from the air, spinning and thrusting it back up through your right shoulder, snapping the humerus and shattering the bone of your scapula. His face is right next to yours.
Shattering your
mocking you
humerus
with
is
his
just
pristine
hilarious.
skin, his handsome, timeless youth, Swain. He doesn't even wear a shirt, leaving his jacket unbuttoned. It's ridiculous, like a pale, sharp-faced man in his late teens or early 20s. After all you sacrificed, just spending almost every trace of your humanity to challenge him, to avenge the village which never even cared that you existed, but his immortality seems to have come at no price. Even as he hovers, propping you up on a javelin like a mannequin a dozen feet off the ground, he retracts his black wings. Their edges are crisp from your spell like burnt movie film, but only the edges. Worst of all, though, as you stare at his face, is his expression. There's none of the rage you imagined as he was cutting through your massive, powerful, pitiful army. Even as he matter-of-factly tears off your arms, he looks bored. You're suddenly overwhelmed with a deep, burning, impotent rage. All that you've done to get revenge on Swain, and he doesn't even care. He barely knows who you are, and he doesn't care. Even as you rage, though, you're reciting a silent mental dirge, triggering a recursive rhythmic chorus of syllables in your mind, generating arcane energy, letting it build just the few seconds required to reach peak capacity before completing the mental trigger, unleashing a devastating short-range barrage of sundering magic from your eye sockets. And you see through the glare as the side of Swain's perfect face is seared black. You keep channeling desperately.
Go, eye lasers, go!
Just
You can
tunnel
do
that
it!
Blast through his head. You can still win. His hand clamps down on your face, stopping the blast from progressing any further. And with vice-like power, he crushes the front of your skull, causing you to lose your sight and your ability to project eye lasers. But you still hear, I suppose you might be useful. And you all regain consciousness, reeling for a moment. Angel, the only one to pass her save, is pretty sure only 2 rounds of real time have passed. However, nothing appears to have changed in the room. So, who's in the room? Anyone? Just the 2 figures hunched over the dais, and all those piles of treasure.
He's not going to say anything?
Unless he's one of the 2 people sitting there, you don't see
Chris,
him.
I
guess I'm
have
not seeing him
charging
charging.
stat blocks for
Wasn't
Vampire
the
Kings,
last
not
sword
for
shackle
all of them. I
big
have
and
kind of a
obvious?
generic stat
Last one
block,
was a
and then if
big,
one of them's
obvious
actually
pillar, but it's
possibly going to
starting
come
look
up,
like they
then I
may all
modify
be
it somewhat
different.
and
Time's ticking on those buffs.
start to factor in
Hey,
some of
am
their
I aware
shackles.
Of Zahir's undead type abilities? He tried to explain it to you about how the shepherds guide or free lost souls and fight undead and other beings who try to defy mortality. I'm not sure how I feel about an ally necromancer.
How do you think I feel?
Well, you guys take care of him. I'll start shoveling gold into the portable hole. Silver. It's hard to estimate because it's so split up and spread around, but you'd guess there are between 4 and 6 tons of silver. For silver, that's about 3,500 gold per ton, so something like 15 to 20k in value. Again, not counting the polearm, sword, platinum helm, handful of various armor, weapons, candelabras, and other junk sticking haphazardly out of each pile.
You're literally shoveling coins while we haven't even done anything yet?
There's nothing to fight. No, I'm not giving you my
There's
portable
nothing to
hole
fight.
right now.
It's
okay,
fine.
then I'm digging through for valuables. I'm serious. I'm keeping myself busy because otherwise I'm gonna break something.
I'll go check on them.
The one on the left is Zahir. He looks absolutely weak and tired and totally out of it. Doesn't seem aware of you. Does the guy on the right have his arms? Definitely has both arms. He's clearly older than Zahir, though it's hard to judge just how old because he too appears to be in shitty condition. He's been through an ordeal. Black, I have a note for you. What, Black?
Oh.
He's stunned. Not literally. There's no reason to keep it secret, but I thought I should tell you that way.
Well,
you
I'm
first.
just gonna have to, like,
What, is it your father? I mean, should I shoot him? Are you okay, Black? Are we fighting yet?
I kind of assumed he was dead. I feel like I should cast a close wounds or something.
He doesn't seem
metagame
injured,
guess there, Quill.
not physically, though he's emaciated and appears unaware. Is it feeding off his soul? Why is he here? Are we taking him or what?
I have to take him.
Bring him out to the door then, with Daggerface. Have our bard powers worn off? Or started recasting them?
This is still crazy because this particular animation, the Lich Golem rising out of the pile of
He's hiding
treasure,
in the treasure?
I made years
That's
and years before the
awesome.
episode because
If I
I
think of
actually
that big
showed
pile
it
of
to
treasure,
them
that's what I'm doing.
when they got
Let's
to this
roll
place
initiative.
in the
It's
game.
not
Like
really
I turned
fast
around my
enough to get
laptop,
surprise, and everyone
had that
failed
animation.
alert, except maybe Black.
here's what you're fighting! Hooray!
Poison Dex. Only Black and Daggerface are going after the monster, but Little One's
And
going
it
first
looked good
on
enough to still
22.
use in the
So
video,
there's a
even though my
little
animation
shuffle in
improved by
between
like
now,
1,000
and I'm
times
like,
since then.
The platinum helm is the head, which now has a sinister eye glow, but the rest of it, it almost looks like someone built a scarecrow.
Whereas
out
that's
of
new
old
already,
magic
like
items
the
and
moving,
clothed it in
although I'm
scrolls,
using the same
possibly
sprites.
used magic scrolls. So I charge and I tackle him. Grapple time. Don't liches level drain by touch? No, only paralyze. But he actually has a reaction to you charging him.
I'm pretty sure
He
they explain
creates
why Black's dad is there.
7 mirror images.
Videos.
Greater mirror image is an immediate action. Okay, I still have a chance of getting him. Yep, 1 in 8 chance. You're looking for a 1. F***ing magic. So you tackle right through one of his illusions. Down to 6. Oh, I know what to do. So he's struggling with what appears to be 7 of the enemy.
You mean
doesn't
it's
say
in
anything.
Monster
I
Manual
think
3,
he's
it's
set
called a
enough at this point.
I
Grizzgull.
could
It's
blistering
like a
radius
golem
the
that you
area.
make
I don't
using
care,
a
go
lich.
for it. Mora stops playing
its body
switches
is
to her
basically made out
crossbow,
of magic
because against
items like
mirror
that,
image, every
including
attack is
scrolls.
equal. She takes out 2 images.
If you try
one
and
only
read the
targeting
scrolls,
real enemy
you might
ones,
go
though
insane.
that
Also,
attack
it's
bounced right off.
it
Angel does
sheds
the same
dust
thing,
that
dropping
makes you crazy.
3 more images, leaving only 1 of the illusions. Only 1 image left? I'm gonna crossbow him. I hit the real one, AC 29, then you miss. Second shot takes out the image, then third shot bounces off. But he can feel the hatred. Like, this was such a high damage roll if it had hit. Next up, Laser Eyes. bring it on.
They have a very strange
Let's see what you
stat
got.
block
As a move
because
action, he
they
dimension
know
doors over
one
here.
spell of
It's
each
much
level.
more difficult to
They can
spellcraft
cast.
magic, which is already in effect, rather than a spell currently being cast.
Just weird.
But Draven still identifies that the enemy has greater.
I think they only
dimension
get one
door,
casting
which
of
is a
each
buff,
every day,
allowing him
which
to
is why I
teleport
took
a
so many that
moderate
have like
distance every
durations and
round,
stuff
max
like that.
75 feet at caster level 20 as a move action. Then you can make another spellcraft check as he casts a spell you have definitely never seen before.
It's 30 plus.
Okay, though you did need a pretty high roll, you've still never seen or heard of a spell like this, but from what's going on, you can extrapolate that Ever's Black Tentacles is to this as Fireball is to Meteor Swarm. Ah! I don't want him to touch me there.
Level 9
He's casting
tentacles.
essentially a 9th level version of Ever's Black Tentacles. He's putting one here. What's it do? Basically, a big black hole opens up. Looks kind of like your portable hole. But out of the hole emerge a bunch of oily black Cthulhu-esque indestructible tentacles which try to grapple and crush anything in the area. In this case, they stretch 20 feet up. Movement through the area is also at half speed due to tentacles trying to kill you. And in this 9th level version, the area also deals 2d6 cold damage per round. I default to flying around the middle of the room, so I should be just out of reach. That's okay, he's dropping 4 of these areas. Again, kind of Meteor Swarm-like. So for simplicity, he'll drop the 3rd one in the same spot, but coming down from the ceiling. Ah, not the face! And a 4th one here, also on the ground. I'm not sure Ever's is caster safe. Probably not. He'd better not land one on himself. So they do all do 2d6 cold on his turn, no save. So 6 damage this time.
No, it's not an
Then they
official
try
spell.
to
in case you
grapple
lose.
everyone within them. Somehow he missed Mora, which seems
Alright,
dumb.
this
but
one
too
I
late
made
now.
up.
Black, make
think
an
all
opposed
his other
grapple
stuff is
check.
normal spells.
Base attack plus strength. You need to roll well.
27.
Okay, you beat it this time, but not by much. So you can move at half speed, and I'll be super nice and consider your dad cargo, so he won't get a separate grapple attempt, but he's still taking 2d6 cold per round, so you really want to get him to safety.
I don't know, Eric. Some
Little
people are
one
into
rolls
that.
28 against the tentacles, but as an opposed check, the spell is also rolling each time, and it beats him, grappling him and dealing 18 crushing damage. In a competition of base attack plus strength, and the spell even gets a size bonus, Draven is at a huge disadvantage, so he's grappled as well. And unlike Little One, he can really only win the check to break out if both he rolls very high and the tentacles roll very low. Then you're really screwed. You can't cast spells when you're grappled. Well, it's hard. You can't cast any spell that takes hand motions, somatic components. You can cast verbal-only spells with a tough concentration check, which Draven is not good at. I do most of my casting out of combat and try not to be near enemies.
I'm gonna summon my fist statue right on top of him. And then I'll move out of this thing.
Cool. I should note that he actually got back one image. Greater Mirror Image recovers one per round until the duration expires. Annoying. Black's Fist of Sirius strikes down at the real enemy rather than the illusion, which is unfortunate because it would easily have taken out an image, but it just bounced off the glowing monster's mythical protections, as Black hefted his worryingly light father to the entrance.
Here, I'll take him. I think I'm out of my league there. I'm, like, torn. I
Daggerface is up for anything
Yeah,
until he sees the
Ross
level
to
9
you.
tentacles. So it's like,
You could just tell him it's your father, or this is important, or
I don't even say anything, but I'm just torn about handing him over.
after an overlong, painful pause, Daggerface gets the idea, more or less.
I'll take care of him. You just get that thing.
Reluctantly, Black relinquishes his precious cargo, and Daggerface hauls Black Sr. out of the cathedral to relative safety, out of line of sight. On Little One's turn, he tries to free himself from the tentacles, but as strong as he is, he still needs to beat the spell's d20 roll by a 5-point margin, and rolling a 2 doesn't help. Angel holds her action for Mora to come over and dimension door the two of them to the balcony, where she tries to toss the enemy into its own spell with a martial maneuver, but it's a coin flip between the real and illusory foe, and she grabs the fake one. So, are you just screwed, Draven? 9th level spells are bad. I have a way out. I activate my Armor of Etherealness. Yep, that'll work. Armor of Etherealness is super expensive. Just that modifier costs 50 grand. But Draven is high enough level that he can simulate it with his Artificer infusions. So he took a minute to prep it at the beginning of the day. Armor of Etherealness can be activated once per day by command word, and in doing so, he ceased to interact with physical objects, allowing him to slip through the oily tentacles, drifting back to and through the wall of the cathedral. Once I'm out the window, I'm going to cancel my etherealness, because I can't actually force orb while ethereal. Oh no? I know force magic ignores etherealness. It does, but I read it and it specifically said, but not the other way around. I was like, damn it. But yeah, most things that are ethereal have to phase back into attack. So anyway, I cancel my etherealness right away, and I'll activate my new Belt of Battle and fire a Bolt of Slaying. 31? That's going to bounce off. 33? Sorry, not quite. Well, I tried. I'll give you an Arcana check, though. 39. Based on the performance of those bolts, some subtle differences from what you expected, this thing is not undead. It's a construct, so all the undead bane does nothing. Well, then I can believe it from the shit that I was seeing. Everyone was talking about the Lich, but I was like, this is a Lich? You are pretty fantastically sure it's evil, though, which is unusual for a construct. Normally they tend to be neutral. It can't just drop down underneath the balcony because it needs line of sight. You don't see this spell often, but I'll just give you the spellcraft because it's pretty obvious. It casts Lightning Ring. At the start of its turn, it deals 10d6 lightning, reflex for half to anyone adjacent, and twice each round as a free action, it can fire a 5d6 lightning bolt. Twice per round? It's an 8th level spell. 5d6 lightning bolts? It's not insane. Twice per round for how long? A while. I'm not saying it's a good thing for you. You have resistance. Using its directed bolts, the Lich Golem whatever zaps the fist
That's
for
true.
11
They could
and zaps Little
have
One
used
for
their
15,
anti-construct
but he
tech
makes
that
the
they
DC
didn't bother
22
getting.
reflex save for half, making it 8, minus 5 for his half-dragon electrical resistance. But he also takes 7 cold damage from the Tentacle Tempest, and losing another grapple.
That's right, I called this
gets
spell
16
Tentacle
bludgeoning
Tempest.
damage from the tentacles themselves. I
Meteor
DR
Storm,
3 of that for
Tentacle
my armor
Tempest.
crystal. Yay.
Can my fist make it to him with a trample?
Off the edge of the balcony? I'm okay with it going through the low railing, like the railing moves without a fight. Your summon is probably strong enough to get through the tentacles. Can it push me out of the grapple? That's not an unreasonable idea. I think it's legitimate, but it'll have to pass one grapple check for itself and then another to help you. How fast is it?
40.
Yeah, because of the half speed in the spell zone, it can't quite get far enough to push him out. Black decides to move it over there anyway, so it can try to help Little One out next round, but it rolls badly and gets grappled, even though it has a higher bonus than the spell. Why are you people still taking damage? Get out of there! That's easy to say now. Make it happen.
I'm gonna moonbolt it.
Remember, Draven figured out it's not undead, it's a construct.
It's, any living or undead creature.
I see.
And it turns out it's neither of those things, so it wouldn't even be affected.
I can't do much else from this distance, so I'll Bolt of Glory then. Ray, no save, just spell resistance. Ugh, bad roll. 22?
Nope, it resists your spell. Like a jerk. DDF is going to stay
Like a
in place, Protector Dad. If everything goes pear-shaped, try to hide until this thing calms down, then retrieve our bodies. Don't touch anything, any treasure, anyone tied up
No,
to the
handbag.
altar.
He's
My
breaking
turn.
the outside
Alright,
window. It's
grapple
not the
check.
spirit shackle one.
20! He rolled a natural 20. Boom! Little One is unfortunately just far enough away that he can't full attack the Lich Golem, and he knows he should save his Searing Charge for later after it's teleported farther away. I know this probably won't work, but if he's not a proper Lich, maybe he doesn't have a great will save. I'll use Disrupting Blow. If I hit regular attack damage, but he has to make a DC 21 will save or lose all his actions for one round. I rolled a 9. Is it evil? Oh yes. I rolled a 9 and hit AC 35. I'm pretty buffed up. You hit then. Not by much. We know 33 missed. And it failed its will save. No actions this round. He has to sit there and take it. The damage is terrible. 17 physical, 2 lightning, 3 holy. Okay, he resists 10 of the physical, and his lightning spell is giving him lightning resist, but he takes 10 damage. He can be damaged. Oh, you also have to make a DC 23 fort save from a cloud of dust that was kicked up from his old scrolls when you struck him. I can't fail that except
Standard
on a
construct
1.
thing.
I
It
activate
has
my
very
Death
poor
Strike
saving
bracers
throws because it's
and hit
immune
with
to
my chain
almost
for
everything.
9
So if you find something
holy,
it's
6
not
fire,
immune to,
he resists the fire.
you
Sneak
can
attack
usually get it.
22, so he takes 31 total. Interestingly, Angel's physical damage is not DR'd, so he takes that 31. So it has fire resist. I wonder how much. When I'm hasted, I like to use my crossbow, but this guy's way too tough. Draven force orbs it for 26. On the Lich Golem's turn, it loses its actions from Little One's maneuver, though the Lightning Ring still deals damage to anyone adjacent, currently just Little One, since Angel's attacking from reach. I use a charge from my amulet to reduce spell damage by 7, and I save. That's good, because he rolled 42 damage. Black's Fist defends the grapple check against the tentacle's crushing damage. Then comes its turn, but when it tries to break free with another grapple check, it fails.
And I can't get anywhere near him with all that.
which is so annoying that the
speed
order
shit.
things, because
The
he'd much
tentacles
rather
are
just
only
take the
20 feet
damage
high.
and
If you have a way
then
to
succeed
fly
on a save
and
to
you're
it,
still
save
hasted,
check to
Alright,
escape.
I'll have to divine transformation, fly over the shit, belt of battle, and charge. And I'll cast Rhino's Rush.
What's that do?
Swift action, double damage on first charge attack.
Oh, Jesus. Make it good.
+1 haste, +2 charging, +2 bard song.
+2 from Heroism Song.
33?
33 still doesn't quite hit it. You're just not rolling that well.
I know. Been rolling bad all night. Need better than a 7.
You should have +2 from flanking. Flanking, yeah, that's a hit then.
21 damage, doubled to 42.
So he's going to DR 10 of that because you don't have the right weapon type. So he takes 32, and you have to make a DC 23 fortitude save.
I can't fail that.
Angel didn't get it because of reach. Actually, oddly, Angel hitting it didn't trigger the dust. All the bullshit stuff in this fight is from a monster manual, basically. Well, I did make up the 9th level version of Ever's Black Tentacles, but it's just bigger, angrier tentacles. Seems reasonable. I like it. I hate it. Well, yeah. I didn't say it wasn't obnoxious. Totally asinine. We're gonna have to get rings of free action. We know he has some fire resist. F it. I'm gonna try it. Inferno Blade. No shield, 2 hands, 2 hits, 54 physical damage. We know he resists D6 lightning. Now, do I actually have a chance to beat his fire resistance? It actually has resist 30. It's aware that it looks very flammable, so one of its standard castings is the level 2 resistance spell with the max caster level. But it is bloodied. Scrolls are getting torn up, that axe that makes its scarecrow arms is damaged. Despite -4 to hit from her huge dex penalties, Angel manages to hit once more, dealing 25
non-animated
damage since her
lightning
spike
ring.
chain
If
can
I
deal
do it-
magical
if I was doing
piercing
it now,
damage
I
to
would
get
have an
past the
animated
Lich
lightning
Golem's
ring.
damage reduction.
Like,
Mora adjusts
not well
position for
animated,
line of
but
sight,
more
but
visually
the disabled
interesting.
status caused by Little One's maneuver doesn't reduce the target's defenses, only stops them from actions. So all her shots bounce off. Kill it now! Kill Seal! I'm gonna go for it. Maximize Wand of Force. Hit. Takes 60. Takes 60, and it is barely alive. The lightning
No
rings
kill
rolls
steal for you.
low this time, not doing a whole lot past their respective half dragon and Dataran armor resists. It teleports under this balcony so it can line up both of you with its mini lightning bolts. Reflex saves? I made both.
I failed both.
Retribution.
Take 50. Or, wait, I could use my 3 times a day amulet to hit it for half that damage.
That's only-
Yeah, I'll use it.
Amulet's
What
only
kind
twice
of
a bit.
damage does it deal? Is it the same type as the damage you were dealt?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
Because you know it
Yeah,
has
we have to look this
resistance
up because
from
it makes
the lightning
because it
ring. So if
determines
it's the
whether or
same
not
damage
this
type,
thing
it's
dies
useless.
from the
But
counter
there's a
damage.
Compendium, retributive amulet.
Nothing more exciting than looking up the rules to see if an enemy died or not. Epic!
This damage is of the same type. So
Oh yeah,
like,
when I make the
just
same
deal
observation
50.
watching the
Yay,
stream,
it
is that
lives! Ha! Though it's badly hurt. Then it casts Mordenkainen's Sword on Draven. AC 29? It misses because of the buffs, deflection and the haste. This time, the fist wins both grapple checks, avoiding damage, then breaking free, but that took its standard action, so it wasn't able to attack. Black charges again, but misses. In fact, Everyone is missing left and right, and suddenly it's Draven's turn again.
Does have a lot of armor class.
If he doesn't finish it this turn, all its spells will go off again, and he'll get to cast a new one. Orb of Force, not maxed. I may not kill steal him. His touch AC is crap.
Based on the music,
What
I
do you
think
get
it's
again?
gonna work.
18? Yeah, he's a large creature with no dex. He doesn't have 18 versus touch. 38 damage. Holy crap, that's a good roll. Kill him. Kill Sway. The glowing green windows all shatter explosively. Yeah! No damage or anything. They all blow out, except the big one at the end. There, the green glow fades, but is left glowing a pale yellow. Analyzing this thing they've just fought, they determine it to have been a bizarre, previously theoretical type of construct. A Grizzgull. A golem composed of used magic items and
Got a
scrolls,
reference.
powered by a lich. Someone destroyed the lich's body and shoved its spirit into
Someone.
this thing to serve as a guardian.
So we did the Lich a favor?
Did we unbind the lich so it can no longer rise from its phylactery, or... That you don't know. That would be nice. You don't find anything that resembles the phylactery in the vision. The fact that you got to stop it for one round,
That was luck.
that was huge.
I'm cramming that goddamn golem in the portable hole. This
The,
time
the
you're
amount
gonna
of
need
crap
a
going
hole.
on
I'm
in the
not
fight
asking.
did sort of increase
With more time to
geometrically
assess
every
the
round, because
piles,
every
the amount of
round it would
coinage
cast a
seems to be
spell,
at the
and
high end
almost
of
all of
the
those
early
spells
estimates.
would do
A
something
full
every
6
round.
tons
That's
of
how I
silver
had
at
chosen the
3,500
stuff.
gold value per ton, not counting the variety of old items mixed in, some of which were clearly magical.
How much can the portable hole hold?
6 feet in diameter, 10 feet deep, no max weight. Might be close on whether you can fit all the silver, but you can take a lot.
Do we even have time to take it all?
Oh,
Swain
stupid,
must know
can they
what's
take
here.
all the treasure
Nobody
math?
needs me. I'm out here with my dad.
We need you to shovel. There's a lot of coin here. I'm tired of all this weird magical... I just want to fight creatures that die when you stab them. That's what I'd like to do for a while, please.
Understandable.
I'm going to shovel my silver now. I'll try to smash that window.
When you try, your attack is deflected completely, just knocked away.
Shackle. You have to use the stone.
Right, from the Rakshasas.
Even if I mountain hammer?
No, it's pretty much untouchable.
Hey, how big is the window?
It's about 10-foot diameter.
That's pretty big. But if you cut out the stone frame around it, you'd have an awesome shield.
No, James, this is a weird situation
Look on
because
your face.
normally if there's bad guy vision or something,
Tempered
they don't.
shield
It's
there.
they
So
don't.
the
Act, the
10-foot
players haven't
diameter,
actually
but that's
seen
okay.
it in the campaign.
You going to assess
But because the
treasure
Lich
first?
was showing them
Scooping
all
the
those
treasure.
things, the
What
Lich
do you
showed them what the
identify?
phylactery
You
looked
can
like
scoop all the
in
items
in
like
his
banner,
like
so
tortured
scooping all the
visions.
coins is gonna take
So when
a
they
while.
see it on
Sure.
Swain,
We can just move the portable
they're like-
hole right up to
they
each
recognize
pile
the
and
key.
shove stuff down it. So, are you scooping all the treasure before breaking the shackle? Yes. Oh, okay. We don't need to take every penny.
We're taking every little penny. I don't even care about the treasure. I just want to take it away.
I like when they
from whoever
contradict
put
each
it
other.
here. It's like an insult. What do we do about the helmet? The platinum helm?
It is a magic item.
I already dumped the whole thing. The whole damned golem in the hole. I want this place clean.
You want the golem at the bottom of 6 tons of silver. Honestly, I'm okay with that. Golem and all its gear, then silver, then non-golem magic items. Sifting out the valuables as they dump the coins, they find several old weapons with antique value, a non-magic belt containing several potions, but also a magic amulet, ring, war
So many
axe,
items that they will
halberd,
eventually
cloak,
identify
shield
as soon
with
as
the
they
sun
leave
logo,
the Shadowfell.
breastplate.
So, you
Oh,
know,
sorry,
anytime
the
now,
breastplate and
they just have
axe,
to get out,
along
right?
with the magic helm, were also part of the Lich Golem. Though there's no sign of the large statue, Angel's able to chip off 50 to 100 gold pieces worth of
I
thick
gotta
gold
go
that cover
get a
the
drink.
stumps of the statue's feet.
I
Run
wanna
out of
check the
fluids down
coins.
here.
What kind of mint?
Right back.
There are an
Here.
assortment from various sources, but it seems
Venusaur,
like the
you can,
bulk are some kind of
If anything
brown
bad shows
coinage.
up, you can
Just
silver beam it.
silver coins? It's weird.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Worshippers of Pelor saw gold as almost a holy material. They used it more for works of art than for coinage.
Like a giant statue?
Wait,
I thought this temple was transported here. They were actually worshipping Pelor here? In the Shadowfell? It's weird. Now even shoveling silver isn't making me happy. I'm so tired of weird. I'm really starting to hate the Shadowfell. Like Draven really hates the Feywild.
I'm not loving this place either. The 2 prisoners, hostages, whatever, They seem to be starting to come around now that the thing that was stupefying them has been destroyed. As soon as they wake up, they can help us shovel. Yeah, not likely. They don't need a lot of healing spells, but they do need a lot of rest and better food and such.
Ugh, my head. The monster. You shouldn't be here.
Yeah, we smashed that thing.
Ankle be praised.
But he keeps looking strangely at his left hand.
Where that guy got his bone hand.
He had to put up with a lot more of that crap than you guys. A lot.
He's been having constant nightmares.
Your father is also becoming more conscious.
Son, what is this? For years you torment me with your own memories of your life and death. Now you attempt to conjure phantasms from my own memory? Taunt me with my own son? You've missed your mark. My memories are of him when he was young. He was already here when I arrived. I don't know that he had enough mind left even to talk.
The last time you saw me, I was a little boy. The reason I look different is that it's not a dream.
No, it's not possible, is it? How would you be here? That thing.
We killed the thing. You're safe now.
His father, William Gabriel Black, drifted back out of consciousness for now, hopefully to more pleasant dreams.
So what happens when we break the window? Let's do the family moment after we're out of the hellhole.
Draven holds up the stone, concentrates, and toward the end of the minute, the window glows brighter and brighter, then explodes with a tremendously loud boom, and the light is gone. For a moment, it looks like that's it, but then you notice a small quadruped on the ground behind you. Oh no, it's an aardvark, except for the square ears. It shakes its head, shakes its tail, shakes out each leg one at a time, then it starts moving, almost creeping, very, very slowly forward down the aisle.
Thank you. I owe you a great boon, I do. But I must get out of this place, I must. I must get home. But I will repay you someday. I will.
I'm back.
I will.
Where's home? What's your name?
You can call me Thunder.
I want him.
It keeps walking slowly, but it's getting slightly faster with each step.
Hockey stick.
Each step faster, borderline exponential. There is a literal sonic boom. It shakes out any remaining fragments of glass left in the windows.
That's awesome. I want one.
Great. Actually, I want Draven to make a reflex save. E? Not Angel? Draven. 23? So you manage not to flinch as you turn right into the hologram of Lady Hazamura.
Hi.
Right, of course. The barrier's down.
What you've accomplished is impressive, but the situation has worsened in the last month. You need to...
The image gets staticky, then full-on breaks up and is gone. You need to get the out. That's what she was going to say.
Let's get out.
That's basically what she was going to say.
Move
Yeah.
like thunder.
What's coming now? Get your swing killing bolt ready.
Next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
Gotta have those occasional little, like, saving throw versus something irrelevant or, like, minor embarrassment. This answers a question somebody had earlier. No, hi, Rarick. I think I had an answer to your question, but I don't remember what it was.
Previously,
Everyone was talking about the Lich, but I was like, this is a Lich?
Kill him.
Kill Swain.
I'm gonna shovel my silver now.
If nobody needs me, I'm out here with my dad.
Shackle, you have to use the stone. Right, from the Rakshasas. The window explodes with a tremendously loud boom.
What you've accomplished is impressive, but the situation has worsened in the last month. You need to...
We need to get the out. That's what she was gonna say.
What's coming now? Get your Swain killing bolt ready.
As long as that bolt is in the artifact's crossbow compartment, he can.
No, I don't think the
mentally
list
load
had
it as a
knew
free
anything
action
about the
if needed.
Mindhunters.
Oh shit, we do need to get the hell out of here.
They
There are
don't
two reasons we
advertise
need to get
usually.
out of here. One, Mountain Man. Two, Swain must know something's going on down here.
Isn't that what I said like 20 minutes ago?
You should have hours left if Balvon sticks to the 24 hours he gave you.
Or I can get us out.
How far did you say your magic thingy goes? We're about 700 feet below the surface.
Only 700 feet? How did that happen? Well, the mountain is sloped, and you guys have moved all around inside it. That would be going straight up. He doesn't know how far you are from the side.
Can Zahir do anything? Does he have any power?
No, he and Black's father, if he has any abilities, are going to need actual, genuine rest before they are at all useful. They've been perpetually fatigued for a long time. Zahir is at least coherent now, but walking is at the upper end of his capabilities. They dimension door straight up, just to be safe, and arrive at the surface without issue. Draven uses one of his two remaining mass fly scrolls, and with Black guiding his dad and Daggerface guiding Zahir, they fly down the side of Mount Pillar. Finding themselves some distance from the portal, they begin to circle back around to the front of the mountain. There are only a couple zombies when you first come down, but as you circle around, you find more and more of them, just like when you arrived. Pretty soon you're flying over large masses of walking dead, but you can stay out of their reach pretty easily.
Goddamn plane of infinite zombies.
You visited another area before and saw very few of them, so not everywhere is like this. Reaching the side of the mountain where they had arrived, their portal should be just a short distance away.
So just the caster can activate it, right?
Anyone who came through in the initial casting can see the portal, and any one of them, not just the caster, can stand in front of it and concentrate for 1 minute to reopen it. So you only want to travel with people you trust, because technically one person could chicken out, trigger the portal, and then it would be gone when the others got back.
I say we don't approach all as a group. One
The
person
ceiling,
should
well, you
scout.
can't
It's the
teleport
perfect
past
place
the
for an
ceiling in
ambush.
Shadowfell
I'll
because you'd
turn
still be in the
invisible and
ceiling.
check it out.
Just
You don't
doesn't-
have to go
it
much
just doesn't
farther to
work.
see the portal. Most of
The
the
ceiling is
zombies
the
are
ceiling, it's the
clothing
top.
impaired. Some do have
Even though that
old
makes no
clothes
sense,
on, usually
'cause, like, there's still
filthy and
mountains,
falling apart.
the ceiling
Some
kinda
percentage
goes-
have light
shapes
armor,
up around the
leather stuff.
mountains.
But you notice one figure standing near your
It really makes
portal.
no sense because you can
Pale
still see
skin
the
and
sun
a
such as it
leather,
is.
sort of a light biker jacket. He wouldn't show up in person, would he?
Yeah.
As you watch him, though, it's clear that he's looking at the glowing ring of your plane shift portal, which, again, looks translucent to you, but should be invisible to anyone who didn't come through it. Probably true seeing.
You realize he can see you then.
Well, at the moment he's facing away from Angel.
So he's surrounded by dead people?
They don't seem particularly aware of anything, including him, but yes, there are zombies all over the place, including some near him.
Okay. Angel's gonna drop down using invisibility to hide from the zombies, but using zombies to hide from him. And I'll try to circle around to where I can see his face. No, just come back. We've established they're enemies. Just come back. We don't care who they are. I've got a forest of zombies. Stealth check 41.
How far do you want to be from him?
20 feet.
So you get about parallel to the portal, looking at him side on, and you recognize his face from when he was impaling you with a mithril spear. You remember him from the Lich's point of view. It is Swain. He looks over at you.
Of course.
You're sure he sees you. He's looking right at you, but he doesn't say anything. Like,
Damn it.
aren't that interesting? Just looks back at the portal.
Don't ignore my
This is
DC 41
not what I
stealth
want to
check.
deal with. It is, as a cleric, yes, but not now.
We should have all our Bane and Holy still on. It's like 10 minutes per level.
We're all gonna die.
We're not gonna die. We're gonna kill Swain.
Okay, you're gonna die. I'm gonna live. He'll live. Because if I'm living, he's
Yes,
living.
Jonathan, that's the
Angel might
phylactery
jump
on
through
his
the portal
necklace.
first,
That's
and
why
we're stuck with him.
the
Again,
previous
it takes
video
a
showed at the
minute to
end.
activate the portal. Nobody's
Mindhunter
flaking out to the
recovering
Fate
it.
Labs in combat.
This may just be from someone who really looked up to his father, but what if Swain is really locked in on him for some reason?
Yeah, why did he have your father? We're gonna have to talk about that when we get back to the real world.
It's Rygax he wants.
Rygax, the mythical vampire hunter guy.
My father knows Rygax.
That's why he told you all those stories, but the other kids had never heard of him.
Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Drop your dad and Zahir here with Daggerface, so they can keep up the mass fly.
Because the spell allows us to split up as long as within each group you stay within 30 feet of someone with the spell.
The way this
Well,
spell is
stay with
weird
your
is
dad, too.
the way this spell is
Crossbows
worded is
range
weird.
increment of 120.
Yes, they can stick together and keep flying out of zombie range.
Swain's gonna be fast as hell. If we split up, he could just run over here, grab whoever he wants, and leave.
Oh, he's gonna fight. He's gonna fight us.
I guess it depends if he considers you a fight.
He took out the Lich like it was a toy.
That was a long time ago. Maybe he's old and decrepit now.
Vampires don't work that way. Screw it. I'm flying up to him.
It's so
What if he
stupid
wants
in
to
Blade
talk?
2
I
that like
wasn't
the
gonna
ancient
smash
emperor
it right
vampire
away.
just
I was gonna
dies like a
talk,
chump.
believe it or
Spoilers.
not.
We're gonna
It's
find
like-
out.
It's fucking
I'm so
Swain.
old and
What
decrepit,
level is
even though
Swain?
I'm the king
You can't tell
vampire.
me, but I can tell from your grin it's not good.
It's not
You'll
vampires
be
work.
Fine. Standard RPG logic. He wouldn't be there if you couldn't beat him, right?
Yes, here's the thing though. It's one person.
It's the law of conservation of ninjutsu. Come on.
It's one person.
It's not just one person. He's got like 1,000 zombies. As you guys start moving up, Swain stops ignoring you so much.
Pringles, you can't
Turning,
unsee it.
points at the
I can't
portal.
see it
This
even with
must
it
be
being
yours.
pointed out, so...
At his words, his entourage rise out of the ground. He's got an entourage?
There's more? Okay, I'm not so scared now.
On the
Uh,
far
Hat
side of
Dogs.
the portal from you, though Angel's so far
I was-
up, she's about
The
as
way I've
close to
described it
him
is,
as
I
Swain.
think it's
There's
theoretically
hunched over hooded
possible that
figure.
they could have
You can't
won.
quite tell what's
It's
under the
not like
hood,
a
but you think you see
100%
some
0%
eyeballs
thing,
in
but
odd positions.
it would have,
It's
the
kind
die
of
rolls would have had to
unnatural
be
dark under there.
just
Angels
completely
should
on
be
their
able to
side
see
in a
more than she
ridiculous way.
does.
Aberration.
It's like
Angels is
99%,
not
1%
That's
sort of
aberration.
situation.
There's also a
Not
blonde-haired,
great.
modestly dressed, probably human woman, and a pair of oversized hulking zombies, each with a grossly oversized bone spur covering their right fist. They look like the same kind
It's
as
like
the one that
me.
was protecting
I'll give him
the
his
boardwalk
entourage
using
so
that
they
bone
know that
forearm
there's
like a
actually,
shield block
like,
maneuver.
This is just no chance this is a bad idea.
Looks essentially the same
Them.
as in the Lich's
Conservation of
shirtless,
ninjutsu. We can
very
take him
lean
if he's
and
got
looking
guys.
bored. The only differences you notice are something hanging around his neck and some subtle purple lines on his torso. Some kind of runes.
He
Yeah,
sparkles in the
Benjamin.
sunlight,
I think
man.
they would have had
That's it.
they would have had
Well,
to call
there's
in the
not
rock.
enough sound
Oh no,
here, so
I don't know if they
we'll
could
never
call in
know.
the rock
That's
shots right now.
pretty much it. He's being pretty passive.
I don't
Okay,
remember
let's
if
kill
that was
him.
okay.
You have the Swain bolt?
There is a Swain bolt. It's the Cornello one that is missing.
Holy shit, this guy's about to have a bad day.
Or I'm gonna miss.
Do you have a true strike?
I want something to hit him first. Make sure he's real.
So, Swain. So,
They move up somewhat because they were starting 200 feet away. Angel circles around back to.
I'm not going to spoil anything much about the vampire killing bolt, but
I'm just
I will
gonna
say that
walk
missing
towards him.
not a
Fantastic.
large
We'll just
concern.
Blistering radiance, everything. Just open up with that.
When you land, the zombies nearest you do start to attack. Not all of them, but you've aggroed a lot, like 30 or 40. They aren't particularly accomplishing anything.
Actually, not blistering radiance. They're looking at me. Opalescent glare.
that'll clear out a space. You sure you want to use a high-powered spell on this?
Not a high-powered spell. It
Yeah.
only kills
No,
minions.
it's a high level spell.
The
It's not a
eyes
high
of your helm
powered spell.
glow
It's
with a
bad,
heavenly
but it's high
light.
level.
Any evil creature of 5 hit dice or less within 60 feet that meets your gaze must make a will save or die. If they succeed on their saves, they're instead feared for 2d10 rounds. Wow, it's a level 6 spell, and it sucks. I mean, it's badass, but 5 hit dice.
I just memorized it for the badassness.
3/4 of the zombies in a 270-degree arc in front of you stop in their tracks, turning pale, parts of them crumbling in pieces under their
Oh,
own
okay,
weight.
now I
Those
know
that
what you're talking
survive
about with
flee,
the
clearing a
Amongoose.
60-foot path. And since there was already a bit of a clearing around the Vampire King, there's now virtually nothing standing between you and him, except for the tank zombies.
Mora casts haste.
What is the goal here? Do we face each other until one of us dies, or do you
Yeah,
have
I
another
really
purpose?
wanted
I'll just
to,
have to add you.
even
to
though I
the
hate
page.
animating things I don't
wouldn't
have to, I
expect it at
really
all.
wanted
Swain
to
just
show
stands
Black
around.
walking
Are you sure you
right
want to
through
bring
one of
Ragax here
the
right now?
petrified enemies
be
as if it
convenient.
wasn't
How
there.
many years have you been
Because,
fighting
like,
him
that
and
was
not
something he said he
accomplished
did, and it
anything?
was cool.
Oh, that's a slap in the face.
The problem is finding him. Such a bother. I've got nothing to say to him.
All right, enough of the yakety yak.
Yeah, I think we're done.
Who's making the first aggressive move?
It's a vampire. I'm making the first aggressive move.
What's your aggressive move?
I drop the fist. I should hit the bodyguards.
Remember what Draven said? We want to hit him. Make sure he's real.
Right. Okay, I summon it. What's his AC?
Just roll.
26.
The fist drops down, but hits some kind of force, some kind of magical deflection, and falls down to the side, without any particular action on his part that you can see. Now, Swain had the highest initiative. He didn't do anything before, but if you guys are going to try to start some kind of fight, he's going to act.
He was holding his action.
My father didn't tell me not to attack him, though he probably should have.
I don't think your father was completely aware of what's going on. I don't think this is the real Swain.
Laura's gonna look at his chest, see if she can figure out anything about those marks.
Yes, the marks. They're definitely some kind of power runes. She doesn't know what they do, but they do resemble Morgval's runes.
And we couldn't do shit to him.
Until a Rakshasa canceled them out.
We still have that sending stone, right? We can call them up and say, we are currently engaged with possibly Swain and need immediate rune cancellation. Call in that favor? Well, first, Swain raises a hand and snaps his fingers. Everyone make a will save. Well, everyone who approached, not the people who stayed back.
25?
I rolled okay. 28.
Finally, a half-decent roll. 30.
30.
Such a good will save. All those other ones in the mountain, I was rolling 1 and 1 and 1.
And also in the mountain, you
that
had the green
succeeds.
torch that was
all
screwing you.
feel an intensely painful headache, but it comes and goes in an instant, having no real effect. Spellcraft? Natural 18, so odds. You've never seen this spell before, but it's a mass version of an uncommon level 2 spell called Crystalline Memories. The original spell is naturally a swift action, so the fact that this is swift doesn't make it a super high level casting, but it normally does a small amount of damage and 2 intelligence damage on a failed
Now,
save,
Kurosagi, they ditched
as
the
it
torch at some
extracts
point.
from your forehead a
They
physical
clearly didn't need it
crystal
if they were
made of your
leaving the
recent
mountain.
memories, which the
Yeah,
caster
they
can
should have.
hang on to for a
The
while.
lore behind
or
these runes
can
is
read
they're
the
Mindhunter
crystal as a
runes. That's the
full-round
lore.
action. So that
Something
was a
Mindhunters
swift
do.
action. That's frustrating.
Yes.
Just give me a moment.
Humpeg, if Swain went into the realm of the Albtrome, invited,
Waves
like
his hand with
uninvited,
his
he'd just get
standard
erased.
action, and
Invited, it would be a
everything
huge pain in the
around
ass.
you
Swain would hate every
disappears.
second of it. It'd be
It's not
just
like
a
the
big
visions.
annoying
The
thing.
heroes are all together in some
If
strange,
Swain was fighting the
shadowy
avatar
area.
of the Albtrome they had to fight there,
got a
Swain would have
natural
just
20.
torn him
This
apart.
is not a spell that exists,
Like, whatever.
as far as you know. In fact, it seems like a spell that shouldn't exist. The effect is equivalent to a level 9 conjuration, which has, with no save, temporarily shunted you to the plane of shadow for 2 rounds. Wait, there's still a plane of shadow? Well, that's the thing. There's always been a plane of shadow, but like the ethereal plane, it's not considered a place you can go. They're like physics planes, studied and manipulated by users of the arcane, but living things don't belong here, which is why you each need to make a fortitude save. I'm always unhappy to leave the prime material plane.
Yeah, you don't
Everyone
want
makes
to be in
save
a
except
plane that's
Angel, who
normally
becomes
not
nauseated
visitable.
for the
That just
2
seems
rounds,
bad.
but other than that disorientation, they seem to be safe. After all, essentially nothing should live here.
Except shadows.
So effectively, he just waved his hand and got rid of us for 2 rounds?
That's just 2 rounds. What the hell is he doing?
Kidnap your father while we're busy here?
I will kill you. F this shit.
What does Morris see?
You don't know. As much as we let you control her all the time, she's a separate person, and right now, you have no way to know what she's observing.
When she sees us disappear, she should be backing off with the others.
Sure, and that's what she'll try to do. But right now, you have to live with the horrible fact that you have no idea. You won't find out what happened till you get back.
He cast a 9th level spell, big deal. Says the one who has no minuses right now.
You feel very odd. Like, if you were to spend any length of time here, it would be harmful.
I rescind my previous comment about abusing sentient things for your experiment. If you could somehow use Swain for the thing, I would be fine with that.
I think it had to be an incorporeal undead or a spirit for the astral plague removal plan.
Well, anyway, if you could science torture Swain, I'd be fine with that. Otherwise, it has to be willing.
If you could throw out the trap and get Swain in the containment grid, that would be okay. If it's good enough for Gozer, though I don't think the Ghostbusters ever tried to power anything off Gozer, that sounds like it would be a mistake. Suddenly, after 2 rounds, you shift back to the Shadowfell, right where you had been standing, and Swain and some of his crew have moved. Moved or gone. The 2 Hulks are flanking you now, while the King and the less physical-looking figures are over by where your people were. Mora and the others have flown a little farther away. Hard to tell from this far if they've suffered any damage, but Swain is standing near where they had been, holding up a crystal. Who did he get that from? Not from one of us.
He had 2 rounds.
He just waved you away, went over there, and did them. Who looks like they lost a memory? They don't actually lose it. I know, but who looks like they had a rock sucked out of their forehead? Here, Angel, you can roll Mora's save now.
I think Mora failed.
This is not good. I don't care what this memory is. It's not good that he has it.
There's another crystal on the ground.
Actually, 3, but 2 are unused. He doesn't care about the prisoners.
So he's got Mora's.
To be fair, the prisoners don't have any
He's in the
memories
middle of a
worth.
full-round
If they had
action
anything
concentrating
worth
on
learning, he would have
leaving
learned it a
second
while ago.
of the 4
They haven't
crystals.
learned anything new
On
in
the
a
plus
long
side,
time.
Swain doesn't seem to want to kill anybody.
Well, he's sure as hell not in any hurry to. If the stuff in the visions was remotely accurate, he could have easily killed some of your friends while you were banished.
Damn it, he's just out of reach of Bolt of Glory.
He could have
kill
easily
these guys
killed their
first.
friends while they were
I can
banished,
communicate with Mora
if he
again,
cared.
right?
Yes, when you disappeared, Swain moved over to them very fast and snapped his fingers
Can't
again.
just
All
can't just
4
steal
of
their-
them took some
steal their
damage,
memories when
and
they're dead.
Mora actually had to heal each of the invalids as she and Daggerface dragged them flying away, only to find there was no further pursuit.
I activate Iron Guard's Glare, Inferno Blade, and Full Attack.
It's been a while since you fought one, but these things have 2 armor classes. 29 to hit their actual hit points, but failing that, 21 or higher still damages the Bone Spur, which is responsible for 8 points of AC, making it much more vulnerable if you break it.
So the first hit, the one that penetrated, 43, so 38 after DR. Second one's going to be more 59 damage to the arm. Holy shit!
Wow, that's 3/4 of the arm's hit points. It won't take much more to break it off now. The Eternals went to all this effort to make these Vampire King killing bolts, but never did anything with them.
That thing must do a lot.
There's no way it's gonna work.
They were really smart, just never got a chance to use it.
Do you think this is actually the real Swain in person? He did use a 9th level equivalent spell-like ability.
We're not here to kill Swain.
I'd fucking like to kill him.
Yeah, when you're at the grocery store and pop
When they
is
get
on
hard
sale, you might as
decisions,
well
they
pick some up.
they change their
Don't
minds a whole lot,
waste
back and
the
forth.
bolt.
It's common.
Here. Unless he's
Common
seriously
D&D thing,
engages.
actually.
He's just been f***ing with us for now. Yeah, let's just deal with the 2 minions surrounding us. If he suddenly engages us, bolt his f***ing ass.
But, like, you don't know what this thing's going to do. You know it's going to be cool. You don't know if it's going to kill him, but it's going to be cool.
But if he's not going to fully engage us, let's not waste our best weapon, because it's a one-shotter.
What are we going to
It
do?
is a one-shot weapon.
We can't.
What if it fails?
What if it... Oh, okay, well, what if it doesn't do anything? Who cares?
Fire it.
I'm saying, what do we do about this guy?
If we can get
I think
our
they're
guys
correct
to
in
get
their
out of here,
assessment that
How are we
the
going to
choice
get out of
is
here? It's a minute to
use the bolts,
concentrate.
and then
Fire
you're all in
the
on
goddamn
fighting him.
bolt.
This is the
Then
time,
fire the bolt.
or
What else
don't use
can
the
we
bolt.
possibly do? If we're not going to engage him, what do? Stand around and let him drain our memories while we try to open the portal? You're all hasted. You can run?
Fire the goddamn bolt.
We don't need to go through the portal. Remember, the plane can have natural portals. But we can go through another portal.
If you could rest a day, Black or maybe even Zahir could cast another plane shift.
Say you shoot the bolt and it kills him. Awesome.
Uh-huh.
You shoot the bolt and it doesn't. He's gonna kill us. I don't think you have the power to fight him except the bolt.
Here's the thing. If you shoot the bolt and it doesn't kill him, then you also realize the bolt was useless, which is a good thing to know.
I think the first move is your first instinct. Summon the Rakshasa. We're in trouble.
No,
She
I'm
had to
not-
concentrate to
I'm
get
not
rid of
giving
those
away
runes.
what the
The
bolt
Rajas
does.
did warn you
too
that if you
interesting.
call for them, they can't show up physically
Someday something might
without
happen.
minimum a couple days warning. They said if you need immediate help, they can instead give you a very significant boon to fulfill their bargain, but
Didn't Hazamura pop up for Mordaval?
they spend much of their time in the Feywild. She had arranged to be nearby
I thought that was just a hologram.
to perform the crazy Fey psionic rune unweaving ritual. No, she was telling you guys, you might want to kill him before he comes over here and stops me.
Oh, well, I don't know, man. All I'm saying is, if we fire the bolt, we're all in. If you're cool with that, I'm cool with that.
I'm alright with it.
We're not even sure if it's really him.
I'm pretty sure this is Swain. He's cocky as all hell. He's casting 9th level spells out his ass.
Only one.
It was 2.
No, the memories one is only level 5. Being a swift action is part of the spell. He wasn't quickening it.
He's cast 2 spells at us. One of them kicked ass. I won't lie to you. Got me nervous, alright? And he's put on an awesome show to cow us. But he hasn't actually done anything to harm us.
Not yet. Where's my fist?
The fist you summoned from your statue?
Yes, that fist.
It's, gone. When you popped back into this plane, the small statue reappeared in your inventory.
Yeah, that
This is Swain.
fist in attack mode did not
Swain.
survive
There
the 2
are
rounds.
5 of them.
It doesn't matter.
Does he know?
One of any number
we
of things might have
the
happened
bolt?
to it,
He
but
does now.
it did
No.
not survive.
Oh, yes, he does. Mora's memories.
You better shoot that son of a bitch.
We don't know what memories he stole. Crystalline memories is more surface thoughts, not everything in her head. The more it is something that happened in the last hours of the last day, or that she's been thinking about something recently, the more likely it's in the crystal.
He knows about the bolt then.
Because she sees Swain, she's gonna think, oh, we have a bolt for that. It's gonna be a surface memory. He's gonna fucking know.
Yep.
You gotta shoot him now.
Just for some reason, I have a bad feeling about shooting him with the bolt right now. He's gonna go after Draven. You're gonna be target number 1. I think it's a bad idea, guys. I have a
Little one,
bad
voice of
feeling.
reason,
Little
voice
was
of
decided,
wisdom
but we
right now.
started trying to process the new combat round. Why am I adjacent to all these people? They knew where you were when you disappeared, so they positioned the tanks to cover that spot. Fortunately, since you just popped back in, they didn't get attacks of opportunity.
My stance would give them -4 to hit anyone other than me, and I could give a huge bonus against one attack with shield block.
They have reach, don't they? I was hoping to walk around them.
You can just stay where you are. Angel can move to get flanking. I have reach too, so I can flank from where I am.
Well, I'm going to walk around here anyway. Just shove him aside.
What? Draven's right here.
He's not going to focus on Draven after this. Trust me.
Okay, it takes its attack of opportunity and rolls really well. Take 27.
Retribution. Retribution.
Backlash for a total of 19.
He DRs the physical part.
That was my move action, so now I smash it. AC 29 with the haste bonus, take 25.
Alright, and his damage reduction does nothing because your mithril mace counts as a silver weapon. You smack him right in his big ass Hulk face.
Perfect. Just the way I like it.
Next is Draven.
Okay, so I have a couple of different possibilities. I could do the Buffy thing. I could do the shooty thing. We are still hasted. You lost 2 rounds of haste while you were banished, but there's plenty of time left on it.
I say pump bolts into this guy's face.
Or just force him and get rid of him. Or third option is me sitting around prepping a true strike if we want to use the bolt against Swain.
Here's what I think we do. We kill these 2 guys. You force orb Swain to see if it's possible. Maybe piss him off. Then you put a bolt in his f***ing face.
Isn't the bolt unerring anyway?
It's not that it can't miss, that you know of, but it does have a number of properties that help it to hit, and it has some kind of specific magic against Swain in particular, but which was complicated enough that even Draven couldn't decipher just what it would do. If we had a sample of him and I could take it back to the lab, I bet I could figure
just
out
get a
this thing's
sample of
power.
him.
Look, the problem with bolting him is
Just a
if those
piece
moves
of
are
that.
like Mordaval's, I'm going to need the +20 from True Strike on that one shot to reliably hit him. And I don't have the scroll, so it's going to take me a turn to prep it with Infusion, then another action to cast it, and only on the third round do I take the shot.
That's a lot of rounds. Well, you could try to do it that way. I'd just be more comfortable if he took damage to prove he isn't some illusion hologram bullshit.
They really want to clear out these undead bricks, though, because Draven can do very little while in their reach, and they've proven they do hit pretty hard. Black had already used this one's attack of opportunity, though, so Draven would only provoke one attack by moving away.
With -4 from my stance, and I can shield block one attack for +9 AC, so it'd be like it has -13 to hit.
I don't like being the creamy white filling in a Hulk sandwich. And with all that, it rolls a 1 as Draven zips out of the danger zone.
Throw my shield up like, no.
You did damn near rip its arm off earlier. It may not be working right. Swain's still playing around with the crystals, or so it appears. So rather than start something he's not sure they can finish, Draven force orbs one of the immediate threats instead, dealing 38 damage.
I'll activate my bracers and... No, wait. I have the weapon crystal for undead, so I don't need the bracers to sneak attack.
Yeah, no, she can
That's
save
right,
her bracers
you get
for
a
like
free
weirder
ride on
shit.
Undead. With a little time left on the holy buff, plus D6 from her
Sneak
anti-undead
attack undead
crystal,
all day
plus
long.
sneak attack and her elemental damage, though the D6 cold doesn't work on most undead, Angel deals 29 damage directly to the closer enemy, and 38 and 35 more to its bone shield, so now both of them have the shields almost falling apart. The large zombie struck back, the one turning to Angel, who had dealt the most damage to it. But that -9 dex from the poison was really slowing her down, and it hit with both attacks for 18 and 23.
Ow.
Whereas the one attacking Little One just couldn't get past his shield. Mora, who was leading the ragtag group of NPCs, turned their flight, looping back towards the rest of the party.
Maybe she can concentrate to reopen the portal. Okay, she's going to the portal.
Next round she can start on that.
Just open the portal and get them out of here.
I really want to get my father out of here.
And all we have to do is hold them off for like a minute.
That's when they spot something moving
that thing with
fast
those
from over
portals.
here.
Ragex?
A hooded figure on
Hard to use
horseback
it to just
rides from
nope
over
out
this
in
ridge,
combat.
moving hundreds of feet, virtually skidding to a stop just out of reach of the Hulks. The greyish horse actually hovers just slightly off the ground and has a surreal, unreal look to it. Death rides a
Surreal,
pale horse.
unreal, eh?
Neither Black,
like,
who had heard
nice
stories of the
redundant
vampire
descriptors.
hunter all his life, nor Mora, who had squeezed him for his rare tales to reinforce and add to those she knew, could positively ID the somewhat legendary figure from stories alone. But who else could it be?
You're a priest, right?
Yes?
Here, cast this. And you, cast this one.
He pulls out another scroll from his satchel and tosses it your way. It wasn't a great throw. Draven had to move to catch it, but he manages, quickly recognizing the spell as Ethereal Mount, a higher level variant of Phantom Steed, a spell that conjures multiple fast mounts, like that of the stranger.
So we're getting the out of Dodge?
It's like
Got a sword in that bag?
I
for
made
me?
up this spell,
Black,
and
the
it turns
scroll
out there's
he
an
gave you
existing
is a
spell that
scroll
does the same
of
thing.
Earthquake.
Earthquake.
Up within that mountain is a river. As you cast the spell,
I think in the
picture
videos I may have
water
just used
in
the
your mind,
actual like
flowing
version that exists
swiftly
in some
the
book
darkness,
somewhere. I don't even
and
remember
will
which is
that
which.
water to
I think my
rush
version was
out
level 5,
down
but
the slope, flowing across
level
the
4
land
spell
before
that's like
us.
multiple phantom
Between
mounts.
us.
They can't cross water.
There's so many legends of vampires and their true powers and weaknesses, it's impossible to sort out what parts are true.
Are we running now? Why are we running? We're winning. Shut up. We're winning.
You aren't
We're winning,
winning
says the guy who was
anything.
like, we better not start this fight for
Done
real.
anything yet. Which means we aren't losing. Therefore, we're winning. Follow my logic here.
And now that I've finally walked into Swain's trap, we have only this moment to act before he does. We have to get out of here. If you think I can just stand here and fight a vampire king,
The tales of me have gotten truly out of control. And he starts casting a spell himself.
Okay, that's enough proof for me. Bolt his f***ing ass.
Oh, whose ass?
He said it's Swain. Bolt him.
Oh,
No,
right.
that's no.
To summarize, hero, legendary for supposedly fighting vampire kings, shows up and says, "You can't just straight up fight vampire kings." And your takeaway is, confirmed, it's the real Swain.
Let's go. Let's fight the Vampire King.
The Tarns weren't stupid, right? I mean, they did die, but
If it was easy, I think they would have stuck somebody in to use the bolt.
We can probably get a better opportunity.
So now you don't want to?
My stance hasn't changed. I still don't want to use it unless I can cast True Strike first, which is still 2 rounds of setup for me.
Okay, so our
Are we running?
Oh, nobody's forcing you to listen to this guy. It's your move.
And he's been fighting the kings for how long?
Decades, minimum.
Up close, he doesn't look that old, but his facial features peg him as
Yeah,
probably
all those
an elf
facial
or half-elf,
features that I
making
drew.
his true age impossible to judge.
Actually, if I can use the earthquake to separate him from us with that river, you can still shoot him. That's brilliant.
He can't give you any more information this round. He is already severely pushing the
reuse
limits
what I
of
can,
how much you
Eldrum.
should be able to
Reuse
do
what I
or
can.
say in a combat round, as he completes his spell. It's called Doomtide, which sounds scary, but it's really just an illusion.
Otherwise, it's just
creating
like
an 80-foot wall of
non-animated
creepy
stuff. Just like
vision
keep showing a
blocking fog.
static image.
So we
That's
can't
even
shoot
less
anymore.
cool.
Well, Draven could easily fly past the end to get an angle on Swain and his spellcasters. It's only 80 feet wide. No, I'm just going to cast the mounts and shit. Let's get the hell out of here.
Well, regardless, we have to kill these two monsters ahead of us.
Little One spends his second fiery blade maneuver, the weaker one, and shreds his Hulk, ripping his shield arm right off and reducing it to burning slag.
Bam!
Black can't use the Scroll of
Damn,
Earthquake safely while in reach of the remaining zombie bodyguard, and if it's still alive, it'll make it harder to mount up with the NPCs and disengage, so he holds his action, relying on Angel to take it out. One attack is wasted, finishing off its shield, but after that its AC is only 21, and she rolls quite well on her damage, barely finishing it off, leaving Black
Yay.
clear to cast. Using the holy words inscribed on the old enchanted parchment, Black channels the power of his faith, calling on Sirius to protect the innocent and the righteous by unleashing the subterranean river. The earth beneath them trembled, and the mountain cracked, a fissure running down its side and through the ground, separating the shepherds, the Ham,
Wow,
and their
nice
allies
river.
from the ageless monstrosity and his servants.
Whatever, it's close enough.
Running water. Meanwhile, Draven casts this surprisingly badass horse spell, which at the scroll's caster level of 12 summons 7 phantasmal hovering horses like the strangers. Most of the party can't see Swain anymore, but as Mora leads the others back, she sees Swain move toward them.
Not super
It looks
happy
like
using the
regular
censored
walking,
thing
but
as
across
the Wall of
distance
Doom,
in
but
an
like
instant.
the Wall of
Crossing
Doom would have
the
been.
river?
Like I wasn't sure what to
Just
draw
before
for it.
Mora
It's supposed to be
loses sight
like a
behind the
visual
fog,
chaos.
She sees the vampire stopped in front
thing.
of the river, just
Like I didn't know what to
there.
draw.
Really?
We need to move fast. The river
I
won't
drew a
hold
version
him
much
for
later
long.
in Realm
Is
of the
there a way of
Outcome. but-
closing that portal?
Eh.
Somebody could dispel it, but theoretically, nobody else should be able to use it, even if they can see it.
Rygax, you shouldn't have come. No, I shouldn't. But you'd been there far too long, and when they broke the shackle, I don't know who you all are, but you are clearly useful. So mount up
You're
and move.
clearly useful.
We're
Yeah, thanks.
useful.
Really? I think we should stay and kill him now. F***ing
Useful. They mount up, pairing up some of the NPCs as needed, and set off, directly away from where Swain was last spotted, their barely hovering steeds passing straight over the ridge that had hidden the stranger's approach.
Yeah,
Last
Casey
I checked,
Blues.
he can't
A
see through
bunch of
solid
multicolored
illusions.
scribbles is easy to
I'm
say,
hoping
but
that
it's a
holds
pain
true.
to do
But
that
his
and
mere
have it
magical
not look like
darkness,
garbage.
Not only could he see through it, but his dark vision likely reaches the horizon.
But he was staring right at you.
I'm sure he could simply smell me at that range. You have to understand. in
Scribbles
order
are
to
not
defeat
especially
a vampire
convenient for
king,
vector
you
art.
must
It's
unbind
actually,
a
like,
great many
not what
of
it's
their
good at
spirit
anyway.
shackles. That is the only way it has ever been done, and even then, only at great cost.
If those runes he had were anything like Mortival's, we know that guy was getting a big boost to his damage reduction.
like plus 10 armor class.
And resistance to all energy types, even force.
Still here,
Yes,
Tavorza.
with all the spirits he has bound, plus his other backers, it's unlikely we could harm him in any meaningful way.
Okay, ballpark. How many shackles do you think he has in total? Like, we've taken out 2.
Approximately 50.
It's worth noting when people
try
say
to
this is
keep
their
up to
favorite
date,
episode,
but a few
they mean the part
contested
before
ones
this.
on
Nobody cares about this
borders
part here.
Change hands fairly regularly.
So we'd have to do
It's just-
what we did
yes, the episode's
50
still
more
going.
times.
Well, many of the powers granted are not compatible with being a vampire, or are redundant, or are simply not relevant to a being who's already so powerful. That is why they grant so many of the Shackle's powers to their so-called lieutenants.
Oh, they're not compatible.
To have a realistic chance against Swain, you'd have to disrupt more like
Boy, this would look better
30
if that
shackles.
cloak was
Though,
animated
depending
at
on
all
the
in any
strength
way, shape,
of
or
your
form.
army. If you targeted the most critical ones, It might be as few as a dozen. But he would still remain incredibly dangerous. And that's not considering these allies he has, who are changing the equation considerably.
Alright, then let's get out of here. I don't think Swain's on our radar if it's gonna take all that.
Black's father stirs
Pain in the
again,
ass.
speaking to Rygax.
I held out for a long time. It felt like a long time, until it seemed that resisting had no more meaning. They squeezed from me the few hideouts I knew, but I was sure you'd have abandoned those as soon as I was captured. Don't worry about any of that. You need time to recover.
No shit.
I'm sorry I couldn't get to you sooner,
Recovering would be
but
good.
it was a trap, and it was much too dangerous on my own, until your friends threw a wrench into things, creating an opening. My son.
Ah, I see. So, how are we getting back to our own plane?
First, tell me everything that happened since you ran into Swain. Tell me in detail what he did.
He was just standing at our portal, waiting.
That was probably the most disturbing thing. And then we got sent to the plane of shadows.
Ugh,
Yeah, that was asinine.
no, it's much worse.
Worse than asinine?
He hit you with the
Yep.
curse
It's
of
much worse,
Mafar.
guys.
The good news is, it won't work on you again for probably about a week. The bad news is, no magic will be able to plane shift you for probably about a week. You are effectively
I still like
plane locked.
The curse that is
Except for
screwing
Mora
them,
and the others.
the
They
inability
went
to plane
in the
shift,
thing.
But
is
we're
actually a built-in
stuck.
It's
drawback
possible that
of
you
the
could still
spell
leave
to
via
prevent
a
you to
natural
prevent the caster
portal.
from using
But
the spell
there
on the
are
same
virtually
targets
none
again.
around here.
For a
Not
long time.
This time of year, in this weather.
That's his
And
disadvantage.
those that remain in his territory, Swain knows them all.
There's one in the mountain. The maze.
I don't think that would be safe.
Well, obviously it's not going to be safe.
Sorry, my social skills are a little rusty. I'm usually traveling alone, particularly since Gabriel was taken.
Well, that's the one we know for certain. The other option is we cast a new plane shift to send back Zahir, Daggerface, and Black Dad. Black won't get back the 5th level spell slot from the current portal until it expires. Again, around a week. But if Mora could cast her own plane shift, or maybe Zahir, given enough rest and care, they could escape back to the Fadelands.
Right, I can't cast another one because the caster has to go.
No, the
through
shackles
thing.
are
After we
entirely
send them
homemade.
off,
The whole
we have
concept of the
3
spirit
options.
shackles is
Hide
made
until the
up by
week's
me.
up, then plane shift back ourselves. Find a natural portal to get back sooner, or
Not that
hunt
it's
down and
entirely
kill
original
Swain.
concept, but you know what I mean.
Right.
It's not,
I think we've
it's
got
not
to
a
do
thing I got
something
specifically
unexpected.
anyway.
They slow their pace a little bit to cast some healing on Angel and anyone else who is hurt, and Rygax whips out a scroll of restoration, finally healing Angel's dexterity. That done, they get back to riding full out. The phantasmal horses don't have a constitution score, so the rules don't allow them to push themselves to run at 3 times or 4 times speed, but they are tireless, able to double move using their base speed of 240 until the spell expires. So who are you
Fast
exactly?
horses.
Did I fail to introduce myself? My apologies again. I'm Rygax.
We figured that.
Were you the one who interfered with the Rakshasas who tried to contact us in the mountain?
That wasn't me. If that happened, it must have been Swain coming into range of his anti-divination aura.
He has a personal anti-divination aura?
That is one of his current
They
protections.
have anti-divination
yes.
everything all
At
the time.
the moment, it's being contested by Alyssa, but I believe that particular spirit remains under Swain's control. Rakshasas?
Yes. So far, it seems to be working out for us.
Or better or worse.
It feels less like dealing with Rakshasas and more like being dealt with by them. Every time we do something and they pop up watching us, it's getting to the point I kind of want to put my sword in their face. Angel's sitting there. I understand why they took Gabriel, because he's connected to you. But why did they take our friend? Yeah, and why would you give a shit about us?
I didn't know much
Captain
about you.
Twitch is asking, what's my favorite
divination is just
vampire ruler? And I
pointed to
mean,
an
it's like
opportunity. But Zahir
like
is a member of my order.
Swain,
A
Alyssa,
shepherd,
and
a
Cornello
fellow
are the
priest of
interesting
fact.
ones to me.
anti-undead.
The other two I'm not as interested in, although they have
Unfortunately,
some
due to
pretty
the
cool
impromptu
lieutenants.
nature of my intervention, I'm afraid I don't have a solid plan for getting us out of Swain's territory.
The week of hell has begun.
Yay, Week of Hell!
Next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
Oh yeah, John. I think Eldritch Disciple is the name, but whatever it is, it's in Complete Mage. It's a prestige class that gives you it lets you advance both your warlock features and your
We've been underestimated
divine
more than
caster
once.
features.
I don't doubt it. You were able to take out that lich thing.
We've got it
David
with
Rooney,
us.
Surf
Under
USA
6
9.
tons of silver.
Well, it's got a phylactery.
Older Man.
The body itself is dangerous to handle.
MG3D.
but I'm pretty certain the phylactery
Dustmark.
isn't with it. I'm pretty certain
Lord Abraham.
Swain keeps it on his person.
He isn't in that sea creature?
How do you
Terry
know
Beans,
about
man.
that?
Oh, it's a long story.
Pontus.
Yeah.
We took a walk through his memories. It was fun.
Gorfiend.
Yeah. I don't know. I
Zombie.
sat back and ate popcorn. Watched the whole thing.
Actually, that's another
Warsaw.
question. How did you deal
Vetemir.
with the millstone?
The what?
Balvan.
Nice guy.
Oh,
Ring.
he's fine.
We asked politely.
Aether
Pretty
Morgan.
much.
We gave him back something he lost years ago.
Tamu and
Interesting.
June.
There may have been
Fellas.
good karma in that.
Whoa, what are you, a Rakshasha?
Well,
Stan the
he
Man.
does deserve a break.
Oh, I won.
So what's holding him there? He wouldn't tell us.
That is a
Fireboard.
tragic story.
Folkfang.
Balvan made a bargain where,
Thing goes on forever.
well, I would say the benefits
Starfall.
to him have long
John.
expired. He may disagree. I don't know his mind.
Fright Night.
As you might have
Corwin.
guessed from the headstone, he lost his daughter prematurely. He
Green
made
Mute.
a pact with
Hammer
Swain
Wolfist.
to bring her back, in a manner of speaking.
In what
Bonito.
manner?
Earl of Sanguine.
Well, she...
Is she an incorporeal undead? Because we could use one of those.
Is she one of his lieutenants?
Alison Desh.
No,
Brethren.
he turned her. She later changed her name to
Get hype.
Alyssa.
I was waiting for that. I'm just saying. I was waiting for that.
She's one of the vampire kings.
Yeah, one of the vampire kings looks like a 9-year-old girl. That's the worst. This is not okay. Do not fight her.
Do not with the 9-year-old girl.
Nope. Nope, 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 nope.
Nothing creepier than a little 9-year-old girl.
Yeah. Bad news.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
Previously,
The situation has worsened in the last month. You need to...
You notice one figure standing near your portal. He wouldn't show up in person, would he?
And I'll try to circle around to where I can see his face. Stealth check 41.
So you get about parallel to the portal, looking at him side on, and you recognize his face. It is Swain. A hooded figure on horseback, virtually skidding to a stop.
Here, cast this.
Black channels the power of his faith.
Deus
calling on
Ex,
Sirius
but it's
to
like
unleash
Deus
the
Ex where they still had to
subterranean
do,
river.
like,
She sees the vampire
the
stopped
key
in front of
stuff
the river,
themselves.
just glaring. We finally flushed him out. Contact everyone. Cover the portals and find out
Contact
where
everyone.
he is, where he's headed. I'll stay here a while, in case they circle back for the maze. Then I'll ritual back home. I'm gonna talk to them.
I like that little beetle. There's like nature documentary beetle.
The party
Oh,
rides
with,
through
like,
the Shadowfell
a
at
finger,
incredible
that's great.
speed on the phantasmal steeds after Rygax, the legendary vampire hunter, showed up and tossed them powerful scrolls to help
Everybody
them
talking about
escape
how
from
depressing
Swain. During their
Saga of
encounter, the
Balvan
four
is at the
heroes
end.
were hit with a powerful spirit shackle
But it's so
ability
good.
called
But
the
it's
Curse of
depressing.
Tharin, which had the side effect that they could no longer use any type of magic to leave this plane.
We have 3 options. Hide until the week's up, then plane shift back ourselves. Find a natural portal to get back sooner. Or hunt down and kill Swain.
After riding for half an hour, the swift and tireless mounts putting 16 miles between them and the
Spencer,
Vampire
they would have been
King,
pretty
Rygax
screwed
had
if they
them
circled
mostly
back to the
convinced
maze. That wouldn't
fighting
have
him
been a
would
good
be
plan at this
suicidal
stage.
unless they could take out at minimum a dozen of his most important spirit shackles. The NPCs weren't caught in a thing, so as long as one of them, or Rygax, can cast a plane shift, we can get them back to the normal world.
I really want to get my father to safety.
At this point, we need to stop somewhere, rest, and send the 4 packing, and figure out a way to defend ourselves.
It's too soon to stop. We need to gain as much ground as we can while these horses last.
Here's where I'm
Oh yeah,
gonna
stupid
go.
temporary
I'm
horses.
gonna go with Rygax.
Well, I'm assuming we can find a safe house or something.
I have a number of hiding places, places that are well protected in different ways by various allies, but I can't rely on any of the ones in this area while Swain is so active. Many of them will be cowed into submission.
We could work with Alyssa. We did help her dad.
I'm not sure how much value that connection
Yeah,
has.
not sure how much
How strong is
Alyssa
Swain
actually
compared to the
cares
other
about her
kings?
dad.
Can we make an
She's,
alliance or something?
As long as you are
Yeah.
traveling with me, I doubt any of them would help you. Swain's territory has been diminished for some time, but of the kings, he is now probably the most powerful.
Father
due to
Allard,
his
Liz
allies.
actually swings
just
by
kind of
with
trails
like
off.
little
Keep
one
mentioning
actually
that.
went back
At
and
this
picked
point,
up Liz
what's
for
more
where he was
powerful
going
than these
at the end of the series.
that are practically semi-demi-gods?
I don't know if you know anything
Angel
about
Dame, I'm just
the
all I'm doing is
Mindhunters.
just transporting Diet
No.
Coke like
Nope.
up
Are
to
they
the
like
washroom
the
and then back
glory
down from the
Mind
fridge.
flayers? There weren't any tentacles visible on the Mindhunter page.
That's
of
my
Hero
primary
Tale,
job at this point.
But the Kuatoa who made the
Making
comic
videos
book
is like a
had
sideline.
never seen one either. There are plenty of old legends of Mindhunters, but they
Sponsor
are
me,
scarce
Diet
on
Coke.
reliable details. If you went by the tales,
Send me
they
money
can do almost
or
anything.
free
They
Coke.
simply
If you
look
send
at
me
you
enough free
and join
Coke, it'll work out.
That part might not be far off. They live in the oceans of the Shadowfell.
Places I don't want to go. At that moment, Lady Hazamura's hologram appeared, looking even more out of place than usual, as she appeared to be standing still, yet the image kept pace relative to the swift riding.
Sure, why not?
This is clearly one of the less likely possibilities.
I sure hope so.
If this was likely, I'm definitely putting a sword through their face.
The Mind Hunters are the reason that Swain is such a problem. They are the only beings we consider enemies.
So you're the Rakshasas they've been dealing with.
And I assume you are the hunter. I was curious about your companion, since we cannot detect him directly. We can only see his reflection in your fate matrix.
I see.
That's kind of impressive.
Can you find us a portal?
Your enemy knows all the portals in your vicinity, even better than your friend there. Very few are suitable to your needs, and aiming for one of them may be Swain's best chance to intercept you personally.
So what you're saying is, we should prepare for a last stand. What? If we can't run and we can't hide, we can probably hide. Even if we can't ally
We can probably
with them,
hide.
we could make for the territory of one of the other vampires.
That is true. Cornello's lands should be a lot less dangerous. He's not actively looking for you, and my allies there will be much more likely to take us in.
Cornello's the weakest of the kings, right?
Probably. He's the youngest by a great margin.
Joe, you don't like when
who did
NPCs
his
have to
last
talk to
photo
each
on?
other? Because
Swain,
I don't know.
Alyssa,
I usually,
Lockhart.
if I'm having a conversation
Well, we
between
have to do
NPCs,
something
I usually like.
unexpected. Maybe we can take out.
I like it. I'm
Cornello,
just
open up his
worried about
territory
spending
for
too much
Lockhart to
time
come
on
in.
it.
Or
I want to make sure the
Swain
players are
sweeps in.
involved. But
Your best move may be
I can
to
talk between
strengthen
NPCs all day
Cornello
long.
as a bulwark against Swain.
Though I hate the idea of strengthening any vampire king.
Beggars can't be choosers.
In any case, what protections do you have against mind control?
I will save?
I put my sword in their face. If you can get near them.
How many mind blanks are you running?
0.
Everyone's
My mind
favorite
is always
question.
blank. I like that the question is how many?
Yeah.
Not are you, but how many?
If there is any chance that you may encounter a mind hunter, you need to start looking for multiple effects of that nature, which can be combined.
Yeah.
like,
Hazamura explains, insofar as this can be explained in character, that when a mind hunter attempts to control you, it succeeds. If you have mind blank, which makes you immune to all mind affecting spells, it still succeeds. If you have two separate forms of mind blank or immunity to mind affecting stuff,
Yeah, that's right, Willie
which
V.
stack, then
He has more like, have you
get
heard
a
of
will save
NordVPN?
against their mind control.
Holy shit. What does Mind Blank cost to put into gear?
Well, it's an 8th level spell, probably around 80 grand.
Holy shit.
Just carry around an anti-magic stone?
An anti-magic field. Would that work?
That would prevent them from taking control of you. However, they have devised ways of cementing their long-term control, which would allow their minions to still get at you. So they could send a dominated minion into an anti-magic field, and it would still be dominated?
There's a reason we're opposed to them.
Wow. Whoever she is, she had a point about Swain knowing the portals. Nothing has attacked us yet, but that probably means he is focused on trying to mobilize forces strong.
I was thinking
enough
for a second, I
to
was like, wait, do I have
challenge
an
you.
affiliate link for
I'm having a
NordVPN? But no,
difficult
that's for
time
Backblaze,
deciding
my
the
backup
best
service.
paths to
I don't have any way to
Let's
get
just
paid by,
hide in Cornell's hands.
NordVPN.
I think
Even
that
though I
makes
use
the
it.
most sense. Swain may not follow us in there. And Swain sending troops across the border will cause a war.
They are always at war in a sense, but yes, it will be a lot riskier for Swain's forces, and the threat of Cornello's lieutenants and such
I have
should distract
technically
them and slow
played
them down.
Vampire the
Other
Masquerade
than
a
the occasional
tiny,
ridge, like the one
tiny
Rygax
bit,
had
and
used
made
to
a
approach
similarly
without
tiny bit.
being
I've never been
spotted by
involved in any
Swain. Most
campaign
of the
of that
terrain
stuff that
has
lasted
been
for
pretty flat.
any actual
now you're
period
coming
of time.
into an area with more rock outcroppings.
Some of my
It's clear
friends
that erosion
have
works a little differently
much
here because
more
the rocks tend to curl towards
Like
a
Quilly
point,
Teen
like
knows
something out of a Tim
Vampire
Burton movie, because they're
mage
hitting the ceiling.
like crazy.
Nah, most of them aren't that tall. The rocks aren't that close together, but they have
I
to
like
slow down
the
a
I
bit
like
to
the
thread between
spiky
them because the
Shadowfell
ethereal
rocks. They
amounts
make it
move
feel more
so
like a different
bloody
plane.
fast. On the plus side,
They're like
they feel a little less exposed as the rocks would
forces
make
of
them harder to
erosion
see
don't
from
make
a
sense to
distance.
us.
Angel,
It's
with her sense
weird and
sense,
alien.
senses a creature from upwind just in time
They're kind
to
of
warn
Tim
the others.
Burton-esque.
There's something alive up ahead. As the word spreads down the line, they slow to a trot, preparing for trouble. They let Rygax take the lead, by virtue of him appearing to have any clue at all what to do in this crummy plane. Yeah, nobody wants me as the leader.
I mean, I know what I'd say, but I don't want to speak out of turn.
Rygax calls out in Draconic.
Sex semper Hierudnis.
What'd he say? Yeah, I speak Draconic. So does Angel. As far as you can tell, it's Draconic gibberish. It may have been some kind of code phrase or something like that.
It's just six semper tyrannus,
But he
but
clearly
instead
didn't
of
get the
tyrants,
response he was
it's
hoping
leeches.
for, so he switches to calm.
That's all he said.
Not overly loud.
Are you friend or foe?
That's exactly what I would have said.
I don't know. Who are you?
My name is Rygax, if that means anything to you.
Nah, that means nothing to me.
I'm an enemy of the Vampire Kings, all of them. So, if you serve any of them, you had best flee.
Hey, you wouldn't happen to know a way out? Out of where?
Trying to do a
have to be
voice
more
vaguely
specific.
like
Out
Cord
is a
from
relative
Thor
term.
Ragnarok.
Where are you headed?
Away from here.
very limited
This
success.
place creeps me out.
Join the crowd.
Do you know a way out? Potentially, though you'd have to wait. And we do have to warn you, the local Vampire King
Swain.
is actively looking for us right now.
Speaking of which, we've got to keep moving.
Under almost any other circumstances, running into me might be the best thing.
This is
that
true.
could
Like
happen
usually,
to a lost soul.
oh no, I'm in the Shadowfell and bad shit's
At
happening,
present,
and then
well,
like Rygax shows up.
we will
You're like,
see.
hooray!
me out
That
of
was
this
the
hole.
best
I'll do
possible
whatever
roll
I
that
can
could
to
have
help
come
you.
up on the random encounter
Speedy.
table.
Like Krillin, but with a D. Exactly.
Maybe not as much when
Rygax
he's
whips out a
literally
map of
directly
Swain's
immediately
territory to
being
give them
chased
all
by
a
a
quick
vampire king.
overview of the lay of the land, so they can discuss where to go and how to get there. But once they each have the general gist of the map,
They mount up again and keep riding as they debate their next moves.
We need to avoid Old House, which is here.
Same place as Castle.
And we want to avoid this
Yeah,
lake.
Bessie, that or
We
Enku's
also
carriage.
want to avoid
that would also be good.
Castle, as well as this fortress down here. And we absolutely don't want to go near this area.
So the only place to go is back where we came?
No, we need to wind our way between some of these obstacles. I'm just pointing out where the main danger points are.
I'm just pointing out
Ride over
that
the lake with these
everything
things?
in this place is bad, and we want to avoid
unless
all
there
of
are
it,
high winds.
if at all possible.
Yeah, sounds very exposed.
But what's in the lake? Nothing good, I'm sure.
Why don't we just run down here and go over the water around Old Castle?
The horses only hover a few inches up. They wouldn't work on the ocean unless it was freakishly calm. And even then, we wouldn't want to be 5 miles out from shore when the waves pick up.
There are, of course, various marshes and other rough terrain all over. This large forest would provide some
Captain
cover.
Pitch, the
slow us
vampires
down a
in this
lot.
universe
Precisely.
are very
Though
keen on
we
their
could
on
try
not
to
making any
skirt the
more
borders,
vampires. So
bearing
whether
close to the lake.
it's technically
Well,
possible
this
for them to end
fort,
up with half
it's where
vampire
they took
offspring
Saphira
or
from,
something like
so
that,
There's probably not much in the way of guards
Said-
now.
There's always a great
it's
army
unlikely to be
there.
tested
It
in any
is
practical
near the
fashion
border.
because again
If Cornello
they're-
wanted to invade or to
they don't.
sneak
They're
through
very
to reach
intent on
more
not
sensitive
making any more
areas,
vampires.
He would have essentially the same
Every time it happens,
choices
it's
as
always
us.
terrible.
And it is from
Their
Hydelite
point of view.
Castle that Swain's forces would launch a counterattack.
Oh,
So if we want to incite a civil war, we take this place out.
I mean, we have done some pretty impressive things. He would not be expecting us to go there.
If Swain knew we were going to attack it, I would say it's impossible. Even with the element of surprise, we are talking about a fortress roughly half a mile across. The slopes
Yeah, as we had their
leading
night,
up
Krillin Art is
50
100% based on a Hero
200
Forge model.
feet at 45 degrees.
I
where archers
made
can
it in
rain
Hero
down
Forge. I showed it to
fire
him, and
on
he's like, "Oh yeah,
attackers. Narrow slits.
that looks great."
And the walls stretch
Like-
up to the
Like,
ceiling.
I was like,
of
"You
the
want me to
world.
change something?"
They've
He's
been
like, "No,
expanded
that's
inch
perfect.
by
That's
inch
exactly how I
as the
imagined
sky
him."
has pushed up over the centuries.
I'm like,
Till
okay.
They now stand
I'll just
almost
draw that then.
60 feet tall.
Here's what we do. Angel turns invisible, runs up the wall to an archer slit where she can threaten them. Then I have Knight's move. Standing at the bottom of the wall, I can teleport to flank that archer from inside the wall.
If I ready Leaping Flame, I just need them to shoot me, and I appear next to them too. F***ing rampage! Rawr!
That's what I was gonna say. We can both be inside the damn wall, starting with the archers.
Guys in chaos!
Yeah, Siege of Hydelite Castle would have been
Plus,
pretty fun.
Raven, you've got the maximized
I could
force
handle
bolt
that.
of death. You can blow a hole in the wall.
Who are you guys?
I can't blow a hole in a wall.
He can blow a pinhole in a regular wall.
He can't blow a person-sized hole in a 10-foot thick metal-reinforced fortress.
I do have one dimension door scroll, so I could door us all inside together, assuming it's not warded. Is there a spirit shackle at Heidelag?
There's no shackle at the castle itself, and I'm not aware of any wards against teleportation. It would be a massive space to ward, but I can't say for sure there isn't some protection. I'm not sure why we're entertaining this. Surely,
I'm not sure why we're
wise
talking
us
about
swiftly
attacking the castle
around
when we're trying to
the
hide.
So if I door us all inside, that bypasses the archery field of death.
We would still have to deal with the lieutenants as well. I have no idea which ones might be there. By the time we get there, they may all be out looking for us for all we know. Though, if we encounter them on the way, that isn't much help.
How strong is a lieutenant?
Yawning.
They aren't as strong as Swain.
No, nothing like that. If a Vampire King's shackles were a deck of 52 cards, the king takes all the face cards.
Oh, yeah, the card
themselves,
thing.
and a few of the other cards for good measure. But through the ages, they have experimented to find the best combinations of lesser shackles to hand out in sets. Those sets form the traditional lieutenants.
Like Mordeval.
Exactly.
A metaphor.
And even without face cards, you can still put together a strong hand, like a straight or a full house. From what I've seen of you,
Look who's two pair,
you
eh?
can take one of
I'm
Swain's
sure it's a
lieutenants,
coincidence.
but more than one together could be deadly, especially if we're in the middle of all Hydlag's regular forces.
Well, if push comes to shove, how long would we have to hide?
Probably about a week.
Is that possible if Swain really wants us?
I think it is, if we can reach Cornello's territory.
Here's the problem. We have no bargaining chips for Cornello.
The plan isn't to meet him.
The other option is the underpass.
That's true,
Underdark
Alpro.
sounds like a bad
Captain
idea.
Twitch is
It's a
asking
path,
about whether the
or
vampire
a pair of paths, really,
kings keep like
which
fighting
travel
forever,
long
or if they're
distance
eventually all
in the
defeated, and
general
like,
direction
well,
we
we
want,
don't know. They've been
with
fighting
relatively
ever since
small
they've
number
been
of
around,
branchings,
pretty
but
much.
barely
Even when one of them
connected to
changed
the
out.
greater Underdark.
But
And I know
the
people
person
who
whose
can
account
guide
is
us.
called Aldrome
Where?
did point out
We could
that'd
enter
be a
it
big
around
promo
here.
for the
There
Vampire
are a
Kings
few ways
TDDC
down at
board
either
game,
end.
which is a
Then
thing that
it would
technically
take us
exists,
under
even
the
though it's
plains,
not been
skirting
tested nearly
near
enough. It's
the
like an
bad
alpha
place,
version.
deep enough so
It
as
requires
to be
Tabletop
unaffected by
Simulator,
the
and
evil
you can
up there.
download it.
I
If
say
you
we go that way.
join my Patreon.
That's got to be
for
better.
$2 a month or whatever.
God, no. Yeah, what? If it's so goddamn obvious, he'll definitely be waiting for us.
How well known is this place?
Beats us there, he's waiting there. We need a distraction.
I'm not saying the underpass
Very untested board
won't be
game. I
guarded.
think it's good.
In fact,
but
I'm
he's
fairly certain we'll run into one of Swain's lieutenants. But I can't imagine he'd commit too many forces down there, where they can't assist or be assisted by the other forces above ground.
And his forces might be attacked from the Underdark.
Precisely. A large force down there would certainly attract attention. And the kings themselves have some kind of aversion to going underground. It may be the route with the lowest risk to run into Swain himself.
I don't know about you all, but I think Black and I are down for attacking the castle. Honestly, the tunnel is a bad idea.
The tunnel is a scary thing too, because you're still going underground, and it's barely connected to the Underdark. That's scary.
This whole dim world is scary. One scary is as good as another, right? From the beginning of all this bullshit, since we entered the mountain, how much time has passed? You only rested once. So about half a day? Sure, call it 14 hours-ish. So that's one more choice. We go back to the mountain and go through the maze to another plane.
back
You'd
to the
still
mountain.
be in another plane inside the mountain. There's no evidence of any exit other than the Shadowfell. Just dimension door out. Oh, okay. Oh. We just have to get to another plane. And we're still under Buddy's 24-hour clock, theoretically. Yeah, but as far as we know, Swain's still right there. What's all this about planes and Swains?
The thing blocking us from plane shifting could last a week.
But we think we can still go through a natural portal. Oh, like how I got stuck here in the first place. And we know there's a maze in the mountain that passes back and forth between all three planes. Whereas in that Underdark thing,
The underpass.
we might run into some lieutenant guy.
I like how
and
the
have a good
previously
fight.
of the next
Or
episode
it might
is
be,
actually
boom, Swain,
says
you
nothing
die.
about anything that's
Well,
happened in the show.
Rygar's
It's
can't
just previously from
100%
Krilligan's
guarantee he won't go
perspective,
down
so it's
there,
telling us
because
what we
even
missed
he
about how
doesn't
he got
know
here.
What mechanism, why the kings don't go in the Underdark. But after all this time, he's confident they won't go down there. There's a big part of me that just wants to move directly away from Swain, wherever he is. He hasn't done any damage to you guys. Little damage to the NPCs. I still think attacking the castle will be a great distraction. Distraction from what? If we're there, take out a whole bunch of troops, cause chaos, and then move out and find a safe
like,
place while
it's
they're
not a
fortified and
distraction
figuring out what happened. But
if
it'll
it's the
take
main
a while
event.
to clear
Like,
out,
you
and
can't
they will know
distract
we were
someone
there at
from
that
yourself
specific time.
by
That
making
would
them
help
look
them
at you.
search more effectively. We're a lot better off if they don't know where we are. And right now we have the speed to keep it that way.
We do have an advantage now. If they're all spread out looking for us, we may get to fight some small groups.
There are two main paths in the underpass. One lies mostly between 200 and 300 meter depth, while the other is closer to
It's
1,500
not that strange to have a newcomer
2,000
join a game.
meters underground.
If the campaign's long running
Either
enough,
way, there's little if any risk of
bringing
being
in
attacked
someone
from
else
the
because you want to
surface.
include them.
I like the idea
Makes
of the
sense.
shallow route because it's within dimension door range of the surface. That gives us an emergency button. Okay, I don't have a problem with the tunnel, but we need to send the minions and the bolts away. Period. We gotta wait 1 day. 1 day.
I suppose we can not come out of the Underdark until the week is up. Just stay down there. He can keep sending guys after us. Bring it. I'll take those odds all day long. All right, then let's head for the Underpass.
Come one at a time.
So, Daggerface, still feel good about coming with us now that we're heading into the Underdark?
I've been training for this.
Let's kill some drow. We'll find some just for you.
Part of me still thinks it'd be easier to just do the castle.
You know we can do it. I have Revitalizing Strike. I can heal us all day long on minions. I say, it. Let's go do it. You guys go to the Underdark. We're going to take the castle.
Yes, let's split up.
Have fun with that. Have fun storming the castle.
Nice.
Where's your army? We would have fun storming the castle.
Do you think it'll work? It'll take a miracle.
So they take a more northerly heading, leaving most of the pointy rocks behind into an area of varied terrain. Ridges, sickly little stands of trees. You're riding by, not too close to the trees, because you aren't idiots, and suddenly, bam, the earth just kind of explodes? Raises up under
You're
you.
wondering how
Sort
I
of
got
half
here.
rock, half fire. Is
The-
that
the-
Earth Reaver?
the rewind
For crying
image.
out loud, that has no saving throw.
We're going forward pretty
Yeah,
fast.
they were doing Princess Bride
Saving throws so we
outcome.
don't fall on our ass, that's it. So here's the problem. I can see a lot of problems, actually. The horses conjured by Ethereal Mount have no con score, basically no defenses except a bad armor class and a few hit points. So
Yeah,
the spell blows up all the
they're
horses.
fragile.
Aw, this was not a random attack. Everyone takes 25 damage with no saving throw, some physical, some fire, and starts making tumble checks, if they have it, to deal with the sudden high-speed skidding. You know your dad's totally taking a faceplant.
Can I take the hit for my father?
What? Oh yeah, sure. Bodyguarding is your thing. You can totally take the hit for him, skidding in for 7 physical damage. You look like a guy who wants to kill, and is good at it. I don't want to kill, but I'm
Some
definitely
encounters
gonna
take a
kick
long time to
something's
stat
ass.
out, but
the trees are very
usually
slim
like,
and sparse.
you
If
know,
there was even a
a
small
couple weeks
creature in
when I
there,
still
you
had a
ought
job
to see it,
and was also
but
making
you can do
videos,
spot
so
checks anyway. I rolled bad.
the
I
actual
can
hard
see
amount of
if it's
time for
invisible,
most
but
of them, probably not
hiding.
too long.
I rolled bad. I can't see if it's invisible or hiding. 39? D20s are random. Draven sees a little motion around here, but it's either invis and hidden, or just super well hidden. I'll just head over there. You do smell something unnatural. Undead? No, weirder. It's probably an aberration. Okay, aberration handler's gear.
Except now that you're there, I can't just blistering radiance.
Sure you can. I can take the heat. Also, more cast haste. I ready my bow and wait for an enemy to jump out at us. Little one sees the enemy, which is indeed invisible, rise up from being almost entirely
Oh no, it's
underground.
no heart.
It's a hooded figure, which almost seems humanoid until you realize that not only are both arms tentacles, but where its head should be is simply another tentacle. Like those things with what's his name? Mortival. Exactly like them. And once risen from the ground, it casts Scorching Ray at Angel. With my fire resistance? It doesn't know that. All 3 rays hit, each 2 damage from the first, 0 from the second. 0? Did exactly 12, and you have 12 resist. Third ray gets through for 3 damage.
Aha.
Is, however, still invisible.
So she takes 5 damage?
Under many circumstances, it would be a devastating barrage of magic, but Scorching Ray is particularly weak against a target with any resist, since each ray calculates it separately. Well, yeah, that was a 41 damage attack. Very nice. Now that I'm hasted, let's see if it's fireproof. If you're doing your flaming charge, I'd say you can go through these flimsy trees like they weren't even there. I don't have it ready. I'm just gonna do a normal charge, but with Burning Blade. AC is 28? Nope. Did you count your haste for +1? Yeah, I rolled a 3. I'll get him next time. So, you can't reach him this round.
No. Also, I can't see him.
Right. By the way, a bunch of guys who look just like him rise up out of the ground. But you can see them.
Good. Something to hit.
I still really like that,
And
like
3 of them
villains
fireball this area.
that just
What
sort
the
of like phase
They
up
aren't super
out of the
powerful
ground.
Fireballs. Only
It's
DC
like a
15. Draven makes all 3
Cartoon
saves.
cliche sort
Mora
of thing, but
makes
it's
all 3
it's one that
saves.
is kind
And
of
Black
creepy and
makes
like
all 3
worrying.
saves.
Yay.
On your back. You made all 3.
So I like it.
I'm gonna reduce the damage.
It just
to your
naturally,
dad,
like,
then,
instantly
for protecting
ups their
you.
intimidation
My Ring of
factor
Mystic
when they've
Defiance
got
will
like
trigger 3
minions just
times,
rising
and
out of the
I take
ground.
1 point of damage.
what about my dad?
He actually did pretty well on his saves, but he's in negative HP now. Zahir is pretty hurt too. He's still conscious, but he also needs medical attention. Then the two that haven't cast yet, this one's going to shoot you. What's your touch AC?
Bad. 14. But I trigger my thing.
It actually missed anyway, but you can still use that maneuver.
Yeah, Zahir hasn't had as much time to forget what it is to be a player character. Because Black's dad has been gone for years.
You need to make a DC 14 will save.
I get +3 to my saves against aberrations, so I laugh it off.
That's good that little one moved, because now I can Earth Reaver all these guys in there without even hitting them. 10 physical, 13 fire damage, all with no save. They resisted most of the fire, but die anyway. When slain, they dissolve away, leaving nothing but robes. Yay, minions! The first one resists most of the fire as well. Black spends his turn healing his dad, while Daggerface gets up and runs over. My turn? Oh shoot. You would have got to attack when the minions showed themselves. Go ahead.
Do they get cover from these trees?
No, the sad trees do nothing for them.
Alright, when my arrow shoots out, it turns into like 2 arrows. The same target, but they roll to hit separately.
Yeah, that minion is shredded. Unfortunately, you still can't see the improved invis one. Then, at the bottom of the round, Rygax casts a spell, which does a tiny amount of damage, and dispels the improved invisibility.
Nice!
3.5
Yay.
warlocks. Can
Spellcraft?
dispel
That
you all day
appears
long
to be
unless they hit level.
voracious dispelling.
I don't know.
A warlock invocation.
And he's cast
Okay,
divine
I'm actually.
spells,
It's
too.
been way too
So
long.
he's a
I don't remember what
thurge.
level it is
the
that they
warlock
get
thurge.
their
Nice. He also casts
second
the
type
instant
of
heal on Zahir
invocations,
for a small
second
amount.
grade or whatever.
Better than nothing.
I move over and hit this guy. My armor gives me Bane against aberrations.
Somewhere around level
Hey,
5 to 9, they get the
26
ability
damage.
to just
Not counting
dispel
fire.
magic,
Yeah, we know
like
he has 10
AoE
fire
dispel
resist.
all day long if
Krillin,
they want.
you can go again, back to your proper initiative. Okay, arrow splits, hit twice, 16 and 14. Next arrow, hit and hit, take 10 plus, yeah, it's dead. This one takes a little longer to dissolve, like...
Krill, you missed
Unfortunately,
Krillidan's,
their
like,
robes remain. They
actual
have
introduction
no
where the
wield.
party met
I'll
him,
collect some
but
of their
you
residue
still,
anyway. Also, unfortunately,
you have not
all
missed
these
the
distances
previously
on the
where he
map
actually
are suddenly
gives his perspective on
very
how he
much
got
more
there.
relevant.
That's
How far
coming
is
up
that tunnel
very soon.
entrance again?
It's like 20 miles away.
Next time on Tales from My D&D
Just no energy in those next times anymore. That one didn't cut into it very well. I disappointed in myself. Lesser invocations are at level 6. Okay, that's pretty early for being able to cast area dispel magic at will, and also it does like some crap amount of damage. It's utterly irrelevant. Mostly you're just dispelling things.
I only have one question. What the f***?
Good question.
How tough are these
Good
mind hunters
question.
supposed to be?
If, somehow, you were able to engage a mind hunter in physical combat, I'm sure you would prevail.
Yay!
But it's extremely unlikely.
Boo!
Their very armor is death.
Can we get, like, spheres of annihilation and roll them at them?
You are welcome to try.
Hey, you go find your own spheres of annihilation. Oh yeah, this too.
Have you broken our pact?
No.
You want me to believe you couldn't stop them?
Wow.
Okay. But this better not happen again. You know what it cost me.
Do I have anything else for your servants to take?
No.
Stare down.
All right.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
Yeah, I just turned off those Discord
Previously,
groups.
Name's Krillidin. My unit was escorting a diplomat on the far west side of the continent, but we stumbled on this weird walking wall. So my commander, Sergeant Chen, who did not like me, assigned me to follow it. Stones from this freaky wall kind of sank into
Follow
the
that
ground
wall.
on one side, then rose back up on the other, moving it about a mile a day. So it was like watching grass grow, only more like watching a wall grow, like grass.
This is
But
him at his
after a while,
peak-
it made this
peak
archway,
coordinates.
and that was different. But I looked through it and looked around it and cast detect magic on it, and it seemed like a normal arch. It seemed so normal that I stuck my head through it and, whoops. Then I was attacked by wolves, but I shot 2 of them, and they got the hint and backed off. Well, the other ones got the hint, not the dead ones. But apparently that pissed them off because they kept following me from a distance, waiting for me to nod off. So I hadn't slept in like 2 days when I ran into a bunch of people on spooky floating horses. And they said they were being chased by some kind of vampiric monarch, but they might be able to get me out of the Shadowfell, so I went with them until the horses exploded. So, now what do we do?
The thing is, I think this is nothing but
Don't
a
you just hate
waylaid.
it when your horses
Are
explode?
you suggesting that its entire purpose in life was to blow up your horses? Because that would be absolutely maniacal and diabolical.
If they're
Who
doing
would
everything
do
they
such
can
a
to slow
thing?
us down, that would
Hashtag
definitely
hot dog
do it.
man.
It slows you down by like a factor of 1,000,000.
Yes, it does.
Those things traveled as far in an hour as you can march in a day.
Yes. Thank you.
5 minutes after they finished off the tentacle casters, they had resumed heading northish towards the foothills, which contained the entrances to the underpass, which would take many hours on foot. But then they heard a cry in the distance.
I had plans
a
if they'd taken the
discordant caw
underpass.
that grated on the nerves.
It would have been interesting.
Down. They hit the dirt, turning to face the noise, and watched a pair of very large, dark, bird-like forms flying past, 5 or 6 miles away. Obviously not flying very high, beneath the 17-foot ceiling in the Shadowfell, but they appeared to be on a path not far off.
That
from
shot's
where
so
the
dark,
party had been
I'm having a
riding
hard time telling
before
that they are,
turned
in
towards
fact,
the
in it
underpass
and
route.
moving.
I think I see some kind of riders.
That I
Oh,
can
that's
see.
great. The things fly out of view, screeching again. Is that the kind of scream that would cause
It's
saving
that
throws if
flying
we were
flying riders hunting
No
for the
comment.
heroes because
For all we know, it's
we
a
have to
good
rip
NPC
off
wants to
Lord of the
join our
Rings
party.
as much
I
as possible
think your slots
whenever
are
possible.
full. We aren't recruiting anything from the Shadowfell. Well, we already have. Name's Krillidin? 2, counting your mount. Aw, man, why didn't we bring her for this? Would have been awesome.
Rainbow Dash did survive.
Yeah, I know. Why didn't you bring her for this
Sure wasn't
stupid
stealth.
teleport
So
restrictions?
how much
I
are
should
they
have
coming
waived.
towards us? Basically, not at all. They've passed
Should have had
by you
Rainbow Dash.
already. Alright, let's kill them and move on. That might be hard since they're miles away and continuing on past you at regular horse speed, if not faster. And we've gone from super horses to like
The actual
no
riders
horses.
on the
Well,
flying
the
things
second
are
they
very
start to
different
turn
from the
to
Lord of the
open
Rings
fire,
version.
Maximum range.
Open fire with blistering radiance?
The creatures don't turn though, so they keep marching on. On the plus side, moving at foot speeds.
Yeah, I
they're
like these
much less
shots
likely
where
to
I'm
be
just
caught
kind of
by
using the
surprise in
terrain
an
to hide their
identical
legs,
ambush.
even though
And each time
obviously
they
they're
approach
not
some
walking
cluster of
properly.
trees or other potential cover, Angel
But it's
moves
still,
ahead
it
to
looks
scout
not
it,
bad.
with little one
Draven
covering her
flying
from a
over
short
it helps
distance
to like
back
sell,
against
even
lighter
though
armor. I can actually be
the other
pretty
ones are
stealthy.
not doing walk
After
cycles.
an hour, Rygax checks out a rock outcropping, which Angel had already scouted. But after looking it over for a bit, he shakes his head.
The
and
swamp in this
turns to the
episode
group.
actually does look good.
Somebody's leaving you messages? No, I wish they were. 10 minutes later, they come upon a pair of large scorpionish freak monsters.
Oh,
Don't
no.
worry, the larger the scorpion, the weaker the poison.
Like H.R.
wait,
Geiger
that's real life,
scorpions.
not D&D.
They coming for us?
Yes, they go right for you and attack, but you guys just slaughter them.
Oh, good.
They could be dangerous for, like, one of you, but all of you together are way too powerful. See, everything's gonna be fine, guys.
Yes, I'm surprised we got so far without running into any Corbinoids. They are edible.
Pass.
I could cook them with blistering radiance.
Maybe a method which isn't visible for miles around?
See,
But
I
later,
don't
in
make
one
fun
their
of Black
mini
Morning and
scouting
cast
runs,
blistering radiance
you
all the
see a
time
shape in the
because
sparse
I love that spell
underbrush,
too,
just
and I would
a little
also be
bit
looking
too
for places to
regular
use it
for a
because it's
rock,
so
but it
huge.
catches your attention. Angel creeps closer until she
Yeah,
can tell
this.
it's part of a hood poking out of the ground. Can it see us? No, actually, it seems to be facing in the opposite direction. I cast silence on myself.
Didn't you already use your racial silence? It's still the same day that you fought the Lich Golem.
Yeah, but I also have the actual spell as a beguiler. So I cast that and move into range of it so it can't hear him coming.
She's just gonna tap it on the shoulder.
No shoulder. It's mostly underground. Literally just a head. Just a few inches of tentacle in a hood sticking up.
I'll move to within 320 feet, because with far shot, that's only one range increment for me.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna walk up behind him in your silence, hit him, then you rip him apart. Okay, Searing Blade, Avalanche of Blades. I get to keep attacking till I miss, with -4 each time. Oh yeah!
What's your crit chance?
On my spear, I only crit on a 20.
It gets an AC bonus from the ground, but I'm going to say that due to the circumstances, you can crit.
Due to
on
the
an 18
circumstances that
plus.
the only thing
Okay.
available to hit is its
That's
head.
a crit right there.
Poor roll on the third attack means he only gets 2 hits anyway. But since spears have ×3 critical hit damage, he ends up hitting it for 72 and another 26 even after its fire resistance. It doesn't react very much. The hood kind of goes flat, leaving a little ooze. You aren't able to recover the robe from this one as it died, phased into the
Thanks,
ground.
Illian.
I bet it's a spotter for some others.
I was thinking that the other ones would pop up, but you know, with the silence spell and all, I don't think they clue in, despite having a magical ability.
I think this is legit. I think this just works. There's no reason the other ones would pick up on it.
Cast Earth Reaver,
They're just
must
screwed.
be smart enough to lead its fire to have caught all our horses at the speed we were moving.
Well, that sated my need to smash something for a while. I'm okay with not going back for Swain now.
Yes, you feel a sense of triumph that is grossly disproportionate to the difficulty of that fight.
I wonder how many of these groups are out there then. Could they have been placed in our path, or are they all over?
In my expert opinion, it was probably staying still most of the time, just rotating every so often.
They watch carefully as they pass the would-be ambush spot, but the tentacle caster's backup dancers never rise up. About 40 minutes later, Rygax signals
Yeah,
him
you-
to pause
you missed some
and
pretty good
wanders
stuff, Daniel.
about 100
Sorry
feet
about
off
that.
course to kneel down next to a rock.
The series
with some
continues
plants.
on.
You've seen
Turns out
tons
there are a
these
lot of good
plants.
parts in these
The sponge
episodes.
doesn't look like anything special, but he removes his left glove, touches the plant, and starts talking to it quietly. Oh, so he's crazy. What is the deal with this guy?
We didn't know he talks to plants.
Shh, I'm trying to hear.
Swain is on the hunt, heading out from Mount Pillar. No. Huh?
No, definitely not. Hey, when someone's having a one-way conversation about something that matters to you, and you're like, can't you just phrase something in a way that makes sense?
I don't think so. Perhaps. No. No, I wouldn't. Uh-huh. She is. Interesting. Uh-huh. Right. Thank you.
He stands and slips his glove back on, returning to the group. Wait, he wasn't listening with his ear, but with his fingers?
The Mazania say that groups of dark magi, like the two we've encountered, have been popping up all over the northeast. of
Dark
Swain
Magi
Lands.
sounds more
The
impressive
good
than
news
tentacle
is,
casters.
Swain didn't specifically know we were coming this way. Unfortunately, we don't know if that first group was able to communicate back somehow before you destroyed them. But, at the very least, they don't appear to be communicating with each other.
Or this one would have been facing the right way. If they can't communicate with each other, I think we can safely assume they weren't calling home.
Probably.
What's the bad news?
The other news doesn't affect us directly, I suppose. Apparently, the Oluana Spring is very close to erupting.
Yeah,
but
that's not going to
that's
affect
quite
us.
far from here.
Meaning?
Sorry. Right. Not used to companions. The Oluana Spring is a
I'm just
river
Doctor Whoing
spirit
around on my
over
own.
Cornello's
Like,
territory.
I
Not
I
shackled,
guess I just
because
talk to myself,
it's more
but I already know all the
valuable
answers.
It is capable of granting immortality once every 110 years. But it's been 112 years and counting since the last time.
But the vampires don't care about immortality. They can't get, like, double immortality, can they?
Not for themselves, but they grant many powers to their lieutenants.
It's about to go off.
From the sound of it, yes.
I want it so bad.
Almost sounds like Rygax has had it before.
Now I'm just a half-elf.
And it's against his religion.
He nods.
From the sound of
just
it,
a half
Oluwan
elf
has
from
been
a
trying
half-elf
to hold
family.
off as long as possible. But doing so risks causing famine downstream. For several forests, some Abyxian lands, a Myconid kingdom,
What does this immortality mean? You just don't age?
essentially.
Does it cure diseases?
It should protect against most non-magical disease.
What does
I
this
don't
immortality
know
mean
about
exactly?
curing existing diseases.
No aging, no
If you could
wrinkles,
just
not
get
one
a
crease.
sample of it.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. That is f***ing genius.
But it's not the whole stream. It's concentrated whatever.
It is only the first waters. It has only ever been known to affect one person. But are you aware of Baron Deathmoor?
No, never heard of him.
Isn't that the bastard who kidnapped like all of Woodbridge?
Yeah, we
Oh,
later found out
oh,
that
that Baron
Woodbridge
Deathmoor.
had given all his people
From the
to
Woodbridge
Cornello and
Deathmoors.
is now calling himself Deathmoor. Traded them for power.
That necromancer in Good Place called out to him. Good Place.
Baron Deathmoor is one of Cornello's traditional lieutenants. But if there's a new Deathmoor...
Look at the card he's
Hasn't
missing
been
is the
very
8 because I'm
Because
so
that set of
clever, eh?
powers
Like
drain
so
the
clever.
wielder's
And I can take
life
the 8 and I
force.
turn it on
And
its
it has
side
to
for
be
the
a
infinity
living
symbol.
wielder. If he was turned undead,
Brilliant!
he'd have no life force to spend. So he has great, some would say tremendous powers, but using them would age him.
Yep, Baron Deathmoor sounds
But
very
if
much
he
like a
drinks
Warcraft
from
3 Death
spring,
Knight name.
He will
I did
become
not specifically pull it from there.
immortal.
It's just like the
His
right
life
kind of
force
name,
sustained
but I wouldn't be surprised if we
nearly
looked back and
limitless
found a
use
Warcraft
of those powers.
character who had
He would become a
almost
proper
or
Baron
even exactly
Deathmoor
that name.
and a very significant tool in his master's wars and other schemes.
That's quite a combo. So what you're saying is we have a new side quest.
A new main quest, apparently.
I would very much like to prevent that from happening. Though, if you are concerned, as your Rakshasas seem to be, about the balance of power in these lands, I cannot deny that a fully realized Baron Deathmoor would make Cornello
If you're concerned about the
much
balance of power
more
in these
of a
lands,
match for
they should
Swain.
get the Vampire Kings TDDC board game,
What happens
which is
if
really hard to
nobody
sell since it
drinks from the
requires
spring?
third-party
Well,
software,
It
and
has
you have to
never
join
happened in
Patreon to
my
download
lifetime,
it.
But if nobody
Technically,
received
it's a
the
thing.
first waters, they would mingle with the other waters and probably grant a blessing of good health to the lands downstream and to all who drank of them.
That would be okay. Let it mingle, then we all take a drink, maybe cure the space AIDS.
Or we put the seed in first, then drink what comes after.
First things first, I just drink it directly. You guys. I'll give you blood transfusions later.
I will f***ing stab you.
Depending how mortal it makes you, it might still be worth it.
So are we going for this spring or what?
In
Yeah,
the
no, I
short
don't.
term,
I don't even have
it
a
doesn't change
convenient web
anything.
link to
You're still
get
headed
to
for
information
Cornello's
about it.
territory. The underpass is still a valid way to get
I mean,
there,
I do own
or you could still try to
VampireKings.com,
go through the fort.
but it just
This
links
is a fair
back to
ways off for
DMAC.com.
now. Well, we're here for a week, so we might as well save the multiverse while we're in the neighborhood. So, how did you all get space aids? Together?
Some guy tried to kill the world, and we saved the world, got space aids as a reward.
And what does that mean exactly?
It's not contagious.
It'll kill us eventually.
Already
Not
started
contagious
on
is
me.
the important
But
part.
spirit
The rest of it
seed
is
we
like
found
your
has been
business.
protecting us.
So we have protection now. Well, better late than never, I guess.
I did learn one other thing from the Mazania. A spirit I know is actually nearby on this end of the swamps. It wouldn't help with the underpass route, but if you wanted to go the other way, either to attack Adwag Castle or try to sneak past it, this spirit could guide us a large part of the way. If we could enlist her help as a guide, as long as we traveled with her and continued moving, we should be not only safe from the dangers and pitfalls of the swamp itself, but we should be essentially undetectable to anyone for that leg of the journey.
Why didn't you bring this up before?
I didn't think she was at this end of the swamp until the Mazania told me.
Is that in the direction of the spring?
Sanya.
Yes, but not all the way. It won't get us nearly as far as the underpass would. I'm not sure if she could help with the forests, but with her, I'm sure we could cross at least 20 miles of noxious swamps safely.
I don't care which way we go, as long as we're heading for the spring. I say we go with the swamp. Disappear.
as long as we can catch up with her.
With who?
The spirit in the swamp. Her name is Wego.
Okay, so he thinks the swamp is the safest thing. Probably. For those 20 miles, though you'd be moving away from the underpass entrance, you'd effectively be committing to the overland route. The deciding factor turns out to be the need to have one of the spellcasters rest and regain spells.
Yeah, rewatching all this stuff, I feel weird about some of the parts where they're just doing big exposition, or where they're trying to make a decision for like 5 minutes of or 10 minutes of our
To get
lives.
their vulnerable NPCs.
But
So
I like
Peter,
all the
and
Wego
Dwarf
stuff once they get to
Daggerface
the swamp.
Back to the Fadelands as soon as possible. Since Rygax is confident that if they can secure Wego's guidance, they can pass through the swamp in near total safety, undetectable by essentially any means as long as they keep moving, they figure they could have Draven cast Floating Disc, the same spell from Mora's Amulet, but using his full caster level. So
It's
it
weird
lasts
when you're
more
trying
than
hard
hours.
not to railroad people,
Under the
trying to
Spirit's
give them
protection,
choices,
they
and
would have
somehow it still
Rygax
just feels
rest
like you're
on a disc
railroading
to
them. You're
regain
just like,
spells and memorize a plane shift.
I don't know.
With the disc following Draven as they traveled, so that by the end of the swamp, he could transport the NPCs to safety.
This is all contingent on being able to catch her. She probably won't volunteer to help us, but it should be fine.
Another hour's march, and they're coming up on the edge of the swamp. Gray and black trees standing in stagnant water of indeterminate depth. Bad movie set? Yes. Some of them reach the top, and they can't go any higher, so they start coming down like a weeping willow.
It's a bad
Others
movie set, but it
mesh
looks
together
good.
in a dense canopy. How's the smell? Oh, God. Not as bad as you thought. Not supernaturally bad.
Supernaturally?
This is the Shadowfell. There was the possibility of it being magically bad.
Smells bad.
So, Rygax, how exactly are we supposed
Labyrinthine
to
swamp they
catch
found.
her? This guide.
Well, while she's free, while she's not serving as a guide, I should be able to locate her non-magically with the help of all the Mazania in this area. Once we find her, though, she'll probably try to deter us.
What's that mean? Deter?
But once she starts to flee, one of us just needs to lay a hand on her.
Like a leprechaun thing?
I suppose?
Do you have water breathing? Because I might.
Rygax is like, I don't know what a
I'll just
leprechaun
swim
is,
in
but I'm just gonna
armor.
go with it.
Mora is the only one with water breathing.
Once we have the guide, that will be no problem. But until then, yes,
Noseway
we'd
Hunter
all
Knight.
be wise to
Shadowfell is a
step
17-foot
as
ceiling. That's
close as
100%
possible
me.
to the base
I
of
made the
trees.
Shadowfell
Because
ceiling
further
and
out,
the Feywild's
it's
floor
hard to tell if the water
because
is
I decided that the
150,
Underdark would be in the
6
Shadowfell
feet,
and it would be
or 20.
more or
This
less
plan is
infinite,
sounding worse with every
and
step.
the face guy
Does this
would be
count as difficult
infinite in the
terrain?
Feywild.
It's not all difficult,
just kinda
but
made sense.
if you use that stance,
Where I ignore difficult terrain penalties and actually get bonuses?
One
yes,
goes
you
up,
should be able
one
to
goes down.
consistently find difficult terrain in here to benefit from it. Like the opposite of everyone else looking for good footing. Though it does mean not using your hunter stance.
I think Rygax can do the finding.
As they move further in, every 20 feet or so, Rygax wanders over to some plant or taps on some tree. You're starting to wonder what this Mazania is, though, because there's no consistency to where he's looking. Some kind of moss? Like it.
John, face
At least
guy
under the
has
swamp's
hippos with
canopy, there
guns.
seems
It
to be
has
little chance of
GIF.
being spotted by
GIF.
flying things. They do have to kill a few aggressive
There's
creatures.
one of many things
in
that's up there.
particular,
They're
some
in
type
like
of
one
half
part
crocodile,
of
half
one of
fish
the many
things.
gigantic
Though
layers.
After
of the
they slay
gigantic
two of
face guy.
them, the rest start to keep their distance, watching. It's like the wolves all over again.
Can't sleep. Wolves will eat me.
That's not funny, man.
She's close. Everyone try to keep a low profile.
Done.
She's on the move, but if we go about 40 feet that
There
way,
are
and then
some
hide,
definite
she should
trends
pass
that I
fairly
notice when I
close to
go
us.
through,
I'm
like
hiding
watching
with
all
my
these
baggage.
The
videos
rest of them
over
spread
the course
out
of like
somewhat.
2 days.
Though a little slimy,
One of them
especially
is
towards the bottom,
there are
the
so
trees
many
didn't seem to be
animals,
animate
animal
or
type
creepy or
creatures
otherwise dangerous.
that will like
You see a little
initially
glow
attack
for
them,
an instant, but then it
and then after one or
disappears.
two of them die,
Then a little
they
one,
learn their
you
lesson
see
in
a
a
huge invisible
like,
horror. It has
maybe
a big
quicker than you would
armored body
expect
like
a bunch of random
particularly
unaffiliated
nasty
animals to
spiked
learn,
crab,
and they
but
kind of
with
like back
four
off or
scorpion-like
watch and
tails
stuff like
sticking
that.
out. Almost
That happens
tacked
so many
on at the
times.
front is an upright, armless torso with a head resembling a hammerhead shark. Okay, Rygax, you're a f***ing ass. Rygax gives a hand motion to wait.
The frightful creature waded through the swamp with nary a sound, its path beginning to curve away from everyone, 80 feet
This thing
from
was a good
most,
piece of art.
though it passed within 30 feet of where Angel and Rygax hid. Around the closest point, Rygax rose and dispelled it, stripping the invisibility, revealing the monstrosity to all.
This is when you flee.
I thought this thing was going to run away from us.
When it runs, we just have to touch it. Until then, we have to fight it.
Everyone makes a DC 24 fear save, but the player characters all pass, except Krillodin. Yeah, I'm rolling horrible tonight.
I'll run up and attack. Is it possible to kill this thing?
Try not to hurt her.
I get 28 on Intimidate. No, this is when you flee, bitch. Sorry, I rolled a 20.
Roll to confirm.
Yep, still hit.
So that's a crit then. Make another will save, Angel.
Make that 2.
You realize this thing is an illusion. You didn't inflict any damage because the huge monster whose throat you tried to rip out isn't real. The rest of you see Angel slash her chain across its neck, but it seems completely unaffected.
Pathetic mortals! You are impotent before the power of...
We go. The whole monstrosity disappears, leaving only a tiny glowing sphere near the center. Naming it was all it took to reveal it. Once it was visible,
Damn you, Rygax!
everyone within 30 feet, so Angel and Rygax, has to make a DC 20 fort save.
Well, I think I failed. I did.
You are blinded.
I
And
believe
so
the
is
main
Rygax.
direction
It
that I
looks
gave
like it
her
was
for
actually
this, that I gave
focused on
Arestria for
him,
this
and
was
blinding
Miss
you
Piggy,
was more of
and
a
that's
side
that's
effect.
mostly it.
Attack of opportunity?
You were already attacking from reach because you thought it was. a
I
huge
actually, I
creature,
probably
so
voiced the
being
lines
at the
myself,
center,
did like my own
it's
version
actually
of them.
just out of your reach now.
Told
It's
her to
gonna go
do it
ahead
thinking
and
of Miss
free
Piggy,
50 feet.
but
Now, grab
Yeah,
the
it's pretty
wisp and try not to hurt her.
So you don't want 2 arrows in it? Because I could definitely put 2 arrows in it.
Not while you're feared.
So it's 110 feet from me? Well, my fly spell has a speed of 60, so I can get there if I charge. And do what? You're aiming for a melee touch attack. That's all you need to do, if he's right. A literal touch. Okay. +2 from charging. No. A field repels your hand as it dodges deftly aside.
yeah, Will-O-Wisps
With
have
just
like a
one arrow.
crazy
If I really
deflection
try, I
bonus.
could probably get one to miss. Dwarf Daggerface jogs in that
Like a-
direction. He seems less affected by the terrain than you would have expected, but slow and steady is never going to catch up to perfect flight speed 50 on her home turf.
How far am I?
The ECL would be
Also
insane, but
about
if you ever
110
were able
feet.
to make like
So
a
here's
player
the-
character Will-O-Wisp, you could crank your AC
If I cast
into
divine transformation
insane
for
levels.
flight, I can cast it from my belt of battle. Then I still have my full round action to charge over there.
Yep, you can charge because you're flying. Otherwise, there'd be no way to charge through the swamp.
Except my stance.
Come on.
This
As
this
Draven
animation
flies
doesn't
up,
look
Wisp
great,
swerves
but it
around
really
to
does
dodge
get
with
it
perfect
across. So
maneuverability,
like,
making
it
look
did the
easy,
job.
But gets caught between him and the glowing rook that blasts him like some kind of avatar of Sirius and tags her.
Yeah.
You feel a strong electric field. Nobody can see it, but inside your armor, all your hair is standing up on end, like a Van der Graaf sphere. But as soon as you make physical contact, Wego jumps away a few inches, but otherwise stops dead, and her glow dims a lot. It takes a couple rounds for everyone to catch up, and it takes another round or 2 for Angel and Rygax to regain their vision. Rygax pats you on the shoulder.
Good job.
Rygax? Rygax? Whap!
You hitting him?
Not actually. You couldn't have told us what to expect?
I didn't expect her to come at us like that.
You really need to work on your communication skills.
I don't disagree.
What do you want, Rygax?
You'll have to ask my friend here. He caught you, which means you owe him a boon. For example, if we were guided by Wego, there would be virtually nothing that could find us in the swamp unless we walked right into a vampire king.
Let's do that one. Can I use diplomacy? I tell her, I hope that in the future we can meet on more even terms. Maybe repay you.
That's a solid roll, and an effort a lot of people wouldn't bother to make in this kind of situation, but it's very hard to discern any reaction from the glowing sphere. Although somehow she makes it obvious that she's annoyed at Rygax, even when she's not speaking. So Draven casts
the supernatural
disc for
power
Rygax
to appear
rest on
annoyed.
and memorize plane shift as they travel. Black or Draven couldn't cast it because in our setting the caster has to go through the portal with the group, and the curse prevents them from doing so.
He's a half-elf, right? Could he sleep on Mora's disc for the 3 hours or whatever and somebody else regain spells on your good one?
No, it turns out half-elves do have the bonus on saves against sleep magic, but they don't actually get the reduced sleep like full elves. Would really have helped with the wolves. Once Wego starts eating them, she begins to leave a ghostly green trail behind her.
That trail is so good.
It,
I don't even remember exactly how I did that.
From missteps in the otherwise treacherous swamp. You are starting to worry that her own glow or the trail might be giving you away, but then you see one of those scorpionish things chase a smaller animal right past you as though you weren't even there. And the sounds around them seem just a little dimmer to Angel's keen hearing.
Remember, don't attack anything, for it will break her protection. If you see anything, wake me and I'll let you know if it's an actual problem.
When he's done, I call next turn on the disc. It was slipped in almost 3 days now. Can she get us all the way to the spring? No, only her domain, right?
What are the actual limits to this thing?
I don't know exactly. Wego, can you guide us through the forest north of your swamp?
The Wisp's answer was anything but certain, though. There are other things that rule the forest. She could travel there quite safely on her own, but she wasn't sure she could cover there noisy crashing through the brush.
Except me.
Well, you have to acknowledge, it's possible that even you are a little noisy, relative to the Wisp. She may not be happy, but under Wego's care, they pass a pretty uneventful 8 hours. Good. They had asked her to take her time, so they'd not quite reached the edge of the swamp yet, as Rygax prayed to Anku for his spells. While they sort out who's going back to the Fatelands and who's staying to tough it out with the plane-locked PCs, the Vampire Hunter used a casting of Break Enchantment to clear off the last of their Doom charges from the mountain, which had been reducing their
Yay! No more Doom charges that we rarely remembered. I think they did cost them a bunch of healing inside the mountain, but like they weren't really interesting.
The idea of keeping
major deal.
Swains. We could potentially bargain that with Cornholio. That's probably going to stick.
There's your bargaining tip.
Also, we may want to reserve the option to shoot Swain. In the end, they settle on sending back Zahir, Black Dad, and Daggerface, with the other 4 ancient artifact bolts. Zahir's looking better, and he was able to get back some of his low-level spells, but he turns out to have some ability drain on his mental stats, which would only slowly heal, now that he was out of the effect of the Lich's ego.
Can you get my father back to the Basilica?
Yes, I visited there with you before. I can get him back there. For all I know, Mahar may be waiting there for me.
You're sure I can't come with you?
We need you to protect the others. They're still in rough shape.
So I'm the tank? Got it.
I'm so glad to get my dad.
Yes, you're the tank, Daggerface. Go with
Thought
that.
about sending Mora back, but decided not to.
She's very useful. Better keep that out of character, or you'll hurt that hideous guy's feelings. He looks like he can use all the self-esteem he can get. So Rygax
I like how Krillin showed up and just immediately jumped on the bandwagon of making fun of Dwarf Daggerface.
Then returned about a minute later. Mora, who is almost like another player character, ended up staying, and Krillin, who is another player character, despite his stated goal to get out of the Shadowfell, decided to stick with these weirdos and help them stop some villain from gaining immortality, rather than just being stranded far from his Feywild home in yet another foreign plane. From what I've seen, you guys would be in real trouble without me. Also, out of character, if Krillin leaves now, I'd just end up having to make another character and bump into you again somehow. They get moving again as soon as possible, since Wego's protection only worked while following her, while moving. But when they reached drier land and the gray, swampy trees began to give way to much healthier
demigods have to be a lot more limited, because a true god is constantly having an effect kind of everywhere at once. They also have a consciousness that might have plans and stuff like that. But like, if you have the storm gods like Larethal and Blabal, they're both having an impact on the weather all the time. Like every particle of the weather is being affected by their two wills. Whether they agree or disagree on something, it's like impacting it. That's the main thing that makes a true god. And demigods don't do that. Or they might have like an incredibly specific and limited capacity in which they do something similar.
It was nice to see a proper sun for a change.
Why do you stay in the Shadowfell anyway?
Anku does depend on me. I shudder to think what will happen when I'm gone.
You're kind of like his avatar?
That's a little grandiose.
His champion?
I think I can say, without hubris, that I am Anku's most important servant right now. For better or for worse.
Yeah, she's gone. The Global appears to have dumped us.
But we go. We go.
The boon was to the end of her domain, and her domain ends here. At least we were able to get your friends out.
Fair enough.
Okay, so we sneak through the forest the old-fashioned way.
Well, the thing about this forest...
The thing about...
about?
I'm really starting to hate this guy.
Get smacked down.
Oh, man. It's almost 3 o'clock here. Think about 1 or 2 more episodes, and then I'll have to do the, stop the stream, start a new stream thing for the final part. Almost halfway through the second day of streaming this, which is probably why I'm getting less talkative.
Oh my god.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
Previously.
We've gone from super horses to, no horses.
The Oluwana Spring is a river spirit over in Cornello's territory, capable of granting immortality once every 110 years. Baron Deathmore.
It's once every 110 years, because if it was every 100 years, that would be too much of a round number. Why would it be based randomly on our number system?
Deathmore, and a very significant tool in his master's war.
Yes, Eastern Time.
So what you're saying is we have a new side quest.
A new main
I usually
quest,
try harder to
apparently.
find the GMT times for all my times, but I'm doing this for the vast majority of each day, both days, and I don't care anymore at some point. Whenever you show up, I'll probably be
At
streaming.
least we were able to get your friends out.
Fair enough.
Now we just need to find a way past
The next
Hardwick
9 hours,
Castle
anyway.
to the border.
Past or through. Okay, so we sneak through the forest the old-fashioned way.
Well, the thing about this forest...
The thing about? I'm really starting to hate this guy.
Hey, Kaiser, look at this. Look like they come this
These
way
guys.
after all. Well done, Victor. Now we have a direction. I believe you are the closest.
Oh yeah.
Quite right, Kaiser. You eloped
Not sinister
with
at
the
all.
Forest Lord's son?
No, I said I
Helped
helped
him
him
elope.
elope.
Very different.
I wasn't his fiance.
On second thought, let's take the wide open land.
Are the trees here going to attack us or anything?
No, but not on their own.
Ah, this might be a crazy idea. Like all your ideas?
Go on.
Wouldn't it be awesome if we could get the trees here to attack the fort with us?
The Lord of the Forest has no love for the vampire kings, but these aren't that kind of trees.
As they left Wego Swamp, they skirted the edges of the forest, but soon
Bye,
they would
Wego.
have to make a decision on how to avoid
You were
or
cool for
approach
one
the
episode,
massive
or
fortress
half of an episode.
High Castle, from whence Swain's lieutenants were surely watching the border area.
You know what? Aura's gonna cast Lay of the Land. That's a 50-mile radius.
3 rounds later, the mapping spell imprinted onto the bar.
Oh yeah, I had to switch to a detailed map because she had a spell for it.
All the trees, hills, rocks, and ridges, and any structures in the area. Followed by another rousing round of
Castle
"We should
very
attack the
much not to
fortress."
scale.
Maybe we shouldn't. When you get in and
it's
designate
very
a target
big.
for me, I can shoot a phase arrow and hit them through the wall. After looking at their options, though, continuing to follow the forest would not really lead them in the best direction.
Arcane Archer Prestige
Though
class,
circling
not that
Highlight
great.
from the north
Though it does
is a little
combo
less
pretty damn
predictable,
well with the
it'll also
splitting
take
bow.
quite a bit longer, and it passes near that other place which Rygax insisted was
bad.
Yeah, don't go to the bad
They
place.
also preferred to steer clear of the lake because aquatic monsters always have higher stats than surface monsters for some reason, even though fighting underwater is harder. So they chose a route which weaves between various terrain features and stands of trees to give them cover most of the way from here to the border between Swain's Lands and Cornellos. As they move furtively from rock to stand of trees to rock,
I don't know,
little
it'd be
one
pretty mean to
sees
make people
something
go
and motions a halt.
insane
What is that,
just from
ghost?
casting Lay of the Land.
Well, it's invisible, so the others can't compare notes with you. But as it turns away, Rygax creeps a little closer. And
Those are
apparently he has
literally
the same
specters from,
invocation
like,
as you,
Warcraft 3.
or at least the Warlock version.
It's just
It's a spotter, for lack of a better word. Physically harmless, but they can see invisible creatures.
literally
And
specters
report
from
back
Warcraft
their
3,
findings.
which they have
Like a
around their
shade
fort.
from Warcraft 3, an invisible
Oh, shade,
invis
sorry.
unit.
I've never seen them this far out from the fortress, but Swain's lieutenants must have sent them out to scout for us.
Well, I'm glad you used your expertise to warn us about this. Whap! Seriously, I should smack him. If you make it visible, I can put some holes in it.
Do you have magic arrows? Because if it's incorporeal, it's only hurt by magic weapons.
And a mischance. My arrows become magical when I fire 'em. It's what arcane archers do. Besides, even normal arrows would count as a magic weapon because he's firing them from a magic bow. Yeah, but my arcane arrow enhancement bonus is bigger than the bonus on my weapon, so I get to use my bigger plus with the bow's splitting power. If it's moving away, I think we're better off leaving it.
You mail away
They
for
might notice if
Kaladin's
it dies.
arrow enhancement
Agreed.
kills.
Little one and I will have to keep an eye out for more of them.
Great. So you're marching along this pass, sheltered on the west, when you hear cackling laughter. Did one of the
Yeah,
shades
this episode got
spot
started
us?
fast.
Maybe they guarded this area because they knew it was the best concealed path. In hindsight, we probably should have seen that coming. I did.
Sure you did. Then why didn't you say anything at the time?
Because it was about time we fought something. You aren't ambushing me, I'm ambushing you. Under their feet, right in the
actually
middle
kind
of
of
the
true,
emerged
due to his
6
stupid die roll.
incorporeal shadowy forms.
This is very bad.
One of what's his king's lieutenants?
Yes, it's Todd.
Todd?
Todd? Yes.
He looks exactly
They
like
call
some
him
guy from Samurai
the
Jack.
Hollow Swarm. We're fighting a dude named Todd?
It's an elven word meaning death.
And not the nice kind of death either. The shadows strike, each making 2 touch attacks for around 10 negative energy damage, each hit forcing a DC 18 fortitude save against 1 point of strength damage as well.
DC 18? Does one automatically fail?
Yes. Then Black and I only fail on a 1.
Todd literally
Regular
means
shadows
death.
do
Why are all
more
the English
strength
speakers
damage
so
than that?
unimpressed?
Yes, but regular shadows don't do any hit point damage, and they don't spawn more of themselves unless they manage to kill someone.
Todd can summon these shadows at great distance, many of them, to grind us down. And he won't stop unless we can find and destroy his own body. His range is very long, but he needs line of sight.
So we just need to find the real one? What's he look like?
He looks a lot like one of his shadows, but with 2 eyes. And the real one will probably be trying to hide.
Oh, that's fantastic. His name is Todd. How am I supposed to take him seriously? With 2 attacks each, ignoring armor, the Todd
How am I
shadows
supposed to
deal
take him
a decent
seriously?
amount of damage.
With 2
Spread
attacks
over the
each,
whole
draining
group.
your strength.
Black's
That's how.
fancy GE7 full plate had 5 negative energy resist, which stopped almost half their damage to him. The surprise round over, Draven casts his Legion's shield spell to grant a big deflection bonus to the whole party, since that does apply to touch attacks.
We need light. They can't appear in an area of bright light.
So they won't be able to full attack first turn? Yes, let's do that. The flashlight's a free action, right? Yep. Then I'll turn on the crossbow's 120-foot cone of daylight, and I'll point it here? No. Wait a second. If they can't appear in the cone, right? Wherever I pointed, Todd will just make them spawn behind me so they can full attack. Todd.
Correct.
And they'll all be attacking me. I'm not doing that.
I'll do it on my turn.
You want to come Todd hunting? Hell yeah. Once Mora casts haste, she points out the best vantage points from her lay of the land mental map, and Angel and Little One rush out in that general direction at hasted speed, while the rest stick together for mutual defense. Rygax casts a Chain Eldritch Blast, trying to zap 3 of the shadows, though 2 survive due to their mischance. On the enemy's turn, Todd conjured another 3 shadows, 1 each to harass Angel and Little One, and 1 flanking Krillidin. Because their touch attacks ignore armor, each shadow is averaging about 10 or 20 damage every time they full attack, and worse, because of
so many
Todd's
touch attacks.
coordination, they got +4 to hit from flanking instead of the normal +2, and if the target was flanked, their saving throw for their attacks also went up by 4. Yeah, no, I lose a point of strength. I can shoot into hand-to-hand without penalty, but if I try to shoot with these guys next to me, bad things happen, right? They'd all get attacks of opportunity.
You can tumble, though. You have good dex, right?
Why, yes I do. Krillin used his tumbling skill to dodge between the enemies, moving close to Black before destroying one of his attackers. Double arrows are a pretty good counter to their coin flip, but I can only shoot 1 target if I have to move. Don't you have the many-shot feat? Yeah, that lets me fire more shots and move, but they're still all at the same
Oh
target.
yeah, that's right.
Hey, don't ignore me, I'm
Really
trying to tank
like,
here.
shoot a
Black
million
activated
times at the
his
same
mace's light
target.
power, creating
As
at
a
least a
standard action.
20-foot area around him in which shadows could not spawn. Then he smashed 3 of them, making it look easy because his Ghost Touch mace ignored their incorporealness, while the other characters were finding that 50% mischance really annoying. The next round, Draven takes a disengage action to fly up to the ceiling without giving the shadow an attack of opportunity.
Can't you fireball them?
I disenchanted my weak wand of fireball because it usually came out at best a coin flip, since minions take no damage if they save, and here it would be 1 in 4 chance to kill them with their extra coin flip.
Do we even care about these 2? Nah, we're hasted. Let's just find the target. I get 30 spot.
Difficulty, blah, blah. Spot is -1 per 10 feet.
You can see 3 shadows spaced out through here, but if any of them have different eyes, you can't make it out at this distance.
Spot? Natural 20.
Really? Really? Nice. You spot another shadow leaning behind a tree over here. You also don't
Probably that
particularly
one.
see any difference from the other shadows.
But he's hiding. Got him.
Angel and Little One double move in that direction, leaving behind their shadow friends, though they each take an attack of opportunity. The illumination from Black's mace stands a stark contrast to the perpetual not-quite night of the Shadowfell, and though it has no effect on the shadow minions already there, the next wave of 3 appear beyond the light's radius. They're only able to attack once on their first turn because they have to move in first. This time, however, the new shadows use a special attack. They hit Little One, Black, and Mora, each self-destructing to envelop their heads, filling their eyes with wispy shadow. You 3 are each infested with dark eyes. You now have a 20% mischance on all attacks, and you'll take an extra 2d6 damage every time a Todd Shadow hits you.
Ghost Touch doesn't help with that.
Like, these things are actually
Nope.
so dangerous.
So Black has a 20% mischance. Most of you are at 50%, but Little One has to roll against both the 20 and the 50. And there's no save against that attack? There is not. It is a self-destruct. The Shadow's
They have to
constant,
roll the hit.
reliable attacks are adding up
Oh
to
yeah,
a lot of
unidentified in the
damage,
portable
and
hole.
now
The
threatening
+3
to
shield
deal
of the
even
sun
more
that
to
can cast
those
light
who've
as a
been
free
debuffed.
action.
While it's taking a lot of work
Makes
to
it
keep their
hard
numbers
for
down
undead to
with
attack
all
you.
the mischances flying around.
I'm gonna kick Rygax's ass. Grind us down? These things are deadly.
To be fair, he was the one trying to emphasize that Todd was dangerous. Also, you're taking him on yourself instead of with the whole party around you. As the shadows in the woods closed in, taking advantage of the bonus damage from the debuff, Little One tumbled around them, failing once and taking another hit. Since the minions only have like 3 hit points, he lined up 4 of them for his weak lightning breath, killing 2. Black, Krillidin, and Rygax managed to clear the minions from the main group as Todd finally realized the 2 approaching him were no accident. He had been spotted. When he starts his turn with 5 or less shadows in play, he's
There's
able
too many
to summon
goddamn clicks
twice
to
as
report
many,
bots.
so he dogpiles the strike team with 6 shadows. But Angel shreds a bunch of them, and despite suffering a ton of damage, Little One tumbles and charges through.
Searing Blade. Does he have fire resist?
No, and though he looks just like a shadow, he is not incorporeal. So you only have the 20% miss chance from the debuff.
Alright, I hit AC 29, no miss.
Yep.
Then take 13 plus.
You slice right down between his eyes, and his body dissipates.
Unbelievable. Was it a fake?
He had like 8 hit points. All the remaining shadows, eye glows disappear, and they dissipate into nothingness, as does the debuff.
That was it? 8 hit points? I knew he was a glass cannon, but I thought he'd be tougher than that. His minions were more dangerous.
Now they're
than he
complaining
was.
about winning.
Yes. Typically, the bullet is more dangerous than the sniper. I heard snipers were tough, but I just punched him in the face and he went down.
Well done. He can't be destroyed for good. Not so easily. But he will have to reform back at Old House. Days behind us.
How can something that dangerous have no hit points? That's not how D&D works.
His body was just like a regular person without levels.
Almost, yeah.
It makes no sense. Feywild. No, wait.
Up until now, there was some chance the enemy didn't know our location. In fact, I'm fairly confident that we were still undetected at the time when we left Wego's swamps. After defeating Todd, there's no doubt that our position is known. With any luck, we can be across the border.
Even the
before
minimap
Swain
shows that like he
personally
breaks
reaches
apart and then he just like
The
reforms
border
back
is
down at the castle.
hardly a magical shield against him, but it will considerably increase the risk for him and any forces he would bring, which should slow him down one way or another. The more immediate concern is that forces from Hydlite Castle will be swarming down here, and the border area is full of toxic pools left by centuries of vile spells and weapons.
We should summer here.
I can guide you safely around the pools, steering clear of the vapors. Or I can lead us through them quickly, with little chance of being seen. But it will be difficult to do both.
Option A, option B.
Option B sounds like we might get stuck fighting in the middle of that crud.
How wide is it? How far across?
The worst of it should only be a couple 100 yards if we pick our spot.
Fast fly?
That's not going to help. The gases go at least as high as the ceiling.
But it increases flight speed, right? Just dimension door across. Wait, how many are in the group?
Only 7 now.
It's not so bad now that you sent off all the NPCs.
The third choice, I suppose, would be to travel as quickly as we can away from the fortress, parallel to the border, but without trying to cross it. Continuing on southeast, almost skirting the edge of the lake, would probably take us away from most of the searchers for some time. And perhaps we could find a safer place to cross, but it would take valuable time, not moving us any closer to the Olowana Spring. And the longer we stay in Swain's territory, the more minions he might mobilize to guard the border, and the greater the chance that he could personally locate us somehow.
There is another option. We steamroll right over them.
The army coming from the castle?
Yes.
I knew you were going to say that.
Where are we actually trying to get to?
My objective from here is a well-concealed sanctuary just inside Cornello's territory. I
Got a
have
plan.
friends
We
there
wait till
with
they ambush
wards,
us,
healing magic,
and then we kill
who
them.
love it. They're
Then when
your
more of them
kind
come to
people,
ambush us,
people who
we
probably
kill them.
wish they didn't live in the Shadowfell.
Oh, okay. Is there any way we can get directions to that in case we get separated?
Of course. But if we do end up separated, you will need someone of elvish blood to pass the wards.
What about an elvish impersonator?
Ah, damn. That was awesome.
Trilladin and I are close
That was
enough.
actually a card
Lucky
in
me.
Let's
one of the
worry
silly
more
magic
about
expansions.
getting there.
As they near the border, they pass the occasional toxic pool, but the real problem becomes visible as a gaseous curtain up ahead, where pools of acid and things worse than acid lie close enough together that
Good old
passing through the
things
mixing
worse than
fumes
acid.
looks unavoidable.
Oh man, anything that lives in there.
I'm confident that nothing alive will be among the pools. Maybe at the edges,
So just undead. Got it.
So do we go full speed or full stealth?
Here's the problem with full stealth.
I can quiet down. That's why I'm
good old
thinking
RoboCop
speed.
stealth mode.
I say we turn into a race.
Here's the problem with speed. I can't stealth, and I can't race.
We have tried to be stealthy, and we've been caught like 5 times now. The horses got nuked like 10 minutes.
You're not sure how you get worse than
have
acid?
No idea.
Okay.
You have avoided
Wait
so
for the
many
description.
things. The magnitude of the stuff that is trying to get you. But
I looked
yes,
up real
the
life
fights have not
chemicals.
been anything to speak of.
Where possible, don't step in anything, obviously. It would be good to avoid any fumes, though conversely, the pools which emit visible gases may make it harder to spot us from a distance. And don't eat anything, any of your rations, until we are well clear.
Like a chemistry lab.
But the most important
Very
thing
much like a
is
chemistry lab.
some of the yellow pools, hard to say how many, perhaps only a very few, but some of the yellow pools are, what did that alchemist call it again? Tetracarbonyl nickel.
Uh-huh.
I'm told it smells musty. So, if you smell something musty, and there is a yellow pool anywhere nearby, I'm told you should slit your throat, or whatever method you have of killing yourself, which is less painful than melting your lungs.
So, like mustard gas.
What kind of fortitude DC is that? I bet I can take it.
I don't know, but the damage column says die within 1d4 rounds. Is Black's armor airtight? Nope. It does many cool things, but that's not one of them. Guess there's no choice then. Stone form.
Again, most yellow pools are probably less harmful, perhaps sulfurous compounds, but nevertheless, we'll be steering far clear of anything that color, even if it means wading knee-deep in acid.
This is all magic, right?
Most are just chemical, but some may be magical as well.
This is all sounding very sketchy. And don't light a torch.
Some are undoubtedly flammable.
Don't want to be caught in a 17-foot-high fireball.
A fireball about a mile long?
I do have my crossbow. One of its powers creates a 25-foot cube around the user, so 2 squares in every direction, where it dissipates gases in 1 round. It probably can't
would help a
entirely
lot.
dissipate the stuff if the source of the gas is still there. But if anyone in that area does have to make a save against gases, they do get +4.
Can we find the thinnest point and just dimension door across?
This area is about 600 feet across, though there are individual pools farther out.
But we could skip the worst of it.
I'm just worried that if this is all remnants of horrific battle magics and such, the residual effects could warp the dimensions. Roll Arcana? I get 30? Jesus. It's what I do. What you describe is definitely possible, but it will take you a little time to try to survey the area for that sort of thing. Draven gets out his portable prismatronic energy survey device.
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking for any kind of trans-dimensional energy. Basically, anything that could disrupt a dimension door. That's what I'm worried about. As Draven is scanning, though,
That is a wise
they
thing to be
hear
worried
the
about.
distant caw of those giant bird things that had flown past them before.
Can Mora and Angel just cast Invis on everyone? Don't have enough left. I've used most of my spells.
We can fly.
Yeah,
we
like
can
there's
teleport,
if you remember in Lord of the
we-
Rings, the descriptions
we
of
can
the
hide.
like
Angel does
toxic
cast
pools and
invisibility
stuff
on
like that
Draven,
around
so he can keep
near the
working,
gates
and
to
on Black
to
because he's huge
Mordor.
on high.
That's what I was
the rest
ripping off
get
here.
what cover they can behind a
So
small
some stuff
hill.
happened.
I rolled okay. I get 19 hide. I have a 22 before I even roll.
Someday you're going to be talking to Angel, and then suddenly you can't see her. You'll be like, Angel, where'd you go?
And she wakes up like, what? Huh? Sorry, I fell asleep.
What if they fly right above us? There is no above, or not very much.
If they go right over us, I can kill them.
Flying past, between the toxic pools and their hill, there are 4 of the flying beasts, which look a bit like nasty crows. Probably undead, though it's hard to judge as they soar past, and they do have feathers and such. Two have something on their backs, best described as a pile of stitched together limbs. A pile?
Lovely.
Each rider, if that's what they are, has one or two torsos with limbs stitched haphazardly around the outside, arms and legs sticking out any which way. If at any time we are up against anything remotely normal, I am running the away. Isn't that kind of what a vampire is? Just normal-looking death. The creature's terrible cries screech out, though, forcing everyone to save against fear, at a difficulty which is increased for each bird thing present. But though a couple of them are shaken, none of the heroes fail badly enough to lose control out of magical fear, running out and exposing their position. And so, the flyers pass them by, soaring off parallel to the border without any sign of having noticed the party, leaving them to figure out how they would cross the ruinous waste. So, Draven, I'm trying to decide if it's Arcana or Spellcraft. My numbers are the same. That would make it easier. 32? Your device makes a big difference, because you wouldn't really have a way to sense this otherwise to test your theory. Most of the area seems safe, in terms of normal magical behavior, but these areas here have some kind of unusual magical effect. You think walking through would be safe, magic-wise, not counting the chemicals, but you aren't sure whether a spell in that area would behave normally. You know what I just realized? I really want to hurt Rygax right now. At any time we were way the hell over there, did he ever mention, oh, by the way, there's this giant belt of death? No, he never. Again, one of these little things, maybe he should have said something.
Everything is bad, though. He can't tell you everything all of the time. It's all bad.
Really bad. Come on. You know we could have went north around the other way.
I don't remember Frodo or Sam making any saving throws at all approaching the gates of Mordor, despite all that flavor text. Compared to them, you guys are badasses. Some acid resistance, levitation, mass fly would get you most of the way across. Maybe you can Dimension Door. Carefully.
You know, what I think is happening is Rygax has spent so much time here, these things don't even begin to surprise him. This is everyday stuff.
I would rather pit myself against some physical threat than some weird acid barrier. I can't fight acid with my sword.
Acid? It would be pretty hard. Looks like we should be able to door across, but we should pick an angle to stay as far as possible from these fields. So I'll Dimension Door us across here. You feel a little queasy, something you definitely don't normally feel while Dimension Dooring.
You mean the player was not quite as mad, but like there were times he was pretty annoyed.
Bypassed all the terrible pools and gases and their many and varied saving throws.
Let's GTFO.
GTFO.
Are we out of the ceiling now?
No, still ceiling. It's the whole plane.
Well, that's a hell of a thing. You guys are attacked by a couple mutant Corbinoids which emerge from a pool. Yeah, no.
Welcome to Cornello's territory.
I like the harmless, gross worms.
Scenic. Next time on Tales from my D&D campaign.
Hey, energy! I'm trying again. Toshio 7, Skyder 97, Karnlin, Get Hype. So many members of the organization. Aurelius. Brethren. Lee, Dimon, Pedro Gavruni, Sir Fuse. 9.
My lord, I'm sorry. I failed to kill Rygaxon.
Let Kaiser know.
Todd fought them there? I see. They aren't out yet. I feel they arrive.
The Agent Smith.
You think you know where they're
aren't
going?
out yet.
I came across something a while back. A chip I have been saving. And I think the time has come to cash it in. You grab some friends from the plains, then meet up with me. Can do.
The guy with 8 hit points. That still boggles my mind. You're supposed to be powerful. You can't have 8 hit points.
Oh, I put Christmas bulbs in there because apparently it was around Christmas. Yeah, the worms aren't homebrewed. The worms are scenery. They aren't. They're irrelevant.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
All right, probably this episode, and then maybe
Under their feet, right in the middle of the group, emerged
after this one, it'd
six
probably be a
corporeal
good time to
shadowy forms.
break up the stream and then restart the final part 4 of the marathon.
Natural 20. Really?
Really?
After defeating Todd,
Imagine how rough that
no
Todd
doubt
fight
that
would have been if
position
it had taken
is
him a
well.
couple more rounds to
with
find
any
those
luck,
guys.
we can be across the border before Swain can personally reach us. The border is hardly a magical shield against him, but it will considerably increase the risk for any forces he would bring.
Where are we actually trying to get to?
My objective from here is a well-concealed sanctuary just inside Cornello's territory.
Is there any way we can get directions to that in case we get separated?
Of course, but you will need someone of elvish blood to pass the wards. The border area is full of toxic pools.
Pools of acid and things worse than acid.
Just dimension door across.
Welcome to Cornello's territory.
Can I grab some of this stuff for poison?
If you want, though, based on your experience with poisons, you're not sure any of this stuff would be better than what you can make. Except the yellow stuff, and you don't think there's any way you could employ it that wasn't more dangerous to yourself.
Yeah.
The player characters, other than Grilladin, have finally leveled up between sessions, making them now level 14. However, because they still haven't had a chance to rest, I decided the spellcasters would not actually gain their new spells until they do. They pass some big worms, which aren't aggressive so much as gross, tar bogs, swampy areas, even another flesh bog. But at this point, they aren't even fazed by such mundane Shadowfell terrain. About an hour and a half later, they reached the hilly area Rygax had described. Some of these ancient hills are up to 30 feet high, with the ceiling pushed up accordingly.
This is a much better place to hide.
The hills are all bare rock as they approach, but once they get among them, they find there is a little vegetation on the sides facing away from the toxic wasteland. Rygax approaches one, removing his glove again. Okay, what is the deal with that? What is he talking to? All this time, that's the first time you've asked. It's time.
It's like
Before
nobody
we
ever
get to
asked
the
him.
place.
The Mezzania are extremely tiny beings, live in small colonies all over the place.
Basically bacteria.
I made an agreement with them to give them 2 of my fingers for one of their colonies. I can still mostly use them.
Not 2 fingers?
They aren't really harmful to me, but I can get information from them. You see, they are mildly telepathic, passing information.
Yeah, another
from
one.
colony to colony.
Their description of the
not
Grisgall
fast.
made sense, that it would be an initial onslaught that would and then would sort of run out of steam. But that makes sense for the creature type. But when I actually built it, the spells I chose were kind of the opposite.
Significant movements
Oops.
within the region and unusual actions by various spirits.
So you're not talking to plants. The bacteria in your hand are talking to other bacteria.
Yes.
Yes. My body interferes with their wideband telepathy, so I have to put them close to a normal colony. But if I then hold them close to my head, they share the information.
Mildly telepathic,
I don't
as
give
in
a shit
the
about
range
that.
is inches.
Something is odd.
None of the scouts from the sanctuary have been by in at least a day.
Get out then. Swain's already here. We need to go somewhere else. Or Cornello. Something
Or
else.
the range is
could
inches
feel
for talking with
comfortable,
Rygax.
or
Presumably they can talk
just
with
made
each
it
other
too
much farther.
dangerous to venture out of the sanctuary. It doesn't mean the walls have been penetrated.
So what do we do? Keep going there? We do need a place to rest. We need to recover.
Sleep? I agree with sleep.
Sure, okay. But until proven otherwise, assume the worst case. And I assume I'm going to meet Swain there.
Rygax leaves them another 10 minutes to reach a particular hill.
I'm using hearing the air stance, so even though I can see the invisible, I now also have blind sense. Also +5 to listen, but my listen isn't that great anyway.
Ironically, can't be too paranoid. Unless that's what they want you to think.
There's a small network
that's right,
of
Cruelty.
tunnels leading down inside this hill.
It's a hobbit hole?
No, elves.
So it's an elf hole. Rygax finds a particular rock
again?
and makes a
yeah,
brief
okay, this is the
hand
episode I
motion
thought it
over
was.
There we are.
Nothing
Get confused
happens
sometimes.
as far as you can see, except Krillidin. When his hand waved over it, the rock disappeared to you, revealing a small tunnel heading down. Little One reaches out to touch the rock, but he can still feel it. Only when Rygax touches him does his hand pass through the magical stone.
As long as one with Eldar blood is touching you, you can pass through.
I like touching people. Krillidin, you're the last one through, as you are helping others pass, but you do a double take. There's something on the horizon, or actually, you don't see anything. That's the problem. The horizon seems a little closer than it was a minute ago. Like there's some kind of haze or dust cloud in the far
That's
distance.
probably not important.
Lovely. We're never going to get out of this hobbit hole. Elf hole. You have to duck down at the entrance. You duck extra hard since you non-elfy people can't see where the solid rock ends and the magic rock begins. But once you get past the entry shaft, the tunnel has been widened out to 5 foot with 10-foot high curved ceiling. What are these, dwarf elves? But remember, elves are the tall ones, usually around 7 feet. They're not drow? Nope. Almost all drow were around 5 feet, like the Eladrin. Because that would have been a hell of a twist. At this point, drow are probably the least evil things around here.
This is very wrong. Whether or not they lost a patrol, there should be guards inside this entrance.
Also, there's a big haze outside, probably coming for us.
Haze?
Do we fight them in here or out in the open? I like tunnel fighting myself.
Although, could we kill them with that poison shit out there? Start throwing them down? Most of the toxic pools are an hour back that way. Little One uses his blind sense to make sure nobody's hiding just around the corner. Then Krillidin heads back out and scales the hill to get a better view of the horizon, while Little One lurks just inside the fake rock to respond in case of trouble.
To get back in, does the elf I touch have to be A, conscious, B, alive?
Both. It would be a poor ward if any elf corpse would do it.
Alright, so if I go out and he drops, I'm screwed.
Krillidin, you still can't see
If they don't know what's
anything,
coming is
except that
undead.
the dust
They don't know
or
what's coming.
haze Or whatever is very slowly coming closer. It must be many minutes away, though. How did they know where to find us?
Are they coming from the border?
Whatever it is, seems to be moving parallel to the border, but on this side. Shit, I have 1 level 6 infusion left. I could wall of iron?
We shouldn't waste it. Not yet. Plus, I have my Ring of Force wall. I can block it for a few rounds, too.
If the front were blocked, there's also a back exit tunnel which comes out far from here. But I need to find out what happened.
They pass several rooms off the main hall, but all are deserted.
Oh my God.
Some look like the
Afternoon
inhabitants
yelling.
left in a hurry, right down to a table with half-eaten meals left out. Almost like they just disappeared. They heard this Rygax guy was coming and got out.
Let's keep going.
It's clear that Rygax cares about the people here. At this point, he's going to keep investigating it with or without you.
Any signs of combat?
You find a fresh spatter of blood on an overcoat that was hung up in the closet.
I'll use my hunter's sense stance.
Now that she knows what to look for, she begins finding more and more evidence that violence had happened here, and then somebody covered it up. Like, there was a fight here, but they hid it? That doesn't make sense.
If I killed these people, it would take me a long time to hide the blood.
A thorough job that would meet your standards would take a while, but you figure you could do it this well, just a quick job, in about 5 rounds after the bodies were removed. Might take a minute for someone less skilled. The hallway and another room showed similar signs of cleaned or hidden violence, but several others did not. Or if there had been fighting, the traces had been better concealed.
It's the silence.
From what you've seen so far, Rygax never seemed very emotional, but he appears upset now, like he's trying to restrain a sense of panic.
I don't know what happened here.
That was a bad sign when
We just
Doctor
have to
Who
pass
seems
through
upset.
The main hall to reach the other exit. With any luck, most of them escaped.
Doubt it.
His assessment seems less rational than yours, more like an inability to process whatever actually happened.
Pretty sure it was something real bad.
As you peer around the corner, yeah, this room is just full of bodies. But there is a guy standing in the midst of them, and it's not Swain. Is it another red cap? It's starting to kind of feel like a red cap.
I don't think a red cap would be cleaning up. Could have been mopping up with his hat.
Is that Cornello? No, Rygax described him to you before, just in case. Cornello looks like a very big, middle-aged human, because that's how old he was when he was turned. Bald, probably a beard. Rygax? Do you know this guy? The dude was turning to look at you guys, but arches an eyebrow as he meets Rygax. Servus! For those of you who speak Elven, that's basically hello, but it's a really archaic word for it. It's like if somebody greeted you by saying, "Fairly well." But Rygax, seeing him taking in all the bodies of people he apparently knew, just utters, "No." His body language looks just defeated. As the elf turned to face you, though, you see he's wearing pretty fancy full plate and idly toying with a very black, very blocky-looking warhammer in his left hand. He also has a sheathed longsword there, where you would draw it with the other hand, but he doesn't have one. Another hand. There's no arm at all on his right side. And more disturbingly, there's no right eye, not even an eye socket. Just a black void in his face. It's just a little sphere of annihilation. Watch it eat your sword.
The whole fight is just trying to angle his face onto your weapon.
Doesn't even use the mace, just tries to headbutt you. Headbutt of annihilation.
I'm pretty sure I know this guy is evil, right?
Not French NPCs, Squirrel.
Or crazy.
Frost Giant.
He's got bones on his
They
armor
speak
standing
Frost
on like
Giant.
100 corpses.
Not who you expected? Your friends seem a little averse from hair. Don't worry, I have my lords and Hera down here. She'll have them good as new before you know it.
I don't think that's good as new.
I can't believe you had enough blood left to find this place.
You've wounded me, Rygax. Don't pass out on me now. Things are just getting interesting. Rygax. You, let others do the killing.
Yeah, Rygax has a point. This guy definitely does not actually have enough elven blood left to qualify. But you could just keep one of their scouts alive.
The rest of you, are you happy to be his soldiers, caught in the middle of his war?
Actually, no, now that you mention it. Yeah, not really. I kind of want to punch him in the face, but I want to stab you. I'm pretty sure Rygax didn't kill all these people.
Didn't he?
He calls himself Kaiser Bolshevik.
Kaiser Villain? That's about as subtle as naming yourself Lord Demon Lord.
Well, I'm ready.
Name themselves Lord Demon Lord.
Rhino charge.
Wait, first? Forecast taste.
Kaiser rolled a respectable 15 for initiative, but somehow the entire party went before him. Only Black
This is
rolled
unfortunate.
lower, but I had given him, and only him, a surprise round because he interrupted first.
Rhino Rush gives me ×2 damage if I hit, so if I move all the way over here...
This fight does
I
not
can
go
get
as
this
planned.
And he uses his readied action to Shadow Stride, teleporting him 50 feet.
Aw, now he pissed me off. Do I just ray him, or...
You've already charged as a full round action.
Then, you know what? I'm just gonna blow my whole belt of battle and charge him again.
Haven't you already spent your maneuver?
It's not a maneuver, it's a swift spell. It says...
The infinite
"First
belt of
charge
battle
attack you make
begins."
before the end of the round. I didn't make an attack. So using all
It's
three
like
charges on my
Passover.
belt, I charge him as a full
Just
round
keeps
action
belt of battling,
again.
and it just keeps
No, damn it,
being
I'm
more belt
gonna
of battle
charge you.
left for some reason.
Teleports 50 feet again. I'm gonna
Every day
lose
he would
my
come back
shit.
to his belt
That
of
was his
battle, and
readied
it would
action.
yield
Probably
more
can't have
attacks.
2 readied actions.
AC 34,
That'll hit.
18 damage, double, that's 36.
He takes the damage, no blood drawn, but the heavy impact shakes loose dust from his armor. Doesn't sound like this guy's undead. He's definitely not right, but no, his face doesn't look especially undead. This is all very entertaining, but we have a situation to resolve. I have a large force on the way. I can crush you with that,
large
but I hear you are
force.
quite the warriors. I don't get much opportunity to go full out to break someone in the way that warriors do. So if one of you will fight me in single combat,
This would all be more
to the
impressive
death,
if they didn't
I
just
will order my
murder the
forces
hell
to
out of
let
him.
you go if I should lose.
Who's gonna go? I'm right here. I could just go for it.
Tempting, but I don't think this situation calls for that. I look around at all the corpses.
Could always jump in if we're losing.
No, I think we should just take him. I don't trust him.
Yeah, how's he going to pull them off when he loses?
To the death. What, are they gonna walk away? I don't trust him to keep his word.
Wants a chance to go all out, he can go all out on me.
He'd better go all out now, because we're gonna f***ing kill his ass.
This guy
He
was
can't
sold
go all
as
out
a
because this
lot.
initiative doesn't even
I'm
come
not
up.
messing around. Maximized orb of force. 60 force damage. Ow. Then, I'm gonna use my belt of battle and do it again.
Holy shit!
Second hit bloodies him. He's up to 160 damage. One is like smoking now. Alright. First shot splits. One miss. Other is 38. You're pretty sure his AC went up severely since Black hit him. He's trying much harder now, but that is a hit. Next shot also splits. 27 and 40. 27 is a miss. That's 2 so far. 27 and that's probably a hit. 37. And last attack, 27 and 33. 4 hits for a total of 46 damage. You guys have dealt 204 damage so far.
Use my Heartseeker amulet. Touch AC 29.
Yeah, that Heartseeker shit.
I know, I've got to get one of those.
It's a good thing it doesn't
Right,
matter
that's
if your
a hit,
victim
but
is heartless.
He actually negates your sneak attack. He's not immune, but he has a percentage chance to ignore critical hits and such. And it worked this time.
So take 34 of his fire, 5 is ice.
He seems very badly hurt.
The idea of
attacks don't draw blood.
Guy
Each
full
time
of
he's
sand
injured,
instead of blood
puff
is
dust
pretty
from the
pretty
wound.
blatantly
So,
ripped
you
off
get to
of
go now?
No, I'm
Cronin
still
from
before him. Also,
Hellboy.
Rygax on the same initiative. Oh, yeah.
It's
he's
just
gonna be
cool.
hurt. Finish him. He's really hurt. We've got him surrounded. I'm gonna whip this out. Haven't used it yet. Ancient Mountain Hammer. And I'm gonna Searing Blade, just for good measure.
At the last moment, as you are striking down at him, he lets go of his warhammer, reaches down, touches a gem on his belt. The gem explodes into shimmering blue dust and he vanishes. Gone. He drops his hammer? Yes, he only had one arm. He couldn't hold the hammer and
If
activate
his initiative has come
Little one swings
up,
through the
actually,
space of his missing target. His massive damage is based mostly on technique.
his initiative
not
came
brute
up
force,
initially, he
but
would have
even
just
so,
like
his blade
attacked. But
cracks
then
the
when
ground
the
where
second
bullet stood.
initiative came
Then a
up,
black beam
10
seared
10
past
initiative
him where the
after
Kaiser's head
that,
would have been.
then his
Kaiser's
buddy would have
indignant
shown up,
disappearance
joined
left
in.
One definitely magical hammer,
2
one
turns
shaky
every
and
combat
thoroughly
round.
distraught
But
legendary
no.
vampire hunter, and one much more urgent problem.
Do I want to fight the army? Yes. Do we need to?
A large force. Let's make like a tree in GTFO. After missing that well-aimed Eldritch Blast, Rygax falls back into despondence, looking at the pile of bodies who are individuals to him, people he knew. You don't literally have to drag him away, but
You should have expected this when you signed on to be
Come on,
like a
if
vampire
the
hunter.
bodies Loot? There's not much of
Because this always
interest to you.
happens.
A bunch of masterwork stuff. Some of it resembles some gear Angel and Krillin have seen back home in the Feywild. Stuff that is conditionally +1 or +2. They get functionally magic gear that works more like pacts by giving up something or performing some ritual to maintain its power.
Sounds like a pain.
Yeah, like-
Inferior makeshift stuff.
Yeah, a bunch of crap.
Might be interesting to Draven for research purposes, but that's about it.
Will the enemy have to come down through this hall? Rygax.
I assume so. The back exit comes out from another hill over a mile from here.
I'm assuming we can outrun an army.
Okay, who's this guy we just fought? Will he know about the back way? Is there anything else we need to know in the next 10 seconds?
The Kaiser is one of Swain's.
One of Swain's?
He's actually the lord of Hydeleg Castle. He had enough time here. He may well have found the hidden exit.
We should have fought him at the keep, but no, nobody listens to the Warblade because he's a psycho. Rygax, can we outrun the army?
I don't know what they are. It doesn't make sense. Forces from the keep shouldn't. Even if he dared to come this far, he can't leave the keep unguarded. I don't know what would be coming.
Well, if we have to fight, this is probably the best place to do it with the controlled entrance. Black and I can probably hold the hall, and that's the
Sent
best
Victor for
tactic
some
to slow
friends from the
numbers.
plains. That'd be
Maybe
the
you
plains
could
of
blow off the
Masnos, which
entrance.
is also
Just collapse the
sort of
tunnel,
like an
and
elephant's
we leave
graveyard
out the
for
back
giants.
Anyway, but they waste a bunch of time trying to break
Fun
through,
fact.
thinking we're inside.
Can he even get back in? They need elven blood, right? He was bleeding dust.
Looks like he got all the blood he needs from here.
But they have to be alive, right? We established that earlier.
Yes, it should have been safe.
They really seem to have broken Rygax. Hopefully it's just temporary.
And he could have been bluffing. There may be just a small force kicking up dust.
Or just
No,
a dust
there's
cloud,
not a small
no
force.
army.
My instincts say to stay here. Worst comes to worst, we could just door out from anywhere.
True.
We could block it, rest here 8 hours, then head on to the fountain. We really need to rest.
I'm still pretty good, other than my melted battle.
Graven and Mora are both really low on spells, though.
Slay ape?
Rygax doesn't think the army could get here this
Krillin
I
so
think it's
needs to
fake.
sleep.
You know what? Let's just go up and check again. We figured we had minutes, right? We'll see what's up, then decide.
Krillin, Little One, and Angel head out, and they can't see much in the approaching dust, but Angel, with her spot check over 30 as usual, can make out 3 to 5 shapes, shadows in the haze, each about as large as things can be and still stand in the shadow.
I can't see crap in that
It's
darkness. I assume they're there.
Force.
It's too dark
I
for
see
me.
how it is. Play on words.
He wasn't lying.
If they're that big, though, they can't fit in at all. What are they? Gargantuan?
It's hard to be bigger than huge and stand upright with the 17-foot ceiling.
I don't say they
can
can't be
probably
bigger than
smash their way
huge. It's
into the
just
tunnels.
hard.
How far can you shoot, Krillin?
165 without penalty. What's the maximum range? 10 times that at -2 per increment. So technically you could shoot up to 1,650 feet at -20.
So Krill can probably take one down before they even get to us.
I could cast Fell the Greatest Foe. 3 size categories bigger than Angel is plus 3d6.
Wait, with haste, Krillin makes
Hmm?
freaking 8 attacks per round.
Buffs?
So even if it's only plus 2d6, they'd all get that bonus.
Plus Bane, if we can figure out what they are, what creature type.
And heroism.
Holy shit.
That's right, could get holy too. I'm actually running out of infusions. Now there is an issue with firing an arrow such long distances in the Shadowfell, because in order to hit a target farther away, you generally have to aim higher and use a ballistic trajectory, which runs into a problem when there's a maximum altitude of about 17 feet. Now, there are a magical bow and superheroic skills involved, so we don't pull out the protractor.
And nobody's gonna
We
do
all
the
agree that
math.
1,000 feet is probably a fair and frankly generous maximum engagement range here.
Even if they move 100 feet around, that's still 9 free rounds of shooting them.
Unless they're immune to missiles.
Yes.
Gashwin,
that
it's
would
really
suck. Since enemies are
unclear
still
about
a
the
couple
gargantuan
minutes away,
zombie.
Angel and Little One do
The
a
ones
quick
that are
sweep
just
of the area for the
huge
cowardly Kaiser.
are much more
But it
like
looks like he hightailed it after being knocked into single-digit hit points,
Something that
expending a
could be
powerful
around there.
one-shot item to escape, and losing his warhammer. Between the two of you, you have Scent, Blind Sense, and See and Viz. After a quick search, you are pretty confident that he's not anywhere nearby.
Yeah, that would
That's all
work,
I need
James.
to know.
At this point, Angel and Krillin
There's a gif of
make
all
out the shapes
gif of all
better,
those buffs
but
getting
it's
put on
actually
as
more
illustration of the
confusing.
difference
Two of them
between
are
5th ed and
huge,
3.5
lumbering,
edition.
roughly humanoid forms, but what had looked like more creatures behind them is actually one
Bane
very
giants
wide
probably
thing
would work on
moving in
undead
a bizarre
giants.
and disturbing fashion.
I think. I mean,
There's
their type is
something
undead, but
gargantuan, which is wide
giant
instead
is
of
more
tall,
like a
that is coming
subtype,
towards
isn't
you,
it? I don't know.
Moving weirdly and flanked by 2 huge figures.
They're still
Is it
big.
an ooze?
And ooze could get down in the tunnel.
If we could figure out
that's
the type,
That is an item that is
Bane
kind of
is
intended for this,
that's
even though it wouldn't have
another
made any
D6
difference in this
plus 2 to
battle
hit.
at all.
So, what do you want dead first?
The small
The
guys.
big guy.
Eliminating the small ones is more likely to work. The big one is all or nothing.
But Fell the Greatest Foe deals an extra d6 to the bigger one. Plus, it's probably easier to hit.
But the big one has the gargantuan DR and takes 8 less damage from everything, so it evens out. Better to kill the small ones.
I could just use Holy instead of Bane, and at least that way it should work on all of them, unless one's not evil.
Well, before we engage with the ooze, I'm casting Stone Form, because there's no way I'm getting sucked up in there and suffocating. Stone Form, don't need to breathe. I can wriggle around in there.
He's gonna have a bad case of indigestion.
I'm just gonna beat them till they die or I die.
So, who's gonna be my bodyguard?
You can already see Mr. Floppy in some of these like
That's why I think you should take out the
blobby,
smaller one.
shadowy,
If there's one
blurry
big one
images.
left, we can block it. If the other two are still up, one of them can end run around to the squishies.
As the large force gets closer, it finally becomes more clear why they had a hard time discerning the shapes at a distance. The two huge ones appear to be
We're into the
very
custom music
intact
made
zombies,
specifically
but
for this.
far more energetic, moving in messy, flailing motions. But the one in the middle is a gargantuan zombie, laying down on its side, far too tall to stand up, probably 50 or 60 feet tall upright, but scrambling and flailing spastically along on its side. That has to be very inefficient. Very. And that's why it's kicking up so much dust. But it's managing to keep up. Anyhow, they clearly look like they are undead, zombie-type creatures. I already went holy instead of Bane. So who are you starting with? Small guy on the left, big guy behind, and small guy on the right? Left? No, their left. My right. I'll wait till my range penalty drops to -10. As they approach Krillidin's 1,000-foot Shadowfell engagement envelope, the amount
Yes, their
of dust
designs are
pickup
very
is
creepy.
going to cause a
They were
20%
very
mismatch.
directly inspired by
Forecast
Attack
says
on Titan,
that's
as you may
the
have guessed.
very last one.
Holy.
Like that.
Fully agree with this.
Inspired greatness.
Like the skullish look, but it
5 hits.
is apparently
Roll
still
that
covered in
20%
flesh, and it's got
mischance.
the head like scraggly hair
1, 2,
left.
3,
Like, that's
4,
weird.
5. All good. Krillin unleashes a devastating volley. 4 supercharged arrows
I
splitting
love
into
the
8,
excessive animation.
5 of which struck true for a total of 101 damage.
The arrows are so
after 5
tiny when
points
they
of zombie
hit,
damage
because these
reduction.
guys are big.
The zombie stumbles a bit, but continues to lurch forward undeterred. But still 800 feet away.
Ryan, the ceiling is an
Round two.
asymptote,
Only
although
-8 from range now.
Yeah.
Still 20%.
if your arrows are digging into the
Nope. Mischance got like 4 hits.
you can
Sorry,
technically go
damage.
farther than 17, but if your arrows are getting close to the
It was
17
hard to
feet,
tell
then
if it
they're
was
going to get
bloody
slowed
blast
down
round
anyway.
Based on the distance, but your target zombie is definitely hurting now. Then they all suddenly accelerate. The other little one, so to speak, appears to have used some kind of special ability to quicken haste.
Look at them go!
Haste? Do these things normally cast spells?
No, they do not.
I didn't think so. More! This round, still at -8 range, but they are close enough now that the dust cloud is no longer obscuring them enough to cause a mischance. Are you dividing your shots, or... Yeah, no. Each pair has to hit the same target. Don't know how tough they are. I'm just gonna focus.
Watcha! And trample.
Overkill. The damage to his joints is just too much as it stumbles one last time, collapsing under its own weight.
Do you have an actual limit on your arrows, or
I brought bags of them, and I do get double duty on my ammunition, only using 4 per round. The big one trundles right over the fallen corpse like a speed bump, with the spellcasty one jogging ahead. Speaking of which, its position suddenly shifts, or I should say, displaced.
My 50% mischance displaced.
So it has cast 2 level 3 swift spells, which are like equivalent level 7. Based on your spellcraft, the first one was cast normally, but quickened by some ability. The second one appeared to be a magic item power. Okay, so not evidence that it's a level 13 plus
Nightmare Warden.
spellcaster.
Tome of
That's
Battle really focuses on melee, and as such, most of the maneuvers are specific about being melee. There are actually a few that still work with ranged because they just say attack, but not too many, and there's basically nothing that's specifically ranged.
That's a 7 hit.
Instead, they have a prestige class that lets you change your melee attacks into like thrown weapon attacks, and that's like the closest to a dedicated ranged Tome of Battle guy.
A giant skeleton in heavy black armor and full helm with glowing red eyes, wielding a huge sword-shaped plane of blackness.
A Death Knight?
That would explain the spells. The one we fought before was a Duskblade.
Yeah,
right?
Duskblade can quicken the
they get 1, 2,
haste.
3 swift spells a
They
day.
got a couple quicken
It's
a
actually
day.
the skeleton of a death giant. So it's a giant death giant, Death Knight. Oh, I have a little
that's not
badge to give this
redundant
new
at all.
information.
Keep shooting it.
Yes, that was my plan. The Death Knight made a heroic effort, charging them down with every
He's
ounce
trying
of
so
his
hard.
undying will and
Must
strength.
get close
Rather,
enough
two
to kill
turns of
someone
increasingly accurate, splitting
before
body
I
arrows and
unceremoniously
feathers
die.
arrows shattered its skeletal body, leaving only the deranged sideways crawl of the gargantuan zombie giant.
God, that thing's weird.
Wouldn't it be faster to
Winter Soldier.
crawl forward? I mean, you would think so. But you're down to -4 to hit.
And no miss chance.
And an extra d6 from Fell the Greatest Foe.
Nice. But this one has the special gargantuan damage reduction. Your attacks will easily pass the 16 damage threshold, so it won't be able to ignore any of the tiny hits. But you'll still have each shot reduced by 8, and then the standard zombie DR of 5 against non-slashing weapons. So -13 per shot.
If this thing is tougher than the others, he may not take it down before it reaches us. It looks like it tramples.
I'm ready.
The immense target, whose
looks so
flailing
weird.
form virtually filled the plane from earth to sky like an undulating wall. An avalanche of flesh and bone 50 feet wide proved almost impossible for the arcane archer to miss. And
It's
with
hard
the
to like
extra
this shot
size-based damage from
looks
Black's buff, his average
okay-ish,
gross
I
damage
guess.
per arrow rose to 24. So on average,
The other shot
he
where
would
we're
hit
looking from the
8
head
out of 8
down
shots per round for
it's just
about
kind of
11 damage each
looks,
after DR.
kind of looks like Lego
100
torso.
feet.
You'll be on us next round.
I'll ready my action to attack.
Same.
It could stop and hit you with reach. I expand my
Expand
spear
my
into a
spear.
ranged weapon.
It's close range for me now.
He doesn't have an answer to that.
What the hell?
Kill steel, kill steel.
Yeah, that's about what I said, Gabriel. Yeah.
Well, that was fun. Can I sleep now?
Jordan so wants to sleep.
Can they risk arrest in the compromised sanctuary, though? Next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
All right, guys. So I'm gonna stop the stream here because again, I have to restart a new one so it doesn't hit the YouTube 10-hour limit. Next one will be part 4, episodes 55 to 66. The rest of the No, you don't have to apologize, Gabriel. I'm just, I probably shouldn't even have mentioned it. What is the? Oh yeah, this post-credit scene.
Master Cornello.
That's our Cornello.
Parley.
Bendigo has failed again to reclaim the Worm Shrine. Swain has redoubled.
See,
his efforts
Frost Giant accent here.
unless they
Not him.
help again, we cannot take it back.
Pouvez-vous les atteindre?
They have not contacted us, and the communication stone only works from their end.
Alors, eux aussi, ils pensent que je ne suis qu'un pion. A death war.
He still awaits the spring. It has been years. She cannot hold out much longer. I have posted an entire legion of your troops to protect him. Once he is complete, they can serve as his invasion force.
Bien. Oui, procédez.
As you wish.
All right, guys. So pausing. I'll be restarting the stream. I'll post the links on Twitter and Discord, and it should show up on the YouTube channel as well. So I'll be